Yue Yang saw a person flying in the sky, stretched his neck upwards and shouted, "Dear, come out quickly and see God." The shadow carried a sword and tumbled as he flew, looking like he was going to fall. Yue Yang shouted again, "Bro, don't fly too fast, your pants are dropping off." The person flying in the sky fell on the ground head first. Yue Yang, a normal high school student, didn't even bother to ask if the person who fell down was okay, but instead picked up the sword that shone with a golden light. He yelled, "Master, this flying sword is a treasure, you'll break it if you fling it randomly like that. What will happen if it accidentally hits small kids? Even if it didn't, it's also not good if it hit the nearby flowers and grasses. How about letting your disciple take care of this sword? And the universal pouch? Such a powerful and intelligent immortal like Master shouldn't be carrying an old pouch like this on your waist, this disciple will help you to safeguard them." The old Daoist priest that fell to the ground almost coughed blood. Having lived for thousands of years, it was the first time he met such a shameless person who had randomly acknowledged him as his master. "Master, your disciple has reached a marriageable age, but still had no match yet. Do you have a granddaughter by any chance?" "I won't care much about her looks or age, I'm not a picky person," Yue Yang chuckled lewdly. Finally, the enraged priest couldn't take it anymore and kicked him on the butt, shouting, "Get lost! Get lost you brat!" Just like that, Yue Yang was kicked into another dimension. TLN. Ah! His eyes moved, he's awake. Xiao Sangage is finally awake. Yue Yang's eyes had not fully opened when he heard a voice as clear as bells ringing at his ears. "Shuang don't be rude towards your brother." Then, he heard a warm and gentle, motherly voice that carried an air of motherly love with them. As Yue Yang opened his eyes, the old Daoist priest had gone away. Instead, an adorable and lively girl sprang into his view. She was a small girl wearing a bluish-green Chinese gown, her pale white arms stuck out of the sleeves. Her hair was braided with red ribbons on two sides and flowed down to her waist. Her pearl-white wrist was adorned with a silver bracelet that had a small bell. The small girl mischievously reached out her hands to pinch Yue Yang's nose. As her soft, supple arms moved, the bells on her bracelet jingled, sounding much like her crisp and clear giggles. Yue Yang felt strange. Is this girl that old Daoist priest granddaughter? Such a high-quality Lolita. As he was preparing to make a move on the girl, suddenly a pair of arms reached out from behind and held onto the mischievous girl, swatting her small hands lightly. Thinking that punishment for being mischievous was enough, the girl was then drowned in the arm's embrace. The small girl was not even afraid and thought that it was fun, giggling away in her mother's embrace. Grimacing at the cute scene in front of him, Yue Yang thought about the strangeness of it all. His gaze swept across the room and fixed upon the woman behind the small girl, and his heart unconsciously let out a small sigh. Oh my, what a beautiful wife! A 30-year-old young woman was sitting in front of Yue Yang. She had delicate features, her complexion white as the moon and her eyes clear as spring. Her small mouth bloomed into a smile that was as gentle and refined as flowing water. Her lustrous black hair was pulled up high into a bun, barely decorated with a single purple phoenix hairpin, simple and elegant but yet still stylish. Looking at her as a whole, her expression seemed to appear even more beautiful and full of wisdom. Adorned in a sky blue gown and a jade bracelet on her wrist that was hugging the small girl, she was a sight for Yue Yang to see. If I could marry such a woman, I wouldn't want anything else. The beautiful woman saw that Yue Yang was awake and her smile disappeared. Her jade-white complexion was filled with a grieved and guilty expression. "Sanyar, don't be so rash again next time. Who gives you the notion to drown yourself in the river when things get hard? Luckily we managed to save you in time, otherwise, how would I face my older sister? When Big Sis entrusted you to me, Xian, I had already thought of you as my own child. Sanyar, so many years passed, I could never have the heart to punish you. This time you made a big mistake, and if I don't make you remember the lesson today, I would be letting my big sister down. Next month, wait until your fourth uncle comes back, ask him for a beating as your punishment." The small girl twitched her little nose and followed along. "Ask him for a beating? Pa, let him beat you until your butt is swollen." Ah! Yue Yang was bewildered. When did he ever try to drown himself? Where is this? Where did the old Daoist priest kick him to? Is she mistaking him as someone else? A strange thought flew past his mind. Could it be that someone that looked like me and I had drowned in the river together, and this beautiful woman saved me instead of the other guy, letting that unlucky chap drown and became fish food? His forehead dripped with sweat thinking of that. This misunderstanding is too big. The guy who was transported to another dimension was scared that he would say the wrong thing if he opened his mouth. He did not dare to explain the misunderstanding, let alone ask where that place was. If the other party realized that he was not her precious San she could throw him back into the river. That's not good. The beautiful woman looked at the nervous Yue Yang, whose forehead was filled with beads of sweat and face pale as sheets. She thought that he was feeling guilty and looked very cute, so her voice became much gentler. "Sanyar, it's okay if you understand your mistakes. Young people shouldn't be afraid making mistakes, but it's a problem if they don't learn from their mistakes. Xia Yang has watched you grow up and knows that you know what's good and bad for you. It's just that the matter of the daughter of the Xue family rejecting your engagement had hit you too hard and made you do something rash. Sanyar, even though Xue family's daughter is good, if her heart is not set on you, let the engagement go. If you can't share your troubles and happiness with your wife and support each other in troubled times, then you shouldn't even get married. Look at our Yue family, we are one of the big 4 families. There are so many girls in this world, did you think you won't be able to find one? Yes, Yue Yang decided to feign himself as the fool who drowned himself on the river. After the crisis was over, he would wait for an opportunity to explain. Sanyar, it's good if you understand. Xia Yang is relieved now. The beautiful woman had been prepared to persuade him for a long time, but the boy had unexpectedly came around after jumping once into the river. She thought that miracles did exist. The beautiful woman then told Yue Yang to rest well. She released the small girl and stood up, preparing to leave the room. Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, luckily he had managed to hide the truth. But now he had to find a way to slip away, just in case that chap who drowned himself didn't die and came back. Everything would then be exposed. The beautiful woman held the small girl's hands and walked towards the door, then suddenly turned back and asked, Sanyar, will you promise me that you wouldn't try anything rash? You may look weak but you have a strong mind inside. Even though you might look agreeable on the outside, you have a stubborn heart, that I know. Please don't wait until I'm gone and do foolish things behind my back again. You really won't do anything rash again, right? No, I won't. Yue Yang shook his head like a rattle drum. Why would he kill himself? He still need to find that old Daoist priest to seek revenge. The beautiful woman looked at Yue Yang's face that was full of sincerity and her heart felt much better. Xia Yang trusts you, Sanyar. Don't ever try to kill yourself again. Your parents are not here anymore. Your 4th uncle had no sons and I'm infertile, Bing Er is a girl and Zhuang Er is still so young. Your father and 4th uncle didn't have anyone else to continue our family's line, so it's all up to you now. Remember this, okay? Yue Yang sweated profusely, thinking, no, you can't leave it up to me, I'm not your Sanyar. Your Sanyar had already become fish food, I'm afraid that this matter of continuing bloodline won't ever be fulfilled. But of course, he couldn't say it out loud. He simply nodded and muttered a small yes. The small girl was getting bored, so she let go of the woman's hands and jumped out of the door, scampering away in an instant. The beautiful woman called out at the small girl but she didn't listen, so she had to chase after the small girl. Even as she walked out the door, she turned back again and said worriedly, Sanyar, don't be too depressed. Even your stupid uncle only managed to fulfill his first contract 1 month before his 20th birthday. Don't you still have 3 months left? You had worked hard for so many years. It's still not the end yet, do you want to give up now? Nobody from our Yue family had ever failed to make a contract with a summoning grimoire. Trust me, you won't be an exception, I think, maybe it was because your parents sealed your grimoire when you were young. They didn't want you to successfully make a grimoire contract at such a young age and then become arrogant. Continue to train hard, okay? Otherwise, with the talent you displayed since you were young, how could you not make a contract? Believe in me, you have your parents' blood flowing through your veins, you'll definitely be a talented and outstanding person in the future. You will be successful, so you must not be discouraged and try even harder. Grimoire contract? What the heck is a summoning grimoire? Maybe the bloodline of that drowning guy was good, but he was not him, he was just a normal guy. If he had any outstanding aspects, it could only be his good skills in playing games, especially the games from overseas. Yue Yang didn't know how to make a contract with any grimoire, but after listening to the beautiful woman, he could guess that the guy who looked like himself decided to commit suicide because he had given up all hope. That guy didn't have any parents and couldn't succeed in making a contract with whatever grimoire for so long, then her fiancé refused their engagement. He must have thought life was too hard to live on and drowned himself. The sadder thing was that although he tried to drown himself, the one who was saved was actually another person who looked like him. In the end he himself was brought back here, and that pitiful 18-something guy had probably bought a free, express ticket to the bottom of the ocean. The only thing that Yue Yang didn't understand was how could he himself be in the river? Is it because that old Daoist priest kicked me into the river? Why would he kick him into the river? Or did that old geezer wanted him to be reborn as this pitiful guy? Yue Yang thought until beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. This joke went too far. Sanyar, you should rest first. These are my thoughts. Even if you can't make a contract with the grimoire, you are still my precious Sanyar. I think of you as my own son, so even if we had to sell all of our wealth, we'll think of something for your future. Your 4th uncle may not say it out loud, but he also thought the same way. Sanyar, just concentrate on recovering. Maybe tomorrow you could suddenly make a contract successfully. The beautiful woman then repeatedly asked him to rest before turning her body and walked out of the room. Yue Yang was moved by her words. Although her concern wasn't directed towards him, she was really kind towards that pitiful guy. He thought it was foolish of him to commit suicide. Such a good stepmother, how could you find another in the world? Instead of cherishing what he had, that pitiful boy drowned himself for his failed engagement. Serves him right. Yue Yang's heart was not thinking objectively anymore. He had wanted a person who loved him that much, but he couldn't even have one. He looked at the beautiful woman exiting the room and heaved a sigh of relief. If only he was that Sanyar and had such a nice stepmother. Unfortunately, he wasn't that pitiful guy. Lying back in his bed, his gaze fell onto a huge book with a gold cover on the table. It looked a little bronze, its color faded and old. It was strangely thick, 2 or 3 times thicker than a normal book. The cover was even filled with strange, ancient characters. Yue Yang felt a strange attraction towards that book. There seemed to be an unknown being who slowly called him forth. That kind of feeling felt just like the anticipation of installing a game, waiting impatiently to scroll the mouse and clicking on the start button. Yue Yang subconsciously reached his hands out, wanting to touch that strange-looking golden book. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his fingers touched the book, that book suddenly shone with a golden light. The whole room was filled with a golden light. Under such a bright light, Yue Yang used his other hand and covered his eyes. He almost couldn't open his eyes due to the strong light. Suddenly, an endless flow of knowledge surged into his brain violently. Furthermore, it was so strong that it couldn't be stopped. Yue Yang didn't even have the time to react as his brain was stuffed with strange knowledge to the brim. On the other side, the book was still emitting a strong light, like there were still even more knowledge to be transmitted. His mind seemed to understood countless of things, but also not comprehending them. He couldn't grab the main knowledge and was unable to understand clearly the knowledge he had learned. Now, Yue Yang was in a situation where he seemed to understand, but not to understand, seemed clear but not too clear, such a confused state. Inside his body, there seemed to be a change. It seemed like something had awakened. It felt like a mysterious power that had slept inside him for all this while was awakened. The revelation seemed like heralds of angels singing at heaven's gate, causing Yue Yang to tremble all over. Although his ears couldn't hear it, his heart heard the voice very clearly. Indeed, a mysterious power was calling to himself from within his body. But he didn't understand what it meant and only heard the mysterious power call. It was such a unique experience, the voice sounding even more heavenly than an angel's song, immersing him deep within. That kind of beautiful voice can move a person's soul, like a mother's lullaby you heard when you are sick as a kid. Thousands of words would not be able to describe that feeling. At the same time, in the midst of his consciousness, Yue Yang saw a flying sword emitting a strange light. It was mysteriously spinning on its own, the strangeness of it all can't be described in words. The flying sword was then held in the hands of a fairy. It looked like she was singing and dancing gracefully, freely moving across the empty space. What the heck is all this? The golden light engulfing Yue Yang slowly disappeared, returning back into the book, barely shining in between of Yue Yang's fingers and the book itself. The silence returned as the mysterious call disappeared. That flying sword also started to disappear without trace. Yue Yang snapped back into reality and was surprised to find that his fingers were shining with light. Yue Yang froze and wriggled his fingers. The golden light slowly disappeared. However, that bronze-colored book that looked really heavy unexpectedly started to float in the air and stopped in front of him. The feeling it gave Yue Yang right now was not that of a heavy golden book, but something that was a part of him, like his own arm or legs. At the door, the beautiful woman stood awestruck, her face full of tears. She leaned on the sides of the door, using the door to support her trembling, emotional body. Then, her body seemed to lose strength as she fell onto the ground. She had watched everything, her face showing an extremely surprised but happy expression. Her tears flowed like a stream of water, dripping onto her clothes. Sanyar, did you succeed in making a contract with a summoning grimoire? Is this real? Am I dreaming? Heavens above, this is all thanks to Big Sis' blessings. Big Sis, did you see that Sanyar had succeeded in making a contract? I've said it before, Sanyar is not a good for nothing, thank heavens that he's not. I thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of our Sanyar. The beautiful woman kneeled on the ground, her emotions flowing uncontrolled. She kowtowed sincerely, thanking the heavens for their blessings. Her white forehead had become red due to her kowtows, and the floor wet with her tears. But the beautiful woman didn't mind the pain and continued to kowtow and give thanks. Yue Yang quickly came over and tried to help Si Niang up. Although he was a fake, he was still moved by the beautiful woman. At the door, the small girl had returned too, her hands holding a big red pinwheel. She tilted her head and asked, "Mom, why are you crying on the floor?" The small girl's question snapped the beautiful woman back to reality. She quickly wiped her tears that drenched her whole face. As Yue Yang watched her face, which was a total mess, he felt warm tears pooling in his eyes. He took in a deep breath and calmed his emotions, then tried to help her wipe her tears. The beautiful woman didn't let him help her and moved his hands away. She then hurriedly ran out of the room. Yue Yang stared at her disappearing back for a long while. Xiao San Gage, why was mom crying on the floor? The small girl asked curiously, but she didn't really pursue the matter further. Instead, she raised the big pinwheel in her hands and said, "Look, isn't my pinwheel pretty? I bought it on a street market. There are even sweet rock candies selling on the streets, but mom didn't buy it for me. Xiao San Gage, I want to learn how to ride a horse. My pinwheel would only turn faster if I was riding the horse fast enough." Yue Yang sweated, why is this girl so mischievous? Riding horse? Could it be that pitiful guy who drowned himself always took her for a ride? He shouldn't let this small girl found out that he was not the same person. But he also couldn't let her ride a horse, what would happen if she fell? But he didn't have to reject the small girl's request, he just need to play with her. Yue Yang picked the girl up, raised her up high in the air and bring her down again, making her giggle with happiness. After a few times of that, the small girl had already forgotten her request and leapt happily into his arms. Ha, it was a small task for Yue Yang to subdue the little girl. Outside the door, the beautiful woman who had washed her tears away had returned. Yue Yang quickly put the small girl down. But the small girl didn't let go of her small hands, still wanting to be carried in his arms. The beautiful woman then pulled the small girl away from Yue Yang and said happily, "Sanyar, quick, let Xia Niang see your inherent skill and guardian spirit. Sanyar, I've said it before that you would definitely succeed. Ah, this is so good, after working hard for so many years, you have finally succeeded. Sanyar, you have finally become an outstanding person. Quick, open the summoning grimoire and let Xia Niang look, I'm so excited to see it. Inherent skill? Guardian spirit beast?" Yue Yang's head was filled with questions once again, just like the time when he was stuffed with knowledge by the mysterious light. Earlier, he had understood one thing. He had been transported to another dimension. This is not Earth, this is another world. In this world, the Soaring Dragon Continent, there were a group of people that were called the Rankers. Rankers were strong powerhouses that had succeeded in contracting grimoires. Many of these talented Rankers had come from the renowned clans and households that had held their reputations for thousands of years. They are the 3 royal households, 4 major houses and 4 great sects. Aside from the 3 royal households that would cultivate the next emperor, there were 4 major houses of Feng, Wind, Shui, Snow, Yu, Earth, and Yan, Fire. There were also the mysterious 4 great sects. The 4 great sects gathered many strong rankers to pursue the heaven's way, and didn't usually concern themselves with the things in the mortal world. But they would send their disciples out from the mountains once every 3 years, as their final training. Amongst the many rankers, besides the people from the royal households and the 4 major houses, there are only a handful of talents who managed to make a contract with a very special kind of treasure, the summoning grimoire. The superiority of a summoning grimoire depended on its user. Everyone would have the chance to reach the pinnacle of all rankers. No, actually there was very little chance to reach the pinnacle of rankers. Yue Yang found out that in this Soaring Dragon Continent, it's almost purely a summoner's world. There were no magic nor inner energy, only summons. Summoning skills in this continent could be anything. There were element summoning skills that were like magic, and also strengthening type summoning skills that would increase your strength like inner energy. There were also beast spirit summoning type. Anyway, summoning skills in this world were as normal as students going to school. There were even schools specializing in teaching summoning. Although almost everyone can summon, not everyone can possess a summoning grimoire. On the contrary, a grimoire user could be hardly seen in this world. Taking an analogy, a summoning grimoire user is like the 1 in 100 million students who could enter Harvard or Cambridge. Everyone wanted to have a grimoire, but it was the privilege of a handful of talents. When making a contract with a summoning grimoire, every grimoire user would try to awaken an inherent skill sleeping within their bodies. They would also obtain a guardian spirit most suitable for the user. Okay, but I'm not really sure what's my inherent skill. Yue Yang was also curious with the knowledge in his mind. What inherent skill could the summoning grimoire actually awakened? He mouthed a prayer and hoped it wasn't instant noodles, AV, games, lacy lingeries or, see-through censored related stuff, otherwise he'd be finished. Please don't let it be a neat related inherent skill, otherwise he'll be dead if the beautiful woman saw it. When Yue Yang turned his summoning grimoire, he realized that the first page was his own portrait. He looked rather handsome. Below it, his status was written, Level 1 Beginner Apprentice. Under the apprentice words, there was a simple line of rank description. Apprentice, you are the weakest existence in this world, but with hard work, as a grimoire user, you still have hope to become stronger. Yue Yang cringed the moment he saw that. The weakest existence are ants, okay? No matter how weak he was still stronger than ants. Such a belittling description made him feel really bad. Skipping over the rank description, the next half page described his inherent skill. According to the knowledge passed to Yue Yang by the grimoire, everyone had their own unique inherent skill. Only a handful of people would have an identical inherent skill, but almost everyone's inherent skills were totally different. Of course, this might be because there were not many people who had a summoning grimoire. The moment he saw his inherent skill, Yue Yang was flabbergasted. His inherent skill was not instant noodle, AV movie, or games, but it was an inherent skill that caused Yue Yang to sweat in nervousness. To be precise, it was an unusual, very rarely seen, very mysterious, very jealousy-inducing twin-star inherent skill. Originally, everyone's inherent skill will appear as a picture below the summoner's portrait, but Yue Yang's inherent skill picture was two pictures joined into one. On the left was a mysterious figure, that could be vaguely recognized as Yue Yang's figure. On the right was a shadow of a person's side view, hidden in darkness. If there wasn't another figure to compare, it would be difficult to recognize that it was Yue Yang. The features on his face weren't clear, other than a wolf-like eyes, there were no other recognizable face characteristics. The whole picture was dark and blurry, other than the eyes that were shining like a star, there existed no other light. The thing that drove Yue Yang mad was the twin-star inherent skills description. Counterfeit, you are as cunning as a fox and as treacherous as a poisonous snake. You are like an usurping chameleon who live under a camouflage. You are a facade, nobody can see through your heart. Your inherent skill will increase with your level. Your inherent skill current level is 1. Divine vision, you have eagle-like eyes and sage-like reactions. You are like a death god that sees through living things' soul. You have an all-seeing vision that sees through the world, so you will be immune to illusionary or fake debuffs. Your inherent skill will increase with your level. Your inherent skill current level is 1. Whoa, Yue Yang almost fell to the ground. Was he that cunning and treacherous? Although he liked to watch censored adult videos and would try to use his eyes to see through the pixels, this skill was something that all perverts can do. When it comes to vision, Yue Yang didn't think that he was actually that good, because usually when actresses wore different clothes and put on their makeup, other than Sora Aoi, Akiho Yoshizawa, and Yuma Asami, he wouldn't recognize anyone else. Was this even counted as divine vision? As for counterfeit, it was even harder to explain. He don't even know how to apply makeup and so on, and at the most, he would just lie a little. Furthermore, who had not lied before? Even a kid would lie if his parents asked whether he had watched a sex tape. This twin-star inherent skill. Yue Yang was so depressed that he wanted to hide in a corner and draw circles on the ground. Sanyar, it's okay if you don't have an inherent skill. As long as you work hard, I believe that you could be a strong ranker like your father, the beautiful woman comforted Yue Yang as her eyes turned red, her voice choked with emotions. Ah! Yue Yang was bewildered, he obviously had the twin-star inherent skill, why did she said that there was none? Could it be that she couldn't see my inherent skill? Could this be the effect of the counterfeit skill? So it is a passive skill? It couldn't be, Yue Yang jumped and pointed at the picture on the summoning grimoire. He gulped nervously as he asked, can't you see the picture here? You really couldn't see the words written here. I'm changing Yue Yang's inherent skill to counterfeit instead of camouflage. I have very bad naming sense, sorry. Xia Yang is not actually her real name. It technically means fourth godmother, but it sounds weird if I used that every time Xia Yang is mentioned. Hearing Yue Yang's question, the beautiful woman was startled. From her point of view, below Sanyar's portrait, the summoning grimoire only showed a blank space. There were not even a single picture or words. But Sanyar did not look like he was lying, could it be that his inherent skill was actually active? An inherent skill that she couldn't see? Sanyar, don't lie to Xia Yang. Do you really have an inherent skill? Xia Yang can't see it, what kind of inherent skill is it? The beautiful woman felt like her heart was at her throat and her eyes almost popping out as she nervously held Yue Yang's hands. It's camouflage, my inherent skill is camouflage. Yue Yang rubbed the back of his head as he told a lie. He realized that he was really as cunning as a fox. It's good if you really have an inherent skill. Oh my, I was so scared. The beautiful woman was relieved. Her pale hands patted her chest as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Every grimoire user would have awakened their own inherent skill. If Sanyar didn't have it, then he would definitely be looked down upon and be labeled as a good for nothing. No matter what inherent skill it was fine as long as you had one. Sanyar's unseen camouflage inherent skill could even be an extremely good inherent skill. The beautiful woman happily reached out her hands and patted Yue Yang's head. Sanyar, Xia Yang is really happy for you. With this camouflage inherent skill, you would definitely be successful in the future. The small girl, watching her mother patting Yue Yang's head, also reached out her soft, white and small hands towards his head. The moment she saw her causing trouble, the beautiful woman quickly put her down from her arms. The beautiful woman calmed her heart and then signaled Yue Yang to turn the page of his summoning grimoire, turn over to the next page, Sanyar, look at your guardian beast. Shuang stay still, let your older brother turn the page. Be good, stand here beside me okay? Is this mist? It's all white. Is your guardian beast a mist-type beast? Not bad, although element-type beasts take a long time to grow, they are really strong. Although in the beginning it is not as strong as the strengthening-type and fighting-type beasts, at a later stage, they would become much stronger. As long as it is not the special-type beast then it's okay. Saniar, your guardian beast is really good. TLN, so there's element-type, strengthening-type, fighting-type, and special-type beasts. The beautiful woman happily clapped her hands, smiling excitedly. Yue Yang was dumbfounded instead. Because what he saw was definitely not a white fog, but a dark shadow of a figure. A shadow that looked exactly like his shadow. Below the shadow, there were a few lines of description. It was the description of his guardian beast. Phantom Shadow, Special Type, Level 1. You can control your own shadow. Each shadow will have half of your strength. Shadows can be joined together to increase their size. Yue Yang slowly put his hands on the phantom shadow picture as a golden light began to glow underneath his fingers. Is that so? At the same time, a knowledge about summoning the guardian beast flashed across his mind. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, as long as you train hard, you would still be able to learn 1 or 2 summoning skills or make a contract with beasts, even if you were a normal warrior. But because they don't have a summoning grimoire, the number of beasts they could summon is limited. Normally, a warrior could only make a contract with 1 beast. Only a handful of talented warriors might be able to make a contract with 2. However, a grimoire user would not have a limit in making contracts. Every page in the summoning grimoire was open for a beast's contract, until all pages were full. However, the best thing about a summoning grimoire was not the limit in making contracts, but allowing a grimoire user to have his own guardian beast. This type of guardian beasts were not the same as the normal beasts. They would never die nor betray their master. Guardian beasts would also grow alongside its master, there was no need for other conditions to be met. As long the user's power increased, or that the summoning grimoire level increased, the guardian beast would also be stronger. Yue Yang had actually wanted to summon a shadow, to see what it looked like. But what confused him was that he couldn't summon them out. From the knowledge in his memories, the reason that the summoning failed was because his mana wasn't enough. Yue Yang could also feel it in his heart that summoning his phantom shadow would need at least 10 times as much mana as the normal beasts. What's wrong? The beautiful woman looked at Yue Yang's surprised expression and asked with concern, what happened? It's nothing. My mana is not enough to summon my guardian beast right now. Yue Yang shook his head as a thought flashed across his mind. This guardian beast phantom shadow should be kept a secret. Even if he could summon it later on, he shouldn't summon it in front of others that easily. That beast should remain his secret weapon. Saniar, don't worry. Summoning an element-type beasts require quite a lot of mana, it's normal if you can't summon it in the beginning. Your guardian beasts will definitely help you as you grow. The beautiful woman quickly comforted Yue Yang. Yes, I will train hard so that I could summon it quickly. Yue Yang said that, but he had a different thought in his heart. Through the knowledge in his memories, he knew the normal mana required for summoning beasts. If it was simply summoning a normal element-type beast, Yue Yang was confident that he could definitely summon them. However, his own phantom shadow had required 10 times more mana than a normal beast. It was simply too high. Right now it was only level 1, if it leveled up more, he was afraid that the mana requirement will be even more. However, this was not really a bad thing, because the more mana it required, the more powerful his summoned guardian beast would be. For example, Yue Yang's guardian beast phantom shadow that required 10 times more mana compared to normal beasts, would have a power difference like a rifle compared to an arrow. Although both weapons are long-ranged, they had a great difference in power. Through the knowledge in his memory, Yue Yang also found out that the biggest difference between his phantom shadow and other people's guardian beasts was not its power. It's the summoning duration. A normal warrior's beast summon would disappear within 1 hour every time they were summoned. On the other hand, talented warriors might last up to 2 to 3 hours. And then, there were a handful of talents who could manage to summon for up to 5 hours. But this type of people were extremely rare. Yue Yang touched the picture of phantom shadow on his grimoire. Although he could not summon the beast, he could still feel the shadow's power. He could feel its power resonating within his heart. After closely feeling the shadow, he was surprised to find out that his shadow could last up to 10 days if it was summoned. WoCAO, TLN, similar to WTF, Yue Yang was suddenly nervous. This secret must never be known by others. Otherwise he could be regarded as a monster and kidnapped to be experimented on in a laboratory. Xiao San Gaig, what does WoCAO mean? The little girl blinked her curious doe eyes and asked innocently. That is a special ability of an extremely strong mythical beast. It is extremely strong, when unleashed, it would intimidate the enemies. It could even cause the enemy to get crazy, demented, beat their chest wildly, grab people's hair, stomp their feet, bang their heads on the walls and other sorts of stuff mentally challenged people will do. This ability will be more effective against ladies, but it won't be effective against people who have really thick skins or high mental defense. You know, this kind mythical beast usually lived in the depths of a desert. They love to eat grasses and bask under the sun. They would especially love to lie, in a deep troughs, cao, and eat the grasses that grew there. Such a beast, why is it so powerful then? It is extremely powerful. Other than the peerless mythical beasts such as the celestial crab asterisk, it won't lose to anyone. It can even be on par with mythical beasts such as the Jacques lizard asterisk and the elegant butterfly asterisk. Alright, I will only explain so much, it's not good if we talk too much into detail. Asterisk TLN, Tian Chao He Xiat, lit. Celestial crab. However, it was actually a pun for China's internet censorship. Forums and internet are heavily regulated in China, making it very hard for people to curse. For example, if you write fuck in the Chinese forums, in Chinese of course, it would appear as. Hence various slangs have appeared, such as Yumi Dai, lit. Elegant butterfly, Yumit. Yak11, lit. Jacques lizard. Yue Yang explained tirelessly to the curious little girl. The beautiful woman had thought that this boy had been so nervous that he accidentally cursed in the beginning. But after watching him explaining sincerely and decently, she had almost thought that there were really such a weirdly named mythical beast in this world. Furthermore, what he said had made sense. Of course, she also knew that mythical beasts were not that easy to summon. Even top summoners could only manage to summon a few of these mythical beasts, let alone a level 1 apprentice. Thus such a high ambition is intolerable. She quickly warned Yue Yang, Sanyar, all these mythical beasts are all powerful beasts, so they won't make a contract with a weak summoner. Don't think about them now, train your summoning abilities first and work hard to increase your mana. It may be too late this year, but next year your uncle and I will send you to a school. You should work hard, I know that you'll be successful in the future. Yes, yes. Yue Yang wiped off his cold sweat. Luckily she didn't hear him curse, otherwise he would receive a slap across his mouth. After he sent away the beautiful woman who was in good mood and the small girl who was reluctant to leave, Yue Yang could finally sigh a breath of relief. He had managed to hide his identity. She didn't recognize him as fake goods. However, what will happen to him in the future? Right now he could still pretend, but later on if he met that fourth uncle or other relatives and friends and yet could not recognize them, he would definitely be found out. Yue Yang hurriedly searched for the things that drowned pitiful guy had possibly left over. There could be stuff that would explain the drowned guy more, best if it was a diary or something along that line. After looking for the whole day, the table, wardrobe, and everything else in the room was all flipped over. There really was a diary, but it didn't help much. The pitiful guy had only written about his summoning meditation and also his Yue family's spear technique training journal. Yue Yang realized that the pitiful guy was actually quite hard-working. He was not able to make a contract with the summoning grimoire, but his Yue family's spear technique training was progressing well. However, from this diary, Yue Yang found out that the pitiful guy didn't reveal his training progress to the others. He had wanted to surprise his family on the day he managed to make a contract with his summoning grimoire. It was due to this that everyone had thought he was good for nothing. The pitiful guy had also noted that the Yue family spear technique was a weapon art technique that was handed down through the generations of Yue family. When combined with a strong fighting beast type spirit beast, it would become extremely powerful. He also wrote in his diary that it was really regrettable that half of the spear technique manual was lost, because of a villain who had killed a Yue family ancestor, who was an extremely powerful martial artist expert, 1,000 years ago. If the Yue family had owned the whole spear technique manual, he believed they wouldn't have merely ranked third amongst the 4 big houses. They would have been the first. Even with only half of the technique left, the Yue family's spear technique was still a reputable weapon art. Although it was not the most powerful technique, the technique had produced many strong, undefeatable warriors. For example, the pitiful guy's father was the strongest warrior in the Yue family, a talent that came once in 100 years. It was a pity he left this world early, halting the abrupt rise of the Yue family. Spear technique. Yue Yang was big-headed when he saw it. Although he was a shut-in and never practiced martial arts before, he knew quite a bit about martial arts techniques. There was a poem that says, "It takes a month to learn how to wield a stick, a year to wield a blade, and a lifetime to wield a spear." But a treasure sword would not even be mastered in a lifetime. Amongst the difficulty level of weapons, spears were the hardest to master. If not for a long time of harsh training, it would be hard to yield any results. There were a lot of spear techniques and every family's or school of spear technique would have their own specialties. It could be said that there would not even be enough time even if you use your whole lifetime to master the spear. But this spear technique. The pitiful guy had studied it for a few decades, yet it was still in its early stages of training. Yue Yang decided to forget about the spear technique first. What he needed right now was an ability, not a weapon art that he would need to spend his whole life training with. Furthermore, the importance of weapon and martial arts in the Soaring Dragon Continent had dwindled. Mastering a martial art technique, even a normal one, was extremely difficult. It would be hard to break through the third mastery level no matter how hard you train. Because of that, even the most powerful techniques such as the Yue family spear technique, were not as powerful as last time. Furthermore, the Yue family spear technique needed to be complemented with a suitable spirit beast before its full power could be displayed. Weapon skills were like China's ancient martial arts skills, you could improve your physical abilities with training. However, summoning was similar to shooting. Your power depends more on the type of gun you hold, no matter how good your skill was. Summoning did not need harsh training. You would be powerful if your spirit beast was powerful. Even a person who have trained a weapon technique for decades might not be able to master it. In a battle, that person who had trained for over a decade might even lose to a person who had just successfully made a contract with a spirit beast. This was because the person would only need to summon a poisonous snake or a wind wolf that to kill the person who trained for weapon arts. Under these conditions, no one was willing to spend their time and hard work to learn a weapon technique. Everyone would rather train their summoning skills. In addition, the most powerful weapon skill had already been burnt in a fire 3,000 years ago. The only weapon skills that were passed down through the years were either the performance kind or the simple and easy to learn weapon skills. Even the secret Yue family's spear technique was actually the fifth oldest weapon arts in Soaring Dragon Continent. This could only prove how low the weapon and martial arts had fallen. In the history of the Soaring Dragon Continent, previously, the strongest among the three big countries was actually the Jun royal family, who focused their strength on weapon arts. However, because they still focused on their weapon arts until now, they became the weakest family amongst the three big countries now. It was difficult to catch up to with the new age. He actually had two rivals in love. Even after reading the diary the whole day, Yue Yang still didn't really understand the situation of his family. But he found out the pitiful guy's arch-enemies. One of them was his cousin called Yue Yang, the fourth oldest in the family. He was born a few days later than the pitiful guy. But because of that, he missed the chance to get engaged with the daughter of Xue family. Having lost the chance to get engaged just because of a few days' difference had made Yue Yang bitter and dissatisfied. Thus, he frequently ridiculed and bullied the pitiful guy. The other arch-enemy was the son of the Dao Feng mayor, Xue Qianren. This Xue Qianren was said to be a genius. He displayed an extraordinary inherent skill when he was 6, and at 10, he successfully made a contract with a summoning grimoire. But even with such a powerful resume, he was ruthlessly rejected when his family tried to arrange a political marriage with the Xue family. He was still rejected even when the engagement between the pitiful guy and the daughter of the Xue family was broken. Hence, it could be said that Xue Qianren hated the pitiful guy to the bone. Having read his diary to the end, Yue Yang felt that the pitiful guy's life was really pitiful. He couldn't marry his wife, yet made two arch-enemies out of it. Only a beauty who had the ability is a beauty. If a guy has no abilities, then he is just a person that bring harm to others. Yue Yang decided that he would not think about the Xue family's daughter at all. Even if she looked like a goddess, he would simply ignore her. There were a lot of beauties in the world, why should he be fixated on one? Why should he give up the forest just for one tree? If he had the abilities, which beauty would not want him? The reason for Xue family's daughter breaking the engagement, wasn't it because the pitiful guy was a good-for-nothing? If the pitiful guy was an emperor, he could have thousands of beauties in his harem. If he was a corrupt official, he could simply pretended to do his job and still have a mistress. If he was a rich businessman, having a mistress would be normal, he could even have a threesome if he want. But if he was a nobody, for example a farmer, it would be weird if the Xue family daughter didn't make a ruckus or try to cut his little brother if he tried to have an extramarital affair. But of course, the pitiful guy had no chance for this anymore. Xue family's daughter had broken the engagement, and the pitiful guy had become fish food in the river. However, the lesson to be learned was that you should try your best to get rich and successful first, and then you could choose a person to share your life with. As Yue Yang indulged in his fantasy, he slowly fell asleep. Hazily, he thought he had entered the imaginary space in his mind when he made the contract with his summoning grimoire earlier. When he was thinking of ways to bring the flying sword out, that shining flying sword suddenly turned into a beautiful goddess wearing a white, heavenly gown. Its long, white sash danced in the wind and as her slender, beautiful legs danced lightly on the ground. Gracefully moving her wrist, her long dainty fingers danced in the air. Her slim waist moved beautifully as the unmatched beauty danced in front of Yue Yang. Watching such a magical scene, Yue Yang's drool almost turned into a waterfall, his mouth opened wide without any sign of stopping. Heavenly sword goddess? That flying sword that he snatched from the old Daoist priest was actually a heavenly sword goddess? The white-gowned goddess continued to dance gracefully, as beautiful as lotus flowers in a pond. As her hands danced 1,000 moves, her beauty could not be described with words. A big, beautiful rainbow appeared behind the goddess suddenly as thousands of fresh flowers bloomed, drifting in the wind like a butterfly. Yue Yang had thought that it was the magnificent ending to the goddess dance performance and was preparing to give her a standing ovation, when suddenly that goddess unleashed an transparent sword chi from her fingers through the empty space. The attack was extremely powerful, able to separate the heaven and earth. Seeing how the beautiful goddess had a power that could shake the earth, Yue Yang was dumbstruck. Was this her power? So frightening. In reality, the frightening thing had yet to come. Suddenly, the goddess turned her beautiful body and in a flash, she was right in front of the dumbstruck Yue Yang. Her pearl-white hands that had the power to destroy the heavens, suddenly seemed to condense the power of thousands of swords in it. And her finger was pointed at Yue Yang's forehead. Wa! Yue Yang was scared to death, as he cried out in fear and suddenly woke up. He only realized that it was just a dream after quite a while. There was no goddess who was pointing a bomb towards his head. However, when he tried to remember the goddess, he found out that a mysterious technique had been quietly hidden in the depths of his mind. As Yue Yang thought about the event just now, an unfamiliar name flashed across his mind: Innate Invisible Sword Chi. Sword Chi. Even though Yue Yang was an idiot, he knew he had gotten himself a treasure. There was no need to say much, the word innate could already show the prowess of this sword skill. If one had mastered the Yu clan's spear technique in its full power and reached its pinnacle, he could be considered to have an innate rank skill. However, right now, don't even ask if there was anyone in the Yu family who had an innate rank skill, there hadn't been anyone since thousands of years ago. Previously, the pitiful guy's father had had the most potential of breaking through the innate rank, but unfortunately, he died early. Yu family had lost a talented warrior with an enormous potential. Right now the only warriors who had an innate rank skills were from the heavenly imperial guardians that protected the 3 royal households and 2 from the Feng and Shui major clans each. However, from the gossips by the common folks, the 2 innate rankers in the Feng and Shui family were those kind of old geezers who had lived for 400 to 500 years. Nobody would ever knew the truth. The most important thing to Yue Yang was that amongst all the innate rankers, they did not achieve the innate rank all by themselves. Innate rankers. The reason why they could enter into the innate realm was because they had a holy beast or a mythical beast. With the assimilation of holy beast and mythical beast, one's strength and growth potential would skyrocket. It would be easier to enter the innate rank this way. However, this process was extremely slow and would take at least 100 years. Some people would even need 200 to 300 years to truly enter the innate realm and become an innate ranker. However, every Soaring Dragon Continent's warrior would need to train for at least 100 years to master a prerequisite skill before they could start mastering an innate skill. Yue Yang realized that he could simply start mastering this innate skill. The innate invisible sword chi skill that the heavenly sword goddess taught him in his dreams did not have any prerequisites. To enter the innate realm, he would need to assimilate with the earth and the atmosphere, absorbing the spiritual energy in them. He would wash his body with the spiritual energy and increase the resolution in his spirit. This would not only change the whole structure of his body from his flesh and muscles to his bone marrows, but also train his sword chi skill to break into the innate realm and attain enlightenment. Old geezer, no, master, this heavenly sword goddess should be your granddaughter. Since you have betrothed your granddaughter to your disciple, I will take great care of her and let her lead a happy life. Master, if you did not reply me, then I would take that you have agreed. I'll count to 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, you have agreed, thank you, master. The shameless guy put his palms together and mumbled to himself. If these words were heard by the old Daoist priest, he would probably kick this shameless guy to the netherworld and fried him alive with the flames of hell. Yue Yang had wanted to sleep a little more and meet with the sword spirit again, but he was too excited to sleep. He tried hard to calm his heart which was beating wildly, and started to train innate invisible sword ki first stage. Yue Yang was not a hard-working person in the first place, but this concerned his lifetime happiness. He felt that he needed to master the skill no matter what, and in the shortest time possible. He would then train during the day and in his dreams at night. The heavenly sword goddess would instruct him with the skill and then disappear immediately. Yue Yang thought that she was observing her fiancé's improvement, so he trained even harder in his dreams. At first, the process of assimilating the spiritual energy from the earth and the atmosphere was extremely slow. Even after trying to absorb for the whole day, he only managed to collect a few drops. However, Yue Yang found that his mind could better connect with the earth and atmosphere in the mysterious space in his dreams. The spiritual energy absorption speed also increased by multiple folds. Hence, Yue Yang would usually be fast asleep, training in his dreams. He slept as much as possible until his head ached, before getting up to stretch and continue to train inside his house. For his lifetime happiness, Yue Yang shut himself in his rooms, training diligently. The beautiful woman visited him a few times but had found him deep asleep. She thought that Yue Yang's body had become very weak after trying to drown himself, so much that he needed to rest and sleep that much. Sometimes she would see Yue Yang meditating seriously. She thought that he was training his summoning skills diligently, and felt extremely glad. Every day, she would visit Yue Yang with the small girl. Today, the beautiful woman told him a good news. Saniar, your fourth uncle had heard the news that you had successfully made a contract with a summoning grimoire. He was extremely ecstatic and had went to our clan's main castle to report the good news to our clan elder. He would come back in a few days. Also, with the 1,000 gold we had saved these few years, he had managed to buy a Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill from the Floating Mist Market. We believe it would help a lot with your training if you took the pill. You could even be promoted to level 2 and break into a new realm, advancing from your current beginner rank. Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. As Yue Yang heard the name, the knowledge in his brain seemed to swirl again, and he suddenly recognized the name. Amongst the 4 major clans, if there were talented warriors who could not make a contract with a summoning grimoire, they would usually seek help from the 4 great sects. These 4 great sects would usually have a few spirit pills for sale, and these pills were extremely expensive. After taking these pills, the probability of successfully contracting a summoning grimoire would increase a whole lot. Although the success probability was not 100%, but it was at least 30%. Because of this, naturally there would be countless of people after it. However, the spirit pills released by the 4 great sects was a luxury good that commoners could never afford. First, the amount was limited, and second, the price was exorbitant. Yue Yang was extremely shocked with the immeasurable love that the beautiful woman and her husband had shown to the pitiful guy. They did everything they could, even to the point of buying a Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill for him. Based on the currency here, 1 gold is equivalent to 100 silver or 10,000 copper coins. 1,000 gold means 10 million copper coins. The beautiful woman had sold all their family's wealth and even pawned her dowry in order to raise the funds for the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill. Yue Yang had seen that the beautiful woman had only been wearing simple ornaments in her head. From this, one could only imagine the worth of 1,000 gold coins. If not for the inheritance they received from their clan, who would have such a large amount of money to buy a spirit pill? The beautiful woman had supported the pitiful guy to such an extreme extent. You could give the pill to Shuangyi Mimi, I have already made the contract successfully. Yue Yang couldn't help but felt touched. The beautiful woman was truly benevolent. What foolish things are you saying? Shuangyi is still young, how would you know if she could not make a summoning grimoire contract in the future? Maybe next year this girl could even already successfully contracted a grimoire. This Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill is bought for you. Although you have successfully made the contract, you contracted it a little late. If you take the pill, you could catch up to your peers and live up to your fourth uncle and my hopes. Your parents would also hope that you would be successful in the future and bring glory to our Yue clan. Why are you so stubborn? The beautiful woman was immediately unhappy hearing Yue Yang's rejection and showed a displeased expression. She advised him with thoughtful words, Saniar, although your fourth uncle a low-ranked government official, our family could be considered well off. But it was not easy to save 1,000 gold, so you shouldn't waste our good intentions. Yes, I was wrong. Yue Yang hurriedly agreed. Although the spirit pill was not bought for him, but he was deeply moved with the beautiful woman's kind feelings. I have already written a letter to ask Bing Er to take a leave from her school and come back home. She could teach you some basic summoning skills. I think she would be back by tomorrow, maybe you can check if you need to prepare anything. Niang knew you are hardworking, but don't train too much, you have to know your own limits. Rest well tonight, don't meditate anymore. The beautiful woman didn't know that Yue Yang had been sleeping and eating well these few days. The innate invisible sword chi could only be mastered by absorbing the spiritual energy from the earth and the atmosphere. The more Yue Yang trained, the better his body would feel. He would never be too tired from training. However, in order to not worry the beautiful woman, Yue Yang was forced to go to bed early. Maybe because he was moved by the beautiful woman buying him the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill, his state of mind went through a change. When Yue Yang trained inside his dreams, he had felt a sudden realization to his skill progress. All the spiritual energy in his body had congregated into one flow. They gathered at his armpits and flowed to his hands. The spiritual energy filled his Yunmen A ointment in his shoulders, Tianfu, Cheizhe and Kong Zy acupoints in his arms, and also the Like, Tai Yuan acupoints in his wrist. TLN, I gave up searching for English names for these Chinese TCM acupoints_. Edit, for curious readers, here's the acupoints positions. Lastly, it filled the Shaoshang acupointment in his thumbs. The energy surged a few times, and flashes of sword chi started shooting off from his thumb. Seeing such a pleasant change had caused Yue Yang to be extremely shocked, and he accidentally woke up from his dream. In the actual world, Yue Yang tried hard to reenact the experience in his dream. He kept trying until he saw a flash of sword chi pierced through his walls. Yue Yang finally realized that he had successfully broke through the first energy channel of the first stage of the innate invisible sword chi skill, the Han Taiyan. The sword chi that came from his body was only a few inches long, incomparable to the heavenly sword goddess 10 meters long sword chi that could be swung around. However, although his sword chi was still so pathetic, Yue Yang was so ecstatic that he felt like turning into a wolf, looked up to the sky and gave a loud howl. Loud howl. On the afternoon the next day, the servant girl who would usually quietly withdrew after serving his meals, suddenly spoke out, "Master San, the madam has asked you to come out for lunch." Yue Yang followed her out to the residence hall and saw the beautiful woman sobbing endlessly, embracing a girl covered with black clothings. The usually mischievous small girl acted well behaved for once, sitting on her chair quietly eating her food. Her little hands held her chopsticks unsteadily as she tried putting grain by grain of rice into her small mouth, sprinkling the rice all over the table in her mouth. Yue Yang saw that the girl in black was actually still young looking, around 14 to 15 years old. Her features were a little similar to the beautiful woman's, but hers were a little more childish. Her doe eyes were a little red as tears poured down her pale white cheeks. When she saw Yue Yang, she immediately wiped her tears and covered her face with a black veil. Yue Yang sighed in his heart. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, other than the rarely seen female robbers or assassin, the only other type of women who wore black veils to cover their faces, could only be widows. This girl in black should be the beautiful woman's first daughter, Yue Bing. She ranked 7th amongst the 9 younger generations in the Yue clan, barely surpassing her sister Xuangyar and the second branch family's youngest, Yue Feng. She was a talent in the Yue family, having successfully contracted a grimoire at the age of 8.5. It was a pity that the Soaring Dragon Continent valued males more than females, as they regarded that females would only be taken as daughter-in-laws or concubines. Sooner or later they would be married off to another family. Thus, although the Yue family would still raise her with love, she would never compare to the first branch eldest son Yue Tian or even the other sons in the family. Furthermore, there were indeed a little more talents in this generation of Yue family. The first branch eldest Yue Tian contracted the grimoire at the age of 10 and had excellent martial arts skills and spirit beasts. The fourth eldest son Yue Yang contracted the grimoire at the age of 11, while the sixth eldest son Yue Bao contracted the grimoire at the age of 12. The weaker ones would be the second eldest daughter Yue Yu and fifth eldest son Yue Ting. They both contracted the grimoire only at the age of 15. Thus, comparatively, Yue Bing, who came from the fourth branch, was not really that outstanding. Furthermore, her martial arts and spirit beasts were the plant type that were not very popular in the summoning world. Amongst the 4 great sects, only the Immortal Spirit Pavilion sect who only accepted female disciples expressed interest in evaluating her, the other 3 did not even respond. But because there were so many talents in the later generation of the Yue family, when the third branch and his wife died and the pitiful guy ended up being raised by the fourth branch, he could not help but be labeled as a loser when he still failed to contract a grimoire even at the age of 19. Yue Yang thought, it was no wonder that the Xue family's daughter would ask to cancel the engagement. If she entered into such a talented family yet married a loser for a husband, how could she take the burden? Getting compared to others continuously really took its toll. After the cancellation of his engagement, the pitiful guy could finally take it no more and drowned himself. However, Yue Bing, who was as unlucky as he was, did not commit suicide. Certainly, she wasn't rejected by a failed engagement. She married the talented son from one of the 4 major clans, the House of Feng, through proxy marriage. However, 3 years ago during his spirit beast's training, he was unfortunately killed off by a wild golden king beast, turning Yue Bing into a widow before she even joined his family. The people in the Soaring Dragon Continent were superstitious, and they immediately thought that Yue Bing was a jinx that would bring misfortune to her husband. That's why, although she was a member of one of the 4 major clans, House of Yue, nobody wanted to marry her. Everybody treasured their own sons after all, nobody was willing to risk asking her hands in marriage and got their sons killed for nothing. Sanji, congratulations! Yue Bing whispered softly as she slowly let go of her mother's embrace. Then, she stood up, intending to go back to her room. Your Sanji is not a stranger. Bing don't eat in your room, let us all eat together as a family here. The beautiful woman pulled Yue Bing back to her seat. Yes. Yue Bing hesitated a little but pulled off her veil in the end. Holding her bowl and chopsticks, she slowly ate her food mouthful by mouthful. Suddenly, she asked Yue Yang, Sanji, what kind of guardian spirit beast did you receive? It's the element type, mist. Yue Yang realized that every word from his mouth was a lie ever since he was teleported here. Element type. I'm not that good with it. I'm just a part-time student in my school, so I've only studied the fighting type. I don't know a single thing about the element type. Yue Bing was silent for a while, and then she continued, otherwise, I could teach you basic summoning skills to summon a spitting thorny flower, but that would waste 1 page of your summoning grimoire. That's okay. Yue Yang knew his own capabilities. He had a guardian spirit beast phantom shadow which could be summoned for up to 10 days and the innate skill, invisible sword chi. Losing a few pages in the summoning grimoire and the number of spirit beasts wasn't that important to him. But since this lady wanted to teach him, he wanted to learn from her. He could fulfill the beautiful woman's wishes and be more familiar with all kinds of summoning skills. Who knows, he could even use the spitting thorny flower during battles in the future. Yue Bing wasn't a talkative person. She quietly nodded and finished the food in her bowl. Then, the little girl suddenly stood on her chair and reached out her chopsticks to take the smoked fish that was located furthest from her. Looking at her, one hand trying to stretch out her chopsticks and the other hand balancing herself on the table, Yue Yang couldn't help but feel afraid that she would accidentally fall. The beautiful woman hit her hand lightly and scolded her for not having manners. The little girl trembled with shock, but she had still managed to take a big piece of smoked fish. Chest puffing up, she smiled with a pleased expression, then turned her body towards Yue Yang and stuck her tongue out. Who would knew, she was so pleased with herself that she forgot she was still standing on the chair. The chair shook a little and her legs lose their balance, causing her to fall on the ground as she shouted out, "Ah!" Yue Yang immediately put down his bowl and used the kind of catching technique to save a basketball from being out of bounds. He reached out his two hands to support her head and her bum before the small girl fell flat on the ground. The sudden movement and weight caused his body to produce a few cracking noises as he caught her. Luckily his hands was still stable and the small girl did not slip off from his hands. Sangage is so cool. The small girl was so shocked that her whole face turned white, but in just a moment, she had forgotten the whole spectacle of her falling from the chair. Instead, she climbed onto Yue Yang's body, latching onto him like a koala, giggling happily. The beautiful woman snapped out from her shock and stood up angrily, intending to scold this little imp. The small girl didn't wait for the scolding and quickly ran away. "Saniar, are you injured?" The beautiful woman reached out her hands to help Yue Yang up. "No, I'm okay." Yue Yang couldn't show his weak side to her, and quickly got up from the floor himself. Actually, he wasn't injured at all, he simply blanked out for a moment just now, shocked at his own reaction speed. He was a NEET with slow reaction time, when did he become so agile? Could it be that this is the effect of training the innate invisible sword chi skill? But he had only been training for a few days. This innate invisible sword chi was indeed awesome. Yue Yang was extremely excited, yet he pretended that nothing had happened and quietly sat down on the dining chair, continuing his lunch. Yu Bing, who was frozen as she stared at Yue Yang, finally snapped out of her daze and asked, "Sanji, did you practice martial arts?" "I also practiced martial arts sometimes, but I couldn't react fast enough just now." "Sanji, if you manage to contract a strengthening type spirit beast in the future, with the addition of your mist element type spirit beast, your fighting power will definitely be greatly increased. Looks like it is a mist with an attacking ability. It is indeed suitable for Sanji's growth." When the beautiful woman heard this, she felt extremely proud of Saniar, who had been diligently training by himself, but she was a little worried. This is because in her eyes, martial arts were only meant for soldiers, while summoning skills were the most important skills for one to have a bright future. She gave Yue Yang a delicious-smelling piece of pork ribs and said, "Saniar, it has been hard on you trying to hide your martial art training from us. You don't have a summoning grimoire last time, so there was nothing that could be done about it. However, now, you already have a summoning grimoire, so you should place more importance in improving your summoning skills. You could still train sparingly, but don't train so much that you hinder the progress of your summoning skills." Actually, the one who secretly trained his martial arts skills was the pitiful guy, not me. These words, Yue Yang did not say it out loud. Instead, he simply nodded and acknowledged the beautiful woman's words. He also knew that in the Soaring Dragon Continent, people place more importance on summoning skills training rather than martial arts training. Those that trained martial arts were like those people who could not graduate from junior high school and became farmers or blue-collar workers, while those who trained summoning skills were like those graduates from esteemed universities. Even if they both entered the same company and did the same work, they would receive totally different treatments. After lunch, Yu Bing followed Yue Yang to the courtyard in his residence, as she prepared to teach Yue Yang, the fake Sanji, all the knowledge she learned in her school. The small girl stuck out her head and looked around, thinking of stirring trouble. But unfortunately she was caught by the beautiful woman and spanked in the butt several times. Yu Bing raised her hands and summoned her summoning grimoire. Her summoning grimoire was similar to Yue Yang's grimoire, copper in color. However, after years of practice and battles, she had surpassed the intermediate rank and rose up to the advanced rank. Her advanced rank summoning grimoire emitted a brighter luster than Yue Yang's beginner rank summoning grimoire. It was also thicker and smoother in texture. The illustration on Yu Bing's advanced rank summoning grimoire also looked more vivid than Yue Yang's. Just from the outer appearance itself, it was obvious that their levels were vastly different. Of course, no matter if it was beginner ranked, intermediate ranked, or advanced ranked, a copper summoning grimoire was still the lowest level of summoning grimoires. Above copper, there were silver, gold, platinum, and diamond grimoires. "I will now give you the spitting thorny flower, Sanji, you have to receive it in your mind." She touched her advanced grimoire to Yue Yang's beginner grimoire and a bright light flickered. As Yue Yang received it in his mind, his summoning grimoire suddenly turned its pages by itself. In the previously blank third page, there was an illustration of a weird-looking flower. On top of the page, these words were written. "Spitting thorny flower fighting type. Level 1. Uncontracted. When Yue Yang saw this, he felt a weird connection with his soul. Faintly, as if listening to a call, he reached out his hands and touched the spitting thorny flower illustration. In the next moment, a bright light suddenly shone from beneath his hands, and rays of light escaped through the gaps in his fingers. The light then started to envelop the back of his hands and towards his arms. At the same time, the related knowledge of spitting thorny flower beast appeared in his mind. Yue Bing's eyes widened at the sight of this. She hadn't even told him how to make a contract with a beast in the plant category, how could he contracted it already? And the weirdest thing was that he did not chant any summoning incantation. Could it be that Sanji, who was labeled a loser by others, had already attained the realm of chantless contract? Yue Bing decided to observe quietly. She felt that her Sanji was not the loser that other people sneered at, he could possibly be an extraordinary genius, the real deal. Can you summon the spitting thorny flower? Yue Bing deliberately did not tell him how to summon the thorny flower. Although summoning the thorny flower was an easy skill to grasp, it would still be difficult if one did not know the method of summoning. This was because the method to summon a plant category, insect category, animal category, beast category, and etc. were totally different from each other. A student may be proficient in summoning monsters from all sorts of categories, but if he did not learn how to summon a monster from the plant category, he would still have a hard time summoning them. Even if it was the easiest monster, the spitting thorny flower. Alright. How could Yue Yang knew what his sister was thinking about? He thought that everyone in the Soaring Dragon Continent would be able to do what he did. He placed his hand on the spitting thorny flower's illustration and closed his eyes. He then tried to connect his soul with the spitting thorny flower. A golden light flashes as a purple flower with a green stalk and giant leaves slowly appeared a meter in front of Yue Yang. It grew out until it was around a meter tall before stopping. Seeing the spitting thorny flower, Yue Yang thought that it looked extremely ugly. Its appearance looked almost like those man-eating flower monsters that usually appeared in games. The flower only had 2 petals that looked like a beast's mouth, with hundreds of sharp teeth inside. It looked extremely scary. He could see a green and slimy-looking liquid inside the flower that smelled very bad. Looks like it was a type of poison. Other than the flower petals that looked like a beast's mouth, this spitting thorny flower was filled with thorns all over its body. Yue Yang had actually wanted to pet it a little, but seeing that the thorny flower was not adorable at all, he took back his hand. On the other side, Yue Bing's eyes almost popped out of its sockets. She thought, Sanji was indeed a genius. He had never went to school before and never learnt the method to summon a monster from a plant category. But he managed to summon the spitting thorny flower out with telepathy. When Yue Yang looked up at her, the little miss quickly changed her expression, pretending as if nothing had happened. She did not praise Yue Yang nor cried out in surprise. Her expressions was normal, as if all of these were nothing out of the ordinary. The little Miss Yue Bing even said, your summoning speed is a little slow, but since it's your first time, it's okay, I guess. Yue Yang was disappointed when he heard that, thinking that he really had no talent at all. Looks like his summoning ability was limited, he'd better train his innate invisible sword chi instead. He scratched the back of his head and replied the little miss, actually, I think it's already good that I could summon it out. What should we do next? Looking at his reaction, Yue Bing giggled secretly. But on the outside, she acted like I am the teacher, and immediately summoned her spitting thorny flower. When Yue Yang saw that the flower she summoned was 10 times bigger than his, he immediately felt respect towards her. She had indeed lived up to the name of the Yue family's genius girl. Yue Bing gestured with her hands and pointed towards the walls nearby. Try to make the spitting thorny flower attack a target. The spitting thorny flower has the ability to spit poison at a chosen target. This little miss, in order to test Yue Yang, had once again left out the instructions on how to make the thorny flower attack a target. If it was another person and they did not know the method to order the flower to attack, when they tried to command it in their mind, the flower would probably walk towards the target and chomp it with its sharp teeth instead of spitting poison at it. Commanding the flower to execute its poison spit attack was a control skill. This was one of the topics tested in school. If a student from the plant department couldn't get his spitting thorny flower to spit out poison or make it climb more than 3 meters high, he would fail his exam. Hence, making the spitting thorny flower execute its poison spit attack was one of the most basic control training that the plant department students would need to train for. Yue Bing was not even treating Yue Yang as a person who had just contracted a grimoire anymore, she treated him like one of students who was taking an examination instead. Attack the wall, poison spit. At the sound of Yue Yang's command, the spitting thorny flower did not react at all. This distressed the boy greatly. He could not even execute such a simple command for a poison spit. Seems like although he had talent, it was extremely limited. Seeing Yue Bing's austere and solemn-looking expression, Yue Yang felt like he was back in his old school, being punished by his teachers. He quickly encouraged himself to do better. Why can't I do it? Yue Yang thought for a while, and suddenly, the answer flashed across his mind. He smacked his forehead, he was really an idiot. Even when training a military dog, they would need a target. Let alone the spitting thorny flower, which was a plant. It would be weird if it could understand his words. Yue Yang ran towards the wall and grabbed a handful of mud on his way. He made a circle on the wall with the mud, and drew a big cross in the middle. Then he quickly returned. Not caring about getting pricked by the flower, he put his hands on top of the flower crown. He tried to connect with the flower with his soul, and then he opened his eyes slowly. Looking at the target on the wall, he took the image and tried to synchronize it with the spitting thorny flower's thoughts, ordering it to spit at the target. Then a hiss could be heard. The spitting thorny flower had opened its mouth and spat a ball of green slimy liquid out. The spit flew in an arch in the air and splashed on the wall in the end. Yue Yang was disappointed when he saw this, as the poison was off the target by at least 2 meters. The mud circle was still perfect without a spot. Gosh, how could its targeting skills be so bad? Yue Yang was so embarrassed that he felt like digging a hole and hiding himself inside. Yue Bing pretended to be calm, but in reality, she was shocked beyond belief. In Yue Bing's eyes, her Sanji, who had never went to school, was even better in controlling monsters than the second-year students in her school. Having not learned any of the controlling techniques, he had learned how to direct the flower to its target all by himself. He had synchronized with the flower and transferred his will into it. This feat was often a big hurdle for all of the students from the plant department when they were learning the control technique. Sanji had managed to do it so easily. Moreover, he learned it without anyone teaching it to him. In barely a few seconds, he could order a spitting thorny flower which had just been contracted and summoned for the first time to attack a target with poison spit. Such a natural and quick thinking skill, once he entered school, he would probably be considered as a genius that only came once in 100 years by the teachers. Yue Bing looked at Yue Yang, who was thoroughly dismayed. Her greatest shock was actually not because of his quick thinking skills, but from the fact that this person, who was called a loser by the others, was absolutely not aware of how scary his natural abilities were. AI. Yue Yang was about to hide in the corner and draw circles on the ground when he suddenly saw the spitting thorny flower in front of him wither and drop to the ground. A flash of information floated across his mind and made him smack his forehead again. He was really an idiot. The advantage of the spitting thorny flower from other monsters was that it does not need to be fed nor be taken care of. It also did not need a particular condition to exist. The monsters from the animal category and the beast category had to be fed in order to attack with their magic, while the monsters from the insect category and fish category needed to fulfill several conditions before it could exist in this world. Compared to them, the plant category and the puppet category were the easiest to manage. If the puppet category monsters was broken, it could simply be taken to the puppet palace to be fixed. However, if it was destroyed, then it wouldn't be able to be revived. Also, the greatest disadvantage of the monsters from the puppet category was that they couldn't evolve. On the other hand, the monsters in the plant category can evolve, but their greatest disadvantage was their movement speed. They were extremely slow. Furthermore, they lacked intelligence. Rather than training a spitting thorny flower to spit poison, people would rather train a wind wolf, shadow leopard, and engage in close combat instead. However, the spitting thorny flower also had its own advantage. Its greatest advantage was that it could devour a dead body and evolve. Other than monsters from the puppet category, as long as it was a living thing, it could devour them and digest them slowly. Then, it would evolve and level up using the powers in the dead body. It's just that in the beginning, this flower was extremely small and weak. One poison spit would have consumed all of its power, and it would quickly wither. Of course, this did not mean it was really dead. Only if it was utterly destroyed, then it couldn't be revived. Amongst all other monsters, no matter if they were holy beasts or mythical beasts, there was only one type who would never die, the guardian beast from the summoning grimoire. Guardian beasts were the only type of monster that would die nor betray their summoner. Other monsters would have their own degree of loyalty. If their loyalty was low, the monster could even run away during battles. Worst of all, it could disappear on its own from the summoning grimoire. Looks like you have already noticed it. Yes, the monsters in the plant category are indeed different from the others. They have a special ability, and that is take root. Yue Bing then ordered her spitting thorny flower to spit poison, and it quickly hit the mud target on the wall accurately in the middle of the cross. Her faultless move made Yue Yang red with embarrassment. She was indeed one of the genius in the family, her skills were top-notch. Then, Yue Bing's spitting thorny flower started to slowly wither. However, it didn't disappear like Yue Yang's flower did. Her flower only fell to the ground, and slowly, extremely slowly, it grew once again. Yue Bing acted like a teacher as she explained it to Yue Yang, just now I had just commanded the flower to take root in the soil. As long as it touched the ground, it can replenish its energy from the earth. This flower could then recover in around 10 minutes, and would not wither. Yue Yang was like a student who was seriously listening to his teacher as he nodded happily, all right, let me try again. Yue Bing froze when she heard that. Try again? Didn't he just contracted a grimoire? New grimoire contractors should only be an apprentice, and an apprentice could at most summon a monster in a day. The spitting thorny flower that he summoned had already withered and disappeared. What was he going to try again on? She had wanted to take the opportunity to educate him, to tell him that he should protect his monsters well and not let them die easily. This was because there was a limit to the number of times a person could summon their monsters. Thus, no matter if it was during battles or normal trainings, he should take better care for his summons. Could he still summon another monster? On the other hand, Yue Yang didn't know what was going on in the little miss mind. He excitedly tried to summon another spitting thorny flower, and then concentrated hard to order the flower to take root on the ground. It's a success, I could finally did it. Yue Yang clapped his hands in happiness. Although he was not a genius, he believed that at least he was not mediocre. Seeing all of these, Yu Bing almost fell on the ground. And thus, the astounded sister and the fake brother started to have this banter. Sanji, didn't you just contracted the grimoire? I say, you have only successfully contracted the grimoire a few days ago, right? The shocked Yu Bing asked agitatedly. Yeah, that's right. Yue Yang nodded as he replied. Then what level are you now? Are you a level 1 apprentice, or a level 2 braveman? Yu Bing asked again. Level 1 apprentice. Yue Yang replied truthfully. You are a level 1 apprentice of what rank? Beginner rank, intermediate rank, or advanced rank? How far are you from level 2? What I meant is, did you perhaps leveled up to level 2 without knowing and had become a beginner rank braveman? Yu Bing asked, full of curiosity. No, how could it be that fast? Take a look, I'm definitely a beginner rank level 1 apprentice. Leveling to level 2 is extremely hard, that I know. Although Yue Yang had only been here for a few days, he understood that more or less from the knowledge provided by the summoning grimoire. He turned his copper grimoire to his stats page to let Yue Bing see his level and rank by herself. After confirming what she heard, the little miss felt a little faint as she asked, Sanji, a level 1 apprentice could only summon 1 monster in 1 day, how could you have summoned 2? Ah, Yue Yang scratched his head, actually I did not summon 2. You didn't, then what is this? Yue Bing pointed at the spitting thorny flower that had just been summoned by Yue Yang. Was she only dreaming? That was the withered spitting thorny flower I summoned previously. Yue Yang felt weird. Was there something wrong? Even if it was that same plant, it has already withered and died, so you should not be able to summon it today anymore. How could you summon it again? Yue Bing was so confused that she almost fainted. Could it be that her Sanji was a genius that only come once in 1,000 years, which only exist in legends? According to the legends, there exists a genius who had an abnormal growth, who could summon any of his contracted monsters twice. However, such a talent, let alone in 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years, it was hard to come by. Could it be that her Sanji was such a talent? Yue Bing looked at Yue Yang again with a different light. She saw a talent with abnormal abilities. Yue Yang didn't know that he was different from the others. He tried to explain in confusion, actually, the flower did not die. Just now when I first summoned the flower, I divided it into 2. I left its main body and only summoned out one of its branch. But the main body and the summoned part has equal powers. Just now the branch had died, but its main body still exists, so it was not affected. Of course, this type of summoning would require strenuous effort. What are you saying? You knew how to do a division propagation summon. Yue Bing felt the sky around her turned dark. Ah, didn't the flower has the abilities poison spit, take root, division propagation, corpse feeding and spores? I can't use corpse feeding as there are no corpses around right now, and spores require the flower to be of higher level. That's why I used division propagation. Wah! What are you doing? Yue Yang was flustered as Yue Bing had suddenly grabbed his sleeves tightly. You understood division propagation? Did I hear correctly? Yue Bing was so agitated that her whole face was red as she grabbed Yue Yang's sleeves tightly. Her eyes glared at Yue Yang as she interrogated him. Amongst the plant category, most of the monsters would have the division propagation ability. Especially the flowers, vines, and mushrooms types. Almost all of them could propagate. However, other plant types such as trees and bamboos may not be able to. The teachers in the academy would only teach students how to use the skills take root and poison spit, but division propagation was not that easy to teach. Some teachers may not even mention the existence of this skill. Yue Bing had seen it executed before, which was the reason why she knew about division propagation. She had asked her teacher to teach her before, but that greedy bastard hinted that she would need to at least pay him 50 gold before he would be willing to teach her the hidden, almost cheat-like skill. Unfortunately, all of the family's fortune had been used to buy the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill from the floating mist market for Yue Yang. Having no funds, Yue Bing could only refuse this bribing offer. Hence, she never had the chance to learn the division propagation skill. And now, the one who was labeled as a loser could actually execute such a hidden skill without being taught by any teacher. How could this not agitate her? Third brother, teach me. Teach me how to make this plants do division propagation. Yue Bing was excited beyond belief as she shook Yue Yang's sleeves as hard as she could. Alright, first, let me go, calm down, Yue Yang was nervous. He thought, this little miss was too eager to learn. Alright, since she had taught him just now, it was his turn to teach her. Seventh sister, it is actually very easy. It's just like normal summoning. First use telepathy and synchronize with the spirit beast as one, to the point where you sort of feel that you can totally control the beast summoning. Then command it to execute division propagation. However, at this point, you should be sure that you have enough spirit power. Then the flower should give you an image, like there were two thorny flower plants, one should be the main body while the other is the secondary body. You should then visualize leaving the image of the main body in your mind and summon the secondary body out. As long as your spirit power is enough and the image of the main body you hold in your mind doesn't change, then you would have the power to use division propagation to summon the flower unlimited times. However, that requires a lot of effort, your brain will be a mess. It's difficult to bear. Yue Yang told her what the copper grimoire had taught him when the knowledge of the spitting thorny flower came into his mind. He also included his own experience. He knew that even in the plant category, there should be an even greater hidden knowledge. Right now his level was too low, just an apprentice, hence he couldn't pull out all of those knowledge. Maybe, he thought, he could understand all of these knowledge because he had the divine vision skill. That's why he could see through the flower's hidden ability. Otherwise, how could the little miss who had studied for so many years in the academy, also knows as a true genius, had not learnt the division propagation skill? Oh, okay, I'm going to try it immediately. This time it was Yue Bing's turn to act like an eager student as she nodded her head vigorously, her face showing an excited expression. Go about it slowly, don't rush it. Yue Yang had not even finished his sentence before the little miss placed her hands on the flower illustration. She closed her eyes and imagined, testing it out. There wasn't any reaction for quite a long while and Yue Yang had thought that he taught her wrongly. Suddenly, Yue Bing's expressions changed into pain as she turned deathly white. Her small hands started to tremble. This continued for around a minute, before a golden light started to glow at her fingers. Two spitting thorny flowers appeared in front of her at the same time. The one on the left looked somewhat taller than the right, and its trunk was also slightly thicker. However, other than this, the two plants looked more or less the same, no matter the color, shape, or movements. Their differences were negligible. At these, Yue Bing's forehead started to be drenched with sweat. It was as if she had won a great battle. She opened her eyes, wiped away the sweat with her hands and gasped for breath. Although she looked extremely tired, but her eyes only showed the excitement and joy of succeeding the feat. I've succeeded, succeeded. Thank you, third brother. I've always wanted to learn division propagation, but there wasn't any teacher who was willing to teach me. Thank you, third brother. Yue Bing thought about the grievances she had suffered in the academy, and her eyes started to turn a little red. But the little miss was extremely strong. She did not cry but instead bowed towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang immediately shook his head and hands. No, it's okay. Seventh sister, if it wasn't for you who had given me the spitting thorny flower, I wouldn't even know about such a skill. When he said that, Yue Bing immediately snapped out from her excitement. That's right, didn't third brother just gotten the spitting thorny flower monster? How could he know about division propagation? Seeing the little miss looking at him with a weird gaze, Yue Yang was deeply confused. He hurriedly tried to lie to her. Seventh sister, it's like this. My innate skill is camouflage. This meant that I can find out monsters' hidden abilities and attributes. But my skill is only at level 1, I can only find out the hidden abilities that were beginner ranked. Indeed, I didn't see your skills just now, so I didn't notice that. I didn't know that third brother's skill was such a godly camouflage skill. Even if Yue Bing was a genius, she was still a teenager. She easily believed Yue Yang's lie. Yeah, but you should never tell others, otherwise, they might get jealous. Yue Yang was a low-key person and he didn't like to be the center of attention. His biggest dream was to be a shut-in millionaire. TLN, LOL me too. Third brother, just now, did you say that the flower had the corpse-feeding and spore skills other than poison spit, take root and division propagation? Yue Bing had now truly became Yue Yang's student. After learning the division propagation skill that she had very much coveted for many years, she thirsted to learn the other two abilities. Yue Yang only knew now that the knowledge he had was even deeper than a student who had spent 4 years learning in the academy. Yue Yang wanted to put his nose up on the air, wore a scholar robe and grow a long beard, then listened to the beautiful Miss Yue Bing sweetly calling him Teacher Yue. However, after he had finished his imagination, his mischievous nature returned. Although Yue Bing did not meant him any harm, but if he told her everything, he wouldn't feel right. He was obviously a shameless bastard, how could he be nice towards her for free? Thus, Yue Yang decided to keep the secret of the thorny flower hidden. The Thorny Flower's corpse-feeding ability enabled it to swallow a monster corpse whole and digest it slowly. When commanding the flower to commence with corpse feeding, you would be required to be fully synchronized with it. For example, if you ordered the flower to eat an iron fur mice, you yourself must be willing to eat the iron fur mice in your mind. Ordering the flower to execute corpse feeding was nothing much, but did she had to be willing to eat the mice herself? When the little miss thought about that, she almost puked. Actually, the guy who was up to no good had used a mouse as an example on purpose. With regards to the corpse feeding ability, it was definitely not that simple. He had kept the real method secret. Ha ha ha. Yue Yang was secretly laughing. With his mice example, he managed to hide the secret skills of the spitting thorny flower. If the flower feed on corpses that were not suitable for it, it would never evolve. Corpse feeding allows the flower to gain a huge amount of energy for recovery. This was extremely beneficial, especially in the long term. The flower had the ability to store excess energy it absorbed from corpses in its body. They would be stored in its fruits, which was called the thorny flower fruit. Each and every fruit would hang on the thorny flower, and they had the ability to replenish the flower's power that was consumed during battle, at any point of time. However, if the spitting thorny flower wanted to evolve from corpse feeding, they would have to feed from corpses that had the most suitable attributes to it. The higher the level, the better it would be. When the flower feed from corpses, there is a big secret to it. If the flower had absorbed a living thing that had the same attributes in the beginning, then it would not become a variation, it would only gain levels. Conversely, if the flower had absorbed a living thing that did not have the same attributes, e.g. a human body, in the first absorption, it would not gain levels, but it would evolve to become a variant. LOL I remembered re-monster because I was trying to find the word variant. Almost all of the monsters in the Soaring Dragon Continent were normal monsters. Only a few monsters would undergo evolution to become a variation under certain conditions. Monsters that had gone through variation would be much stronger than normal monsters. Such variant monsters could more easily evolve into an elite monster. When it evolved to an elite monster, its abilities would greatly increase. Similar to the grimoire rankings, the elite monsters' ranks are divided into copper, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, 5 different types of ranks. Every time an elite monster rose in rank, its powers would increase by 10-fold. Let alone platinum and diamond ranked monsters, even having a copper ranked monsters was something only normal people could dream of all their lives. I think I'll give up on corpse feeding, anyway my guardian spirit beast is not the thorny flower, it's a treeman warrior. I would only use the thorny flower to practice controlling technique anyway, I've never used it for battle. Yue Bing shook her head as she quickly refused. She couldn't even stand the thought of eating an iron fur mice, let alone wanting to eat it. Such a pity, Yue Yang laughed inside, he knew that the little miss had lost interest in the corpse-feeding skill. Sanji, could you teach me the spore skill instead? Yue Bing was definitely a bright and eager student, she did not have any ill intentions like his fake brother. This is only a skill that a thorny flower who had reached level 4 Thorny Flower Overlord could do. Even when a spitting thorny flower evolved into a level 2 carnivorous thorny flower or a level 3 giant thorny flower, it still wouldn't have the spore ability. Only when it has reached level 4 and became a thorny flower overlord, it could disperse its parasitic spores. TLN, I wanna be the very best, these spores would stick on corpses and turn them into spitting thorny flowers. If the opponent was a living person, the spores would enter into the person and devour his internal organs, sucking in his blood. Then it will evolve into a carnivorous thorny flower and came out from the person's body by tearing his stomach apart. When Yue Yang explained it in that way, the little miss could only cringe as she was unable to endure it anymore. She was thoroughly traumatized when she thought of a spore entering a person through the mouth, devoured his internal organs and then crawling back out. A grotesque carnivorous thorny flower forcing its way out of a previously healthy person, such a traumatizing scene. That was so frightening. Although Yue Bing was a genius teenager, her mental age was still a 15-year-old girl. Her pure and naive heart was deeply disturbed with such bloody images. Of course, Yue Yang had purposely described it with such vivid words. The real use for spores was not to kill people. Who would be so foolish as to stand still and let the spores take root on their bodies? The main purpose for these spores was to break down corpses. There are some special monsters that would turn into zombies when they die, or resurrect again with several conditions. For example, the monsters in water category and fire category could be resurrected under a summoner's special skill. As the owner of the thorny flower, one would not be able to survive against these in a battle. The thorny flower's spores could finally be used in this kind of scenario. It could parasitize these monsters' corpses and turn them fully into spitting thorny flowers, interrupting their revival. This interception would definitely weaken the other party's fighting strength. With regards to parasitizing on living people, it was actually something very difficult to do. Furthermore, rather than having the spores parasitize on them, wouldn't it be better to order the Overlord Thorny Flower to gobble that unlucky person up? Who knows, maybe the Overlord Thorny Flower could evolve another rank. Thank you, third brother. Plant-type monsters were already the weakest among the monsters, and this thorny flower is the weakest of the weak. It will be difficult to train it into a level 4 overlord thorny flower. It's best if we leave it at that. You should focus more on training your own guardian spirit beast, because that would suit your training the most. What? You couldn't summon your guardian spirit beast? Maybe you are just like me, the oddballs amongst summoners, what a pity. If only third brother has the talent to summon other monsters like you have summoned the thorny flower, then your future will be limitless. Such a pity. When Yue Bing heard about Yue Yang's inability to summon his guardian spirit beast, she was greatly saddened for him. She quickly comforted him by assuring him that his guardian spirit beast was definitely the most suitable monster for him. He might not be able to summon it right now because his spirit level was not high enough. He could simply raise his spirit level slowly, and there wouldn't be any problems in the future. Yue Bing also said that element-type summons require a lot of conditions to summon. In the academy, she had heard stories about how some of the element-type students couldn't summon their own guardian spirit beasts in the beginning. She had only wanted to take a load off Yue Yang's mind. How could she know that her fake brother's guardian spirit beast was actually a special type monster, phantom shadow, and not an element-type beast? Furthermore, with the current spirit level in Yue Yang's body, he should be able to summon the phantom shadow. He had summoned it 2 days ago, but kept it a secret. Such a pity, third brother, your talent are just as useless as mine, the plant type that has no future. And you could only summon a thorny flower. Yue Bing shook her head slowly as she sighed. In her mind, thorny flower was the weakest amongst the monsters. It was the monster that was used by the academy as a teaching tool, so it was fated that there wouldn't be much growth. It's all right. As long as I work hard, no matter what kind of monster, even if it's just a weak thorny flower, it would be extremely strong when it reached level 10 and above. Seeing the miss became so sad for him, Yue Yang couldn't help but to comfort her with his words. Actually, based on the knowledge he got from the grimoire, he understood an extremely important point. That is, plant-type monsters might look weak on the outside, however, in reality, it was not weak at all. It was in no way inferior to the most sought-after monsters such as the beast-type and bird-type monsters. The plant-type monsters appeared to be the weakest one, but on the contrary, it had a huge potential for growth, something that other monster types don't have. Should there be the king of plant-type monster, it would be this thorny flower that people had looked down upon. 3,000 years ago, there was a ranker called the Thorny Flower Fairy, who had evolved her thorny flower to its maximum evolution stage. The thorny flower's last stage of evolution turned out to be a human-like golden-crowned thorny flower queen. When demons tried to invade the Soaring Dragon Continent, it was this Thorny Flower Fairy and her Thorny Flower Queen who had slaughtered 3 of the demon kings. The flower had also gobbled more than 5,000 demon troops. The boundless sea of flower that the Flower Queen had created became a nightmare for the demons. Even the unbeatable Black Dragon Demon King would ran away with tails between his legs at the sight of the Thorny Flower Fairy. This Thorny Flower Fairy was the only human being who had the strength to resist and massacre the strong warriors of the invading demon legion. Unfortunately, her lover died in the battle. The Thorny Flower Fairy couldn't bear her loneliness and had chosen to be together with her lover instead. In the future generations, there had been no one that could uncover the Thorny Flower's secrets. Countless rankers had tried, but none could make the Thorny Flower evolve into a mythical ranked humanoid mythical beast. In the end, people could only helplessly give up researching on the Thorny Flower. On the other hand, beast types and animal types, these monsters who had great advantage in the beginning, quickly increased in their popularity with people. And thus, plant-typed monsters lost its former glory and had been long forgotten as the strongest humanoid mythical beast who had massacred thousands of demons during the demonic legion invasion. It even became the Academy's teaching tool. That's right, we warriors should strive for self-improvement continuously. We must persevere. Third brother, thank you. Yue Bing nodded, looking like a model student again as she bowed respectfully towards Yue Yang. Third brother, I will go back for today. We can continue our training tomorrow. Seeing the little miss retreating back, Yue Yang mumbled to himself, since no one cared about this insignificant thorny flower, I'm gonna raise a golden crown thorny flower queen. Queen. After another week, the beautiful woman's husband, Yue Ling, still had not come back. But he had sent a servant back. According to this servant, the Yue clan's castle was now bustling with excitement. There were lanterns and banners decoration everywhere, and guests filled the house to the doors. The reason was that the second branch family son, Yue Feng, had successfully contracted a grimoire at 6 years old. Even the 4 great sects had came to their house to offer him a place at their schools. Other than the Fairy Spirit Pavilion who only took in women, Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace, Southern Mountains Floating Mist Sect, Western Lion Pagoda and Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion, had all sent people to offer him a place. Even the Emperor and Empress had sent people to congratulate them. All of the government officials had also came to pay their respects. Every member of the Yue family clan was busy with the social interactions, even Yue Ling had to remain behind to help out. With regards to the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill that costs 1,000 gold, the Lord of Yue Clan had ordered Yue Ling to give it to Yue Feng as a present. Since Little Ninth was offered a place with the East, South, West, these three great sects, why didn't Grandpa, the Yue Clan Lord, and second uncle send someone to inform us to join their celebration? Yu Bing paled when she heard the news. Although she was still young, she had already understood a few of worldly wisdom. It's okay, it's just a banquet. It doesn't matter if we don't go. As long as our Sanyar can be successful in the future, everything's okay. The beautiful woman's eyes were a little red. The main house had now shown their contempt to her fourth branch family clearly, but she was not disheartened. Even as the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill that they had given all their wealth to buy was snatched away by the second branch family, her heart was not dejected. This was because, she felt, she had gotten all her life's wish. It was that her Sanyar had successfully contracted a grimoire. As long as he had a grimoire, he would have great prospects in the future. With regards to whether the Lord of Yue Clan invited them to the celebratory banquet, she did not care at all. Although she felt a little wronged and a little sad with this public act of contempt, but she could resign herself to these adversities, cheer up and get over them. Yue Yang was astonished deep in his heart. Contracting the grimoire at the age of 6, he knew very clear what this signifies. If we take students as an example, people who had successfully contracting a grimoire was like a student who managed to pass the college exam and entered Harvard. If nothing happened in the future, he would probably have a great future. Amongst the teenagers in the Soaring Dragon Continent, 99% of them wouldn't be able to contract a grimoire. Only a handful of talents would be able to do it. Furthermore, amongst the grimoire users, most of the people would only be able to contract the grimoire at the age of 15 and above. Taking the student's example, it was like successfully passing the college entrance exam at the age of 15. This time, Yue Feng had managed to do it at the age of 6. No wonder this event had caused the whole clan to celebrate madly, royal family's blessings, and even place offerings at the four great sects. Of course, Yue Yang didn't really envy him. He knew clearly what he had. He had the twin star innate skill, the secret to evolving the spitting thorny flower into golden crown thorny flower queen, and that he could summon his guardian spirit beast phantom shadow for a period of up to 10 days. Most importantly, Yue Yang had an innate skill that even the top rankers of the Soaring Dragon Continent could only wish to learn, the innate invisible sword chi. As long as he could complete his training, he could enter the innate realm. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, a level 7 ranker could start training to enter the innate realm with a holy spirit beast's help. But only a level 8 ranker and above could truly say that they are an innate ranker. Then, how many true innate rankers are there in this world? People who were as strong as that old Daoist Priest that exist in this world, could be counted with one hand. Even if they exist, they were all grandpas over hundreds of years old that just couldn't die. Taking students in modern times as example, the genius Yue Feng who managed to make the whole clan celebrate, received the royal family blessings, and offered places in the four great sects, was like a 6-year-old who managed to pass Harvard entrance exams. On the other hand, Yue Yang was like someone who had never taken any Harvard entrance exams or studied at Harvard, but immediately graduated and started his master's degree instead. Fourth master luck was not that good. When he tried to pick a monster for third master in a lucky draw, he only drew this. The old servant was a little uneasy as he said this. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed a few times, then offered the beautiful woman an embroidered box with trembling hands. Quintet puppet mice? Isn't this a sham? This quintet puppet mice were all level 1 special type monsters, other than scouting, they had no use at all. Furthermore, even if it is a 1 monster contract, it's equivalent to contracting 5 monsters at once, it could only waste the pages in the grimoire. There are countless high-quality puppet-type monsters in the clan's treasury, there is the level 3 bronze battle wolf and the level 4 silver battle tiger. Why did Grandpa give us this monster? Is this first uncle's and second uncle's scheme? What gives them the right to give this to third brother? Yue Bing snatched the box and opened it, her face turning pale at once. Her voice sharply turned high-pitched, as she became unusually furious. Bing you shouldn't be rude to your elders. The beautiful woman gently reminded her. She then turned towards Yue Yang and said, Sanyar, if this monster is not good, then we could simply don't contract it. Don't bury too much grievances in your heart. As the grandson of the Yue clan, no matter what your elders gave you, they are blessings. You should be grateful for their favor. Don't be affected by pressures from the outside world too much, and try to improve yourself continuously. This should be the way we live our lives. Yue Bing looked down, she still felt that the clan wasn't fair towards her family and was indignant. When Yue Yang took the embroidered box, a flow of information suddenly flashed through his mind, letting him understand everything about the quintet puppet mice. 600 years ago, the quintet puppet mice was created by one of the 3 Renaissance hero, the ghost genius Yue Gong. The Yue clan had become weaker with every generation because of the loss of more than half of the Yue clan spear technique. At this time, 3 geniuses were born and together, they revived the Yue clan. Thus, the younger generations of the Yue clan had dubbed them as the 3 Renaissance hero. It was them who had saved the Yue clan from drowning, once again reinstating the Yue clan's glory as one of the unshaken 4 major clans. One of them was the ghost genius Yue Gong, world-renowned for the special type monsters in the puppet category he specialized in. Outsiders might not know about Yue clan's spear technique, might not know about the Earth Bear, a strengthening type monster that was passed down the generations of Yue family, and they might also not know about Wu Mu art of war technique that only the Yue clan lord could learn. But the whole world would definitely know that the Yue clan specialized in puppet-type spirit beasts. No matter if they were mercenaries, warriors, blacksmiths, merchants, or even the low-ranked soldiers in the army, they all admired and respected the ghost genius Yue Gong. This was because this ghost genius Yue Gong wrote a lot about the puppet-type monsters. This had allowed people to choose a suitable puppet-type monster and use them effortlessly, be it in their lives or in battles. It had created an enormous difference in their convenience and efficiency. This ghost genius Yue Gong was rewarded by the royal families the title of Work of Gods and was worshipped as one of the 3 sages in their hall. The commoners had even dubbed him the ancestor of all mechanical puppets. How could such an outstanding person created such a useless quintet puppet mice? This question had baffled the clan's people for a long time. Unfortunately, this ghost genius had a weak body and always overworked himself, hence he died at a young age in the puppet palace. He did not have the chance to complete his lifetime's wish of a puppet grimoire, and also left a lot of puppet-type monsters that no one could understand. For example, one of them was this quintet puppet mice, that the ghost genius had treasured regardless of its uselessness. The clan's member didn't dare to speculate too much, they only thought that the ghost genius had particularly loved the quintet puppet mice because it was one of his maiden works, hence he had special feelings for them. In these 600 years, there was no one who were willing to accept the quintet puppet mice, the useless monsters that would only take up the pages in the grimoire. Until today, where they were unfortunately won by 4th Uncle Yue Ling's bad luck, and fell unto Yue Yang's hands. Since this is an elder's blessing, I wouldn't dare to reject this quintet puppet mice. I will accept it, thank you 4th Uncle, and thank you for your teaching, 4th Aunt. Yue Yang acted like an obedient child on the outside, but if not for knowing that the quintet puppet mice was a treasure with his divine vision, it would be world's end if he was willing to accept it. Right now, this treasure that everyone would seek but fail to find was thrown on a silver platter right in front of him, of course he would be secretly exalted. Heavens have eyes, they would definitely open a path for Sanyar. Seeing Yue Yang being so obedient, the beautiful woman was truly happy. She quickly nodded and praised him. Third brother, don't contract it at all cost. The quintet puppet mice looked the same as other monster summons on the surface, but once it was contracted successfully, it would take up 5 places in the grimoire for the 5 elemental mouse, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In a copper grimoire, there were only 10 pages. You have spent the first 3 pages, since you even have the useless spitting thorny flower. You would only have 2 pages left. Listen to me, third brother, this is a plot by some people. They are afraid that you would be successful, they are afraid that we the 4th branch would become stronger than them. You should never form a contract with this quintet puppet mice. Yu Bing was flustered as she took Yue Yang's hands, forbidding him to create a contract with the quintet puppet mice. Bing what nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by they are afraid that we will be stronger than them? We are one family, so we must be united and live in harmony. The beautiful woman glared at her daughter. However, she was also afraid that Yue Yang wouldn't know what was important and contracted the quintet puppet mice in a moment of rashness. Moving closer, she placed her snow-white hands on Yue Yang's shoulders. Sanyar, let's leave the quintet puppet mice alone first. Let's research them carefully, we can still contract them when we understand their abilities. Uncle Zhong, please return to the Lord of Yu and deliver him the 4th branch's daughter-in-law and Sanyar's gratitude for this reward. If Sanyar became famous in the future, he will definitely return this act of kindness. He will not let the efforts that the Lord had poured into raising him be wasted. Listening to the beautiful woman's words, the servant, known as Uncle Zhong, nodded his head and assured her that he would do as she said. Then, he bowed to her respectfully as he took out a signatured piece of banknote decorated with silver lines. This money was the Yu clan's reward from the elders for every family member who had successfully contracted a grimoire. With this piece of signatured banknote, Yue Yang could go to any bank in the big cities to withdraw 100 gold. 100 gold, that was not a small amount of money. Since he was offered money, Yue Yang would naturally accept it without feeling bad. However, Yu Bing felt that it was not fair. She knew that the official amount of reward is 100 gold, but in reality, when the members from the 1st and the 2nd branch succeeded in contracting a grimoire, they would receive at least 150 gold, some would even receive 200 gold. Even she herself received 120 gold. Now that it was third brother's turn, why did he only receive the minimum amount of 100 gold? Doesn't this show their disdain towards him? 7th sister, don't be angry. Receiving 100 gold reward is already not that bad. Yue Yang thought that since he was not even the real pitiful guy in the first place, he should be grateful to receive the reward with his fake identity. With regards to the clan's people cold treatment towards such a kind-hearted and virtuous daughter-in-law, Yue Yang felt that he should go to the castle and teach these arrogant people a lesson one day, once he had attained all of his skills. He should avenge all of the grievances that this fourth branch daughter-in-law had received throughout the years, in order to pay back the boundless love she had showered upon him all this time. Although he was not the pitiful guy in reality, he had deeply felt her love towards the pitiful guy. Although he didn't say it out loud, Yue Yang was already planning to avenge the beautiful woman's grievances. After the old servant, Uncle Zhong, left, Yu Bing warned Yue Yang again. She told him not to contract the quintet puppet mice under any condition. Those monsters were just trash that would only waste the limited pages of the copper grimoire. Yue Yang nodded on the outside, but he was actually thrilled inside. The quintet puppet mice, one of the ghost genius Yu Gong's invention, was probably the most amazing puppet monster that the genius had ever created. How could it be trash? Furthermore, the quintet puppet mice could unite as one and would only take up one page of the copper grimoire. However, nobody understood the quintet puppet mice hidden ability, so they could only separate these mice into 5 different bodies. Separating them into 5 different bodies was actually the most foolish thing to do for this monster. In reality, this quintet puppet mice actually had a different name. Its original name was actually the quintet seeking golden mice. It had the ability to seek and discover any kind of ores, goods and artifacts, pitfalls and traps, and even identify different kinds of force fields. For example, if there was a gold mine, they would be able to detect it within an area of 100 feet. Another example, if there was a buried treasure or forgotten godly weapons buried underground, they would also be able to detect it. Most importantly, this quintet seeking golden mice would be able to use their abilities in any kind of terrain and situation, as long as they were within the attributes of wood, water, fire, earth, and metal. It did not matter if it was inside a hot burning molten lava or in icy cold waters, the quintet seeking golden mice would have a special machinery in its body to counter those situations. At the same time, as they were all level 1 puppet monsters, they had 0 attacking power and vitality. Hence, even in spirit beasts fights, they wouldn't be attacked. It could be said that this 5 mice were a priceless treasure for item identification and treasure hunt. On the other hand, even during spirit beasts fights, they could still be used to find hidden traps and force field barriers. If they weren't so amazing, why would the ghost genius Yu Gong love them so much? Yue Yang sighed. The later generations didn't recognize such a treasure and had treated them as rubbish for hundreds of years. It was really a sad joke. Of course, even though Yue Yang knew the secret of the quintet seeking golden mice, he would never say it out. He only smiled and nodded his head, and promised Yu Bing that he wouldn't contract the quintet seeking golden mice. Yue Yang waited until the beautiful woman and Yu Bing had left, and then quickly contracted the quintet seeking golden mice. With a flash of a golden light, 5 cute little mice, all with different colors, appeared on the 4th page of the copper grimoire. In the middle, the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth formed a circle and flowed together in perfect harmony. On the perimeters of this circle, the illustration of 5 adorable little mice puppets was beautifully drawn, their tails connecting together to form an outer circle. Alright, let's see if there's any treasure buried around here. When Yue Yang tried to summon the 5 mice, he discovered that they could be summoned all together. They were not limited by the daily 1 summon limit. A golden light flashed and the 5 little puppet mice appeared, all with different colors. Then, all of the mice had gathered at a specific place in the room, squeaking noisily. On an empty space at the 4th page of the grimoire, a line of words magically appeared: gold detected, amount, little. Jadestone artifact detected. Amount of powers contained in the artifact, huge. Yue Yang was elated beyond belief. He had always wondered if the pitiful guy who had committed suicide had some valuables hidden, because he couldn't find a single piece of gold in his room. The pitiful guy couldn't have drowned together with all of his savings, right? His savings should be somewhere in this house, but Yue Yang didn't know where the pitiful guy could have hidden his savings in. He couldn't find them even after searching for more than half a month. Now everything would be fine. Once the quintet seeking golden mice was dispatched, he was able to find the pitiful guy's valuables. But the thing that had made Yue Yang even happier was that these mice even had the ability to deduce the quantity and general descriptions of the items that they found. Their abilities were not as simple as finding a hidden treasure. With these 5 little monsters, his treasure hunting days in the future would be a breeze. Yue Yang dug up a wooden chest that was hidden under the place that was shown by the mice. Opening the chest, indeed, he found all of the pitiful guy's inheritance. It was a total of 15 gold and 62 silvers. There were also a few hundred copper coins inside a small pouch. Other than that, there were also the pitiful guy's toys and clothes when he was young, and 2 diaries left by his parents. There was also an ordinary-looking necklace with a black-colored jade pendant. If not for the deduction abilities that the quintet seeking golden mice had, Yue Yang wouldn't have believed that this ordinary-looking jade pendant was an artifact that contained a huge amount of power. Even with Yue Yang's divine vision skill, he still couldn't find out any information about this necklace. This should be an heirloom that the pitiful guy's parents had left behind for him. It was a pity that they had died young and did not manage to explain its powers to the pitiful guy. The pitiful guy must not have known that this pendant was an artifact, treating it as rubbish and placing it together with his old toys and clothes. Alright, it is mine now. Yue Yang had been worried that he did not possess anything that could prove that he was the pitiful guy. Now he could prove it with the black jade pendant, so he immediately wore it on his neck. Keeping the gold and the diaries, he left the old toys and clothes in the box and buried them under the ground again. Flipping through the pitiful guy's parents' diaries, there were only mundane words such as how they were missing their son and their lives' ups and downs. However, with Yue Yang's divine vision, he deduced that these two diaries were not that simple. They had probably used some concealing potion or some secret spell to record an important information. It was a pity that Yue Yang's divine vision level was too low to break through the concealment. Thank you, two elders. I will cherish the fruits of your labor. The shameless need held the two books in his embrace. He had already regarded himself as their own son. Taking over all of the pitiful guy's wealth, Yue Yang was especially in good mood. He also had a peaceful sleep and a sweet dream. In the sweet dream, the sword goddess that he missed day and night mysteriously appeared, after disappearing for quite a few days. The sword goddess didn't see the overjoyed Yue Yang, it was like she couldn't see Yue Yang at all. Her lily-white soft hands was holding that black jade pendant, her eyes observing it curiously. However, before Yue Yang could run towards her with arms stretched, shouting "My waifu," she suddenly disappeared into thin air. Yue Yang could only pick up the black jade pendant that she left behind. He was surprised to feel a huge amount of energy from the black jade pendant, boundless like the ocean. At the same time, as he jumped from the shock of the energy he felt, a sudden thought came into his mind. Could it be that the sword goddess had helped him to break the seal of the black jade pendant? With the black jade pendant, Yue Yang's training in his dreams proceeded with twice the effect. Wearing the pendant, he could absorb the spiritual energy from the earth and the atmosphere very easily. Furthermore, he could even absorb the abundant spiritual energy stored up inside the pendant itself. This time, he managed to absorb 10 times more energy than he could ever have in his dreams before. Unconsciously, his second energy channel, the heart meridian, was now linked together. Yue Yang thought that at this rate, he would be able to link all of the 12 energy channels in his body in less than a month. Once he managed that, he would be able to complete his innate invisible sword Chi's first stage, and truly enter the innate realm. TLN, explanation about the skill. This skill is called Invisible Sword Chi, it is of the innate rank, the highest rank among skill OPness. In order to master the Invisible Sword Chi, one would need to master X amount of stages that has not been explained. Currently, Yue Yang is trying to master the first stage of the Invisible Sword Chi. In order to that, he would need to link all 12 energy channels he has on his body. To link the energy channels, he must absorb spiritual energy from the earth and atmosphere. In Chapter 5, Yue Yang managed to link his first energy channel, the lung meridian channel of the hand Taiyin. It's actually a valid acupuncture point in traditional Chinese medicine. This allowed him to condense spiritual energy in his fingers and shoot it out like a bullet. Now, he managed to link the second energy channel, the heart meridian channel of hand Shaoyin. Once he managed to link all 12 energy channels, he would be able to say that he learned an innate rank skill, since it's like Invisible Sword Chi LV1, and be known as an innate ranker. When Yue Yang woke up the next morning, he discovered something weird. When he looked at the black jade pendant that he wore on his neck, it still looked as ordinary as it was previously. It was still thoroughly pitch black, unlike its appearance in his dreams. He also couldn't feel the boundless body of pure spiritual energy he felt in his dreams. Could it be that he could only use the pendant in his dreams? Or could it be that this pendant's seal could only be broken by the sword goddess inside his dreams? This thing was really full of mystery. Normal people would probably never knew about it or be able to use it. Why would the pitiful guy's parents wanted to leave this for him? Would there be any information hidden in the two diaries? What kind of treasure could this piece of black jade pendant be? What could it be actually used for? No matter how hard he tried to figure it out, Yue Yang still couldn't understand this mysterious black jade pendant. However, according to Yue Yang's usual thought process, he would simply stop thinking about things that he could not figure out. Anyway, there were already tons of other things that he couldn't figure buried within his mind. Time passed by. Yue Yang didn't feel that he changed a lot, but in the eyes of the Bo Trifle woman and Yu Bing, he was changing every single day. In the period where he absorbed the spiritual energy inside the black jade pendant, Yue Yang's body was bursting with health and vigor. His whole body became an inexhaustible source of energy. They had thought that Yue Yang was in a good mood since he had successfully contracted a grimoire, which was the reason why his complexion was good. However, within a few days, Yue Yang's skin suddenly started to peel off. First was the skin in his hands, then his legs and body, and finally his face. Every inch of his skin peeled off to reveal a new skin underneath. After his skin peeled off, Yue Yang's skin became bright and white as jade. They looked as white as Yue Bing's snow-white skin. It even glowed with radiance and vigor. Yue Yang's head also turned even more secretive with the passing of the days. If the beautiful woman had not seen his growth every day, she would never believe that San Er had changed so much in less than half a month. San Er, are you sick? Maybe you should rest a few days. I'm afraid your body will not be able to take it if you train so hard. Wouldn't you be tired to death this way? When the beautiful woman first saw Yue Yang shed the skin in his hands, she had thought that he had contracted some disease. Or maybe he had trained too hard that his body couldn't take it and produced a kind of side effect. In the end, it was only when she saw him looking much better and renewed when he had shed all of his skin, did she somewhat feel at ease. It was almost like watching a caterpillar metamorphosize into a butterfly. She thought that it couldn't be that bad. I'm fine, Yue Yang knew that this was a side effect of stepping into the innate realm. Through absorbing a large amount of pure spiritual energy from the black jade pendant, he had almost completed mastering the first stage of the innate invisible sword chi. That would also mean that he had almost reached the innate realm already. That was the reason why his skin started to peel off and the impurities in his bones and flesh were washed out. It signified a rebirth effect of stepping into the innate realm. Skin peeling off and looking full of vigor, these were all the changes that can be seen from the outside. But Yue Yang's body was turning even stronger, even more powerful and even more perfect with each day on the inside. These were the changes that they could not see. Furthermore, Yue Yang's muscles were not like those of a bodybuilder's, they simply became even more perfect and healthier. Right now, his muscles was slowly building up, his stomach becoming more taut and there were no more excess fat in his body anymore. His forelimbs were still as lanky as before, but they were getting stronger and tougher with each day. Yue Yang could see it himself when he bathed. Ever since he trained the innate invisible sword chi skill, his body was changing every day. He became even more perfect with each day. He didn't have any muscles although he possessed an enormous amount of power. Yue Yang was not that surprised with that kind of change. This was because he had already seen it for himself that the sword goddess, even with such a slim and slender hands, could possess such destructive powers. Since he was also training the innate invisible sword chi, it was normal that he did not build any muscles. Innate invisible sword chi, this was not a simple skill that any third-rate warriors can learn. Yue Yang was overjoyed every day, as he made improvements with each day. It was just that this brat kept the whole thing a secret, never saying anything towards the beautiful woman and the others. Time passed quickly and after a month, Yue Yang finally linked all 12 energy channels, the hand Taiyin, foot Taiyin, hand Taiyang, foot Taiyang, hand Shaoyin, foot Shaoying and other energy channels. Yue Yang was currently on the verge of completing innate invisible sword key first stage. He was only left with the last step, which was to connect all 12 energy channels together. Only then would he truly complete the first stage of the skill and enter the innate realm that every Soaring Dragon's ranker could only dream of. Even the most talented ranker in the Soaring Dragon Continent would need at least 100 years to be able to step into the innate realm. However, the time needed for Yue Yang to complete his training on this innate skill, invisible sword chi, was not even 3 months. He was able to reach into the realm of innate rankers that normal people would take hundreds of years to train. From this, it could be seen that the innate invisible sword chi was indeed an amazing skill. Taking into example, the Yu clan's spear technique that was widely recognized as a high-level technique in the Soaring Dragon Continent, was as simple as a primary 4 or 5 textbook to him now who was like someone who had already graduated from university. Now if compared to those third-rate leveled skills that the soldiers learned, it was like kindergarten level to him. Yue Yang reckoned that even if it was a genuine innate ranked skill, if it wasn't lost throughout the generations, they would only be at junior high or high school level. They were totally incomparable to the innate invisible sword chi that he had learnt. Right now, Yue Yang was suddenly curious about the sword goddess. Who was she exactly? Comparing her and the rankers in this world, then where did she exist and what would her rank be? Third brother, I would need to go back to the city to take the academy test. I will depart tomorrow. With regards to the basic summoning technique, you are already quite familiar with it. You could straight away join the second year of the academy with no problems. Third brother, the only regretful thing right now is that you still had not summoned your guardian spirit beast mist yet. Training your guardian spirit beast that will never betray you nor disappear is the most important thing to do. After I left, don't summon the spitting thorny flower anymore, you should buy a better spirit beast with that 100 gold you received. The best kind would be the beast types or the bird types such as the wind wolf, flaming lion, thunder bird, or golden falcon. If only that spirit beast awakening knowledge pill was not snatched away by second uncle to be used by little ninth brother, third brother would have probably succeeded in summoning your guardian spirit beast, they are such a bully. Next year in the clan's match, I would definitely not show them any mercy and teach them all a lesson. Otherwise, grandfather and these other clan elders would just belittle us the fourth branch. Before Yue Bing departed, she repeatedly warned Yue Yang. In her heart, she really pitied Yue Yang, because she felt like she was watching herself, a genius who was held in contempt by his own family. She had suffered much with the Soaring Dragon Continent's culture of regarding men to be more superior than women, and also the addition of her status as a widow despite her young age. She didn't dare to protest last time, but third brother was now her family's future. If he was a good-for-nothing, then she wouldn't say anything. But he was clearly a genius, yet he was despised by the family and treated so unfairly. These made her felt so wronged. Yue Yang stroked Yu Bing's head but didn't say anything. He knew his own capabilities, and that his guardian spirit beast was actually not mist but phantom shadow. He would probably not be able to summon out a mist guardian spirit beast until the world's end. However, in reality, phantom shadow was 10 times better than mist. He could summon a shadow for an extended period of 10 days, which also meant that he could summon 10 shadows to overlap with each other. Combining the 10 shadows together, it will increase their abilities by 50%. With the addition of completing the training into the innate realm, even he could not imagine how high his fighting capabilities would rise to. Seeing Yue Bing off, Yue Yang was in no hurry to buy any kind of wind wolf, flaming lion, thunderbird, or golden falcon. In his eyes, spitting thorny flower was so much better than any wind wolves or flaming lion. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the first stage training of the innate invisible sword chi. He was only left with the last step before he could enter the innate realm. Once he mastered the first stage of the innate invisible sword chi, he would enter into the innate realm. He didn't know about the others, but in this small white stone city that he lived in, there was definitely no other innate rankers. Even if he didn't have enough spiritual energy and could only use the invisible sword chi technique a few times, with the power of an innate ranked skill, he should be able to defeat all of his opponents with one attack. From the knowledge that he had gotten from the Copper Grimoire, only a level 6 elder rankers and above would be able to endure an innate ranked skill. Even if it was just a simple attack, an innate ranked skill power would be able to break through any low-ranked warrior's skills such as protection or body strengthening. In the eyes of an innate ranker, any rankers below level 6 were all insects that were not even worth to be mentioned. Of course, there were not many innate rankers in the world. That was why, almost all of the level 6 elder rankers were important ministers and officers in the government. They would at least be promoted to a general or even a marshal rank in the military. At the very least, they would hold a key position in the government. For example, in the White Stone city that Yue Yang was living in, the mayor of the city was a level 6 beginner junior elder. The Yue clan lord, Elder Yue Hai, the pitiful guy's grandfather, was a level 6 advanced senior elder who was previously knighted by the emperor as the great marshal of the national military. However, he was old and had numerous injuries from wars, losing both his left arm and right leg, thus he retired from the position and went back to his family. There was also the pitiful guy's first uncle Xian and second uncle Yue Ling who were the general and major minister of the country respectively. First uncle Xian was a level 6 intermediate elder while second uncle Yue Ling was a level 6 beginner junior elder. TLN, those who are confused, every level is divided into 3 sub-ranks, beginner, intermediate and advanced. Each sub-ranks had their own titles. E.g., for level 6, it is 1 level 6 beginner junior elder, 2 level 6 intermediate elder, 3 level 6 advanced senior elder. For now, the author only mentioned 4 titles so far, that is level 1 apprentice, level 2 braveman, level 6 elder and level 7 overlord. These are ranks for rankers, different from ranks for skills. Invisible sword chi is a skill that is ranked innate, presumably the highest rank among all the skills out there. Only the pitiful guy's father, Yue Gang, a talent that comes only once in 100 years, was able to attain the level 7 rank of overlord, overtaking everyone in the whole clan. Unfortunately, this talent had passed away 15 years ago. As long as Yue Yang mastered the first stage of the invisible sword chi, in theory, he would not need to be afraid of any opponents below level 6. Of course, in a battle, everything would be unpredictable. He could only use the sword chi twice currently. With his zero battle experience, Yue Yang felt that he should prioritize his safety and be careful with this secret. Anyway, with more time, he could increase his skill mastery. Only then would his safety be guaranteed. Sword chi was an extremely powerful skill. It had the ability to penetrate through any forms of defense. It could even kill his enemies immediately, but he could only use it twice with his current spiritual energy level. How would he be able to protect himself if he meet 3 strong opponents at the same time? Hence, Yue Yang felt that he shouldn't be too complacent right now, he had to keep a low key. His current goal was to master the first stage of the invisible sword chi and enter into the innate realm, becoming an unbeatable opponent for a level 6 ranker and below. Yue Yang knew that the innate realm was extremely strong and powerful, but he never thought that there would be such an effect once one had mastered it. When all 12 energy channels were finally connected to each other, Yue Yang felt his soul shook as his body entered into a state of perfection. It was like he was swimming in an ocean of boundless energy, free as a bird. He felt spiritual energy from the earth entering his body from the Yangchuan A cup ointment at his feet, and out from the Baihui A cup ointment at his head. The energy then rose through the clouds until it reached its limit, then it returned back down and entered the A-cup ointment in his head. The energy from the atmosphere would then flow throughout his body, then exit from the Yongchuan A-cup ointment on his feet out into the earth. With this cycle, his whole body felt like being washed anew by the energy from the earth and the atmosphere. So this was what shedding one's skin truly meant. At this time, Yue Yang's body did not feel heavy anymore, instead, he felt that he could fly. His body had become extremely agile and nimble. Suddenly, the copper grimoire flashed brightly and a pillar of golden light shone down from the sky, breaking the darkness of the night. If Yue Yang had not chosen to train in the middle of the night, everyone within 500 meters would have seen that pillar of light. As he entered the innate realm, Yue Yang felt a surreal feeling in his mind. It was almost godly, a feeling like he could leave the mortal world, reach out his hands and touch the skies or stomp his feet and cause an earthquake. However, such a feeling only lasts for a few seconds. The heavenly sound that he heard in his heart when he contracted his grimoire resounded once again as Yue Yang felt that the energy that fully filled his body was sucked away by a mysterious being in his body. Finally, he couldn't endure it anymore, a boom resounded in his head as he fainted to the ground. When he was unconscious, he felt like he saw an illusion of a seven-colored, brightly shining golden phoenix descended upon the ground. As his mind drifted apart, the golden pillar of light shining down on the grimoire also slowly faded into the air. As the pillar of light disappeared, the copper grimoire flew towards Yue Yang's side without a sound. There was no change in the pages. However, right at the back of his status description level 1 beginner apprentice, there was one extra word, innate. Yue Yang slept like a log that night, however, the whole empire of Xia was in uproar. Even the Emperor Junwu was suddenly awakened from his sleep and he quickly went to the Imperial Hall, where a state elder and 2 heavenly Imperial guardians were waiting for him. Everyone was in such a shock that they were still in their sleeping robes. A single news made the Emperor of Xia Empire shout with joy that he couldn't believe his own hearing. An innate ranker finally appeared in the Xia Empire. Furthermore, the golden pillar of light that shone down on this innate ranker was even more powerful than previous innate rankers. The golden light was so strong that it split the dark curtain of the night and everyone within a radius of 500 meters could see it clearly. Through the records kept by the innate ranker crystal, this was the 81st innate ranker in the whole of Xia Empire since the beginning of the history. This was also the 7th innate ranker who was still alive in this world. Your Majesty, it was extremely regretful that there was no records on this ranker. I'm afraid it could be those hermits that lived in the mountains. Currently, there wasn't any information on this new innate ranker. The state elder shook his head regretfully. Don't tell me that there was not a single information about him even in the innate ranker crystal records. The Emperor Junwu asked disbelievingly. Yes, Your Majesty. This innate ranker has the ability to hide his own identity. The innate ranker crystal could only record basic information such as male human. Even his age was concealed, let alone his sect, technique name, or spirit beasts. We reckoned that this innate ranker has the inherent ability of concealment, hence the innate crystal couldn't display his information at all. TLN, another explanation here. When I first translated Chapter 2 where Yue Yang successfully contracted the grimoire, I wrote that he received Twin Star innate skill. I have changed this to Twin Star inherent skill to prevent any confusion. These skills are skills that will automatically be given to a grimoire contractor, but the invisible sword chi is a skill that had to be learnt. The state elder was referring to Yue Yang's inherent skill counterfeit, presumably. Where did that pillar of light appeared? Who was the eyewitness? This is a huge opportunity for the Xia Empire to increase its power. We must find that innate ranker. The emperor almost went insane with anxiousness. They finally had an innate ranker in their empire, yet nobody knew the identity of the ranker. This was so frustrating. According to my reveal inherent skill, the general location should be in the southern part of the Yunwu Mountains. That would include the Whitestone, Red Forest, Black Cliff cities. It will be very difficult to guess a more accurate position. However, since the pillar of light shining down on that innate ranker was extremely large, there would definitely be an eyewitness, especially those assassins and bandits that mostly appeared at night. Somebody would definitely have seen it. As long as we offer a large amount of reward for someone who could report seeing such a large pillar of golden light, investigate it properly and follow all the clues, we should be able to find his location. The state elder's golden grimoire was opened wide as it showed the map of the Xia Empire. A golden dot was shining brightly like a star near the Yunwu Mountains. However, when he tried to zoom in on his map, that golden star had mysteriously disappeared. The 2 heavenly imperial guardians thought that this wasn't due to the state elder's fault, it was because of the concealing ability that the innate ranker had. Furthermore, they reckoned that his concealing ability was extremely strong. The emperor, state elder and the 2 heavenly imperial guardians discussed their next plan of actions the whole night, and in the end, they decided to offer 1,000 gold coins to the mercenary, assassin and bandit guilds to find this innate ranker. Also, anyone who had seen that pillar of light and knew the exact location for it would be able to receive a reward of 50 gold coins. At the same time, the 3 royal house, 4 major clans and 4 great sects were immediately contacted. Was the new innate ranker one of their members? When Yue Yang woke up the next morning, the whole of the Xia Empire was in chaos, even the secluded 4 great sects were also shocked. An innate ranker amongst the commoners appeared. How could this be? This was a person who did not rely on the 4 great sects and 4 major clans, not even receiving the royal family's support. He managed to master and enter into the innate realm all by himself. The 4 great sects immediately sent an envoy to check on the information displayed on the innate ranker crystal. Amongst the 4 great sects, a ranker with the god's eyes inherent skill from the Northern Moon Fairy Pavilion sect, the famous elder called Ming Xian, said something that had shocked the whole world. My god's eyes tell me that this ranker is an extremely young person. He couldn't be more than 30 years old. He had shrouded himself in dark shadows, hence I can see his face very clearly. His whole body was pitch black, I could only see his 2 eyes shining brightly like stars in the sky. I can see through him at all, it's as if there is a strong holy spirit that was protecting him. Elder Ming Xian's words had turned the whole world of rankers into chaos. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. If a ranker had reached the innate realm, attained immortality and eternal youth, it was still believable if the ranker looked 20 to 30 years old although he was 400 to 500 years old. However, if somebody said a person who was not even 30 years old managed to attain the innate realm, this was too unbelievable. What godly pill did this guy eat? If he reached the innate realm before 30 years old, then what would happen as he grow older? Even the 4 great sects who had countless legendary potions and heavenly spirit beasts would need at least 100 years of training to enter into the innate realm. With this in mind, wasn't this brat's training speed much too fast? What was his training method, exactly? Immediately, every single rankers in the world only wished for one thing, find that young innate ranker as soon as possible and learn his innate skill training method. However, with regards to all this, Yue Yang was completely in the dark. He didn't know that he had turned the whole of the Xia Empire upside down with chaos. The mercenary, assassin and bandit guilds had all went crazy, especially the mercenaries in the Whitestone City, Red Forest City and Black Cliff City. They were all so regretful that their faces had turned green. Why would they sleep that night? Even if they had gotten up in the middle of the night to pee, they could have seen that pillar of golden light and received 50 gold. It was such a huge reward. Even if one killed a level 3 Thunder Panther without a scratch on its fur, the fur could only be sold for at most 60 silver coins, that's not even 1 gold. If they were lucky and killed a variant Thunder Panther that has a demon crystal, that would only be worth 5 gold coins. However, against a variant Thunder Panther, a 5-man mercenary team would simply be throwing their lives away. Even a 10-man mercenary team might not be able to touch a single fur on its body. In order to kill a variant Thunder Panther, they would need at least a 100-men team. 50 gold coins reward, that would be equivalent to killing 10 variant Thunder Panthers. But now, they would be able to get 50 gold coins just by seeing the innate ranker's pillar of golden light. How could all the mercenaries in these 3 cities not beat their chest in regret? The strangest thing was that there really weren't anyone in the Whitestone City who saw the huge golden pillar of light that shone down on Yue Yang's residence that night. Although fake reports came in huge numbers, there was a state elder with the reveal inherent skill to determine the authenticity of these fake reports that the greedy mercenaries had the audacity to say. In his anger, he had beaten all of these greedy people into pulp. Yue Yang continued to train diligently at his home. Barely coming out from his house, he had no idea of the pandemonium that was happening outside. Instead, every day, he would play with the little girl. A grand, majestic, and honorable ranker had actually turned into a little horsey as the small girl begged him to carry her in his shoulders. In the day, he would either be crawling on the ground with the small girl to count the little ants crawling by or accompany her to catch red dragonflies. There were also times where he would teach the little girl how to summon the mighty WTF and WTH monsters of the online type, with her middle finger. In other words, he had ruined that girl's language. WTF and WTH are extremely strong heavenly spirit beasts. Remember, you can summon it near people that are on our side. You can only use it with bad people or our enemies, do you understand? That's right, remember to raise your middle finger up high. WTF and WTH both love to be summoned this way, that's right. When you say WTH, you have to say with anger and gusto. Yet, you can also say it gently and innocently, you are indeed a good little girl. If anyone found out that the new innate ranker was someone like Yue Yang, they would probably bang their head to the ground. The beautiful woman scolded him a few times, saying that he lacked manners. But seeing him spoiling the little girl so much, she was also secretly pleased with him. After mastering the first stage of the innate invisible sword chi, Yue Yang found that he had indeed entered into the innate realm. Now, his target was to master the second stage. However, mastering the second stage was not as easy as the first stage. To master the innate invisible sword chi's second stage, not only he had to link up all 108 acupoints in his body, he had to link the Ren, conception, vessel and the Du, governing, vessel together with the 12 energy channels. He had to connect all his energy channels into one thread and let energy flow equally through his body without obstruction. Once he mastered the second stage, other than a further increase in his strength, he would be able to emit sword chi from every part of his body. No enemies would be able to guard against such an unprecedented attack based on their own judging capabilities, as Yue Yang would be able to attack them with his sword chi from any part of his body. Compared to last time, the Yue Yang who had mastered the first stage right now had already become so much more stronger than before. He was so strong that he could simply stop training to master the second stage and wander around the world. He could fight in battles and train at the same time, waiting for the opportunity to break through the second stage. Furthermore, with the help of the energy from the Black Jade Pendant, mastering the second stage would simply be a matter of time. Yue Yang was definitely not in a hurry. It was just that during his second stage mastery training, an illusion of an extremely powerful skill kept appearing in his mind. It made Yue Yang anxious to master the second stage. In any case, even if he had power and strength, his overall fighting abilities would not be that strong if he didn't have a strong skill to complement it. Another month passed by. In those peaceful days, Yue Yang would bring the little girl out to the market during the day. He had wanted to understand the Soaring Dragon Continent's cultures and environment more. At night, he would train diligently, every single day, to master the second stage of invisible sword chi. After some time, finally, he had learnt the second skill of the innate invisible sword chi, the mysterious 3 styles. That night, Yue Yang, who was extremely excited having mastered the skill, decided to go out and register at the mercenary guild and find an opponent to measure his abilities. He wanted to test out his newly learned skill, the mysterious 3 styles. The Yue Yang right now was full of confidence of his own abilities. After entering into the innate realm, Yue Yang was able to use the invisible sword chi 3 times at one time. That should be enough against a low-ranked mercenary soldier. He couldn't say much if it was a group fight, but if it was a 1vs1 battle with a person under the level 6 rank, he should be unbeatable. Furthermore, he wouldn't need to use such a strong attack like the innate invisible sword chi that could possibly kill his enemies in one attack. He could use the second stage skill, mysterious 3 styles, to deal with any enemies or any kind of difficulties. Even if it was too late to use the mysterious 3 styles, Yue Yang could still use the Yu Clan spear technique that he had learnt before. That should be enough to defeat the mercenary soldiers. Yu Clan's spear technique. Although in Yue Yang's eyes it was as simple as a primary school technique, it was much stronger than the kindergarten techniques that the mercenary soldiers had trained for. It was a pity that the pitiful guy did not have the full version of the Yu Clan spear technique. There was only 6 volumes. He had only received those Yu Clan's spear technique manual. The most important part of the technique was lost since thousands of years ago, and the clan had also kept 3 volumes private. Only those of the Yu Clan members who had reached the level 4 rank of hero could learn them. Otherwise, Yue Yang's mastery with this Yu Clan spear technique would probably be much higher. If he still couldn't defeat the kindergarten techniques of the mercenary soldiers with his university degree of mysterious 3 styles, he should follow the pitiful guy and jump into the river. That night, Yue Yang didn't train like he did the previous nights. Instead, he secretly sneaked out from his house and went to the mercenary guild in the city. However, upon arriving at the mercenary guild, Yue Yang saw the eye-grabbing notice that the emperor had posted in all mercenary guilds in the country. It was only then that Yue Yang realized, with disbelief and shock, that he had become the most famous person in the whole of the Xia Empire. He even had a huge bounty. Seeing the 1,000 gold bounty, Yue Yang nearly went and served himself on a silver platter. Even though he might not understand the saying a lone tree might look more beautiful than a forest, but it will be easily destroyed by the storm, he had heard a lot of stories before. Yue Yang did not feel that telling the world he was the secret innate ranker was a good idea. The royal family would of course be delighted that an innate ranker had joined their ranks, strengthening the power of their country. But what would the other 2 great countries think? They would probably have him assassinated before he could grow to become a top-tier ranker. He was already an innate ranker at such a young age. Additionally, he had never eaten any elixirs and furthermore lacked a mythical beast. Even an idiot would know that the innate technique he practiced was superb, thus other innate rankers would definitely covet it. Therefore, unless someone had achieved invincibility, he should try his best to keep a low profile and act in secret. After all, you should keep quiet about your wealth to better safeguard it. Yue Yang laughed as he pulled up his black mask to cover his face before swaggering into the mercenary guild. The room was full of mercenaries, but nobody could have possibly known that this masked youth would be the innate ranker that the entire world had been looking for. They continued to drink and bet as they had been the whole time. Anyone could tell with a single glance that a person clothed in black with his face covered like Yue Yang was obviously thief wannabe who had only just started in this line of business. Aside from watching over their money more closely, there was no other reaction. "Excuse me, could you tell more about the steps needed to register as a mercenary?" Yue Yang asked politely. In a mercenary guild, if one was more polite, it meant that he was weaker, and would be easier to be looked down upon. Yue Yang wanted the entire world to see him as a weak person. That way, he would be able to keep his skills hidden and better safeguard his secrets. Thus, he put on an "I'm weak, please don't bully me" facade. Pay up, then fill out this form. If you have extra money, you can buy a mercenary heavenly badge. Every time you complete a mission, it'll record your accumulated points, and naturally raise your mercenary rank. However, this would cost an additional fee of 10 silver coins. The mercenary guild's receptionist was not a gorgeous beauty that Yue Yang had imagined. He was just a greasy-faced, bald old man. I don't know how to write. Can you help me fill it out? I'll pay 1 silver coin. Of course, Yue Yang could write, but he didn't want others to recognize his writing. The rankers in the Soaring Dragon Continent had all types of inherent skills. If a person skilled in distinguishing handwriting came along, wouldn't his cover be blown? Paying the old man to fill it out was comparatively safer. These things weren't important anyways, as long as he could use the mercenary guild to get a few missions that offered bounties, he would get the money back. The old man had met many mercenaries that couldn't write before. However, he would usually cheat strangers. Immediately, he determined that Yue Yang was a naive chick that had just hatched from his egg. How could he be willing to pay 1 silver coin for someone else to fill a form for him? A silver was equivalent to 100 coppers. This youngster seemed to throw out money casually. If this youth wasn't someone with more money than sense in his head, what else could he be? The old man didn't bother holding back, and coldly snorted, "I can help you fill it out, but you need to pay me 3 silver coins." Yue Yang extremely despised this greedy old man in his heart. However, on the outside, he showed a pitiful expression and begged, "3 is too much. 2 silver, I'll pay 2 silver. Can you please help me to fill out this form?" The mercenaries in the room all watched the old man bully the amateur, and began to laugh out loud. Bullying amateurs was a mercenary guild's first-rate tradition. At that moment, a slim youth with a masked face and bright eyes walked over from the door. The youth shot out an arm lightning fast and grasped the pen and paper in Yue Yang's hand. She softly chided, "Offering 2 silver to ask someone to fill a form for you, was your head kicked in by a mule? He's a staff member, from the beginning, he had the duty to help fill our forms for people who can't write like you. An idiot like you wants to become a thief? You'll die of starvation first. What's your name? You'll help me fill it out? Thanks, brother. Thank you so much." Yue Yang's expression was full of gratitude as he reached out to hug the other party. "Stop, otherwise I'll kick you out through the door. Idiot, tell me, what's your name?" The thief with bright eyes immediately gave an angry look at Yue Yang when he heard brother. "My name is Titan." Yue Yang regretted that he hadn't moved fast enough, since he was unable to hug the opposite party. He pretended to look at the other party currently filling out the form, as he neared the bright-eyed thief. At the same time he was able to smell the fresh scent on the youth's body. Good, this brother's scent was pleasing to the nose. It refreshed his soul, like how the smell of the legendary virgin's delicate fragrance would refresh his spirit. On the outside, Yue Yang's expression didn't change, but a certain place below had disgracefully woken up. "Titan? What kind of weird name is that? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before." The bright-eyed thief knitted her beautiful brows. "Titan is the name of a type of dwarf, right? They're extremely short, and they're a group of failures. After being defeated by their opponents, they were even tossed into hell," Yue Yang explained. "That doesn't seem quite right. If it's like you say, then why would you choose to name yourself after such a failure of a dwarf?" The bright-eyed thief asked in curiosity. The thief was quite intelligent, and had sensed that something wasn't quite right. However, if Yue Yang had answered the brother's question truthfully, then he wouldn't be called the counterfeit guy anymore. His eyes laughed and he assumed a manner of profoundness. "It's exactly because it represents a failure of a dwarf that I chose this name. It is to firmly remind myself that from now on, I shouldn't fail the same way." The bright-eyed thief was speechless at this. If that was true, then mentally remembering it was good enough. Why was it necessary to make such a lamentable thought into a name? However, the fact that the failure of a dwarf was called Titan still felt a bit off. The bright-eyed thief cunningly smiled at Yue Yang and lightly snorted, then fluidly helped him fill out the form with his name, gender, and occupation. The thief then asked, "How old are you this year?" Yue Yang counted on his fingers, and replied with a sincere voice, 200 years old, but I haven't married yet, I'm on a journey to find my true love. My conditions for finding a spouse aren't too high, my girlfriend only has to be as beautiful as a goddess, curvy, had a slim waist and a bubble butt." Hearing this, all the mercenaries in the room spit out their wine. Was this brat lovesick? The legendary story of a toad dreaming of eating a swan meat was probably someone like this brat. The bright-eyed thief also rolled her eyes. "Why didn't you say that aside from having a bubble butt, she also needs to love you for 10,000 years? Yue Yang had an expression of undeniable finality. "Loving me for 10,000 years is the shortest time limit, if she could love me for 100,000 years it'd be better." Even a million years wouldn't be too much. Love you my ass. The bright-eyed thief slapped the daylights out of Yue Yang, as she wondered to herself why she had even bothered to talk with a lunatic tonight, feeling extremely depressed. Yue Yang was unexpectedly still in a good mood as he reached out to pat the bright-eyed thief on the shoulder. Thank you, brother. The words love you my ass are quite good. They were very precise, and quite magnanimous. True men just have to be that passionate with love. Perhaps if said with an expression of intimacy instead, it would be better. Next time if I pick up a girl, I'll use that. Are you done filling the form? I thank you very much, brother. I'll invite you to eat a midnight snack at a new inn in the eastern part of a city that has a newly arrived girl with as large as footballs. Come, let's go grab a few drinks together. At the same time, we can refresh our eyes with the beautiful view. You, football? What's football? The bandit glared at Yue Yang with sinister eyes, but she was also interested in the unknown term that he had said, so she tried asking him instead. Ah, football is a special term used to describe a woman's chest. For example, if a girl is flat-chested like you, no, even flatter than yours, well, what I meant is that if a girl has a chest flat as a wall, then they will be called blooming small buns. Otherwise, they may also be called Princess Taiping, TLN. Princess Taiping is an important political figure in Chinese history, but Taiping if taken literally can also mean super flat. If a girl's breast is extremely small, like yours, maybe a bit smaller than yours, like a breast that was really small and barely had a bump, then their breasts would be called a sunny side up. If their breasts are just a bit larger, like yours, it'd be called an apple. No, please don't pull out your dagger, I misspoke. Please don't get angry. I know you're a male, but I needed someone to use as a comparison. Alright, I won't use you as an example anymore, then if the breasts are larger than apples, it would be footballs. The bright-eyed thief pointed her dagger at Yue Yang's neck, with a fury as if the thief would kill Yue Yang at any moment. No, there's another type that's larger than apples. Look at how much experience in this you're missing. There are still many things above apples, pears, papayas, and even coconuts. Only after that are volleyballs and footballs. There are many classifications. This is all knowledge that I normally don't tell others. Classmate Yue Yang said in a scholarly manner. Makes sense. When all the mercenaries in the room heard this, they all praised Yue Yang in unison for his chest's classification technique. For people to remember, making a great impact on the audience. It seemed that this small thief, Titan, really did have quite extensive experience with women's. Hearing this, Yue Yang became proud, like an honor student at school that had just issued an insightful and unique theory in front of thousands of students. The bright-eyed thief barely suppressed her rash urge to kill the brat at her blade point. She ferociously stamped on Yue Yang's foot, then shoved the form into his hand, turned around and stormed away. Yue Yang quickly tossed the form at the old man, paid money and received the mercenary heavenly badge. Then, he quickly hooted on the bright-eyed thief. Brother, come on, I'll treat you to a drink. Listen to me. That girl's chest is really huge, AI, you run so fast. It's so obvious from the first glance that you have never done this before. By the time Yue Yang raced out of the door, the bright-eyed thief had already disappeared like smoke. It was as if the thief had never appeared. As Yue Yang whistled loudly and left in a swagger, the bright-eyed thief unexpectedly glinted in the darkness, with the bright dagger in her hand. She had wanted to throw the dagger at Yue Yang's back many times, but she had suppressed the urge in the end. The bright-eyed thief lightly spat at the direction that Yue Yang's figure had left in, then once again disappeared in a flash. Facing the gentle evening breeze, Yue Yang was smiling corner to corner. He was smiling especially happily that his smile emits radiance. Whitestone City, Assassin Guild. Like all the other assassin guilds in any other world, Whitestone City's Assassin Guild gave people a sinister and frightening feeling. There were lights within the building, but they were as small as peas. It gave people the feeling that the lights could go out at any moment. It'd be fine if the lights were simply dim, but they were also strangely eerie and dusky. Yue Yang pushed the door to the Assassin Guild slowly, and upon seeing the room's conditions, he was astonished. The Assassin Guild had no people, aside from an old man in hemp garments that was sleeping on the table. The old man had grizzled hair, his figure lying on the table looked extremely small. It looked like his body and mind had gone senile, having withered and rotten away. It made him seem extremely weak. Of course, simply judging by the outer appearance, this old man that seemed to have one foot in his grave looked like he could be blown away with a single breeze. Moreover, the way he was sleeping made him seem like he had already fallen into eternal sleep. However, Yue Yang internally felt a strange feeling. He, who had already reached the innate realm, could use the mysterious three styles and the invisible sword qi, probably couldn't defeat this lazily sleeping old man, even with a sneak attack. Yue Yang secretly thought to himself that this old man was even scarier than a sleeping lion. He seemed more like sleeping dragon. Hello, I would like to apply to join the Assassin Guild. Yue Yang had faked his manners back at the Mercenary Guild, but he had said that with a respect that had came straight from his heart. Youngster, an assassin is a bloody and violent profession. Have you really prepared yourself? The old man slowly lifted his head. His appearance was extremely normal, his face covered in scars. Even if a person saw him 10 times on a street, they would most likely not be able to remember his existence, let alone his appearance. His dark, aged eyes peered into Yue Yang. Despite this, Yue Yang maintained his calm and controlled his breathing. He even smiled sincerely with his eyes. Although he couldn't see through the old man, Yue Yang knew that this old man was also still inspecting him, meaning that he had not seen through Yue Yang either. Yue Yang naturally caught the attention of the old man carefully inspecting him. Yue Yang smiled cheerfully and said, "Youngsters will always be attracted towards blood and violence, right?" The old man closed his eyes, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. He then said emotionlessly, "Entering the Assassin Guild doesn't require money or filling out any forms. Verifying your identity isn't necessary either. The only thing you need to do is pass a test. You can choose to take a written test, or a practical test." "What's the written test? And what's the practical test?" Yue Yang really found it strange. Assassins had to take written tests? It's not as if he was applying for college. The written test will consist of questions about murdering techniques, the practical test is directly killing people. If you want to take the practical test, you would need to go to the Black Mountain 50 kilometers away from the city at dawn. There will be a few outlaws there, as long as you bring any one of them back, you'll pass. After the old man finished speaking, Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head and hand, indicating that he wanted to take the written test. To Yue Yang, the thought of killing people was not a big deal. This Soaring Dragon Continent, aside from beauties, Yu Bing, and young girls, all people were like game NPCs in Yue Yang's mind. Killing him would not make him feel guilty at all. In addition, his original intention was to go kill some mercenaries that had bounties on them from enemies. While testing his combat abilities, he could also improve his spitting thorny flower techniques. However, Yue Yang was extremely lazy. The practical test required him to journey throughout the whole night and run out 50 kilometers from the city to cross over a mountain to kill a few mountain bandits. Then he had to carry a person back as fast as possible. There was no way he'd do that. If it wasn't for his desire to earn the title of Vengeance Hunter in the Assassin Guild, there was no way Yue Yang would have even come to a place like this Assassin Guild. The Assassin Guild was different from the Mercenary Guild. The people here all had real strength. The longer he stayed here, the easier it'd be for people to uncover his identity. If you choose the written test, then please make a choice, let's say want to kill a person. In front of you, there is a sharp legendary sword, a powerful spirit, and a piece of blank paper. Which would you choose as your killing weapon? The old man asked. That depends on who the target is, Yue Yang furrowed his brows. If the target is a mercenary, what would you choose? The old man asked. I would choose the blank white paper, Yue Yang laughed. This type of question wasn't asking about killing techniques, but killing knowledge? How would that be difficult? How would you use a piece of paper to kill someone? The old man frowned slightly. Simple. It'd pretend it is a secret, precious piece of art. After handing it to the target, it'd notify everyone that he had this art, and I wouldn't have to kill the mercenary at all. Countless people would fight to kill him in order to get their hands on the item. Yue Yang shrugged, replying confidently. If the target wasn't a mercenary but a merchant, what would your choice be? The old man slowly nodded, and changed questions. I'd choose the blank piece of paper. I would pretend it was a financial balance that had been calculated wrong. Once the target merchant is completely absorbed in calculating the assets and revenue lost, it'd kill him, Yue Yang replied. Hearing this, the old man's thin and frail hands suddenly stopped trembling. He asked, what if the target was an official? Would you still choose the blank piece of paper as your killing weapon? Why not? I can pretend it's the Emperor's decree. After the official kneels down to accept it, it'd offer him a cup of poisoned wine. Yue Yang had watched many TV shows and movies, and no matter how just and famous the generals were, they could never resist the Emperor's decree, nor a cup of poisoned wine in their bodies. If the monarch wants his subject to die, the subjects would have no choice but to die. This law had existed since ancient times. It would always be correct, no matter what the situation was. This did not only apply to feudal Chinese, it also applied to China dynasties and the Soaring Dragon Continent. Here, it would be regarded as a wise saying. The old man lifted his eyelid open, and astonishment colored his pitch-black eyes. He looked at Yue Yang for a few seconds, his expressions changing for an instant, but he recovered his composure quickly. In the end, he nodded his head in amazement, approving the brat's shameless poison plot. Yue Yang was secretly delighted, believing that he had already grasped the qualifications to become an assassin. However, he hadn't imagined that the old man would continue to ask, if your target is a woman, what would you choose? Hearing the word woman, Yue Yang's pervertedness began to stir, as he started to think lewdly. That depends on how young and pretty she is. If she's both, then I'd still choose the blank piece of paper. What will you pretend it is this time? The old man asked. No, I won't be pretending. I will sincerely write a letter pleading for her love on the piece of paper. However, if she doesn't agree, then I will kill her, and complete the mission, Yue Yang said with a tone of regret. The old man inquired, what if she does agree? Hearing this, Yue Yang immediately brightened and said, if she agrees to love me, then why would I kill her? I'd directly bring her home and marry her so she could become my wife. The old man was speechless. Although he had lived for quite a long time, he had never met a fellow as shameless as Yue Yang. The thick-skinned Yue Yang didn't realize that he had such a contented expression on his face that made one feel the urge to punch him at first glance. The old man muttered to himself for a bit, then slowly said, last question. If you receive a mission with your close relative as the target, what would you do? Hearing this, Yue Yang's smile didn't waver, but a profound look flashed in his eyes. In my heart, only two types of people exist in the world. The first is people who are alive, and the second is people who are dead. My relatives belong to the former. I will kill anyone who tried to hurt them. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Yue Yang. With a strange smile on his lips, he said, an assassin with a weakness for love and emotions is not a good assassin in my opinion. Whether or not I'm a good assassin doesn't matter. As long as I'm an assassin that can live, it's fine. Yue Yang raised his brows, arguing in a serious tone, I've heard these words before. Love and hate both are powers that had the ability to make people do unfathomable things. Weaknesses are like a double-edged blade. If they can be fatal to a person, they can also help a person improve. Hearing Yue Yang's words, the old man didn't speak for a long time. Yue Yang walked out of the assassin guild with not only the qualifications to become an assassin, but also receiving a Vengeance Hunter Blood Rose map for free. The Blood Rose map could be absorbed into the summoning grimoire to provide reports on anything related to the Vengeance Hunters at any given time. Even without the grimoire, the user could still activate the map once a day. As long as it's at night, they could see the locations of the targets locked by the Vengeance Hunters as floating red dots throughout the map. After choosing a target, the red dot on the map enlarges, and a blood rose symbol appears at the target's location, accurately pinpointing it out. The targets for the Vengeance Hunters were normally evil murderers. Once a warrior becomes an evil murderer, if the person he killed managed to use a vengeance scroll before death, the murderer's appearance could get recorded. At the same time, the murderer's name will also appear on the Assassin Guild's vengeance list, or the Blood Rose map. The victim's family can also go to the Assassin Guild to place bounties on the murderers to get Vengeance Hunters after them. The time limit for Vengeance Hunters was normally half a year. If the murderer was successfully eliminated, or if the victim's family is no longer pursuing the murderer, then the murderer's red-listed name will disappear from the vengeance list and the Blood Rose map. Yue Yang wasn't willing to help others out of the kindness of his hearts, he just wanted the extremely useful map for free. In addition, the evil murderers were normally quite powerful. If he could use them to cultivate the spitting thorny flowers evolving requirements, that would be wonderful. After obtaining the Blood Rose map, classmate Yue Yang began his first job as Vengeance Hunter. He aimed to get a fellow with the nickname Rock. Although he didn't know what kind of bloody atrocities this fellow had done, Yue Yang knew that there were at least 8 families joining up to chase after him for vengeance, and the bounty was 5 gold. The reward money wasn't that much, but it wasn't a little amount either. 5 gold at the Mercenary Guild was the price of killing a variant Thunder Panther. If converted to RMB, it was equivalent to around 500,000 yuan. Converted to RMB, based on the country's black market prices, cutting off the Mudir's hand cost 2,000, stripping off the legs cost 5,000, and killing a person was pretty much 30,000 to 50,000. Of course, in the Soaring Dragon Continent, these prices were only the lowest sums of money offered to vengeance hunters. Normally, the highest bounties offered on the vengeance list would be thousands of gold. However, Yue Yang couldn't have access to these people with such high bounties yet. He was still an amateur assassin, with absolutely no reputation or experience. Yue Yang had the mentality that even mosquitoes' legs were meat, 5 gold wasn't little. Anyways, when fighting monsters to level up, one has to start from the weak monsters. Who would go fight the boss in the very beginning? Wouldn't that just be seeking death? Rock, who was on the Vengeance Hunters wanted list, didn't actually hide himself. He publicly walked around on the streets, casually drinking some yellow wine. If it was another murderer on the wanted list, perhaps they'd be afraid an assassin would come to take their lives. However, he was a strong mercenary that had a high-ranking supporter behind him. A normal assassin would not be willing to go through the trouble of killing him for only 5 gold. Thus, he had always been living quite comfortably. He had only betrayed and killed some of his companions for money. This barely meant anything. With money offered in front of them, who wouldn't do something like that? In the future, if he had time, he'd probably rape his deceased companions' wives and then kill off their children. Let's see who would still dare to chase him for vengeance. Rock was extremely proud of himself. He had already gotten tipsy after too many glasses of drinks, and now he felt like he a powerful ranker. A ranker would be able to do whatever his heart pleased, right? Just as Rock was proudly smiling at himself, he noticed a small masked thief was standing on the deserted street. The thief's eyes twinkled like stars, and with a voice as clear as water, he asked. Are you the Rock on the vengeance list? Are you an assassin? Have you come to exact vengeance on me? Rock immediately awoke from his drunken stupor. Although his demeanor reeked of arrogance, he wasn't exactly stupid and had absolutely zero interest in adding his name to the list of those idiots who had succumbed to their negligence. Though Rock's appearance suggested that he had engaged in quite a few hours of drunken revelry, he still retained a calm and lucid mind and quickly composed himself. As a mercenary, particularly one that had betrayed his comrades, he did not desire to meet his maker before he had enjoyed all his ill-gotten gains. As one who usually took advantage of others' drunk state, he prided himself on not making the same mistakes as his victims. Just because there hadn't been any assassins on his tail recently, didn't mean that he had lowered his guard. Always be alert was a mantra that all the mercenaries drilled into themselves, especially those who wanted to maintain their yin alive status. Yue Yang displayed a relaxed disposition and requested him in a friendly manner. If you don't mind, then I would like to borrow your head for a while and exchange it for some gold. If you have any last words, you can say them now. I am in no particular hurry, you brat. You intend to take me on all alone? Rock began to convulse into laughter as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Oh, those are your last words? You indeed have the virtue of being concise and precise. Now then, allow me to send you to the afterlife. Yue Yang lazily stretched his arms and began to draw closer to Rock. Stone Skin Rock yelled out as he produced a black crystal from his pocket and began chanting. Immediately a large amount of black light began condensing in the crystal into some type of fog. It rapidly rushed out to form an enormous and dark-skinned stone man that opened its arms and yen embraced Rock's body. Within a blink, it merged with Rock's body and his body reflected the resultant transformation. His body had gained the same dark shade as the stone man and evidently his skin had transformed into armor. Yue Yang didn't bother to use any sneak attacks. Instead, he stood silent, calculating. He realized that his first opponent was an element-type mercenary who could summon spirits. It seemed to be the element type, Stone Skin. The elements could be classified into three main types: fighting, strengthening, and special type beasts. Among them, the special type beasts mainly used the life skills or reconnaissance skills to gather intelligence. Most mercenaries didn't opt for these as the element type beasts had extremely high requirements which was beyond their capabilities. For the mercenaries, strengthening type and battle type beasts were ranked higher on their lists. The strengthening type could directly boost the body's combat abilities and hence were crucial to their survival. Battle type used the beasts' bodies directly to make their attacks against the enemy more powerful and added that extra bit of sting. A formidable battle type beast meant an amazing support and ensured an outright victory in a fight. Mercenaries ranked below level 8 always made the strengthening type beasts their number one priority as they spent their days being cut by knives. Protecting their lives was given the highest priority. If someone could summon two beasts, then almost always the second choice would be the fighting type beasts. Even among these beasts, there were some which had clear advantages over others of their class, such as the avian class. This Yin Rock guy in front of Yue Yang had shockingly summoned an elemental type beast contrary to Yue Yang's expectations. This unusual state of affairs meant one thing: this Yin Rock person's strength was quite good and far surpassed the ordinary mercenary's. The Vengeance Hunters had estimated Rock to be a level 2 upper-ranked Braveman. Evidently that information was incorrect. Just by comparing their apparent manifested strengths, Rock was at least 5 ranks higher than the amateur level 1 lower rank Yue Yang. If it was anyone but Yue Yang, then it would have meant an insurmountable difference. Ostensibly it should be an uneventful battle not throwing up any surprises, considering the difference in level and rank, it should be a straightforward victory for the higher rank. Come brat, come and take my head, Rock sneered, pulling out his axe. His body had become invulnerable, and he was 100 times more confident now. Even one strike from his axe would mean a fatal blow for his opponent. Rock's strong defense, unreasonable strength, and penetrating attacks meant that pretty much no mercenary was willing to provoke him. The puny masked thief in front of Rock obviously must have overestimated himself and come seeking death. It seemed that the little guy didn't know that axes like his were meant to cut off legs of such thieves. Surprisingly, Yue Yang smiled. He didn't lose his head and charge over recklessly. And even more surprisingly, or perhaps not, he took to his heels. This action stumped Rock. What? The brat saw the unfavorable situation and wanted to escape? Rock's lips curled and he sneered. He immediately gave chase to the thief. Although he was slower than Yue Yang, he felt no fatigue as a result of his stone skin. He was now a machine, a killing machine. He might not win any sprints, but in a long chase, the thief's legs would begin to give away and then he would be turned into mincemeat. This was Rock's usual strategy. At least 20 other enemies had fallen prey to him in the same manner. No one had ever successfully eluded Rock. And today would be no different. After chasing him to a desolate farm, Rock's bloodthirst grew as he watched his opponent tire and slow down. Rock launched his axe at Yue Yang's back. Yue Yang dodged to the side and came to a halt. He looked around and nodded, this place is not bad. Quiet and dark the ideal location to kill exactly. You have chosen a good place for your grave. Rock was enraged as he saw Yue Yang acting cocky without any chance to flee. Clearly, this brat doesn't know the difference between life and death. If you bribe me some gold, like maybe 100, I would consider letting you off with your meager little life. Yue Yang felt that 5 gold was really a paltry sum. If his victim was wealthy, extorting some from him would be a better idea. This is getting more ridiculous by the moment. Rock spat in contempt. Why don't you make me kneel and beg for mercy? I usually don't let others have the chance to beg for mercy. Yue Yang used his foot to flick the axe into his hand. He strode towards Rock and before he could even react had sent the axe smashing into Rock's chest. Ding! The axe seemed to have collided with iron and a stream of sparks flew outwards. Aside from sporting a grey sheen, Rock's chest showed no sign of sustaining any injury. The elemental type Yenstone skin was indeed worthy of its name. Yue Yang looked at the axe in his hand. Its edge had been actually chipped. Rock traced the marks left on his chest and scorned, "Brat, now do you understand how powerful I am? My body is invulnerable. Even fierce tigers and lions would chip their fangs if they tried to take a bite out of me. How could a little son of a bitch like you who hasn't even gone through puberty yet, kill me? Your skin is indeed stone skin, but your inner organs probably aren't as hard, right? When you let me cut you, your outside skin wasn't injured at all, but you reached out to rub your chest right now. And this means? You probably felt some hidden pain in your chest? In that case, you can probably get stunned too." Yue Yang didn't show any hint of fear. On the contrary, he laughed out loud. He dodged Rock's fists in a flash, leaping into the air. He skillfully rotated the axe with his wrist, and the thick axe flew down towards Rock's shiny bald head. He exerted all of his innate energy, and fiercely struck down. Immediately, another sound like colliding with metal rang out. Rock's body swayed. His thick hands cradled his head. He was feeling incomparable pain, and wanted to loudly cry out. However, before he even had the time to make a sound, his eyes had already rolled to the back of his head, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. If it had been anyone else slamming his head down, perhaps Rock would have been able to endure it. However, for people like Yue Yang who was an innate ranker with innate strength, his stone skin was as defenseless as a piece of tissue paper, the energy directly went through his head. Although his skull hadn't split apart, the inside of his head had been badly shaken. From before the battle began, Yue Yang was the victor. He threw the deformed metal axe away, and nonchalantly brushed off his hands, as if he had done a very insignificant thing. However, if other people had been watching this amateur fell a level 2 upper-ranked braveman, the White Stone City's valiant and famous Rock, in a single attack, their jaws would drop to the ground. But to an innate ranker, the fact that an innate ranker defeated a level 2 braveman is not surprising in the least. That was something as simple as eating a pie. And translation says as simple as eating peas. We just Americanized it. All right, let me see. I've defeated the first monster. I wonder how much money there will be. Yue Yang's attitude was like that of killing monsters for treasure, rather than hunting people for vengeance. When Rock felt a ton of ice-cold water get dumped on his face, he dazedly awoke, and suddenly realized that he had been tied up with palm fiber rope. He wanted to resist. However, Rock discovered that his bonds were tied extremely skilled, and were extremely annoying. His arms and legs were tightly tied, with a stick behind him to pull him straight, making it impossible to bend. He was unable to summon any energy, so there was no way he could pull the bonds apart. Just as Yue Yang was checking all of Rock's belongings, he saw that the fellow had awoken, and said in discontent, "You poor bastard, aside from the little bit of money on you, do you have any other places where you've hidden away over 100 gold? If you do, then I'll consider letting you live." Yue Yang didn't have the heart of Buddha, he only wanted money. "I'm going to kill you." He cursed. Rock was getting angry enough to explode. "I can understand your emotions, but a man must uphold his dignity towards reality, so why don't we continue our talk about the ransom? Have you really no savings hidden away?" Yue Yang asked. "Let me go right now. Do you know who I am? I'm the #1 most capable person in the Violent Beast mercenary group. If you dare kill me, then the leader, Tai Kuang, will hunt you down for vengeance, and the Violent Beast mercenary group will exterminate your entire family." His attitude was still as arrogant as before. You're going to exterminate my entire family? I'm starting to feel a tiny bit afraid now." Yue Yang laughed. The Violent Beast mercenary group was one of the 3 great mercenary guilds in Whitestone City. Yue Yang had obviously heard of it before, moreover, he also knew that the guild leader, Tai Kuang, was the city's #1 tyrant. However, no matter how terrifying Tai Kuang was, this was only from the point of view of the average person. Even if Tai Kuang found out that Rock had been killed by Yue Yang, he wouldn't dare confront a member of the Yue family, one of the 4 great families, for revenge. There were many benefits to his family's influences. Perhaps the families wouldn't treasure every descendant, or care for each grandson. However, if anyone dared to look down on the great family's power, and killed any member, even if the member was just a coward, the whole family's elite forces would be dispatched to gain back their place and their face that had been sullied. The military forces guarding the family were both imposing and glorious. Yue Yang had never thought of using his family's name to do anything. Moreover, in his opinion, Rock was a type of little monster that had absolutely no power. Besides, if the number 1 violent beast mercenary group was only this skilled, it seemed that their awesomeness was very limited. Let me go, or else I'll tear you alive. Rock said in response to Yue Yang's words, and felt extraordinary shame and humiliation. He had never in his life suffered from being looked down upon like the opposite party was doing to him right now. He wasn't even seen as a person, he was only a pitiful bug. It seems that our discussion has ended. You don't have money? Then I'm sorry, but you will become fertilizer for my thorny flower. It's time for its meal. Yue Yang commanded the thorny flower to swallow Rock. Because thorny flower gained more energy from eating people alive rather than corpses, the probability of variation would increase. This was especially true for warriors that were still united with their beasts. After the thorny flower ate someone and goes through variation, there would be little chance that the thorny flower would gain the enemy's beast's abilities, or the thorny flower would greatly increase its own original powers. That's why Yue Yang had not killed Rock earlier, and decided to make thorny flower swallow the fellow alive. Ah! Rock looked above him. The thorny flower had its terrifying mouth gaping wide open, and he saw its mouth full of sharp teeth preparing to swallow him. In that instant, he was scared out of his wits. Although death was scary, with a kika, his head fell down to the ground. Just like that, it was over. Now it wasn't as simple as just dying. The thorny flower's gaping mouth had to swallow him alive, and slowly digest him into its own body. This was really too terrifying, he had no clue how long the digestion would take until he would actually die. This was torture, dying would be better. Rock didn't try being brave anymore, and immediately began piteously crying for mercy. If this brat wanted to use the axe to kill him, he definitely wouldn't be merciful. The opposite party couldn't use the axe to defeat his stone skin and kill him, but continuing to live this way was too frightening. Yue Yang indifferently waved his hand, sorry, you need to pay me money for me to kill you. If you don't have 100 gold, then don't bother speaking. Rock felt that a bolt had suddenly struck down from the blue. Where would he possibly get 100 gold? If he had 100 gold, why would he be working as a mercenary? He would just directly buy a residence in the countryside, and enslave some girls under him as an old rich man and forget about everything else. When he saw the thorny flower's gaping mouth prepared to swallow his legs, he cried out in panic, let me go, I'll give you 100 gold. By morning tomorrow, I'll definitely have 100 gold. The Rock who didn't even have a total of 10 gold on his body, please don't just randomly spout bullshit. Lying isn't right. Yue Yang would never get tricked by something like this, he had no tolerance for empty words. He rubbed Thorny Flower's head and commanded, you should swallow him head first, otherwise, this fellow will start crying out. If the surrounding neighbors are woken up, then it won't be good. People still have to go to work in the morning. Speaking of which, I'm a bit hungry. You slowly enjoy your meal, while I go eat a midnight snack. Rock began screaming out like a pig being killed. However, Yue Yang pretended not to hear, and whistled as he casually walked away. Spare me, spare me! Rock cried. I believe that when you were killing others, your victims also begged you for mercy. But have you ever once spared them? No. You've done very well, and I should learn from you. Yue Yang turned around and gave a harmless smile, speaking in a tone of incomparable ease. The next evening, Yue Yang's target was the level 3 intermediate hero, Tai Kuang. This person was also the boss of Rock, the person who had been swallowed by the thorny flower last night. The violent beast mercenary group was one of the top 3 evil tyrants within Whitestone City. Although he has the rank and title of a hero, Tai Kuang's nickname, Armored Beast, was gained through many acts of infamy and villainy. In Whitestone City, he had committed many crimes, including oppressing the weak, blackmailing and extortion. This bastard was also a murder maniac who had killed many innocents, and was now being hunted by a dozen or so families that had united to extract vengeance. Because he was one of the descendants from a famous family within the Xia Empire, Tai Kuang had the great and powerful protection of the family supporting him from behind. Whitestone City's assassin guild had never dared to even touch him, and this further boosted his overweening attitude. Moreover, the current favorite concubine of the Lord of Whitestone City had been introduced and presented by Tai Kuang. The Lord was constantly sweet-talked to by this concubine from the moment he slept to the moment he awoke, and so nobody in Whitestone City dared to mess with Tai Kuang. Because Yue Yang's first mission had gone so smoothly, without any difficulty at all, he decided that he wanted to try something a bit more challenging tonight. He decided to attempt an assail on the infamous Tai Kuang that nobody else dared to touch. Tai Kuang was not at all the same as the level 2 Braveman, Rock. Tai Kuang was a level 3 intermediate hero. In Soaring Dragon Continent, everybody, even the prince or the princess, was called apprentice if they were only at level 1. Once they reach level 2, they become Braveman, only if they rose to level 3, then they would be called a hero. The title of a level 3 hero was the real dividing line between the warriors of Soaring Dragon Continent. If a warrior was forever unable to climb up to the hero level, then he was labeled mediocre, and would be resigned to be cannon fodder for the rest of his life. On the other hand, one that did become a hero would be known as a ranker, as they surpassed normal warriors by far. Although a level 3 hero didn't appear to be that high of a level on the outside, in reality it was not such an easy task to achieve. Any warrior that wanted to become a hero must not only have enough strength, but must also successfully go through the death refining. Only then will the country award the warrior with a hero's medal. With this, one can become the hero that everyone admires. If one was a level 1 apprentice, with extreme luck or with special circumstances, he would still have a chance to defeat a level 2 Braveman. However, it was unheard of for a level 2 Braveman to even think about defeating a level 3 hero. That was because level 3 hero was the first step on the road to becoming a ranker. You can be called a ranker only after you have risen to a level 3 hero. Of course, a level 3 hero is only strong in the eyes of ordinary people. In the eyes of innate rankers, warriors that ranked below a level 6 elder were all insects that were not even worth mentioning. When comparing those innate rankers from the Soaring Dragon Continent who had spent hundreds of years cultivating profound skills, Yue Yang who had barely cultivated his skills for 3 months as an innate ranker, was still very far behind. However, he was still an innate ranker. Tai Kuang, who was also nicknamed the Armored Beast, was a renowned expert within Whitestone City's mercenaries, and it would be laughable to compare ordinary mercenaries with him. However, if he suffered even a single blow of Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi, it would definitely result in a fatal injury. This is the difference between an innate ranker and an ordinary ranker. However, Yue Yang had no intention of using the invisible sword chi to kill Tai Kuang. He wanted to capture Tai Kuang alive so that he could join his comrade Rock in becoming fertilizer for Thorny Flower. Although the Thorny Flower's strength increased quite a bit after digesting that level 2 ranker Rock, it was unfortunately not enough for it to jump a rank and evolve. Even after devouring a live person, it had still not attained the bronze rank. It seems that it was not easy to raise a golden crown Thorny Flower Queen, a mythical beast with a human form. Fortunately, the Soaring Dragon Continent had no lack of villains. Yue Yang had never worried about the fertilizer situation. Putting the entire Soaring Dragon Continent aside, Whitestone City alone had a vengeance list of more than 100 people. One could only imagine just how rich the fertilizer supply was. Being a vengeance hunter had allowed him to refine his battle experiences, raise his Thorny Flower and even earn some allowance. Who would turn down such good benefits? Yue Yang went to the Eastern Tavern and entered, but after looking all around, he was unable to find any girls with as round and big as a soccer ball. However, he was able to find a few girls with as big as papayas. He had barely beckoned before a few papaya ladies surrounded him, pleasantly surprised. Is young master looking to have some fun? What would you like to play? Do you want a twosome or threesome? Looking down on me? This young master had you all covered. Yue Yang tossed out a handful of silver coins, causing the surrounding women's eyes to light up. A few of the papaya ladies shrieked like a upon seeing the money. Aside from snatching the falling money with a thief's speed, they excitedly began to surround Yue Yang in a sea of breasts, practically suffocating him to death. Seeing that Yue Yang had then went out of the door with the army of big-breasted ladies, all the men in the tavern were extremely envious of that little thief's luck with women. An orgy? Not bad. At the same time, they were a bit worried about the little thief's body. They inwardly thought, wouldn't this little fellow be completely drained by these girls' insatiable lust? The men inside the tavern began to laugh heartily. If that was so, then the cleaning staff would probably have to throw his little skeleton body out the next day. Even if that little thief survived this ordeal, he probably wouldn't be able to get up from bed for at least another month. As for the papaya ladies' vitality-sucking skill, they had all experienced it before. Enduring one of them alone was pretty difficult, let alone a group of them. If the ladies rushed at him from all sides, he will have no choice but to arrive at death's door. At the corner of the tavern, the little bright-eyed thief that helped Yue Yang fill out the forms yesterday night quietly sat. When the bright-eyed thief saw Yue Yang struggling happily in the sea of breasts, she spat in disdain. However, suddenly, everyone saw the condemned to die little thief walked back in, before they could even finish one cup of wine. No way? That fast? Did he has some divine skills? Even if this thief was a quick shot, this was still too darn fast. If he finished that quickly, why did he want so many girls? Wasn't one enough? Brother, did you even take off your pants? One of the men asked in curiosity, while another shouted loudly, you are too wasteful. If you can't do it yourself, you can ask us for help. We would gladly help you. Brother, don't you think that you are wasting money this way? My dear older brothers, I am just an errand boy who was helping someone to call those ladies. How could I engage in an orgy, such a good occasion? Yue Yang snickered as he replied. Tisk. Everyone clicked their tongue. They had thought that he was a rich young master, and been jealous of him for so long. They hadn't expected that he was only an errand boy. However, once they thought about it, they realized this made sense as well. If this scamp really had money, it would be weird if he was willing to spend it all on these girls for an orgy. Yue Yang understood how to win people's hearts. He fished out 2 silvers, threw it on the table, and loudly declared, meeting everyone together here today was fate. Hence, I'll use the commission I gained tonight to treat all of you brothers to a drink. At the same time, let's pray that bastard dies from excessive ejaculation. Everyone smiled in satisfaction at these words. Everyone thought this little thief had a glib tongue and was quick-witted. Since he was treating them to a drink, they would definitely not hold back. They all raised their glasses and cheered. The bright-eyed thief sitting in the corner inwardly snorted to herself. She didn't try to take any liberties with the sexily dressed bar girls who showed their cleavages and wore rabbit ears as they went about serving the wines. Suddenly, Yue Yang sat on the opposite side of her table, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother, I knew that I would be able to find you here. How's everything? That voluptuous girl, isn't she a magnificent sight? Don't be embarrassed, an inexperienced virgin such as yourself should study as much as you can. Moreover, this is the way human relationships are formed. Confucius once said, appetite and lust are only natural. Did you see how great this saying is?" The bright-eyed thief rolled his eyes at his words. She really wanted to kick this lecherous-minded hound to death. "Brother, I simply can't watch without doing anything. We'll book a room tonight. Whatever is said, you will lose that virginity of yours tonight. If you don't have the money, don't worry about it. It's my treat." Yue Yang magnanimously patted the bright-eyed thief's shoulder. "Shiro, I have confirmed that this manga is more of a gag than shounen. Enjoy." The bright-eyed thief mumbled ridiculous and brushed away Yue Yang's hand. She then stood up and turned to leave. "How is this ridiculous? A man and a woman's romantic passionate love is the most meaningful thing in the world." Yue Yang quickly chased after her, hot on her tail. At the same time, he laughed, "Brother, don't feel embarrassed. If you don't know anything about skills in bed, I can teach you. Even though I don't qualify as being that experienced, we can slowly research the topic together. If you have anything to say, let's talk it through. Don't take out your dagger." The bright-eyed thief was fuming with anger, and she began to quickly move. With a whirl of her hand, the dagger flashed in front of Yue Yang. Yue Yang stared at the dagger held up against his throat, and meekly raised his 2 hands up into the air, indicating his surrender. "Get lost. I'm not the same type of person as you." The bright-eyed thief was trying hard to suppress her urge to kill the brat, as she coldly squeezed out the words through her teeth. "No way. You don't like women." Yue Yang said with an extreme expression, "Could you possibly be the legendary Chi man?" "What Chi man?" the bright-eyed thief asked in confusion. "In this world, people are split into attackers and defenders. The attackers are responsible of sowing the seeds, which is arduous work. On the other hand, the defenders are just in charge of moaning in pleasure. This is a comfortable and terrific job. Aya, don't hit me." Yue Yang hadn't even finished his words before he had been punched in the face by the bright-eyed thief. "Let me warn you now, if you see me in the future, you'd better keep your distance. Otherwise, I'll kill you," the bright-eyed thief said indignantly. However, Yue Yang had to admit that this fellow's angry appearance was quite attractive. There were people like this in the world, no matter whether they were laughing or fuming, their appearances were still extremely attractive. Everyone couldn't help but to like them. On the other hand, there were some people that were the complete opposite. No matter whether they were happy or angry, their appearances were always extremely disgusting. People would have no other option but to vomit at their sight. If one looked at their appearance for too long, they'd have the urge to go bang their heads into the wall and kill themselves. Yue Yang felt that this bright-eyed thief was the former type of person, and one that people would only like more and more. When he saw the bright-eyed thief get angry, he wasn't afraid of her. Instead, he smiled even more brightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll hide far away. Otherwise, I'm afraid that a man-lover like you will fall in love with me." The bright-eyed thief originally wanted to send Yue Yang flying with a kick and then leave, but after she heard his words, she immediately began to question the brat's sanity. "What did you say? I'll end up falling in love with you?" the bright-eyed thief repeated, as if she was unable to believe her own ears. "Of course, such an outstanding and handsome man like me is welcomed by both beautiful men and women. But please take note, although I am loved by everyone, I only like beautiful women. I have no interest towards beautiful men, so please do not fall for me." Yue Yang, nose high up in the air, praised himself complacently. The bright-eyed thief almost fell flat on her face from hearing these words. She had met narcissists before, but it was her first time meeting one on a level this high. Even the white stone city's walls were like a piece of paper compared to his thick skin. The bright-eyed thief felt that even if all the narcissists in the world were combined into one person and compared to this brat, their narcissism would not even reach a tenth of this brat's. The bright-eyed thief was secretly glad that she wasn't a narcissist. Otherwise, she would have probably felt completely inferior to the brat in front of her and killed herself with her own dagger. Heaven knows how there could be such an abnormal existence in this world. That's right, aside from abnormal, there was no other way to accurately describe the extremely narcissistic, pervert-minded fellow standing right in front of her, who currently wore a large grin across his face. Although many beautiful men have confessed to me before, my heart can only be taken by beautiful women for eternity. Don't worry, I won't ever like an outstanding toad like you, especially not for eternity. The bright-eyed thief sneered at Yue Yang and referred to him as a toad that had wished to eat a swan's meat, indulging in his wild fantasies. I feel relieved then, brother. I have always worried about this problem. Now it's all good, it turns out that you don't actually like men. Just like me, you like beautiful women. Now that I've finally relieved myself from this pressure since I know that you like women, not men, then everything's fine. This is great, we have a common language and common tastes. Come, let's go on an adventure together. I, who was extremely knowledgeable about girls and multi-talented, had always wanted to write a book to demystify a girl's mysteries and guide millions of lost youths in this world. I was just missing a companion. Yue Yang patted his chest, and exaggerated how his worried heart had finally been reassured. He then intimately twined his arms on the bright-eyed thief's shoulder, as if he had finally found a fellow enthusiast to accompany him on his battles. I say, a knowledgeable and multi-talented person like you should be able to complete your book about girls' mysteries on your own. I have things to do, so I won't be accompanying you. The bright-eyed thief smiled coldly, having great disdain for the self-proclaimed knowledgeable and multi-talented fellow, thinking that this brat really had nothing but perverted thoughts in his mind. It seems that you doubt my genuine talent. Brother, you've completely misunderstood. If you could just understand even 1% of the boundless knowledge I have, I believe that you will be completely captivated by my profoundness. Before, I was just worried that you would love me despite my male gender, and so for the sake of preserving our relationship as friends, I didn't reveal my inner depth. Do you understand now? Brother, did you really think I was just a normal person? No, I'm a genius. Yue Yang's words were just a bit short of literally writing the word genius on his forehead. You are a genius? More like a natural idiot. The bright-eyed thief had never seen such an arrogant narcissist in her life before, to think he even dared to call himself a genius. If geniuses were all like him, then the human race would be completely eradicated. Since you have sworn that you definitely won't be captivated by me, then I can just show you my ways, I have no choice but to let you know of my true formidability. Let me tell you, normal people aren't anything compared to me, even the immortal poet, Li Bai, often plagiarizes my poetry, as does the poet sage, Du Fu. Otherwise, how could they have gotten to the point where people say that Li Bai and Du Fu's literary works cast their radiance far and wide? What you don't know is that it's because of me that they are here today. Do you get it now? Yue Yang said earnestly, with complete certainty. His expression was extremely serious as well. The bright-eyed thief stared at him for a while. Could this brat really write poems? The immortal poet, Li Bai? Who is he? The bright-eyed thief had never heard of this god of poetry Li Bai. TLN, child, you must study well and improve yourself every day. Not even knowing who the immortal poet Li Bai is, no, this won't do at all. Yue Yang patted the bright-eyed thief's shoulder, speaking as if he was old, wise, and experienced, putting on an expression that said you would regret it later if you are lazy now. What's so good about this immortal poet, Li Bai? Why do I need to know him? The bright-eyed thief snorted in disdain. But her words seemed to lack some of her previous confidence. Could it be that you haven't even heard of the Quiet Night Thought that he copied from me? That's a classic work. How could you have never heard of it? Yue Yang looked as if he had just encountered a strange creature that couldn't read. Quiet Night Thought? Never heard of it. What kind of poem is it? The bright-eyed thief tried hard to recall, but couldn't find any memory relating to the poem. TLN, Quiet Night Thought is basically the first poem every children in China will learn in schools. The poem was written by Li Bai, one of the most famous poet in Chinese literature. Before my bed, the moon is shining bright, resembling a touch of frost upon the ground. Raising up my head to look at the bright moon, I lowered my head and think of home. Although he plagiarized my work, the concept is still fine, especially the way he raised his head to look at the moon. That kind of looking up to the round moon in the sky and lowering your head and thinking of home, it broke through the hearts of the millions of people in the world that longed for their own hometown. A faint sense of nostalgia, paired with the silence of nature, reverberating continuously through one's heart, an expression that cannot be expressed. It is at this point that silence triumphs sound in embodying this feeling. However, if you just listen to my original works, then you will be even more surprised. That is because, my original works, are of supernaturally fine craftsmanship, to the extent of shocking the world and making the gods cry. I dare to say that once I recite a poem, you will jump with emotion, forget where you are and pat my back in awe. Yue Yang emphasized that his own work is original, and that the content is awe-inspiring to the point of shocking the world and making the gods cry. As a result, this aroused the bright-eyed thief's curiosity. Could it be that this fellow could actually compose poems? Alright then, go ahead and recite your quiet night. Thought the bright-eyed thief felt that this brat would not be able to compose a poem, but she decided to give him a chance. Make sure you stand firm and listen closely. My poem is this: before my bed, there is a pair of shoes, there are clothes on the floor. I raise my head and look at the bright moon, I lower my head and think of my lady. Yue Yang hadn't even finished speaking before the bright-eyed thief's fists flew towards him. The bright-eyed thief thought that even the most innocent things would be defiled in this bastard's mind. When hearing the quiet night thought, she had thought that the concept was extremely beautiful. It was simple enough to understand, yet it had incited such complex feelings in her heart. Compared to those poems filled with flowery and magnificent words, quiet night thought was much more touching. The bright-eyed thief had intended to forgive him at first, but who knew that this fellow was naturally deserved to be beaten. Yue Yang was extremely thick-skinned and didn't seem to mind. He jumped back up with mirth in his eyes. Actually, this is only the first draft. You must know that good poems are all modified, like the saying, mincing each word and finding the right rhymes, immersed in literary works till one dies. Don't be too anxious, I still have another edited version of the quiet night thought. The bright-eyed thief laughed coldly. Don't say anything else about the pair of shoes in front of the bed. You can slowly savor it by yourself, if not for hearing what he said afterwards about mincing each word and finding the right rhymes, immersed in literary works till one dies, and finding it interesting and profound, that bright-eyed thief would have already stabbed him and left a long time ago. Now, there seemed to have been a change for the better. Could it be that just now he was just teasing me on purpose? Could it be that this fellow, such a frivolous person by nature, was actually a really talented poet? Yue Yang immediately raised his voice to oppose. It's changed, of course it's not a pair of shoes before the window, it's now, before my bed, there are two pairs of shoes. Shedding clothes on the floor, I raise my head and look at the bright moon, then I lowered my head and kiss my lady. Wah! Heavens, if there's anything you want to say it nicely. Gentlemen speak with their mouths and not their fists. Yue Yang ran once he finished speaking, because the bright-eyed thief had already picked up her dagger, vowing to stab this shameless fellow who dared to tamper with the classics. After chasing him down 9 streets, the bright-eyed thief still refused to let him off. In the end, Yue Yang was left with no choice but to use the finishing blow, thus shouting loudly, "Everyone, quickly come and see, there are beauties running around naked on the street." This one shout drew countless mercenaries out to take a look. The bright-eyed thief couldn't take it anymore and decided to disappear after catching up to Yue Yang and giving him a flying kick at his back. Yue Yang patted his backside and muttered to himself, "The old Daoist priest kicked my backside, and in payment gave me his granddaughter the heavenly sword goddess as my wife. Now that I get kicked by you, I shouldn't make exceptions either. Although you cannot compare to the heavenly sword goddess, I can make an effort to keep you as my mistress. Very well, it's about time, let's go see what that fellow Tai Kuang has died from excessive ejaculation yet." At first, Yue Yang only planned on spending a little money to get a few girls to tire Tai Kuang out so that he would sleep soundly. There were many ways to kill a person. One way was to use female charms to lure a man and kill him. This method was one of the most effective, as well as one of the most formidable ones. As the old sayings go, liquor is the sword that pierces your intestines, lust is the blade that scrapes your bones. Yue Yang reckoned that if Tai Kuang had drank so much liquor and had so much sex but was still standing, then he could become a Superman in person. Thus, Yue Yang whistled and swaggered, as if walking through a front courtyard leisurely. When he reached the house in which Tai Kuang stayed in, suddenly he saw that there was a woman with particularly well-developed breasts, actually waiting for him in the darkness of the doorway. "Young master, not only did we get Tai Kuang to drink till he's asleep, we've even tied him up, you can go in any moment to kill him." This big-breasted woman immediately knelt down and kowtowed to him. Her words really gave Yue Yang a big shock. These prostitutes, how did they know that he was going to kill Tai Kuang? It was a good thing that they did not alert Tai Kuang, otherwise, there would probably be a trap lying in wait for him once he went in. From what this big-breasted woman is saying, do these prostitutes bear animosity for Tai Kuang? Yue Yang was secretly astounded by his own luck. Fortunately, he was able to succeed with a stroke of luck. As she kowtowed, the big-breasted woman tearfully said, "While this lowly servant keeps watch outside, I plead that young master quickly goes in and kills Tai Kuang. If you take too long, Tai Kuang might wake up, and the situation might change. Tai Kuang's summoned beast spirit is very formidable. Young master must be extremely careful." "How did you know that I want to kill him?" Yue Yang was baffled. It looked like these girls weren't just large-chested bimbos. If Tai Kuang wants women, he wouldn't pay for it. Our husbands were all killed by him. Many of my sisters were forced into a living hell by becoming prostitutes to earn money for him. We are his tools to make money. Do you think that in such a situation, he would still spend money to get women? Earlier, when you said that you were a mercenary from the Violent Beast mercenary group and had come here to invite prostitutes for Tai Kuang to serve him, we already knew that it was definitely a false pretense. In addition, we can tell from young master's eyes that you are not his subordinate, you don't have that arrogance towards us, nor the humility towards him. You held a clear gaze that hid a deep sense of profoundness, with an unyielding expression of self-satisfaction. You seem more like a young master of a higher status. How could someone like you run Tai Kuang's errands for just a bit of money? This is obviously impossible. The only explanation is that you are an assassin that is planning on killing Tai Kuang, a vengeance hunter assassin. You, a great hero that is daring enough to do anything to protect justice, must have come to aid the powerless and segregated people like us. Young master, you shouldn't doubt us. Actually, the families that placed Tai Kuang on the vengeance list are our sisters. We've never given up on enacting our revenge against Tai Kuang these past few years in hope that a great hero like you would appear. The big-breasted woman said this with a tear-stained face while constantly kowtowing her head to express her thanks to Yue Yang. Yue Yang was shocked by her sensitive power of perception. It seemed that he really had underestimated the people of Soaring Dragon Continent. This big-breasted woman had managed to come up with such audacious reasoning with so little clues. Moreover, her reasoning was extremely accurate. This was really not a simple feat. Now that he had gained a clearer understanding of the situation, why hadn't they reported to Tai Kuang? It was because Tai Kuang was their target of revenge. He was the murderer of their husbands. This enmity was completely irreconcilable. However, he still had some doubts. If you've already gotten him drunk and tied him up, then why don't you women kill him yourselves? Isn't this something that would only require the lifting of a hand? The big-breasted woman lifted up her tear-filled face and shook her head slowly. We can kill him, but we don't have enough power to endure the revenge that the authorities behind him would inflict upon us. My sisters aren't like me, who is a childless widow. They all had sons and daughters, even elderly parents. If Tai Kuang died, his clan would definitely enact revenge, and once they found out about us, we would probably be punished heavily and thrown into jail. In the jail, we would probably be tortured to death. Our parents, sons, and daughters would also be killed. We don't dare to take revenge ourselves. We could only hope for the appearance of a hero who would not submit to tyranny. Young master, if your powers are not enough to take on the Tai clan and the Whitestone City Lord, then please leave this place quickly. We will untie Tai Kuang and continue to serve him when he wakes up. We will do our best to stop him from suspecting something from this matter. How long have you guys put Tai Kuang on the vengeance hunters list? Yue Yang asked his last question. 3 years. We've never given up all this while. The big-breasted woman gave Yue Yang a resolute gaze. Although we don't have money, even if we have to save on our food and living expenses, we will never give up this vengeance. Hearing this, Yue Yang slowly nodded his head. As weak and lowly prostitutes whose dignity had been crushed to bits, even after being looked down upon and stepped down upon by so many, they still held on to their vengeance. All their hard-earned money would need to be handed over to their manager, so they could only sneak a little amount of money out into their pockets. Yet they were still able to save 15 gold coins every half a year to continue on putting Tai Kuang on the vengeance list. Their determination and willpower for vengeance really deserved respect and admiration. With regards to being hunted down by the Tai clan after killing Tai Kuang, Yue Yang didn't care about it at all. This was because he could get into a space gap, based on the knowledge he got from the Copper Grimoire. Firstly, Tai Kuang had not used any vengeance scroll on him to record his appearance. Because of this, his name wouldn't appear on the vengeance list. Even if it had accidentally been recorded by the vengeance scroll, the name that would appear on the vengeance list would only be the titan that he had previously recorded, not his real name. If Yue Yang really killed Tai Kuang, the Tai family would probably seek him for revenge, and sent a vengeance hunter after him. However, this couldn't possibly happen. This was because of the loophole that Yue Yang had created. He hadn't personally killed the other party. At most, he was only an accomplice. The vengeance list would at most only recorded the thorny flower that had swallowed Tai Kuang. However, Yue Yang hadn't given the thorny flower a name, so only a strange, anonymous person would appear on the vengeance list. And before Yue Yang summons the thorny flower from the Copper Grimoire, its red dot wouldn't appear on the Blood Rose map either. It was exactly because of this loophole that Yue Yang felt that, putting Tai Kuang aside, anyone, no matter how powerful their background was or how amazing their strength was, would only turn into fertilizer. Before he pushed the door open to enter, he gave the big-breasted girl a calm smile. In the future, you don't need to pay money to the Assassin Guild anymore. The money would just be a waste, since not every assassin enjoys earning money. If you're willing, you can come find me. I'm an assassin that will kill anyone for money. No matter who you want to kill, I'll do it, as long as you pay a fee. The big-breasted girl behind him was suddenly overwhelmed with her emotions that her shoulders were shaking. She silently cried, her emotions in a complete mess. In less than 10 minutes, Yue Yang walked out. He held a rather large leather pouch and tossed it next to the big-breasted woman's feet. There are some copper coins in that pouch for you. I need you to do something for me. There are some gold and silver ornaments inside this pouch. I want you to find an appropriate seller in the black market to pawn these things off for gold coins that I can use. If the seller dared to trick me, I will kill him too. I will not tolerate anyone ruining my plans. Do you have any other targets of revenge? If you do, say them now. If you complete this exchange for me, although I won't do anything for you for free, I will consider giving you on a loan, and slowly collect interest. The big-breasted woman trembled as she continued to kowtow. She stuttered, there are still 2 people. One is called Chang Dao, the other is called Xia Huo. Although I don't know their actual names, I've seen that Tai Kuang speaks to the both of them with respect. Xia Huo periodically comes to Whitestone City. Based on my calculations, Chang Dao might come in a few days. We don't know anything about him, just that his blade is extremely fast. Even as he sits down and drinks liquor, he could kill dozens of people in succession with only a wave of his hands. Normally, he doesn't come to Whitestone City very often, he appears and disappears unpredictably. However, this Chang Dao has a very obvious distinctive feature, his right hand that holds his blade is much larger than his left, at least twice its size. Yue Yang laughed at this. He turned around and his words floated in the breeze, if you help me complete this exchange, the next time you see them, those 2 will be dead. The big-breasted woman kowtowed fiercely once more in thanks. When she lifted her tear-filled eyes, the figure in front of her had already long since disappeared with the wind. By the next morning, Yue Yang, an assassin that could kill a person without batting an eye, had returned to the role of the beautiful woman's beloved San-Er. If she knew that the San-Er she loved dearly had climbed over the walls of their manor, went out and used his thorny flower to eat 2 people alive, who knows what she would have thought. If Yu Bing was still practicing summoning techniques with Yue Yang in the small courtyard, she would have definitely noticed that the thorny flower that Yue Yang summoned was now a little different. The spitting thorny flower was currently still level 1, but its grade had already changed from ordinary to bronze. Its breed has also changed to bloody-tongued spitting thorny flower. Currently, the thorny flower was around 2 meters tall, and its stalks were as thick as a human's arm. Thorns densely covered its entire body, and its monstrous mouth-like petals had grown larger, its teeth had become even sharper. The greatest difference of all was that it had grown a long blood-red tongue. It would stick out its tongue and continuously flicker it back and forth, like a snake. The beautiful woman had not noticed this different appearance at all. She held the small girl and sat under the rays of the sunlight, cheerfully reading the letter that her daughter had sent home. San-Er, Bing-Er sent you a greeting through this letter. The beautiful woman felt that everything happening within her family was now changing for the better. Her originally quiet daughter was now getting closer to her San-Er. Normally, her letters home would definitely not inquire about her third brother. Now she mentioned him multiple times in her letters, and even subtly asked for his studies grade report. This confirmed the fact that this little girl still wanted a powerful older brother deep in her heart. Did Bing-Er's test go smoothly? Yue Yang put away his bloody-tongued spitting thorny flower. After his thorny flower had risen to bronze rank, it was at least 10 times more powerful, yet it hadn't increased in level. This proved that his secret wasn't wrong, the evolution path that his thorny flower was following couldn't be more correct. At the very least, the first step towards its progress had been successful. He believed that the thorny flower would continue to raise in rank to silver rank and gold rank. Then, from gold rank, it would undergo a new evolution process, changing into a humanoid bronze-ranked thorny flower demon. The thorny flower demon would then continue to raise in ranks from bronze to silver, gold, platinum all the way to the diamond rank. After 3 evolutions, it would finally change into a bronze-ranked intelligent humanoid thorny flower queen. It will then continue on to another path of evolution. Only then would it become the legendary humanoid mythical beast Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's path of maturation required 3 levels of evolution. This process would probably be extremely long and arduous. However, it had already taken the right first step forward. As long as the thorny flower continued to swallow living people as fertilizer, its growth rate would be much faster than any beast type or avian type, even with the help of demon crystals. Its evolution would only endlessly skyrocket forward. In the future, the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen would become any monster's worst nightmare on the battlefield. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen from 3,000 years ago would no longer be only a legend, it would become a true story. Bing-Er's test went extremely smoothly. Next year, she can enter the 5th grade advanced class. She also registered you as 2nd grade, since the school regulations state that one cannot register for anything above the 3rd grade. Therefore, San-Er, for the moment, you can only enter the 2nd grade. Bing-Er said in her letter that after studying there for a few months, if your grades are excellent, you can jump straight to the 3rd grade. Then, the young girl in the beautiful woman's arms began to shout loudly as she shouted that she wanted to attend school as well. The beautiful woman saw that she could no longer keep the girl still, so she could only release her. The girl then jumped into Yue Yang's arms like a spoiled child. After the beautiful woman finished reading the letter, she looked hesitant as she sighed. Bing Er said she won't return home for the next 3 months. She wants to go to Tongtian Tower and go through a test there. Tongtian Tower? A test. As Yue Yang listened, his eyebrows slightly creased. According to the information given to him by the Copper Grimoire, Tongtian Tower was an unusual place. Tongtian Tower had been around since ancient times, and legend has it that the ancient gods built it. Its position is at the central point of the Soaring Dragon Continent, and it is also known as the ladder that the ancient gods left for humans to ascend to heaven. No one knows exactly how tall the Tongtian Tower is, as it reaches through the clouds, and the ancient gods created and arranged it such that its surroundings were enshrouded. No one can climb the outside, it is necessary to climb the interior of the Tongtian Tower level by level. In every level of the Tongtian Tower, there is a portal. After the portal, is a single separate realm, anyone can go in to cultivate. The conditions to climb up are to first obtain a unique token from a lower floor before going up to the next floor. Bing Er is only going to the first level, barely entrance level testing, moreover, teachers from the school will be leading them in groups, so there should be no danger, but I still worry a bit for that stubborn girl. The beautiful woman knew her daughter's personality well. She was solitary and taciturn, disliking social activities, unable to communicate well and did not have any close friends in school, thus whether it be day-to-day life or during the testing process, it is easy to be at a disadvantage. By any chance if she is in danger, there might not be anyone to help her and she can only flounder without any support. Nothing will happen, please be reassured, 7th younger sister can take good care of herself. Once Yue Yang heard that it was the first level that Bing Er was going to, and the test she was taking part in was the entrance examination, he quickly used several kind words to comfort the beautiful woman. Tongtian Tower's first and second levels test has almost no risk toward lives, only after reaching the third level, will it become a real death refining. Of course, everything has a chance of having an unexpected mishap occurring. For example, the youth from the Feng family that had an arranged marriage with Yu Bing's younger sister, it was at the second level that he was rapidly killed by a wandering golden king beast. Only, this type of accidents happened extremely rarely, to the extent that it can be overlooked and disregarded. Over the last few hundred years, apart from that one accident, there still hasn't been a second case. That is because even if it is the Tongtian Tower's third level, the Golden King Beast is a king that only occupies the mountain, so it generally will not wander around. Due to worrying about her daughter, the beautiful woman was a bit absent-minded today, even for someone as skilled as she is in needlework, has already gotten her finger pricked by the needle a few times. Seeing the beautiful woman pricked finger dripping blood, Yue Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration darting through his mind. It is possible that his own black jade necklace needed blood to confirm its owner. Black jade necklace was ordinary and unassuming in the daytime, nobody could tell that it was a treasure and Yue Yang had never been able to find out what this object's real purpose was. Yue Yang's state of mind was stirred up. Once the beautiful woman and the little girl left, he immediately took the black jade necklace off his own neck, using a needle to prick himself and draw blood, and dripped a little on the necklace surface. After half a day, there was no response from it at all. Okay, I admit it. I've read too many game novels. Yue Yang had originally thought that this item would been like those in game novels that would require a drop of blood to recognize its owner. This would bind it to the person, and then make it so that it would never wear down nor drop. It could also level up along with the owner, making it an extremely amazing godly weapon. Who knew, the black jade necklace still did not respond even after half a day, causing much pain to Yue Yang's heart. Forget it, one day I'll understand it. Yue Yang stretched out his hand, prepared to clasp the black jade necklace onto his neck. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a black dot on the necklace that was rapidly getting larger. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a terrible black hole with endless attraction force. Yue Yang was practically swallowed into it. Like that, Yue Yang had almost been finished off. He found out that his entire body was almost torn up by the black hole. In the instant that he was being swallowed up by the black hole, it was as if skin, flesh, bones and even his spirit were all becoming fine powder, being painfully annihilated. When Yue Yang thought that he was about to die, suddenly in the depths of his spirit lit a large number of unusual fires of life, giving Yue Yang another strange feeling of resurrection. He quickly realized that he didn't actually die, in fact he was in a quiet place with no light at all. Exactly what was going on? How could he get out? Yue Yang thought that this was really a brain that was larger than 3 others. It seemed that this method of using a drop of blood to recognize an owner couldn't be tested so casually. Now it had caused so much trouble. You actually haven't died yet? You re such a strange human boy. You re even an innate, there's such a young innate. Just as Yue Yang was unsure of what to do, a graceful yet astonished female voice rang out. Before even having the time to react, Yue Yang discovered that he had been lifted up by an irresistible force. Following that, a pair of warm, soft, and creamy lips kissed him on the mouth. The beauty had given him a kiss? The first thought he had was that he finally got a kiss, but then was terrified to find out the beauty that was enthusiastically kissing him was a scary vampire. She was in a frenzy to take his inner energy. All the energy that was cultivated for a month in the second level was sucked out by her in a few seconds. If she did not release her cherry-colored lips, Yue Yang had no suspicions that he would become a dried-up corpse. It's been 10,000 years, but this is the first time I've ever felt so comfortable. This is really refreshing. Although the amount is a bit lacking, it's extremely pure. Not bad. The beauty that had kissed him said with a gasp of admiration from within the darkness. Fuck. Yue Yang discovered that he had been drained so that his body now felt weak. His legs were like jello when he stood, it was like the feeling he got when he masturbated too much. After a moment of dizziness passed, Yue Yang made the unusual discovery that he could actually see in the dark. Even without a trace of light, he was able to see clearly enough to know that his own body was bare, not wearing a single piece of clothing on his bare self, exactly like a streaker. Standing in front of him was a beauty over 2 meters tall, her complexion was able to cause the downfall of a city, with creamy skin, blue sapphires for eyes, unblinkingly staring at him, full of surprise and curiosity. This beauty had a long mane of gold hair, demurely cascading down her shoulders to cover the 2 erect peaks on her chest that was like snowy jade. Yue Yang resisted with great difficulty the urge to cop a feel, and looking downwards, could only see the slender waist, one of nature's greatest works. Supernaturally finely crafted statues could not show the perfection of this natural delicate body. Even if he had died and dropped to the degenerate 18th level of hell to suffer, Yue Yang still wanted to see even further down. This was an extremely rare chance. If he couldn't see the bare beauty in front of him, Yue Yang might as well have changed his name to Lu Xiaohui. Lu Xiaohui is a Chinese figure that was said to have been so virtuous that he showed no immorality even when a woman was on his lap. However, when Yue Yang used his predator-like vision to look downwards, he cried out in shock, "My God, you, why are your legs a snake's tail?" Hearing this, the golden-haired beauty smiled. Her smile was like a lustrous sea of stars, capable of causing the downfall of a city and causing the heavens and earth to collapse. Her smile made Yue Yang's soul float outside of his body and forget about staying on earth. She had 6 arms extending outwards behind her mane of golden hair, swinging in an extremely beautiful way. One snow-white hand lifted Yue Yang's lower jaw lightly, and those sapphire eyes were filled with laughter. "Cute little human boy, this is not strange, I am a serpent empress, of course I look different from humans, don't you think that my serpent tail is also very beautiful?" Beautiful. The bottom half of the golden-haired beauty's body was a snake tail that measured a few meters in length. It was akin to white jade in color and was truly beautiful, with a sort of grace that could not be explained. However, it was still a snake tail. If it was a pair of human legs, Yue Yang would probably like it more. That swaying 6 arms on her shoulders were indeed a bit too much. If only there were only a pair of jade arms, that would be wonderfully perfect. Yue Yang stared at the golden-haired beauty's snake tail and 6 arms. After a long time, he responded. Grabbing one of the golden-haired beauty's white jade hands, he asked with a cheerful smile on his face, "Are you Bai Suozhen, Madam White Snake? I have looked forward to meeting you, I am Su Xian." TLN, Madam White Snake is an extremely popular folklore in China. What nonsense are you talking about? My name is Fei Wen Li, please call me the world's most beautiful serpent empress. The golden-haired beauty let out an extremely confident smile. My greetings, Your Majesty. Yue Yang had assumed the air and style of a refined and courteous gentleman. You should have added an additional world's most beautiful in front when greeting me. It will make me happier. Now let us have a little chat, cute little human boy. Can you tell me how you were able to break through this black hole seal? Furthermore, how could you be an innate when you are still so young? The golden serpent Empress Fei Wen Li asked curiously as she blinked her big beautiful eyes, looking into Yue Yang's eyes. Nothing I can do about it, I'm a genius. Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders in an unrestrained manner. Although his entire body was bare, he didn't seem to mind, since the other party was also naked. Now both parties could be frank with each other. It was a pretty good feeling. Of course, if it was possible to push her down or have her push him down, that would have been even better. Problem was, Yue Yang also knew his own strength well enough to know that he would be unable to defeat even one of Her Majesty Fei Wen Li's hands, so he temporarily restrained his perverted tendencies. Empress Fei Wen Li's golden eyebrows plunged into a frown as she unexpectedly nodded and agreed, "You are indeed a genius. No, actually, you are a perverted genius. I have never met anyone like you among the human race. I was confined in a deep sleep for 10,000 years. I was unable to come out of this everlasting dreamland for thousands of years, yet your blood had awakened me instantly. No matter what kind of life comes in, this black hole seal will reduce everything to ashes and smoke. I tried all kinds of method I could but was only able to ensure that my soul did not disappear. My physical body was unfortunately devoured by the black hole. However, you, a mere little human boy, can somehow stand perfectly well, in front of me, unscathed. I can't understand how you could do it. You probably have a natural automatic resurrection ability, in addition, you are even able to resist the black hole's engulfing ability. Most amazing of all, I have never seen such a young innate ranker. If in this endless, deep magic world, I say that I am the second, no one would dare to claim that they are first. Even so, I used 50 years to prepare myself before I started to cultivate in the innate realm. Entering the innate realm took me 100 years more. To reach your state, I had used a total of 200 years. However, since your life has a glow to it, you must still be an unreasonably young human boy. Hearing this, Yue Yang's jaw dropped. It was not because of hearing her praises, it was due to another reason. For example, in a deep sleep for 10,000 years? Just now when she seemed to have said 10,000 years, but at that time he was still a little dizzy, so he didn't hear clearly. Now, Yue Yang had heard her very clearly and distinctly. Just how old is Her Majesty? Just now you said that your body had been devoured by the black hole and became nothingness. Yue Yang was sharp enough to seize upon the topic's main issue. This Empress Fei Wen Li was obviously standing in front of him naked, her body was the color of white jade from head to toe, how could she say that she had no body? What you see is a body that is a cross between a mirage and reality. Even though I had slept for 10,000 years, my body still hasn't even recovered half of its former glory. Empress Fei Wen Li's face became mournful as soon as she heard his question. Yue Yang extended his hand recklessly, and as if passing through a mass of water, his fingers smoothly passed through the Empress Fei Wen Li's body. As expected, her body was not physical, but it was also not a shadow. Empress Fei Wen Li moved her fair hand and lifted Yue Yang's entire body up as her beautiful eyes glared at him. Idiot, don't touch a woman's body as you like. Not to mention that I am an empress, you shouldn't do this even to a normal girl. He laughed, and reached out his hand again to touch her fair arms. He realized that her hand had more substance than her body, the feeling was like touching cotton. Empress Fei Wen Li dodged before he could reach out to touch her face. Do not be rude, my neck and above are the same as yours, it's living flesh and blood. You sure have guts. Aren't you afraid of me killing you? Take over your body and escape from this black hole seal. When Yue Yang heard this, he laughed. His laugh was incomparably brilliant. Would you refrain from killing me if I'm afraid? Yue Yang thought that feeling scared would not be of any use. Even if she had really wanted to kill him, there would be no need for superfluous words. She could have killed him immediately, when he first came in. Why would she even ask if he was scared or not? The most important part was that after Yue Yang had calmed down, there was a strange feeling in his heart, as though the Empress Fei Wen Li in front of him was completely harmless. He was sure that she definitely would not harm him. That kind of feeling was extremely strange. Yue Yang couldn't explain it, but in his heart he knew that she appeared to be closer than a kin, and was someone who seems to be a part of him. Empress Fei Wen Li gently put Yue Yang down, extended her small fist and wrapped it on his head gently. I also wanted to kill you, but I can't do it because we already signed the spirit blood contract. Strange little human boy, what exactly are your blood vessels? How could your blood awaken me from my eternal dream? How could your blood invade my spirit and forcibly sign the spirit blood contract? I really have no way to understand. Within the three worlds, how could there be such a strange existence like you? Little fellow, are you really human? What is spirit blood contract? Yue Yang had no recollection of this aspect of knowledge. This was something the copper grimoire did not impart to him, so it was a new knowledge. A type of contract that only gods can sign, but you obviously are human, so could you explain that a little bit? Empress Fei Wen Li had the look of a child's curiosity on her face. I also don't know, Yue Yang shook his head. After traveling to this dimension, there were too many inconceivable things happening to him. He was also unable to understand these situations. However, Yue Yang did not bother to dwell on these. As long as it's not something bad, then it's fine. The Empress Fei Wen Li's expression was slightly dejected. How could I have signed a spirit blood contract with a human? If you died, I would also die. This is really too pitiful. My heart is as vast as the sky, I wouldn't mind having a beautiful empress to accompany me and protect me. Yue Yang said this in order to test the serpent empress, to see if she could leave the black hole seal. Right now his strength was still not powerful enough. Even though she wouldn't harm him, letting such a strong empress by his side would only push him down and made his heart feel heavy. Apart from her pushing him down on a bed, Yue Yang had his pride as a man, and he couldn't bear to let a woman stronger than him stand next to him all day, his masculinity, and could not bear the shame. I probably cannot leave for eternity. Having no real solid body, there is no way to leave the black hole seal. Even if you are killed by a strong opponent, I can only accompany you in death powerlessly." Empress Fei Wen Li's face was full of sorrow that it could almost break people's hearts. When Yue Yang heard this, he was secretly happy. It was a good thing that she couldn't escape the seal. "Don't worry, I will protect myself well, and I will protect you at the same time. Do you have anything useful such as artifacts or anything similar to it? Can you lend me a few to use?" Yue Yang asked shamelessly with his big mouth. "Greedy little fellow, don't you know that artifacts choose their master? Once they choose their master, then only their master can use them." Empress Fei Wen Li laughed. "Then give me 100 mythical beasts." Yue Yang felt that his demands were not too high. "Are you not afraid that the mythical beasts would not accept your orders, or even turn on you and eat you up?" "Little fellow, borrowing strength from others is not a good idea, it is in fact the dumbest and most foolish method. If you had trained such a powerful, mysterious power that even I am unable to see through, once you upgrade your skill to the utmost, the mythical beasts will be akin to a small dog or even as insignificant as an ant in front of you. Why would you want mythical beasts and take a detour in getting strong?" Empress Fei Wen Li shook her head lightly, and gently continued, "Right now, you are like a small eagle that has only just grown its feathers and has not learned how to fly, like a young tiger that has grown its fangs but still has not learned how to hunt. In front of you, there is a boundless sky for you to soar through and a vast and wide land for you to run in, you only need to be brave and come out of your shell. Furthermore, do you really need my help with your masculine pride? Little fellow, in front of you, I am not a serpent empress, but merely a weak woman without even a physical body, you are a weak woman." After Yue Yang heard this, in his heart he had a secret urge to bash his head into the wall. "To others, I am very strong, but in front of you, I'm completely a weak woman. Just now, even when you used your hand to forcefully molest me, I had no way to stop you." Empress Fei Wen Li's exceptional face had the pitiful air of a bullied wife. Molest. Yue Yang felt foolish, something of that extent was also counted as molestation? He was just curious, so he had touched her a little. Fine, even touching was counted as molestation. She was the empress after all. Empress Fei Wen Li gave a faint sigh. "I would rather be a normal human female with flesh and blood than a serpent empress, and have the freedom to run under the sun. Even if it means losing everything, it is still better than sleeping in this empty black hole. Little fellow, perhaps after you leave this place, you won't be able to enter again for a year, because the black hole seal would be even stronger than ever. If your ability does not advance by leaps and bounds, perhaps you may even need 10 years, or even 100 years, before you can see me again. In this period of time, I will linger in this solitary dream world on my own." Yue Yang did indeed have some sympathy for this empress. Losing one's freedom truly was a scary thing. Especially since the empress was trapped in the black hole for 10,000 years already, and was still unable to earn her freedom until now. If it were him, he'd probably be insane already. "What do you need help with? Can I do anything to help you?" Seeing Empress Fei Wen Li's eyes full of sadness and dejection, a masculine urge and desire to protect suddenly surfaced in his heart. He felt that although this beautiful empress may seem strong, in truth, she was living the life of a prisoner. Without even mentioning other aspects, being forced to sleep for 10,000 years was bad enough. "Please be stronger, stronger than me, stronger than the person who sealed me in this black hole seal. Only then you can release me from this prison." Yue Yang was about to faint when he heard Empress Fei Wen Li's reply. Saying it was easy, but doing it was extremely hard. Yue Yang felt that he'd better leave first and not stay too long, or he might even end up being trapped in the black hole space as well. After that thought flashed through his mind, he quickly asked Empress Fei Wen Li, "How do I get out of this place?" Realizing that Yue Yang wanted to leave, an extremely reluctant expression surfaced on Empress Fei Wen Li's face immediately. But she quickly recovered with ease as she smiled and nodded, "I can send you out of this place immediately, but if this happens, I will need to use up a large amount of spiritual energy. It is even possible that my body that is still recovering slowly would be affected to a great extent and I will sink into sleep again. Do you have to leave now?" As she said her last sentence, she looked like she carried unspeakable sorrows in her heart, like a weak woman who was watching her male protector leave her alone heartlessly. Hearing the Empress's tone, which was full of hidden bitterness, Yue Yang's heart softened for a few seconds. Come to think about it, she was quite pitiful. Moreover, she treated him pretty well. She had welcomed him with a kiss and even put up with him molesting her body. And she was still able to magnanimously see him off. However, staying behind to accompany her here was something he would never do, because Yue Yang was not generous to that extent. "Is there any wish you want to fulfill in the outside world? Perhaps I can think of a way." Yue Yang felt that if this empress had many beautiful female subordinates in the outside world that needed him to take care of, there would be no problem at all. "I've been sleeping for 10,000 years already, I'm afraid that my nation has already disappeared. Furthermore, you are a human living in the Soaring Dragon Continent, and I am a serpent empress with a large pool of magic. Even if I have a wish, you would also not be able to fulfill it. Moreover, My only wish is to gain my freedom. Empress Fei Wen Li smiled a smile that could bring the downfall of a nation, causing Yue Yang to feel intoxicated by that smile after witnessing it. Before preparing to send Yue Yang out, Fei Wen Li suddenly remembered something. Oh yes, since your blood is similar to God's blood, to the extent that it may be even more mysterious and unusual, perhaps it may be able to resurrect her. Empress Fei Wen Li raised a fair hand and summoned a rainbow-colored pet's egg directly without using a grimoire. Seeing this, Yue Yang's eyes shone in excitement. If one was able to learn to summon a beast directly instead of using a grimoire, wouldn't it be possible to have more hidden tricks up one's sleeves? Enemies would definitely think that he was not a grimoire contract holder and thus underestimate him. This move was simply an essential skill that could be used to kill people to prevent them from spilling secrets even in an unforeseen circumstances. Looking at that rainbow-colored pet egg again, Yue Yang's heartbeat accelerated quickly. Could it be that this was the dragon egg from the legends? She is my guard captain. She died protecting me before I was sealed, and I had no way to resurrect her, so I could only turn her back to her former state. If your blood can resurrect her, then she could probably help you with small matters. But I cannot guarantee if she retained her battle experience. Fei Wen Li first bit her thumb and drew a strange rune on the surface with her blood, then gestured at Yue Yang to extend his hand towards her. She cut open a small wound on Yue Yang's palm, then softly laid the shining rainbow-colored egg on the small wound. That egg was like a little vampire frantically absorbing Yue Yang's fresh blood. Yue Yang was almost sucked dry. When Yue Yang was having a dizzy spell, a strong light suddenly arose, leaving behind an image of a demon serpent warrior that was over 10 meters tall. The image disappeared in less than a second, as the light was sucked away quickly the black hole space. The egg that had sucked enough fresh blood dissolved and disappeared, becoming a pattern of blood. It wriggled on Yue Yang's hand until it reached his chest, and an exquisite pattern of a demon serpent appeared on his skin. The demon serpent pattern had its 6 arms raised high, each holding a different weapon. Its long serpent tail twisted and coiled around Yue Yang's waist and lower abdomen. Before Yue Yang managed to see it clearly, that pattern moved as if it was brought to life, and flew out of his body in a path of rainbow-colored light in an instant. In an instant, it entered Empress Fei Wen Li's body. Goodness gracious! Empress Fei Wen Li let out a sound of surprise, 6 arms all raised in unison, as if to block the rainbow-colored light from entering her body. However, a flash of hesitation appeared on her expression. In the end, she stopped blocking and allowed the rainbow-colored light to enter her body. Within moments, the Empress body started to emit a fragrance that seemed to refresh Yue Yang's mind. Within the shining light and fragrance, a petite, small lily started to appear on the exquisite pattern of a demon serpent that Empress Fei Wen Li had on her lower abdomen. This girl looked exactly like Empress Fei Wen Li, but she was her smaller version. They had the same 6 arms and snake tail, but she looked a little young and inexperienced. The body was about Yu Shuang's size, and her height was about Yue Yang's waist. The little lowly demon serpent seemed like she was struggling to stand steadily. Her 6 arms extended and hugged Fei Wen Li's snake waist, but that head full of blonde hair was looking back at Yue Yang. A sapphire-like big eyes stared at Yue Yang unblinkingly. The feeling was like a little girl seeing a distant father who returned, wanting to recognize yet not daring to, wanting to hug yet not daring to extend her hands, having a cute yet slightly shy appearance. Yue Yang just continued looking stupefied. Just what was going on here? Heavens, after this little fellow was revived by your blood, it actually went as far as to come back to suck out my life energy. I'm doomed, my body is doomed. I might even be unable to recover even after sleeping another 1,000 years. Empress Fei Wen Li began to tremble, her face pale and wan, as if she had just given birth. She was beyond exhausted, and beads of sweat had slowly formed on her forehead. She practically didn't even have the strength to stand anymore. Yue Yang noticed that her serpent tail had begun to blur, and gradually becoming like fog. However, her 6 jade-like arms still refused to let go of the baby lowly serpent demon. She continued to tightly hug it towards her, as if she were carrying her own darling baby. Seeing that her entire serpent's tail had become a white mist, and was gradually being sucked in by the black hole, Yue Yang could not help but ask in astonishment, "Are you okay? Your body seems to be disappearing, this little fellow is sucking away all of my spiritual power and life energy. I can't even maintain my body right now. You should hurry up and prepare yourself, otherwise I won't even have the energy to transport you out later. Heavens, I need to sleep immediately, or else the part of my body that I had managed painstakingly recovered will be completely destroyed. Please carry her, I can't take it much longer." Empress Fei Wen Li summoned a large, sparkling and translucent grimoire. It looked like a crystal, and it constantly flashed with a bright glow, dazzling Yue Yang's eyes. Under his gaze, that 3-meter-long and 2-meter-wide grimoire had actually transformed into a mysterious, see-through crystal coffin. Empress Fei Wen Li's expression looked beyond exhausted. It looked as if the smallest movement would completely drain all of her physical strength. She took back the baby serpent demon lowly into her arms, and lightly kissed it. Then she once again passed it over to Yue Yang, gesturing for him to take it back. The baby serpent demon Loli was a bit hesitant, and appeared to be reluctant to leave. However, after seeing Yue Yang's stretched out arms, its 6 small arms shifted to tightly pull itself closer to his body. Empress Fei Wen Li's body swayed slightly, her physical strength had seemed to reach its limit, barely able to keep her from falling onto the ground. She breathed heavily as her chest quivered. You should quickly leave, my life energy is almost gone. I must immediately go to sleep, if my strength suddenly increases in a year from now, and I want to test whether or not I can break through this black hole seal, I will need your spiritual power as support. As she spoke, Empress Fei Wen Li's 6 jade arms suddenly flashed brightly, blazing like the sun itself. An enormous shadow that was 10 meters tall appeared behind her. Her 6 arms moved in unison, forming an unusual seal. Then she suddenly shattered into pieces with a bang, bursting into streams of stars. Yue Yang felt a great force attack his body, pushing him back with an irresistible force. This gave Yue Yang the illusion of having crossed dimensions. It seemed that during that one split second, he had passed over mountains and rivers, flying a distance of millions of kilometers, even passing through the universe. Bring her outside. If she maintains her battle memories, anything that you encounter and don't understand, you can ask her about it. Empress Fei Wen Li's last thread of consciousness resounded in Yue Yang's head. When Yue Yang opened his eyes, he discovered that he had actually already returned to the real world. Everything that had just happened seemed like a mere dream. The baby serpent demon Loli he was originally hugging tightly had unknowingly vanished. If it weren't for the existence of the baby serpent demon Loli's pattern on his bare body, Yue Yang wouldn't have believed that everything that had just occurred was real. The large amount of the familiar fragrance around him was a much milder version of the fragrance on Empress Fei Wen Li's body. A rainbow light flashed. Amidst the brightness and the fragrance in the air, the baby serpent demon Loli gradually floated out from Yue Yang's body, becoming a real blood and flesh body. Its 6 arms were stretched open, like a small octopus, and tightly hugged Yue Yang's body. Its large, sapphire eyes looked unblinkingly at Yue Yang, looking like a shy child that had seen its father but didn't dare to call his name. It was extremely cute. Be obedient and come down. Let me first put on my clothes. Yue Yang was sweating. Great, he didn't even have a wife, yet he had already gained a daughter. The baby serpent demon Loli did as he said, and let go of him. Its large eyes looked around the room, as if it was amazed by everything it saw. After hurriedly finding and putting on some clothes, Yue Yang began to contemplate, does this tiny Loli count as his own daughter? Or does it count as a beast? He summoned his own bronze grimoire, and flipped open the originally blank 5th page. As expected, his guess was not wrong, this baby serpent demon Loli did indeed count as his summoned beast. Moreover, it qualified as a guardian beast, exactly like his phantom shadow. However, what was different about it was that the tiny Loli didn't have the limits of having to be summoned. Theoretically, it could exist forever. Yue Yang stared at the 5th page's contents with intense concentration, and became completely shocked. The originally blank 5th page currently had the design of the baby serpent demon Loli. It looked like it had a spirit, extremely lifelike. The difference between designs of the phantom shadow, thorny flower, quintet seeking golden mice and the design of the tiny Loli was that the latter was sparkling brightly. It even seemed to move around on its own as if having its own spirit. When Yue Yang was looking at it, the tiny Loli that had originally been showing its profile had now turned its body. Its small face and eyes seemed to be looking at Yue Yang, as if it could sense his gaze. Yue Yang lowered his head, and discovered that the actual tiny Loli was doing the same. It was currently looking upwards as it stared unblinkingly at him. Its actions were exactly the same as that of the designs. If Yue Yang shifted his gaze, then the design would return to its undisturbed, originally motionless image of its profile. When Yue Yang looked at the description written underneath the design, he was dumbstruck. Mysterious Serpent Demon. Larva State, Sentient, Humanoid Beast. Level 1 Diamond Rank, Guardian Beast. Unlimited Vitality, Life Force tied to Summoners. Possesses a Grimoire. Diamond Rank. Unlimited Vitality. Life Force linked to Summoners. Possesses a Grimoire. Yue Yang practically burst a vein. Exactly what kind of existence was this baby Loli? You also have a grimoire. Yue Yang felt dizzy. Could it be that this little thing preserved its items from before it died protecting the Empress? The summoning grimoire from her previous life still existed? And what were her innate skills in Guardian Beast? If she also had a summoning grimoire, then what exactly was she, a beast, or his daughter? The baby serpent demon Loli only blinked her large eyes in silence. With a touch of her small hand, she summoned an exquisite sparkling and translucent grimoire. It was slightly similar to the grimoire owned by Empress Fei Wen Li, as it was also similar to a crystal. However, the designs of the profound mysteries were somewhat different. It also didn't have the brilliant and sparkling rainbow glow that Empress Fei Wen Li's grimoire had. Yue Yang looked down to inspect it closely, and his jaw practically dropped to the ground. He saw that diamond grimoire was written on top of it, This tiny lowly's grimoire was actually diamond ranked. Even his pitiful self's own grimoire was a mere beginner's bronze grimoire. He once again flipped through this grimoire and studied the baby lowly's innate skills and guardian beasts, and Yue Yang was completely speechless. Binding innate skills can be simultaneously released during times of attack. Incorporeal binding chains can cause the target's body, consciousness, spiritual power, vitality, and spirit to be bound. Before the binding is released, the target cannot budge. The bindings are dependent on the user's abilities and innate rank. Currently, this innate skill is level 1. My god, Yue Yang suddenly began sweating. Wasn't this the legendary attack that couldn't be countered? Once again inspecting the tiny lowly's guardian beasts, Yue Yang practically wanted to vomit blood. She was not like other people who only had one guardian beast, she had a total of 4, the second page of the design had split into 4 portraits of different life forms. Only after seeing the words below, then did he know that they were a stone element Medusa, a storm mermaid, a thunderbolt Naga, and an ice serpent demon. No wonder the Empress Fei Wen Li had chosen her as the captain of the guard. When this baby lowly grew older, she'd be unfathomably formidable. Only, was she really Fen Wen Li's captain of the guard? Yue Yang mind was skeptical, could this girl really be his daughter? Or could she be the Empress doppelganger? Of course, there was no way to find out the truth right now. In Yue Yang's opinion, he thought the baby lowly was more like his own daughter. Right now, the baby lowly was still a larvae. However, the Yue Yang that had the innate invisible sword chi skill still wasn't confident that he could defeat her. If she matured, how formidable would she be? It was a good thing that this little thing was his own daughter, as well as his own guardian beast. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have been beyond jealous. After thinking about this for most of the day, Yue Yang finally regained his senses, and patted his chest in relief. So dangerous, he had almost been scared to death by this little thing. Sanyar, are you still meditating? It's dinner time. I have called for you many times earlier. The beautiful woman's voice rang out from the other side of the door. Okay, I'll be out soon. Yue Yang hurriedly shouted in reply. Just as he was going to make the baby serpent demon lowly return, before he could even stretch his hand out, he felt a resistance within his mind. Frightened by the idea, the baby lowly tightly hugged Yue Yang's thigh with all 6 of her arms. It pitifully looked up at Yue Yang with its large eyes, unwilling to return to the bronze grimoire. Hey, this little thing could even resist his will? Just as Yue Yang prepared to coax her, the wood door suddenly made a sound as Yue Shuang, that little girl, called her third brother happily while pushing the door open to enter. What a nice smell, the little girl Yue Shuang sniffed around randomly. She thought Yue Yang had been hiding something delicious in his room. Phew, that was close. Yue Yang wiped away his imaginary sweat. As the small girl pushed the door and entered, the little Lolita suddenly changed into a beam of rainbow light and flew into his body. Yue Shuang, that little girl, didn't take note of the rainbow light, but was attracted by remnants of the attractive fragrance. Bouncing into the room, she took Yue Yang's hand and demanded he take out the delicious food, acting like a spoiled child. When Yue Yang was about to pick up the girl up and carry her, a surprising piece of information suddenly flashed through his mind. Apparently, that surprising information was him wondering if he could use the chains of binding. Yue Yang's mind was startled. Could it be that after the little lowly serpent demon entered his body, he could use her innate skills? The beautiful woman entered the room, and picked up the little girl that was bothering him by acting like a spoiled child, chastising her. Silly little girl, since when did Big Brother not give you delicious food when he has some? This is probably the fragrance of the thorny flower. Only thinking about delicious food the whole day, you glutton, little sis Shuang if you eat your meal like a good girl, later I'll bring you to buy sweet brown rice pudding. Yue Yang had the skills to coax children. Once he said that, the little girl immediately shifted her attention. She nodded happily, raising that pair of soft white hands that were akin to lotus roots, cheering Yin Long Live third brother, determinedly throwing herself into his embrace and kissing him. The beautiful woman, seeing this little girl being so greedy, was really unable to decide in her heart whether to laugh or cry. At first, Yue Yang thought that he could hide the little lowly demon serpent from the beautiful woman and Yue Shuang the little girl, but who would have known, that on the second day they already found out. It was not because of Yue Yang's carelessness, but it was because he forgot one thing, that the little lowly was able to move about freely. Getting rid of 2 of the vengeance hunter mercenaries, continuing to raise the thorny flower, thus he ended up waking up slightly later in the morning. After opening his eyes, that little girl Yue Shuang and the little lowly demon serpent were sitting at the table eating, with her mouth dirty from the food, while the beautiful woman was sitting opposite them, using a wet handkerchief to gently wipe their little mouths clean, constantly chiding them to eat slower, so as to not choke on the food. Yue Yang was stupefied seeing this. Weren't they scared of the little lowly with 6 arms and a snake tail? Seeing Yue Yang get out of bed, the beautiful woman first set in front of him a hot and steaming bowl of porridge, then asked, "This child is your guardian beast Yin Mist? San you finally managed to summon your guardian beast? Seems that you cultivated pretty well, there are big improvements, fourth mother is really happy for you this was a great misunderstanding. The little lowly demon serpent had no relationship at all to Mist, she didn't even know how to release Mist. However, this misunderstanding was a little timely, it was a good thing that the beautiful woman misunderstood, with this stroke of luck, just right to get rid of her suspicions, if not Yue Yang really did not know how to explain this. Third brother, why does she have 6 arms? Also having a small tail that is so long, shall we just call her little monster? The little girl's curiosity would get 100 points, but her naming sense had nothing good to be said about it. Yue Yang quickly rejected it, he thought to himself, since it's the yin daughter of Empress Fei Wen Li and himself, looking exactly the same, just a mini version, might as well just call her little Wen Li. The black jade necklace's black hole was already completely sealed, even dripping blood on it caused no reaction. Yue Yang didn't know what state he would need to cultivate himself to before he could go in to see the sleeping Empress Fei Wen Li again, so he decided to first give the little lowly a name that was similar, this would also count as a bit of remembrance for her. Seeing the little girl making a din, Yue Yang quickly waved his hands to correct her, little sis Shuang she's not called little monster, she's called Wen Li, little Wen Li. Once he named her, another piece of information flashed through Yue Yang's mind, on his copper grimoire's page, the serpent demon pattern that had no name, was now inscribed officially with the name. This was the first time Yue Yang officially gave one of his summons a name. The little lowly tilted her head, looking at Yue Yang. Her big eyes kept blinking, and it was not known whether she was satisfied or dissatisfied with the name she was given. Yue Yang had no way of figuring out what she was thinking, but knew that this little thing knew how to feel jealous. When the little girl threw herself into his embrace and acted like a spoiled child, she also quickly swam over and hugged his thigh tightly, using those big sapphire eyes to look at him pitifully. Her expression was exactly like a favored daughter hoping for her father's embrace, that gaze was really unbearable. The demon serpent little Wen Li's appearance made the little girl extremely happy, because this little girl that liked to spend the whole day playing and causing trouble now had a companion. She was just like a big sister, carrying little Wen Li all around the courtyard the whole day, chasing butterflies, catching dragonflies, climbing trees, picking flowers, showering ants with mud, making thorough searches for delicious food, all the things she enjoyed doing. Of course, the action she was most proud of was teaching little Wen Li to speak. You've grown so big yet you still don't know how to speak? Stupid, I'll teach you Shuang. That little girl proudly acted like a teacher and taught little Wen Li how to speak all day. However, her efforts were all in vain, little Wen Li still did not say a word. Yue Yang didn't feel that a baby that had been born for only 3 days could speak. Although little Wen Li looked to be about Shuang that little girl's age, strictly speaking, she was still a baby. When it became nighttime again, Yue Yang went to the Eastern Tavern to take a look. In the darkness, the big-breasted woman from before was waiting in the corner, handing over a small bag of gold coins quickly, reporting in a low voice, "Young master, there are still 2 precious ornaments that haven't been pawned off, the smaller items were changed for 35 gold coins, please check that it's all there." Xiaohuo came yesterday, he was at the Assassin Guild to place a vengeance trail, but we do not know if you are the one he's looking for. Young master, it's better for you to leave the Whitestone City first, the Tai clan will also send people to take revenge for Tai Kuang. They were just sitting in the tavern drinking, making inquiries and looking for news about the situation. Putting aside the fact that he now had little Wen Li as a diamond rank guardian beast, even before that, Yue Yang had no worries at all. Who could the Assassin Guild place the vengeance trail on? An anonymous thorny flower? With the innate invisible sword chi, mysterious 3 styles, the phantom shadow's blessing, little Wen Li's binding innate skill, even with more people, they would only become fertilizer as well. Where is that Xiaohuo? Yue Yang was really looking forward to having a strong opponent to fight with, so that he could judge his own strength and see just what level it was at. I heard that he is at the west of the city's merry forest. Young master, please take great care, the big-breasted woman softly warned. It's all right, Yue Yang waved a hand. Whitestone City's merry forest was not full of trees, rather, it was an enormous building. Branches of merry forest could be found throughout the Xia Empire, and was the entire country's #1 in the entertainment market. The main building of the Shanglin Garden in the capital city of Shangjing was rumored to have been built by the state master, left minister, and the Xia Empire's most powerful and wealthy man, Shen Shi, working together. Its dignified air was barely below that of the Royal Imperial Garden, and among the common folk, there was even praise of Yan Shanglin as first while the Imperial Garden is #1. Let alone this Shanglin Garden in Shangjing, even the Whitestone City's merry forest could not be entered by just anyone on the street. Only those who were strong rankers or wealthy merchants could enter. Those envied level 3 hero rankers, even in a small place such as Whitestone City, there would still always be one of them standing at the merry forest's door, they are the merry forest's captain of the guard. If comparing the city's main government guard's strength with those of the merry forest's, the Whitestone City's governor would not dare to claim that his private troops were definitely stronger than the merry forest's troops. This was the power of a branch in the Whitestone City. 15 years ago, in order to award the Merry Forest's troops for their outstanding military service when attacking the Wei country for land, the Xia Emperor bestowed upon Shenxi a golden waist pass that had Yen second engraved on it, and the other one with Yen first engraved on it was hanging on the waist of Wang Guku, commander of 5,000 imperial troops. In other words, Merry Forest's military strength was equal to the second branch of imperial troops. If not for the Merry Forest's military strength being so great, the big-breasted woman would not be worried for Yue Yang to such a large extent. When Yue Yang stood before the dazzling and majestic Merry Forest, his face unexpectedly showed a smile. Merry Forest. Nice place, Hey. Brother, you are here too? It really is one of life's coincidences. Come, big brother here invites you to come in and drink flower wine. The bright-eyed thief was originally staring at a shadow at the balcony with enmity in her eyes, when suddenly her shoulder was patted by someone, causing her to jump in surprise. However, shortly after turning around, the one that came into view was that shameless male, Yue Yang. Then immediately a fist flew towards him. Yue Yang used one hand to catch her delicate fist and smiled, "Brother, I know you missed me, but this way of expressing it is too unusual. If you gave me a passionate hug instead, then I'd be even happier. The girls inside are all bathed and stripped naked waiting for us to love them intimately, so what are we still standing around for? Let's go." The bright-eyed thief almost went mad with anger. Using her strength, she struggled and got free of the shoulder that Yue Yang had been holding with his hands. She was about to lift her leg and give this loathsome, shameless male a flying kick. Instead, Yue Yang actually grabbed her small hands and pulled her along very quickly, involuntarily pulling her directly towards the dazzling entrance of the Merry Forest. "Please wait a moment, you two. Merry Forest has a rule that if your attire is inappropriate, we will not admit you." A level 2 Braveman guard courteously blocked Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief. "As a rich, suave young man and future VIP, I must criticize you. How can you look at our attire and declare that it does not adhere to the requirements? As the saying goes, a rich Whitestone City youth owned many shops and saddled many beautiful white horses. But he dressed like a beggar entering into the Merry Forest. We came here to give you respect because we heard that Merry Forest is the best, only to find out that your reputation gave you too much credit. Merry Forest even allowed idiots that don't recognize their betters to guard the entrance, instead of fragrant and silver-tongued beautiful women to welcome their customers. It really does kill the mood. Do you know what it means to act out a role? For example, if a famous, talented celebrity like this young master who is extremely popular with beautiful women goes around with my real identity exposed, wouldn't it a big problem? Won't the girls inside get so excited that they will start screaming wildly or even faint, overwhelmed by my presence? This one had spent so much effort to move about undetected. I had never thought that my fun would be ruined by a filthy slave who has the eyes of a dog. Forget it, forget it. I say, little brother, there are plenty more fish in the sea, the Merry Forest is just one of them, let's go." Yue Yang scolded them with a bunch of bullshit and turned around, looking as he was about to pull the bright-eyed thief away from the place. Perhaps he was the first guest in all of history since the Merry Forest's opening that had rebuked them so angrily at the entrance. If it was any other person, the guard would have probably thrown that fellow into the sewers already. However, Yue Yang had scolded with such flowery words that it shocked the guard leader, who was currently accompanying other guests nearby. The guard leader quickly abandoned his guests and immediately slapped his subordinate, before turning towards Yue Yang and giving him a respectful bow. "Both young masters, a grand welcome to our humble abode. I apologize for my subordinate's inability to recognize your elegance and for offending you. There is no need to lower yourselves to argue with this commoner. Honored guests, this way please." The guard that had blocked their way earlier was scared to the point where his soul was about to escape from his body. He hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. While it was uncommon in Whitestone City, it was not so in the capital Shangjing, where certain families' youths like to dress and act like poor students with no power or influence. Some even went as far as pretend to be beggars in order to stroll around the streets as they pleased, while making fun of the common folk that liked to judge based on attire. There were many experts and even officials, who enjoyed pretending to be depressed mercenaries or robbers while having sex with women in Merry Forest for some fun. The more famous or more powerful they were, the more likely they were to enjoy playing these types of games. Even the king himself had times when he himself went out on inspection in commoner's clothes. Being a level 3 hero, the guard leader has seen many of these young masters that like to dress up in Shangjing. Hearing Yue Yang's eloquent speech that was out of the ordinary, he was convinced that Yue Yang was the talented son of a noble family. "I don't know who you are, however, this fledgling is someone who tried to assassinate me half a month ago." From the balcony, another person suddenly jumped down, glaring at the bright-eyed thief coldly. He was of a tall and thin stature, and he wore a set of beautiful brocade robes with a golden-eyed black hawk embroidered on the chest area. The pair of hands peeking out of the sleeves were as pale as ghosts and his nose was as sharp as an eagle's. His bright, glistening long eyes were narrow and perceptive, piercing through you like a needle. The bright-eyed thief humphed as she secretly pushed Yue Yang away with her hands. You go, I have a few things to take care of today. Hearing this, Yue Yang cracked his fists together like a fighting maniac. A fight? I can help. Seeing Yue Yang's warlike figure, the bright-eyed thief became speechless. Contrary to her expectations, this fellow surprisingly didn't run away and abandon her when a battle was about to happen. The bright-eyed thief thought that Yue Yang would say something like, I'm going to eat supper first. You have fun battling, next time we can go find girls together or something along those lines. Who knew that this shameless fellow still had some sense of brotherhood in his bones? Seeing that something interesting was about to happen, the passing mercenaries all began to gather around. A crowd quickly formed, and even the guests within Merry Forest ran to their windows and balconies after hearing the news. Ahem, Mr. Wu Yi, perhaps there is some sort of misunderstanding. Would it be possible for you to set aside your desire for vengeance and allow us to get a better understanding of the current situation? All the guests within Merry Forest are esteemed customers and we really do not wish for the two parties to fight, the guard leader tried to softly persuade the lanky man. He was hoping to confirm the two's identities before they started fighting. This fledgling killed my clan master's favored prostitute. In his rage, my clan master commanded us to bring this fledgling to him, either dead or alive. So this matter is not something that involves Merry Forest. Furthermore, they still have not passed through the Merry Forest's main entrance, so how can you count these individuals as Merry Forest's honored guests? I'll simply kill these two at the entrance. Afterwards, I will be sure to send a jar of wine as apology to the owner of this pavilion, Master Golden Blade. The lanky man rejected any possibilities of settling the matter in a peaceful way with no hesitation, giving the guard leader a secret gesture. After seeing this, the guard leader's face changed and he quickly stepped aside. This matter was not something that a small guard leader like him could take care of. The only thing he could do now was to keep one eye open and the other one closed. Go away quickly. The bright-eyed thief glared at the tall and thin man vehemently as she reached out to push Yue Yang away, urging him to leave. I think his body barely has any muscle in them, he looked like he will fall apart by a mere gust of wind. When facing this type of opponent, is there anything to be scared of? You don't need to do a thing, I can defeat him alone. I will beat him up until he has to look for his own teeth scattered on the floor. Stand aside, I'll take care of it. Yue Yang decided that he was going to reveal a few of his skills. What kind of man would he be if he had the ability but didn't show off in front of a beautiful woman? Wouldn't it be the same as showing off one's clothes in the middle of the night, or in other words, a complete waste? Now was a good time for him to show off his skills and earn some points. In addition, that sharp-nosed, skeleton-like fellow was really asking for a beating. Yue Yang felt that if he did not give that guy a good beating, then he would really be disappointed in himself. The bright-eyed thief, however, was starting to feel a bit helpless. You idiot, do you even know who he is? He is a level 3 hero, Wu Yi the Ghost. He definitely isn't someone who an insignificant thief like you can handle. You, just get lost. If not, just stand on the side and cheer for me. No, actually just stand behind me and don't even get within 3 meters of his range. Are you saying that this guy is actually an expert? Yue Yang was starting to feel lucky. It was really starting to seem like they were acting out Beauty Rescues the hero. Although I don't want to admit it, truthfully, he really is a formidable expert. The bright-eyed thief nodded. Don't worry, experts are all stepping stones for me. Yue Yang comforted her. Weak little ant, just try and step on me, the lanky man called. Wu Yi laughed coldly. Taking out a black crystal rock, he muttered a few words, and a black light began to fill the air. A rock golem that was over 6 meters in height was summoned. When this enormous rock golem was summoned, the surrounding mercenaries drew out their breath in unison. A 4th-grade rock golem didn't appear commonly in mercenary hunting areas, but on battlefields. This kind of full-bodied rock golem weighed over 10,000 kilograms and was a war machine more effective than swords and spears, an invincible existence that could kill its enemies in many ways. Apart from the rarer mammoth, earthquake dragon, and other enormous war-oriented beasts, most other beasts were crushed into mincemeat when facing the rock golem. The rock golem was a war machine that was not available for sale within the country. Apart from the army and special mercenary teams, no other person was allowed to possess one. Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief were facing a rock golem that was over 6 meters in height and more powerful than swords and spears. How would they fight this battle? Summoning Grimoire. The summoner was not Yue Yang, but rather the bright-eyed thief. A wave of golden light burst into view from between the bright-eyed thief's fingers, immediately forming a pale orange dome that covered both Yue Yang and the bright-eyed thief's bodies. Summoning Grimoire users were different from ordinary people. When in battle, the summoning Grimoire would automatically generate a defensive ability in the form of a dome, called the Halo Shield. This dome would not break even if attacked by extremely strong outside forces, and would protect the user until either the summoned beast died or until the time limit was up. The time limit for a copper grimoire was 10 minutes. The silver grimoire's time limit was twice that of the copper grimoires. The grimoire that the bright-eyed thief summoned was a silver grimoire, and was above Yue Yang's beginner-level copper grimoire by 3 sub-ranks. In other words, if the bright-eyed thief's summoned beast did not die within the next 20 minutes, then even the extremely powerful rock golem couldn't do anything to the halo shield. You're actually a grimoire summoner. The lanky Wu Yi's eyes began to twitch, and his face's complexion became even uglier. Wah, a grimoire summoner, heavens, this thief is unexpectedly a grimoire summoner, and it's even a silver grimoire. Red, orange, yellow, light green, green, blue, purple. The halo is orange, and there's a flashing gold star. This thief is a level 4 champion. No way, the White Stone City has a level 4 champion. The crowds watching from afar exclaimed in surprise. One should know that grimoire summoners were rarer than diamonds. All of them were either genius warriors that surpassed ordinary people, or they were children of major clans with outstanding bloodlines. Everyone's attention was currently on that young thief, who was unexpectedly a level 4 champion that possessed a silver grimoire. She was obviously not someone from a normal family. No one would believe that this bright-eyed thief could rise to a level 4 champion without any major clan or country's support, even if they were beaten to death. At first, the spectators felt that the fight between the two thieves and Wu Yi wasn't going to be an interesting show to watch. Faced with a 6-meter rock golem, all it would take was 2 fists to beat these two into pulp. Now that a silver grimoire appeared, the spectators' views completely changed. No matter how strong ordinary warriors were, they were still helpless before the genius grimoire summoners. After all, grimoire summoners had the halo shield protecting them, thus enabling them to focus on defeating their opponent's beast summons, and destroying their tactics. No matter how many beast summons an ordinary warrior had, there was no way he could have more than a grimoire summoner. To ordinary people, the rock golem was an unequaled existence. In front of a grimoire summoner, however, there were many ways to deal with it. All grimoire contractors had a guardian beast that could be revived when it died. As long as they controlled their guardian beasts carefully, the halo shield would definitely hold out until the time limit. Now, as long as the bright-eyed thief summoned a beast that could attack Wu Yi directly, she wouldn't need to care about the slow-moving rock golem. She didn't even need to care about any of Wu Yi's attacks. Summoning a beast to help her kill him would be more than enough. Summon, bewildering butterfly. The bright-eyed thief's lily-white hands flipped the silver grimoire open to a specific page and pressed her palm lightly on it. Golden light brightly shone out of the pages through her fingers, dazzling all those who were watching. Meanwhile, Yue Yang didn't notice what was going on at all and was happily enjoying the beautiful view from behind the bright-eyed thief's body. Although her chest that belonged to the cute apple category wasn't very big and still had a lot of space for development, her buttocks were nicely rounded. Since the clothes were worn to prevent detection while moving around at night, they were tight-fitting, revealing her perfect curves. As it enticingly rose up and down, Yue Yang swallowed his saliva to prevent him from drooling. He truly regretted that his divine vision was only at level 1, so he couldn't see through clothes, otherwise. When Wu Yi saw that the bright-eyed thief had summoned a rainbow-colored butterfly as big as her palm, his expressions turned worried. If the rock golem had any weaknesses, that would be their 0 intelligence. The rock golem had no intelligence and ability to think, it only had fighting capabilities. Following its master's orders, it will instinctively attack the opponents that were closest to it. There was no way to order it to attack a specific target. The bright-eyed thief had summoned the bewildering butterfly, which had no fighting capability at all. However, it was the rock golem's natural nemesis. The bewildering butterfly was capable of affecting the spirit connection between the combat machine and its master. As long as it stayed on top of the rock golem's head, the rock golem would not be able to receive any of its master's commands. Hence it would not be able to fight normally, instead, it would only stagger as if it was drunk, dithering around uselessly. Seeing the bewildering butterfly appear, the guard captain, who had more experience and knowledge, also changed his expressions. This kind of bewildering butterfly was rare, apart from ones within the realms of Tongtian Tower, they could only be found in the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. Could it be that the real identity of the bright-eyed thief, who had the intention of assassinating Wu Yi's clan head, was someone from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers? The guard leader couldn't continue watching this battle anymore, as he immediately ran inside the pavilion. Now that the situation had escalated this far, it was not something a small guard leader like him could control anymore. If he did not immediately invite the Whitestone City Merry Forest's person in charge, Master Golden Blade, to quickly take charge of this situation, the consequences would be disastrous. People from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers should definitely not be provoked. Summon, Battle Eagle. Wu Yi was anxious. He knew that if he did not quickly get rid of the opponent's bewildering butterfly, then his own rock golem would be wasted. Wu Yi took out a bright yellow crystal rock. Muttering a few words, he immediately summoned a golden-colored battle eagle with a wingspan of over 2 meters. Battle eagles were the kings of the sky when it came to flying-type beasts. They were the best at hunting down and killing flying-type beasts. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Facing a completely defenseless bewildering butterfly, all it would take was a few seconds to tear it into pieces, for a level 3 battle eagle had claws that could even slash apart tigers and leopards. However, when Wu Yi summoned the battle eagle, the bright-eyed thief coldly snorted and in response, summon, spider witch. The silver grimoire's pages automatically flipped to a page and a burst of green light shone through the bright-eyed thief's fingers, filling the air. A beast, who had the appearance of an ordinary human girl on its upper body but a spider on its lower half, appeared on the battlegrounds in an instant. Wah! Many of the surrounding mercenaries scattered in all directions. I'm going to faint, isn't that a magical beast, a spider demon that absorbs vitality? It's a man's natural enemy. A bold mercenary persisted in staying behind, but was so scared that his complexion turned pale. This is definitely a beast from the Tongtian Tower. I say, it's definitely a demon brought back from the Tongtian Tower. It's finished, that battle eagle is definitely finished. Among the guests spectating on Merry Forest's balcony, there was a warrior who recognized the origin of the spider witch. Looking at the battle eagle hovering in the air, he could only shake his head and sigh. At this moment, Wu Yi's face was filled with despair. He desperately tried to command the battle eagle to fly higher, but it was all too late. A stream of white spider silk was shot out from the spider witch's mouth. As the wind blows, it spread wide open into a white spider net, enveloping the battle eagle in it. As the battle eagle got caught, it lost its ability to fly and fell to the ground heavily. The spider witch pounced on the battle eagle nimbly, and in the battle eagle's struggles, the spider witch attacked it rapidly and ruthlessly. Two terrifying spider fangs pierced into the battle eagle's body, injecting dark green spider poison into the battle eagle's body. In 2 seconds, the struggling battle eagle began to stiffen and became a living corpse, like a stuffed animal. Yue Yang caught hold of the bright-eyed thief's small hands, surreptitiously taking advantage of her, but pretended to be extremely moved on the surface as he shouted, "You're really awesome, we've won." Instead, the bright-eyed thief shook her head, "No, saying that we've won now is still too early. Our opponent is a level 3 hero, that battle eagle couldn't be his strongest beast. I reckon he's still holding back, he should still be able to summon a powerful beast. Xiaohuo, come down and help me stall for time." Wu Yi suddenly shouted, fishing out a fist-sized red crystal rock, beginning to summon for a third time. "If you give this fledgling's first night to me, then there's no problem at all. Isn't it just a bewildering butterfly and a spider witch? To me, Xiaohuo, this level of beasts don't even count as mediocre." At Merry Forest's entranceway, a person's shadow appeared like he was an illusion. With a hideous-looking triangular-shaped eyes like a poisonous snake's, he looked at the bright-eyed thief's body lewdly as he laughed evilly. Yue Yang remained calm and collected on the surface, yet he was exploding in anger internally. How daring, this precious virgin was something he'd booked in advance, this bastard actually dared to have presumptuous ideas about her. Looks like he had lived long enough, he was really seeking death. Shiro, thank you sponsors. Summon, Phantom Panther. The bright-eyed thief quickly placed her palm on the silver grimoire, preparing to summon her third beast. Too late. The triangular-eyed man who had just flashed out from the gate said in an extremely pleased voice. Without a single summoning movement, a small creature enshrouded in black flames appeared behind him. Yue Yang had seen illustrations of different types of beasts in the books that Yu Bing had brought back from school before, and so he knew that the small creature in front of him was slightly similar to the illustration of a fire essence beast. According to the description underneath that beast illustration, the fire essence beast didn't have a very strong attack, but it was good at creating fireballs. The fire essence beast was a product of profound magic, and such evil life forms didn't exist in the Soaring Dragon Continent. Seeing that the fire essence beast followed the triangular-eyed man without a summon made all of the mercenaries clamor loudly. Rather than gasping in awe at his strength, they despised it. Both mercenaries and warriors had an unwritten rule. At the beginning of an official duel, both parties must use open and candid summons to face off. Only despicable and shameless bastards would secretly summon a beast to mount a sneak attack on their opponent. This man with the triangular eyes called Xiaohuo had definitely summoned this fire essence beast secretly in Merry Forest's building. He had simply kept the beast in himself hidden, and waited for Wu Yi to be at a disadvantage before conveniently revealing his beast. In spite of the one-on-one face-off, the fact that there had been an interference was annoying enough. On top of that, he even summoned a beast beforehand. This was really something that people couldn't put up with. If it weren't for the fact that the mercenaries recognized the bastard and knew that they were no match for him, they would definitely charged over and killed him. When another devil bee materialized behind Xiaohuo again, everyone was so sick and tired of his dishonesty that they didn't even have energy to expend on cursing him. Such a shameless bastard should be struck by lightning, such people shouldn't even be allowed to live in this world. If Xiaohuo said that his fire essence beast hadn't been purposely summoned to go against the bright-eyed thief's bewildering butterfly, perhaps a few of the dumber mercenaries would have believed him. However, now that black and yellow striped devil bee had appeared as well, even idiots would be able to understand what happened. An exceptionally wretched moral character like this trash, Xiaohuo, had obviously summoned monsters to especially counter against the bright-eyed thief. Combined with his earlier declaration of demanding the right to her first night, everyone suddenly felt that even if they, themselves, weren't good people and had done a mass of bad deeds, they were still practically saints compared to this Xiaohuo. They had seen such trashy moral characters before, but never such an extreme case. An insect-type beast like the bewildering butterfly was most afraid of flames and ice. The fire essence beast could definitely kill the defenseless bewildering butterfly in an instant. Also, the valiant spider witch's only natural enemy was the devil bee. The devil bee could nimbly dodge a spider's web, and was also unafraid of a spider's poison. Its stinger could paralyze the spider witch and even kill it. Seeing Xiaohuo's two beasts, the bright-eyed thief began to tremble nervously. Following her command, the bewildering butterfly quickly flew up, preparing to return and fly back into the halo shield to be recalled back into the silver grimoire. However, it was all too late. The fire essence beast spat out a black fireball, which arched in a wide parabola and chased after the bewildering butterfly. Eventually, it exploded at the bewildering butterfly's wings. Boom! The bewildering butterfly combusted into scorched fragments, leaving behind scattered ashes and smoke. Having lost the bewildering butterfly that was controlling it, the rock golem immediately began to move. It strode over and raised its enormous rock fists, smashing heavily into the phantom panther that the bright-eyed thief had just summoned. It wasn't very likely that its sluggish movements would hit the phantom panther, which was well known for its ability to conceal itself. However, the phantom panther also didn't have any way of countering the rock golem, and thus it could only dodge around quickly. The rock golem's heavy fist struck the ground. With an explosive, thunder-like sound, the ground began to tremble. On the other side, the spider witch shrieked in fear, and began to run as fast it could towards the halo shield. After a series of jumps, it finally managed to take cover within the halo shield before the devil bee could catch up. Although it had managed to run away, it still couldn't stop trembling in fear. It was evident that the spider witch was extremely afraid of its natural enemy. So summoned beasts fight like this. Interesting. Yue Yang watched with great pleasure. He had finally gotten the chance to watch a battle between summoners using their beasts. A duel not only requires combat strength, but wits as well. The beasts weren't all powerful, and using them with appropriate tactics was the most important thing to do. For example, a bewildering butterfly would never be able to beat a battle eagle, but it was extremely effective against a rock golem. The spider witch was the nemesis of flying-type beasts, but the devil bee was the exception. On the other hand, the fire essence beast could instantly kill the bewildering butterfly with a mere fireball, but its actual combat strength wasn't even 1% of the rock golem's. After watching this duel, Yue Yang came to a conclusion. For every monster, even a seemingly invincible one, there exists another that can subdue it. There was no such thing as an unmatched, invincible beasts in this world. There were, however, a countless combination of battle and countering tactics to fight against different beasts. Yue Yang now understood why warriors using summoning grimoires had such great advantages. The reason was simple. Firstly, warriors with summoning grimoires all had an eternally loyal guardian beast that could be revived when it died. Secondly, with the summoning grimoire, the contracted beasts didn't have many restrictions. They were able to utilize more beasts to carry out counters as a battle strategy. In this battle, if it were not for Xiaohuo's sudden interference, Wu Yi would have been ripped into pieces by the Phantom Panther in the overall clash of tactics. As for now, the bright-eyed thief's situation was far from good. Hurry up and go. Wu Yi will soon summon an even stronger beast, I can't hold on for much longer. The bright-eyed thief was unable to appease the spider witch, so she quickly passed Yue Yang a delicately made scroll. This is a delivery scroll. If you open it and input spirit energy into it, you can release something similar to a typical summoned beast. Summoned beast. Yue Yang feigned innocence as he blinked at the thief with eyes as bright as stars. Ah, you don't even know how to summon a beast. The bright-eyed thief felt as if a bolt had just struck down on top of her head. She inwardly thought to herself, could it be that this brat normally spent all his time picking up girls? He doesn't even have a single beast to summon. No wonder he had only just applied to be a mercenary a few days ago. This time, they were doomed. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Xiaohuo sneered. He made an extremely strange gesture, and then used a dagger to cut open his palm, and dripped his blood onto an illustration. The illustration flashed with a red light. Two specks of light shot straight up into the sky and exploded like fireworks, causing bits of red light to scatter in all directions. At the same time, a wave of thought was suddenly transmitted to Yue Yang's mind. Your enemy is forcing you to carry out a death match. Before one of the two parties dies in battle, one cannot leave the perimeter of the realm of blood and death. Otherwise, God's punishment will descend upon you. All the meridians in your body will be ruptured and you will die. The bright-eyed thief's hands began to shake. It was evident that she had received the exact same message about Xiaohuo's death match. Xiaohuo had also needed to fulfill certain requirements to initiate this death match. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and his bloody hand seemed to have been swallowed by some invisible creature. The wound constantly bled, and it even begun to rot, releasing a vile odor. You should be honored that you are going to die for me, ha ha ha. Xiaohuo pressed his bloody hand onto the fire essence beast's head. It exploded with a bang, sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. Good job, Keek, I can finally summon it. It is finally time for you to die. Wu Yi began to bleed from all openings on his face. It looked extremely horrifying. His spirit power began to overflow, and the extremely powerful summon made his body deteriorate rapidly. The strange part was that the blood coming out of his body turned into rays of light that flowed into the red crystal that was in his palm. Finally, after the red crystal had absorbed enough blood and spirit power, it began to emit a demonic red light. The glow spread throughout the air, dyeing it a blood red. The nearby mercenaries all began to feel a strange fear, and the more cowardly mercenaries' jaws had begun to tremble uncontrollably. The mercenaries shivered as if they were in a world of ice and snow. The powerful beast summoned with Wu Yi's blood finally appeared successfully after 3 minutes. Moo! A terrifying howl made the devil bee that was previously hovering above everyone's head so scared that it fell to the ground. Trembling, it began to squirm and crawl around, seemingly unable to fly back into the air. Even the spider witch, which was currently hiding under the safety of the halo shield, couldn't withstand the fear. It turned into a flash of green light, and voluntarily re-entered the silver grimoire. It had completely abandoned its owner, and fled from the battlefield. Yue Yang saw that Wu Yi had summoned an enormous bowl covered with dark green patches of snakeskin and blood-red eyes. The frightened mercenaries all scattered in different directions, not a single person dared to stay any longer. Even the spectating warriors standing on the merry forest's balconies turned pale with fear. They cried out in fear, heavens, that fellow Wu Yi even went as far as to summon the bronze barbaric bull. Bronze barbaric bull? Yue Yang curiously asked the bright-eyed thief, is this the legendary bronze barbaric bull who had the doom eyes that could kill anyone with just a glare? Yes. Wu Yi has actually summoned a bronze barbaric bull. It is a bronze-ranked beast. This time we are done for. The bright-eyed thief's voice was charged with fear. My guardian beast is a flower fairy that does not have any attack power. It is simply not a match for the bronze barbaric bull. If I had known this earlier, I would have summoned the phantom panther at the beginning to do a surprise attack. Maybe then it would have been possible to kill Wu Yi. Now, tell me, what should we do? The bright-eyed thief looked at Yue Yang helplessly, as if he was her final hope. At this moment, Yue Yang could see that the pair of bright eyes looking at him were filled with dread and fear. Such a pitiful yet adorable look was similar to the look that Empress Fei Wen Li, who was trapped like a prisoner inside the black hole, had given him previously. Oh! The moment for the hero to rescue the beauty had finally came. In an instant, Yue Yang exploded with a heroic sense of protection. He held the bright-eyed thief's frail shoulders gently and comforted her in a soft tone, "Isn't it just a bull? This fearless hero shall slaughter it in your place." Yue Yang's comforting words didn't have the intended effect but instead caused the bright-eyed thief's eyes to turn red, brimming with tears. Her voice was choked with emotions as she said, "You fool, this is no ordinary bull. If that bronze barbaric bull even glared at us, we would surely die. What do we do now? We have to think of a way out, or else we both will die at this place. I don't want to die, I still have not avenged a deep enmity. I really don't want to die. Aren't you a genius? Quickly think of a good solution, rest assured. I have already figured out a plan to counter it." Yue Yang brought forth a tiny knife, which was used for peeling fruits. You want to charge in blindly? The bright-eyed thief thought that Yue Yang wanted to rush out blindly to kill Wu Yi. If Wu Yi died, then his summoned bronze barbaric bull would disappear immediately, ceasing to exist. However, at this moment, would killing Wu Yi be that easy? Not to mention of Xiaohuo, how could a small thief who had just become a mercenary a few days ago be able to go against Wu Yi's fighting skills? The bright-eyed thief felt that if Yue Yang really rushed out blindly, it will be equivalent to seeking death. Even if he didn't get run over to death, stomped to death or glared to death by the bronze barbaric bull and was able to avoid being crushed by the rock golem's attack, he could still be torn apart to pieces by the battle eagle who had regained its health. Even if he somehow managed to successfully reach Wu Yi, against such an expert level 3 hero, what could a mere thief wielding a 50 copper small dagger, who had only recently become a mercenary, do? Most probably, he wouldn't be able to touch even a single hair on Wu Yi's body and get killed on the spot. Leaving the protection of the halo shield and rushing out blindly was definitely the most foolish and sure-shot way of committing suicide. This was what the bright-eyed thief thought, as she grasped at Yue Yang's arms tightly, and said in a stern voice, "I still have another attack, but its probability of success is extremely small. You should run away from this place with all your might. If you are still alive after escaping from this realm of blood and death, do me a favor. Go to the Yin Valley of Butterflies and Flowers and tell the Valley Lord, tell him that I have died in a battle trying to run. Stop your wishful thinking, Xiaohuo's looked at them sinisterly as he let out a blood-curdling laugh. She took out a black crystal and held it in her hands. Muttering a strange chant, she then spat a mouthful of blood on the black crystal. The devil bee cowering on the ground suddenly exploded into pieces with a loud boom. Dark green blood and pieces of flesh splashed out in all directions. Turns out that there was a hiding phantom leopard that could blend in with the darkness of the night. The blood splatter caused its hidden body to be revealed. The rock golem immediately raised its fists up high. In the air, the battle eagle, which was much faster than the rock golem, had already swooped down for an attack. Since the spider which had fled from the battleground, both the spider poison and spider net had disappeared. Although its fighting abilities had weakened a little bit, it didn't decrease by much. The battle eagle was still a strength to behold. The battle eagle swooped down like a hurricane and slashed at the phantom leopard's back, inflicting deep wounds that reached its bones. Rumble rumble, the bronze barbaric bull pounded the ground with its hooves, signaling its imminent charge towards the phantom leopard. A flash of fire suddenly burst forth from the bronze barbaric bull's nose, exploding at the phantom leopard's hind legs with a loud boom. Following that, the bronze barbaric bull chased after the injured phantom leopard, and its rock-hard skull and pair of horns unleashing a colliding attack that had the force of a giant hammer. The phantom leopard wailed painfully as its whole body was ruthlessly blown away by the impact of the collision. Its body couldn't stop whirling in mid-air. When the phantom leopard finally fell hard on the ground, the bronze barbaric bull had already caught up to it. With its big red eyes, it stared fiercely at the phantom leopard. A red light flashed even faster than lightning, and the phantom leopard had suddenly turned into a corpse, collapsing on the ground. In just a short moment, the phantom leopard had been killed by the bronze barbaric bull's doom eyes. Heavens! From the windows and balconies of the Merry Forest Pavilion, the surrounding spectating warriors were all so scared that they were completely drenched with cold sweat. Although the bronze barbaric bull's doom eyes' probability of success was extremely small, the existence of an attack that could disregard everything was simply too frightening. Doom eyes, other than not having any effect on non-living things such as the rock golem, could only be countered by a guardian beast from a grimoire contractor. Normal warriors and beasts did not have any chance of survival if they received the bronze barbaric bull's doom eyes attack. The bright-eyed thief who was summoning her strongest beast in a desperate move hadn't even managed to finish her summoning before the phantom leopard was killed by the bronze barbaric bull. A jolt of thunder suddenly shook her mind. The death of a beast has a huge effect on the mind of the master it was connected to. It was already hard for the bright-eyed thief to endure it normally, but this time she was in the midst of summoning with all her heart, hence her mind was dealt a huge impact. Vomiting a mouthful of blood that stained her mask, the bright-eyed thief's body shook violently. Before she fainted and collapsed on the ground, she reached out towards Yue Yang and said, "Quick, run." Yue Yang immediately reached out his hands and grasped her soft, tender, and sweet-smelling hands. If he had made a move earlier, the bright-eyed thief wouldn't have received such a shock to her mind that and cause her to faint. However, Yue Yang didn't wish to reveal his abilities to this brother of his. At the very least he did not want to reveal his abilities right now, so he only planned to make a move as the last resort. With regards to the spectators in the Merry Forest Pavilion or that Wu Yi and Xiaohuo on the other side, they were just corpses in Yue Yang's eyes. Along with the bright-eyed thief's unconsciousness, the halo shield disappeared. The silver grimoire turned into a ball of golden light and fluttered into the bright-eyed thief's body. When the halo shield disappeared, the rock golem, battle eagle, and bronze barbaric bull all charged madly towards Yue Yang. Ha 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 ha, Wu Yi and Xiaohuo both started laughing happily. Defeating the enemy by working together like this, using underhanded methods, they had done it hundreds of times. They had practiced their mutual understanding. If it wasn't for too much pressure from facing against a silver grimoire user who was a level 4 champion, Wu Yi wouldn't even summon the bronze barbaric bull. He summoned it to minimize the risk and danger they were facing. So noisy Yue Yang hated people who laugh like this the most. He felt that an exaggerated laugh had been his signature statement all along. Seeing Wu Yi and Xiaohuo laughing so shamelessly, he felt extremely uncomfortable, thinking that these two hideous fellows had actually plagiarized his signature laugh. Yue Yang pointed with his fingers and summoned his copper grimoire. A faint red light appeared immediately, forming a faint red-colored halo shield around the bright-eyed thief and him. The bronze barbaric bull charged into the red-colored halo shield, its huge force of impact causing ripples on the halo shield, but the ripples immediately disappeared. On the other hand, the rock golem's heavy smash that could pulverize any rock was also ineffective against the red-colored halo shield. The battle eagle, the weakest amongst the beasts, swooped down from the air, but was blown away from the impact of the collision against the red-colored halo shield. It's another grimoire user? But he's just a level 1 apprentice beginner? Haha, what a fool, you are just a mere apprentice, why would you struggle against your death? You are really a big joke, Thorny Flower. Ah ha 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 ha, I am going to laugh to death. He actually summoned a Thorny Flower, oh heavens, I'd really like to see how he is going to use a Thorny Flower to kill my rock golem and bronze barbaric bull. Wu Yi roared with laughter, holding his stomach with both of his hands. He laughed until tears flowed out of his eyes. I'd rather face against an expert. Killing small fry doesn't have any meaning. Xiaohuo immediately disregarded Yue Yang when he deduced that Yue Yang was a mere apprentice. Haha, I am your exact opposite. I love torturing small fries to their death, especially listening to their miserable wailings upon their imminent death. It really leaves a rich aftertaste. Wu Yi licked his lips, like he was a hungry malevolent ghost seeing delicious dishes in front of him, and prepared to dig in. In his eyes, Yue Yang, this level 1 apprentice, was a perfect small fry for him to torture to death. Even if Yue Yang was a grimoire contractor, Wu Yi still disregarded him. An apprentice could only summon one beast every day. Facing this little thief who had already summoned a thorny flower, for the oncoming battle, even a fool wouldn't think that he could use such a weak thorny flower to kill the invincible rock golem and bronze barbaric bull that possessed the doom eyes. Every single warrior on the Merry Forest Pavilion balconies shook their heads and sighed helplessly. Right now, even if the gods themselves descended upon the earth, they wouldn't be able to turn this little thief's defeat into victory. This little thief would definitely lose against Wu Yi. Furthermore, there was still Xiaohuo behind him who was stronger than Wu Yi. As soon as the time limit of the Halo Shield was up, those two little thieves would be pulverized into meat paste by the rock golem and the bronze barbaric bull. Isn't it just a bull? What's so good about it? Yue Yang didn't even stand inside the Halo Shield, instead he swaggered out plain in the open, leaving the bright-eyed thief and the thorny flower inside the Halo Shield. Ah, his move shocked every warrior present, leaving them dumbstruck. A grimoire user shouldn't be able to leave their Halo Shield, otherwise their Halo Shield would disappear. How could this little thief be able to leave his Halo Shield? Did everyone become short-sighted suddenly and see it wrongly? Or is this miracle actually happening in front of them? The bronze barbaric bull was the first to rush forward. His gigantic blood-red eyes flashed its doom eyes. Everyone believed that this little thief was finished, there was no doubt that he was going to die. The bronze barbaric bull's eyes lit up, indicating that it was about to unleash its rapid killing move, Doom Eyes. In the next second, this little thief's soul would be completely annihilated, leaving behind a corpse without a soul. The guard leader had already shut his eyes closed, unable to watch it any further. Two grimoire contract holders dying in Whitestone City would definitely cause a chaos, maybe even shed rivers of blood throughout the city. The powers behind these two little thieves would definitely not let the killers off easily. Especially the stronger of the two, that level 4 champion, she's a grimoire contract holder from the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. Raising such a young level 4 champion silver grimoire holder, was something unfathomable to the guard leader. It must have been a huge investment. For this kind of a genius warrior to be killed, how could the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers not retaliate? However, even if the guard leader knew that they were facing imminent catastrophe, he had no way to stop Wu Yi and Xiaohuo from working together to kill these two unusual little thieves. This was because the powers behind Wu Yi and Xiaohuo were just as strong. These matters were not something a small guard leader like him could interfere with. At first, he had hoped that Master Golden Blade, who had gone on a trip with the Whitestone City's chief, would be able to receive news of this incident quickly and could rush back in time to stop this disaster from happening. But now it seemed that it was already too late. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yi was beside himself with joy, and the battlefield rang with his laughter. His evil laughter was similar to that of an owl, and hearing it made people's hearts feel gloomy. However, his laughter was cut off just 3 seconds later. Before, if someone said that the level 5 bronze barbaric bull couldn't kill a little thief using its doom eyes, everyone would have thought that that person had gone mad. However, this was proven true right in front of their eyes. Yue Yang's figure flashed once, but then he returned back to his normal state immediately. The entire battlefield was shocked into silence. All the spectating mercenaries were stupefied, their jaws dropped so wide that a beast could be stuffed inside. Yue Yang himself also felt that this outcome was slightly unexpected. He had actually thought of a strategy to defeat the bronze barbaric bull, and that was to use his phantom shadow, a guardian beast that can be revived when it died, to guard against the bronze barbaric bull's doom eyes. In that moment, when the bronze barbaric bull activated its doom eyes, Yue Yang's real body had already dodged away, only leaving behind his phantom shadow. He had hoped to use this shadow to test the true strength of the doom eyes. Is it a rapid killing technique? Or was it just ineffective? In that 1 second when he experienced the doom eyes attack through the phantom shadow that had been killed by the doom eyes, Yue Yang could feel in his consciousness that an image had came out from the bronze barbaric bull's soul with an unimaginable speed, like a bolt of lightning, charging directly towards his consciousness in one mysterious moment. It then immediately disappeared. In the space within his conscious mind, that Grim Reaper-like image seemed as if it had wanted to capture the phantom shadow, but was unable to. Furthermore, it was clearly oblivious to the presence of Yue Yang's soul, who was watching the entire scene closely. When the attack fell through, that Grim Reaper-like image dematerialized quickly, becoming nothing. In that moment, Yue Yang gained a flash of insight to many strange and wondrous things in the universe, and he was internally moved by this breakthrough of truths. Having gone through this breakthrough, his divine vision skill had mysteriously risen. An urge rose up involuntarily in Yue Yang's mind, if I had used binding chains just now, perhaps I may have been able to capture that Grim Reaper image. What would happen if he captured the Grim Reaper-like image? Yue Yang wasn't sure either, but he believed that it was not a bad thing, and it was worth trying out. It was a pity that he was too cautious just now, and didn't use binding chains on the Grim Reaper-like image. Although he missed that chance to make his move, Yue Yang was indescribably excited in his heart, with his divine vision skill having risen. Unexpectedly, he was able to see the numerous hidden abilities of the Phantom Shadow. For example, one such ability was to group a mass of shadows together to form a giant shadow. The duration of time that the giant shadow could exist was short, it was only able to last 1 minute. Each time a shadow was added, the time will only be extended for roughly 30 seconds. However, this type of giant shadow with a short time limit, was extremely strong, almost equivalent to that of a giant titan. When Yue Yang overlapped 5 shadows on top of each other, turned them into a giant shadow, then used it to strengthen his own body, he was stunned to discover that his own strength had increased by at least 100 times. Even if the time limit wasn't even 3 minutes, but the Yue Yang of now, had complete confidence in facing the rock golem head-on. Cool, could it be that Ultraman's transformation felt like this? Yue Yang wrapped his hands, that had gone through strengthening using the giant shadow, tightly around the bronze barbaric bull's sharp horns. Yue Yang, unable to restrain his emotions, burst out with a matchless, bold, and powerful roar, "Hey hey hey!" The sound was like a clap of thunder rumbling through the sky, shaking both heaven and earth, causing everyone to turn pale. The bronze barbaric bull which had a body like a wall had been forcibly overturned onto the floor by Yue Yang's strength. Since this was Yue Yang's first time using the giant shadow's strength, he had used too much. He also did not manage to grasp hold of the center of gravity of the bronze barbaric bull. The bronze barbaric bull's horns which were hard beyond comparison had snapped off with a paw sound. Yue Yang's original intention was not to turn the bronze barbaric bull over, it was to lift it and use its body to smash it against the rock golem. But who would have ever known that instead of lifting it, he only managed to turn the bronze barbaric bull over, as he accidentally broke its horns. No one knew that this was caused by Yue Yang's mistake in making his move. In fact, they thought that he had broken the horns on purpose to show his frightening strength. For a while, the surrounding warriors were all shocked out of their wits, their faces turning deadly pale. Heavens, is this a person's strength? I'm going to faint. Illusion, this is an illusion. I don't believe this, I definitely don't believe this, this is not possible, this is absolutely impossible. Wu Yi couldn't accept what had just happened, he felt that everything he had just seen was an illusion. It must have been a beast that the little thief summoned, which was capable of using hypnotism and made him see illusions. A normal human strength wouldn't be able to overturn the level 5 bronze barbaric bull onto the ground. It is even less possible to snap off its horns, they were the strongest part of its body, harder than steel by at least 10 times. How could it be possible to snap them off forcibly using only their hands? Even then, no matter how monstrous the little thief's strength was, there was no way he could live after taking on the bronze barbaric bull's demise. Only if one's strength exceeded that of the bronze barbaric bulls, and was on par with those level 6 elders that were only a breadth away from entering the innate realm, would they be able to resist the attack. Normal warriors were definitely unable to resist the bronze barbaric bull's attack, demise, which ignored all physical defenses and directly annihilated one's soul. Could it be that this little thief was actually a level 6 elder? That's not possible, he's obviously a level 1 apprentice. If he believed that the little thief was a level 6 elder, then Wu Yi might as well believe that his own father was a woman. The next scene left the surrounding warriors petrified into stone as the wind eroded their sense of reality. Everyone felt that they might as well let a gust of wind blow their petrified ashes away. This kind of result, it was really unacceptable. That was because, the rock golem that had originally rushed towards the little thief with its giant fists raised, preparing to smash him into a meat paste, had betrayed its original summoner when Yue Yang reached out and stroked it lightly. The rock golem which had no sentience and was incapable of thought, lifted its giant fists to ferociously smash the bronze barbaric bull which had still been lying on the ground. Once the little thief had reached out his hands, that rock golem had become his summoned beast. This was not possible. The puppet-type rock golem would definitely never betray its summoner, this was their greatest quality. Since it had no sentience and only had combat instinct, they had no idea about the thing called betrayal. Once the contract had been signed, they would have eternal allegiance to the contract holder. The thing that made Wu Yi despair the most was that the rock golem which was currently beating up that bronze barbaric bull ferociously had not betrayed him at all. The rock golem was still his own summoned beast, just that it had been controlled by an unknown external force, such that it would not listen to his orders, operating without permission, and attacking the bronze barbaric bull. A summoned beast which took up space in the limited amount of summon quota yet disobeyed its master's orders, wasn't this rock golem his greatest failure in life? Wu Yi really wanted to cry, but was unable to. He wanted to die, but there was no time to commit suicide using his dagger. That was because the little thief whose strength was only that of a level 1 apprentice was already standing in front of him, looking down on him with a condescending attitude. In that instant, Wu Yi felt extremely small. If one said that his opponent was like a fierce tiger that devoured men, then he felt that he was like a small mouse that was not even worth getting stuck between its predator's teeth. In his entire life, this was the first time Wu Yi had felt this small, weak, and afraid. This kind of fear was definitely a first. Aren't you an expert? Why don't you laugh at me again, pull out something else for me to play with, or boast arrogantly again? Yue Yang trampled over Wu Yi's body, who was trembling all over, ignoring all the gazes from the surrounding people. Trampling on his body without restraint, he beat him up ruthlessly. Seeing a level 1 apprentice beating up a level 3 hero, everyone was stunned to their core and rendered speechless. Yue Yang gave off a tyrannical air as he traced the edge of his exquisite dagger with his finger. You can say your last words now. Yue Yang looked off into the distance, purposely ignoring Xiaohuo. He knew that Xiaohuo would not be willing to accept defeat, he was bound to summon an even stronger beast to try and reverse the battle. Yue Yang wanted to use tonight's battle as a proper test of his own strength, and determine exactly which realm he had ascended to. Yue Yang didn't think defeating Wu Yi and Xiaohuo was difficult at all. But he wanted to manipulate the circumstances so that the situation would prove to be more challenging, which would allow him to experience as many battles as possible. Constant training would enrich his battle experience. Bloody battles were fickle things. Even though he had a lot of potential, he wouldn't be able to achieve a desirable outcome in an encounter with a powerful enemy if he slacked off in his training. It might even prove to be difficult for him to make it out alive. Yue Yang didn't know exactly how powerful the experts in this world were. But since he first came out from the black hole space, he had realized one inescapable fact: in the past, the Soaring Dragon Continent had experts that could easily defeat Empress Fei Wen Li and seal her for 10,000 years. Did all those experts die off? Yue Yang felt that the answer to this question was most probably no. Even if there was currently no top rankers in Soaring Dragon Continent, there would most likely be some in Tongtian Tower. Legends said that only sage-ranked people could set foot into heaven. If such people existed, how could there be a lack of top rankers? Experts like the one that sealed Empress Fei Wen Li for 10,000 years were obviously not people that Yue Yang could go up against. That's why what he needed to do now was to constantly cultivate and grow stronger. Grow stronger, and then grow stronger even more. He had to become the strongest person in the world. This was Yue Yang's greatest ambition. With the innate invisible sword chi method, Yue Yang had never worried about his future. However, he still wished to improve himself and achieve a greater realm by cultivating diligently and raising battle awareness. People like Rock, Taikuang, Wu Yi, and Xiaohuo were just stepping stones on his path. By stepping on their bodies, he'd be striding towards his goal of becoming stronger and greater. This was the most important thing he needed to do right now. Spare me. While Wu Yi's words were still stuck in his throat, the dagger went straight through his mouth and out through the back of his head. Wow, these last words were quite concise. Yue Yang casually shrugged his shoulders. The surrounding warriors watched, completely speechless. Everyone knew that Wu Yi wouldn't be able to survive. However, until now, no one had imagined that a level 3 hero like Wu Yi would receive such an ending. The light in Wu Yi's eyes dimmed and his wavering flame of life extinguished before he even realized it. The frightened battle eagle that had been circling around in the sky the whole time immediately deserted its contractor once Wu Yi died. It flapped its wings and charged off into the darkness, running for its life. The only one left is you, Xiaohuo. Yue Yang turned to look at Xiaohuo, who had been silent the whole time. That bastard should still have some remaining skills. What kind of unexpected move will he show next? Yue Yang contemplated silently. I know that I can survive past tonight. However, I will bring you down together with me. Let me tell you, as long as there is human and some blood, I can summon a terrifying devil king that can decimate all of Whitestone City. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xiaohuo's evil laughter was extremely sinister, making everyone's hair stand on their ends. What exactly was Xiaohuo planning? The observing warriors all shuddered involuntarily. A terrifying devil king that could decimate all of Whitestone City? At the very least, this would mean it had to be a demon of the Golden King beast level, right? The guard leader quickly reacted. He unsheathed the long sword at his side and bellowed, commanding everyone to charge, attempting to block the already crazed Xiaohuo. However, as soon as the soldiers jumped off of the building's balcony, countless black lumps of flames erupted around Xiaohuo's body. These flames were like will-o-wisps from the underworld. Xiaohuo laughed loudly. With a wave of his hands, the countless flames shot out in all directions like meteors, flying towards the surrounding warriors, as well as the female singers on top of the lively tavern platform. Ah, the people that had been hit by the strange, black flames immediately caught on fire. The frail female singers cried out in pain, as they each combusted in the raging flames. Before they could even struggle or beg for help, they had all been charred to death. Fresh blood and ruined limbs exploded outwards, littering the ground. The most horrifying part was that even the exploded blood and limbs themselves were still burning in an inextinguishable flame. The ground and the walls that had also been struck similarly erupted into flames, burning ceaselessly. Some of the warriors had managed to dodge the attacks, but the black flames automatically chased after them as if they were alive. They chased after their targets before smashing directly onto them. No one managed to escape, except for the few warriors with the quickest reaction speeds. The guard leader waved his long sword around, chopping at the black flames. His sword was also burning as it slashed through the black balls of flames. It directly burned his hand, making it impossible for him to control it properly. Seeing this scene, the few surviving warriors and guards had deathly expressions. Heavens, this is Hell's fire. Inextinguishable Hell's fire. Xiaohuo must have summoned a demon from hell. We re-screwed, we re-all screwed. There were also many balls of fire in front of Yue Yang. He lifted his hand and easily blasted apart the flames with wind, causing them to ricochet to the ground. The surrounding bricks were all set ablaze by the black flames. In the far distance, he could see that none of the flames managed to enter into the light red halo shield. Dozens of fireballs spluttered in front of it, but they instantly disappeared without a trace upon touching the halo shield. Yue Yang was relieved to find that the halo shield was safe and sound. Xiaohuo looked at Yue Yang and laughed wickedly. He pulled out a sharp, curved blade from his waist, and walked in front of Yue Yang. Then he slashed at his own abdomen, causing his intestines to spill out onto the ground. I offer all lives and fresh blood offerings to the demon king Xian that I revered. Your lowly follower provides his blood and soul to call on our Lord's presence, Xian. Decimate this entire area, display your supreme power. Xiaohuo waved his blade, cutting apart his internal organs and scattering them into the air. His expression was beyond crazed, and eyes flashed with a fanatical glint. Yue Yang knitted his brows. He had completely raised his guard, prepared to meet the summoned demon lord with all his strength. Kill Xiaohuo, hurry, hurry, the guard leader was so anxious that he had begun to tear up. Wah! The surviving warriors swallowed their fear, and charged all together. Too late, ha 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 ha. You will all die with me, and we shall meet once more in hell. When that time comes, I will definitely welcome you hospitably. Xiaohuo laughed madly. His body rumbled, and then exploded into countless fragments of blood and fire. The few warriors that had just been attempting to attack Xiaohuo was immediately killed in the explosion, their bodies blasted into millions of tiny pieces. The guard leader had also received heavy damage. He fell to the ground, and vomited blood endlessly. Out of the hundreds of people in the entire battlefield, aside from Yue Yang and the unconscious bright-eyed thief, the guard leader was the only survivor. His right leg was caught in the black flames which began to spread quickly. Ah! The guard leader bit down hard, and then forcibly cut off his entire right leg. He used both his arms to support his body, and pull himself away from the blazing floor. He loudly shouted at Yue Yang, hurry up and leave the White Stone City immediately. Get as far away as you possibly can. Xiaohuo used his life as a sacrifice to summon a demon from hell. This place will soon turn into hell. The air around the place that Xiaohuo had self-exploded suddenly split apart, causing the guard leader to cry out in shock. An enormous rift gradually opened up mid-air, revealing a portal. However, what made Yue Yang's heart race even more was that this 10m tall giant portal was still not large enough to allow the demon king from hell to come out. He only saw his two hands stretching out from the portal, burning with hell's fire. Its giant arms were covered with sharp, blood scales, forcibly forcing the crimson portal open. It seemed to want to pull the portal a bit larger, wanting to quickly leave the distant deep pool of magic and enter the Soaring Dragon Continent. If Yue Yang were to allow this terrifying demon to come out unimpeded, then he would be a huge idiot. He had been waiting for a chance this whole time. This was exactly the opportunity the heavens bestowed on him to mount a sneak attack. Binding chains, Yue Yang chanted in his mind, using little Wen Li's binding chains to fight against the terrifying demon. What shocked him was that the binding chains that had been able to restrain the bronze barbaric bull and the rock golem for 10 seconds couldn't even give Yue Yang 1 second of time. That meant he had to attack within 1 second. Otherwise, the binding chains would fail. Without the binding chains, that terrifying monster would immediately come out, and White Stone City would be doomed. Yue Yang was confident that he could escape the terrifying demon if it pursued him, but there was no way his godmother and her little girl living in White Stone City would be able to. I'll kill you. Yue Yang's eyes flashed like stars. This was the first time he was using his strongest attack since he had transcended dimensions. The innate invisible sword chi burst out at full strength. Brilliant rays of light flashed from his arms like a rainbow, and they began to revolve around him. All of his innate chi had gathered together and formed a sword of destruction. It viciously lashed out at the heart of the terrifying demon's body still within the portal. If this attack hit, Yue Yang believed that it would be able to instantly kill an experienced battle-type beasts that had high vitality and resilience, or even a gigantic, enormous beast like this on the spot. This was Yue Yang's supreme sword. What effect would this attack have on the terrifying demon? Would it mortally wound it, or have absolutely no effect? Yue Yang had no way of determining the answer, but this was currently the most powerful weapon in his arsenal. With chains of binding and the support from his giant shadow that had been strengthened 100 times, plus the innate invisible sword chi skill, Supreme Sword. After this attack, would he win? Or lose? The terrifying demon that couldn't come out smoothly from the portal, suddenly started to gradually vanish after receiving Yue Yang's Supreme Sword attack. This outcome amazed Yue Yang. Could it be that he could defeat that powerful fellow with just one attack? Really? Xiaohuo had used the lives and blood of hundreds of warriors as a sacrifice to summon the terrifying demon, yet it was so easily defeated? With regards to such an ending, Yue Yang couldn't believe it at all. Could it be that an attack with the added strength of binding chains and giant shadow, together with a supreme sword attack from the innate invisible sword chi, could really obliterate everything? Suddenly, a premonition of danger surfaced in his heart. Yue Yang immediately reacted, moving both of his legs to execute the elegant sword dance, one of the mysterious 3 styles. In an instant, he drew back by 10 meters. A beheading arc wave that was capable of tearing apart the whole sky and earth suddenly lashed out from within the portal. Tearing through the sky faster than lightning, with one flash, it almost hit the tip of Yue Yang's nose as he desperately evaded the attack. The slash then lashed the ground at a distance, gouging a bottomless deep crack in it as easily as a hot knife cut through butter, before it disappeared into the far distance. The merry forest building that was going up in flames was silently slashed into 2 by the beheading arc wave. In the next moment, a loud, cringe-inducing crashing sound boomed out as the huge pavilion collapsed slowly. The deafening sound exploded as if it were a sound wave attack, making Yue Yang's hair stand on end. It was such a terrifying beheading arc wave, he was almost cut in 2 by it. If he hadn't evaded it in time, even with his defense, he wouldn't be able to survive that attack that could even split the sky. No, if he had not learnt the unrivaled elegant sword dance, one of the 3 mysterious styles, he would have already died a miserable death from this sneak attack. In the past 600 years, you are the first human to injure me. Following the furious roar that sounded from within the portal, a demon's hand tainted with black blood and engulfed in purple flame extended from within the portal. A cluster of dark green flames condensed in that hand, with power so strong that it could destroy both the heavens and the earth. The inferno that Xiaohuo had summoned previously was insignificant compared to these dark green flames. Seeing this, Yue Yang didn't think that the current him would be able to withstand the next attack. If he let these dark green flames touch him, the consequences would be disastrous. But what else could he do now? Escape? Or should he resist to the end? Maybe it was a pretty good idea to destroy the portal forcefully and stop the terrifying demon from coming out. But the problem was whether he could evade the dark green flames attack and destroy the portal behind it. Beads of sweat formed on Yue Yang's forehead. Looking at the ever-expanding dark green flames in front of him and then looking behind him. In that direction was the beautiful woman's house. Despite the house being quite far away, if this cluster of dark green flames emitted an energy shock wave, maybe. Perhaps, Fourth Mother and the little girl were still in dreamland? Yue Yang gritted his teeth as he started to revolve his arms around each other. Rotating, he formed the remaining qi in his body into a stream that flowed against the current of yin and yang and became a cyclone. Even though the terrifying demon's powers were too powerful and hard to defend against, Yue Yang still courageously charged forward. Yue Yang hardly cared if the whole of Soaring Dragon Continent's people lived or died, but he couldn't simply watch without taking action when the danger could possibly threaten the safety of Fourth Mother and the little girl. The Fourth Mother who doted on him and the mischievous little girl, they were his only family. Foolish humans. After extending its hand from within the portal, the terrifying demon let out a blood-curdling laugh. Boom. As if it knew that Yue Yang would charge forward in a desperate suicidal attempt, the dark green flame suddenly exploded. A pillar of green light suddenly shot out from the terrifying demon's palm, straight towards Yue Yang's body. Suddenly, a light green halo shield appeared in front of Yue Yang. Like a circle of rainbows, a beautiful yet mysterious luster that was comparable to the glow of a diamond pattern suddenly appeared on the surface of the shield protecting his body. A diamond grimoire appeared at the same time and little Wen Li, who was wielding her dual icicle blades in her small hands, came out from within Yue Yang's body voluntarily. Her face was full of nervousness. The green pillar of light shot at her halo shield, and it shook violently. With a loud booming sound, the halo shield was almost destroyed. Yue Yang was shocked. Fortunately, the halo shield protection succeeded in dispersing the powers of the green pillar of light. The power contained in the green pillar of light shot out far into the distance and, in the end, disappeared into the air. Seeing that the halo shield was still intact even after its encounter with the green pillar of light, Yue Yang sighed in relief internally. He had gambled correctly. The halo shield summoned by little Wen Li's diamond grimoire could indeed defend against such a destructive attack. Ah! Little Wen Li let out a high-pitched cry that reverberated through the sky. Yue Yang realized that, unknown to him, the terrifying demon's hand had already pierced through the halo shield. Although it was just one finger, Yue Yang was extremely shocked. Only now had he realized that the halo shield was not an absolute defense and had its own limitations. The terrifying demon's fingers had succeeded in piercing through the great defense of the halo shield. Yue Yang's natural reaction in the next moment was to hold little Wen Li tightly in his embrace, protecting her even if he would die. He's done for, he's really done for this time. However, little Wen Li wriggled out of his embrace. Raising her little icicle blades, she ruthlessly hacked at the terrifying demon's fingers. In an instant, the terrifying demon's hand became frozen in ice. Even the blazing inferno near it got frozen and was completely extinguished. There's still hope. Yue Yang's reactions completely exceeded his previous limitations. He forcefully concentrated his chi again and prepared to unleash the strongest attack from the mysterious three styles, the Supreme Sword Aim. The Supreme Sword was unleashed yet again, stronger than his previous attack. It ruthlessly pierced into the terrifying demon's hands that were steadily thawing. The sword chi's sharpness, which was without equal, didn't let Yue Yang down. The terrifying demon's hands wanted to retreat, but under the unshakable trap of ice, its retreating speed was as slow as a snail's crawl. The sword chi overtook it in an instant, and with a shhk, it pierced right into the center of the terrifying demon's palm. A hole appeared on the back of this terrifying demon's scaly hand. At this moment, the portal immediately became smaller and smaller. The terrifying demon's hand that extended out from the portal didn't even attempt to attack Yue Yang again, as it retreated quickly, withdrawing back into the portal. Little Wen Li's snake tail waved back and forth, looking extremely beautiful as it slithered around on the ground. She managed to chase after the terrifying demon's hands. With a furious look, her small mouth let out a sharp hiss. Yue Yang could feel that she was unleashing her binding chains with all of her strength. If it was used ordinarily, the effect would not be very big. After all, the binding duration was only for 1 second. But right now, it was extremely effective. The terrifying demon's hand was firmly held fixed in its position by little Wen Li's skill and was not able to move even a single inch. When the portal disappeared, the space was like a sharp blade, immediately chopping off the terrifying demon's arm. Yue Yang was extremely shocked by little Wen Li's battle sense. She had not used her binding chains all this while, instead, waiting for the right moment when the portal was about to close, she inflicted serious damage onto the terrifying demon. Such a move was unthinkable for a small fry like Yue Yang. Damn it, annoying human rancor, I'll remember you. We will definitely meet again, just wait and see. The portal disappeared along with the terrifying demon's frustrated howl echoing in the darkness. If they had battled face to face, Yue Yang wouldn't have been able to win with his current power. However, separated by two different worlds, the terrifying demon couldn't smoothly exit from the portal. It could only attack from a separate dimension. Furthermore, it had underestimated Yue Yang. Finally, under Yue Yang's innate sword chi, little Wen Li's extraordinary binding chains and her amazing battle sense, the terrifying demon had suffered a great loss. It had lost an arm. No wonder it was so furious. Every single bit of chi in Yue Yang's body was depleted as he weakly dropped to the ground. He had managed to turn the battle around and win despite the danger. The bronze grimoire that floated beside him silently turned into a bright shining light in the dark night. A white pillar of light suddenly shot out, shooting at least 10 meters high into the sky. Due to Yue Yang's victory in this battle, it had leveled up. Inside Yue Yang's mind, a huge wave of information appeared causing him to be indescribably pleasantly surprised. You have defeated an enemy in a battle that was impossible to win, acquiring a miraculous victory. Hence, your battle experience has reached the full limit of your current level and your bronze grimoire has been raised to the intermediate level. You have also received another blank page. Also, by the laws of the ancient code, a godly grace will be bestowed upon you. Your guardian beast Phantom Shadow had gained a new ability. Yue Yang struggled to get up, forcing himself to stand as he was a little dizzy from exerting too much chi energy. It felt as if he had no energy left in his body. Reaching out, he hugged the pale little Wen Li who was swaying around on the ground. Her doe eyes that were filled with exhaustion closed slowly as her 6 arms hugged Yue Yang back tightly. In the end, she turned into a ball of red light as she entered Yue Yang's body. If she grew a little more, maybe fighting against the terrifying demon wouldn't be difficult, but she was still just a small kid right now. Being capable of chopping off the terrifying demon's arms was the limit of Yue Yang and little Wen Li's abilities. Good girl, rest well. Yue Yang breathed a sigh of relief when he received the notification that little Wen Li had gone to sleep. Although little Wen Li was his guardian beast and would never truly die, Yue Yang had unconsciously regarded this little lamia as his own yen daughter. Yue Yang couldn't bear to see her get injured. Now that he knew she was okay and was only sleeping due to exhaustion, the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. Entering into the copper grimoire's red halo shield again, Yue Yang saw that the bright-eyed thief was still deep asleep. Due to the protection of the halo shield, she wasn't affected at all by the intense battle just now. There were several times where Yue Yang had thought of pulling down the bright-eyed thief's mask to see her face, but he gave it up in the end. There were some things in this world that would be more beautiful if left as a mystery. If you forcefully poked a hole in a paper door, you would lose something to look forward to in the future instead. Yue Yang knew that the bright-eyed thief was a girl since the beginning, but he didn't know that she not only had a silver grimoire, she had also managed to become a level 4 champion. How much human capital and material resources would you need to raise such a girl? Yue Yang couldn't even imagine it. However, it was certain that she did not come from an ordinary family, and she was most definitely not a simple thief. Disguising herself as a thief, maybe she had her own difficulties. If she was really a little thief, then it would be okay for him to take a few liberties with her. But she was clearly someone from the Valley of Thousand Flowers and Butterflies. The Valley of Thousand Flowers and Butterflies had a complicated relationship with the imperial family. If he wanted to make it out on his own, he couldn't afford to get involved in the fight between them and the royal family. Then he shouldn't get involved too deeply with this girl. Yue Yang sighed slowly and recalled his spitting thorny flower. Opening his copper grimoire that had increased by a sub-rank, Yue Yang had only found out that he could only get experience by summoning the copper grimoire out too. Like that time when he defeated Rock and Tai Kuang, he didn't even get a single experience point. Now, a few lines of words appeared on his grimoire page. In the battle just now, you have used the ability of a level 1 apprentice to defeat a level 3 hero without incurring any losses. You have defeated all of your opponent's summon beasts. You have shown an extraordinary fighting talent in this battle. You have obtained the 4 stars V outstanding evaluation and received 16 battle experience points. In the same battle, you have also defeated a level 5 Grandmaster beginner. You have obtained 5 stars V perfection evaluation and received 25 points. You have successfully protected your battle partner's safety, thus receiving another 5 battle experience points. In the end, in a battle that was impossible to win, you have successfully defeated and injured a level 8 Demon King. You have achieved a miraculous victory in this world. You have obtained 7 stars V miraculous evaluation and received another 49 battle experience points. Even while fighting amidst the destructive battle, you have, yet again, protected your partner. You have received 7 battle experience points. The Copper Grimoire's battle experience has reached 102 points. Copper Grimoire will automatically rise to intermediate rank from beginner rank. The ancient law will now grant your beast a unique ability from the gods. Flipping to the next page, I saw that Phantom Shadow, my guardian beast, had really obtained a new skill, Possession. Possession V Phantom Shadow can take over any beast's body and possess it like its own body. The target must not be of the same gender as the Phantom Shadow's master. Furthermore, during the implementation of Possession skill, the target must be alive. The success rate of implementing the Possession skill depends on the strength and willpower of the target. What the heck? Doesn't this Possession skill have too many limitations? Yue Yang was slightly speechless. With so many limitations and requirements, could it be a useless skill? If Yue Yang could choose by himself, he would definitely ask for an additional ability for little Wen Li. Although Phantom Shadow was not a bad guardian beast, it had its own limitations. When the time limit was reached, after 10 days, the shadow acquired through possession would also disappear along with the Phantom Shadow. He would need to use possession again on the same beast if he wanted to get its shadow. That required a lot of effort. It was already hard to fight a beast, and now the beast must be of female gender. Furthermore, possession needed, it was not enough to simply kill it. This was too difficult. Strong, alive, and kicking beasts, which of these beasts would stay silent watching its body being possessed by another? It would definitely try to retaliate. Only one word could describe this possession skill, yen difficult. Yue Yang felt that this ability was really useless, however, it was still better than nothing. Yue Yang forced himself to receive it. Moo, moo, the bronze barbaric bull that had cuts and bruises all over its body suddenly came out from amongst the pieces of the fallen rock golem. Forcing itself to get up, it struggled to stand straight. It was still alive even after such a heavy attack. Its tenacious vitality made Yue Yang extremely surprised. A thought quickly passed through Yue Yang's mind. Looks like this bronze barbaric bull was actually a bronze barbaric cow. Could he possibly take over its body with possession? Observing closely, it was indeed a female cow. Excuse me, this female cow here, can I borrow your body? Yue Yang walked to the front of the bronze barbaric cow and asked in a courteous manner. The bronze barbaric cow's reply was a nod of its head in preparation to knock Yue Yang over. If it wasn't for the severe injury in its hind legs, it would have already charged forward and knocked over this shameless boy and trampled him to death. The phantom shadow appeared from Yue Yang's body and opened its arms, immediately embracing the bronze barbaric cow. Immediately, the bronze barbaric cow struggled and jumped around in pain, its huge body twisting and turning. It suddenly flew up midway into the air and then dropped heavily to the ground, causing a small earthquake on the ground. Following its fall, the bronze barbaric cow howled miserably. During the implementation of possession, Yue Yang couldn't help the process at all. He could only watch the phantom shadow and the bronze barbaric cow battling each other. He had no confidence whether this possession would be successful or not. With regards to the end result, if the possession was successful, he actually didn't really want the bronze barbaric cow at all, but he wanted to experiment on this new skill. He wanted to determine if this possession skill was indeed a useless skill or not, and how to implement it. Moo, moo. Before long, blood suddenly burst out from each of the bronze barbaric cow's orifices. It looked extremely frightening. As its will was slowly taken over by the phantom shadow its soul disappeared slowly. Finally, the phantom shadow had successfully taken over its body. The bronze barbaric cow's enormous body transformed in an instant, as Yue Yang watched with his mouth agape, dumbstruck. The bronze barbaric cow had turned into a 3-meter-tall female giant. A spotted, weird-looking cow leather armor covered her ample breasts. The previously thick cow's hooves had turned into a pair of human arms, but they were muscular and thick. With regards to the cow's hind legs, they almost didn't change at all as she stood up straight. The two horns, on the other hand, including the horns that had been broken by Yue Yang just now, reappeared on top of the female giant's forehead. They twisted upwards, looking intimidating and savage. The long cow's tail was also retained. Looking at this beast that was 90% human and 10% cow, Yue Yang's chin almost dropped to the ground. This was the result of possession? Avatar. Yue Yang saw that the female giant looked very similar to the characters in the movie Avatar, but it was 10 times more muscular than them. The Avatar giant had a slender and shapely waist, but this barbarian cow's waist was thick and shapeless as a bucket. Her body was 8 feet tall, but her waist was also 8 feet wide. Flipping to the copper grimoire's second page, Yue Yang found that there was an extra unique-looking shadow amongst the other phantom shadows. Barbarian cow shadow, humanoid-type beast, bronze ranked level 3 half-entity. Guardian beast with an obstinate character. Owned the skills Trample and Doom SIs. When Yue Yang saw this, his mouth opened so wide that a fist could be stuffed inside. My goodness! Goodness! Far in the distance, faint voices could be heard. Yue Yang was unable to lament any further. He commanded the barbaric cow to pick up the demon's dismembered arm and quickly slipped away into the darkness. The barbaric cow carried the dismembered demon's arm that was still frozen in ice and followed after him with thudding footsteps. The moment he slipped away into the darkness, Yue Yang looked back again at the bright-eyed thief who was still peacefully lying unconscious on the ground. A white figure streaked across the night faster than lightning, appearing on the battlefield. It was a beautiful lady in imperial robes. The lady's snow-white face was lightly covered with a white muslin. The muslin had concealed the lady's features, but it couldn't hide her delicate, snow-white skin. Those especially clear and luminous eyes were bright, brimming with intelligence. The long, curved eyelashes fluttered in a quick-witted manner would probably attract many people. Seeing the bright-eyed thief lying motionless on the ground, she immediately cried out in shock, how could something like this happen when I was gone for only a short while? Fortunately, she only overtaxed her mind. It is not a major problem, i.e. the voices approaching from the darkness drew closer and countless footsteps could be heard. The beautiful lady clad in palace clothing furrowed her elegant, black eyebrows and frowned. She extended her lily-white arms and waved her slim, snow-white fingers to summon a gold grimoire. With a flash of golden light, an elf with butterfly wings flew outwards, fluttering into the beautiful person's fragrant body. In an instant, a pair of enormous butterfly wings materialized on her back. The beautiful lady gently lifted the unconscious bright-eyed thief. With a flap of her wings, she danced into the air, looking like an immortal that had descended from the highest of the heavens as she flew away. After she had flown off into the distance, Yue Yang, who had been quietly hiding himself in the darkness with bated breath, gradually appeared. Hearing some messy footsteps approach, he turned around and chose to stride in the direction opposite the one that the beautiful person had gone towards. He left quickly, as agile as a fox, and blended into the darkness once more. As soon as Yue Yang left, a middle-aged man that had a lion-like presence rushed to the battlefield with a burst of wind. Seeing that the merry forest pavilion had collapsed, burning merrily within the raging flames, he was so angered that he began to cry out loudly. The battlefield was an utter mess. A terrifying, deep gouge had left its mark on the ground, almost cleaving that 100m expanse of land in half. There were small, yet to be extinguished fires dotting the area and some infernos still ablaze. Some corpses had already been burned into charcoal, while some still had remnants of skulls and ruined limbs. There were no signs of life at all, even the strongest guard, the guard leader, had taken his last breath. The outrage in the powerful man's eyes was evident. He couldn't help but roar upwards at the heavens, this makes me furious, too furious, i.e. a few warriors rushed over afterwards. When they saw the scene before them, they were so scared that they felt their legs go weak. What are you guys waiting for? Go search for any survivors. Look for any useful clues as well, I want to know exactly who did this immediately, i.e. the man pulled out a thick, golden blade from his back, and began to wildly whack it around in anger, completely destroying the ground. Master Golden Blade, the circumstances here, i.e. a male that looked like a thief discovered some suspicious marks next to the guard leader. TLN, Master Golden Blade is the owner of the Merry Forest Pavilion, Zihuo. Sixth King, i.e. the angry middle-aged man discovered that before his guard leader had died, he had used his blood to write these 4 words messily on the rock next to him. After some careful inspection, he was just able to discern the blood spelled out these exact 4 words. After the man called Master Golden Blade finished examining the words, his expression changed greatly. Rage that was difficult to suppress surged within him, as he clenched his fists and shouted, "I don't care who it is, I must find this perpetrator and exact my complete revenge upon him, i.e. there's a spot unaffected by the battle here, most likely left by a protection circle from a grimoire. There's probably a summoner warrior still alive, i.e. another subordinate declared. Find him. Offer a plentiful bounty. We, the Merry Forest, will spend all our efforts and resources to investigate the truth of this matter. I will definitely not allow any demon believer to move around this Xia Empire as he pleases. I definitely cannot accept the type of scum that uses our own citizens as blood sacrifices, i.e. Master Golden Blade nearly burst his lungs, roaring in anger incessantly. Yue Yang's courtyard. The beautiful woman, accompanied by a few attendants, held the little girl, walked up and knocked on Yue Yang's door and with a panic-stricken expression. Without caring that Yue Yang was still in his sleepwear, she hurriedly rushed over and handed the little girl to him. Sanyar, Whitestone City is in chaos. Perhaps the Black Mountain bandits have attacked the city. Uncle Nan has just returned after scouting the situation, apparently the eastern part of the city has become a sea of fire. Hurry up and leave with Shuang Er. Quickly. Quickly, i.e. the little girl, Yu Shuang, was crying in fear, and had refused to leave her mother no matter what. When she saw Yue Yang, she jumped into his embrace and wailed in grievance, "Mommy hit me. Third brother, I haven't done anything wrong, but mommy still hit me, it really hurts, i.e. Shuang Er is a good girl, don't cry, i.e. looking at the woman's expression, Yue Yang could tell that she had misunderstood. She definitely thought that the eastern part of Whitestone City had been attacked by the Black Mountain bandits. For the sake of protecting her precious daughter, she had rushed to meet Yue Yang so that he could bring the little girl out of the city and escape before the Black Mountain bandits started wreaking havoc. Yang was such a great mother. She didn't think of her own safety at all, completely engrossed in protecting her son and daughter. Warmth surged from Yue Yang's heart, flowing throughout his body. Eventually, it caused his throat to constrict and he was unable to speak. After taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Yue Yang lightly patted the little girl's back and gave the woman a comforting smile. "Mother, don't worry, there's no need to fret about the Black Mountain bandits. Even if the Black Mountain bandits really did slaughter their way here, I would definitely protect you and Shuang Er. Mother, believe me, there are no bandits. It was only the warriors from Merry Forest that broke out into a fight. I just surveyed the scene from the rooftop. Aside from a pretty intense fire that burned a few of the houses, nothing major happened, i.e. Black Mountain bandits really aren't coming, i.e. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression immediately relaxed, although she still looked doubtful. Definitely not. The Black Mountain bandits are actually Whitestone City's private force. There's no way they would come attack us, i.e. Yue Yang patiently explained. I was so scared just now, i.e. the beautiful woman's burden seemed to have been completely dispelled, as she patted her chest, easing her lingering fear away. She was so scared that she needed at least this much time to slow down her thumping heartbeat. The servants behind her also started to shout in joy and relief when they heard Yue Yang say that it wasn't the mountain bandits in such a resolute and unhesitating tone. A disaster had disappeared suddenly, everyone was extremely happy. In the Xia Kingdom, there were many mountains and dangerous lands. The Black Mountain bandits had turned the Huangya mountain to their fortress and plundered the nearby villages. As the nation was still too weak, some places were not governed properly. With the addition of outside support and spy activities, a few mayors or governors of some places had colluded with bandits. Hence, although the Black Mountain bandits was notorious and the kingdom tried to destroy them again and again, they had grown even more savage through the years. Other than the cities that had city walls to protect themselves, normal villages had to pay taxes to the bandits in order to survive. If they didn't, it wasn't strange if the entire village was massacred. Normally, infamous and exceptionally powerful bandit groups would successfully take over some random small-scale towns and occupy it for around 1 to 2 months. Only when the Empire's army rushed over would they relinquish their control and run away. A town besieged by the Black Mountain bandits would typically be destroyed. The usual practice was to massacre everyone in the city for 1 day, and use them for pleasure for the next 3 days. The ugly-looking villagers would be publicly executed, while the beautiful-looking young girls would either be raped or sold as prostitutes. Hence, all girls from renowned families would have a chastity pill. The moment they fell into a hopeless situation, in order to protect their chastity, they would consume the chastity pill. They would rather end their lives with poison than be tarnished by those bandits. Inside the small pouch that the beautiful woman carried, there was also a chastity pill, which was small emerald green in color. Yue Yang was afraid that she would try to commit suicide, hence he quickly tried to dispel the rumor of the Black Mountain bandits raiding the village. After Yue Yang's numerous attempts to reassure her, the beautiful woman finally calmed down a little. The beautiful woman carried the little girl who had cried herself to sleep and sat inside Yue Yang's room throughout the night, until the old servant, Uncle Nan, who had gone out multiple times to ask about the situation, confirmed that the Black Mountain bandits were not going to raid the town. When it was almost daybreak, she finally went back to her own residence to sleep. After such a scare, the beautiful woman was unable to sleep peacefully for several days. She was even panicky during the day, afraid that the Black Mountain bandits would come to hurt them. Although she didn't say it out loud, Yue Yang could see it with one glance. Xian Yang had probably experienced a traumatic accident before. When Yue Yang saw her beautiful face that was wasting away, he inwardly made up his mind. The next day, the old servant Uncle Nan came to report with great delight, "Madam, young master, there is an extremely joyous news. The Black Mountain bandits from the Black Mountain had angered a rancor and were decimated in just one night. The whole group was annihilated, i.e. as expected, the beautiful woman's anxiety didn't require any medicine to fix. Her snow-white face recovered its original smile. Whitestone City's leader was naturally furious. However, his pent-up, bitter grievances remained unspoken, and he couldn't find the specific criminal to enact revenge on. If Yue Bing was still practicing summoning techniques with Yue Yang at home, she would have discovered that Yue Yang's thorny flower had already become a silver-ranked devil mask-spitting thorny flower. Although the Black Mountain bandits didn't have any extraordinary warriors, they were superior in numbers. After the spitting thorny flower devoured 100 people in succession, it had smoothly left the bronze rank and evolved into the silver rank. The only thing Yue Yang felt was disappointing was that there wasn't a single level 3 hero among the Black Mountain bandits. Otherwise, the current thorny spitting flower could probably have easily advanced to a gold thorny flower. After devouring 100 people, the thorny flower wasn't far from reaching gold rank. Yue Yang trained every day, and the days gradually returned to their previous peaceful state. Another 3 days had passed. The beautiful woman was carrying the little girl, happily entering the small courtyard where Yue Yang was practicing. She waved a letter in her hand and chirped, "San Er, Bing Er sent a letter. I've been worried that the matter at Mary Forest would interfere with letters. I hadn't imagined that we'd be able to receive a reply from Bing Er so early," i.e. she excitedly opened the snow-white letter to read it. What nobody could have imagined was that as soon as she read the letter, her smile immediately vanished, replaced with concern. "What's wrong? Did something happen to seventh sister?" i.e. Yue Yang was alarmed. Could it be that Yue Bing had encountered danger even when she had been practicing on the first floor of Tongtian Tower? He hurriedly put down the spoilt little girl bouncing around in his arms and said, "Xin Yang, should I go and fetch Bing Er back, i.e." Yue Bing's letter was vague, only stating that she had been kicked out of her team and now had to finish the training on her own. That she was being vague about this matter clearly showed that this might have something to do with the second branch's fourth son, Yue Yan. From the letter, one could see that the young lady Yue Bing felt that she had been wronged and was angry. The fourth brother, though he was from the same clan as her, not only had he not helped her, instead he had sowed discord, stirred up the flames and then rubbed salt into the wound. In the end, she had been forced to redo the training from scratch alone, because she had been kicked out of the team despite almost completing it earlier. In her letter, the young lady Yue Bing even kind-heartedly reminded the beautiful woman not to tell third brother about this matter, in order to ensure that he did not worry for her. However, after the matter with the Black Mountain bandits, the beautiful woman already treated her son Yue Yang as the pillar of the family. If there was a problem, of course she would not keep it from him. "Xin Yang, I will go fetch younger sister Bing Er home. Although I only recently contracted the grimoire, I should be able to give younger sister Bing Er some help." The beautiful woman did not doubt Yue Yang's words at all. His recent actions had comforted her so much that she felt that this son had grown up and was already a man who could take charge of himself. That night, she had thought that the Black Mountain bandits were going to attack the city and in her heart she had panicked. However, he had said he would use all his strength to protect his family and listening to those words moved her a lot and gave her comfort. Her third son had finally grown up. She agreed to Yue Yang's request to go and fetch Yue Bing. However, she rejected his request and idea to first escort her back to the Yue clan castle. Although the beautiful woman had a kind-hearted character and was accustomed to resigning herself to adversity, she still had self-respect even if she did not voice it out. When the clan felt that her husband had no future, they had forced them out of the clan by moving the fourth branch out of the Yue clan castle to the Misty Cloud Mountain. Further, they caused her husband to idle away as a minor government official, adding multiple blows to her heart. Residing in Whitestone City was in no way peaceful and safe, but even so, no matter how well fortified the Yue clan castle was, if it weren't the clan elder asking her to return to the Yue clan castle personally, she would definitely not move back voluntarily to the kind of family that swept her out like dust on the floor. Her husband was a filial son and she did not oppose his working all year round for the Yue clan, even when it made him extremely busy and kept him away from his wife and children. However, in her heart she held a resolution that she would strive to keep improving and would definitely not be a person that only had to endure the first and second branch's moods. San Er's contract with the grimoire was her biggest wish for the last 15 years. Now that this wish was fulfilled, she had no other demands and was even less inclined to return to the Yue clan castle to suffer her family's cold words and sarcastic comments. To the beautiful woman, as long as her son improved and her daughter was a good girl, that was more important than anything else. Yang, after I meet younger sister Bing I'll bring her back straight away. While I am away, you and younger sister Shuang must take care and stay safe. These days, the White Stone City is in a bit of disorder and it's best not to go out much, Yue Yang warned repeatedly, but the beautiful woman normally did not go out much anyway. There were also a few loyal and devoted servants to look after them, so there would be no problems. The most important thing was that although Yue Ling was a minor government official with no real power, for good or worse he was still a child of the Yue clan. So, even the more audacious mercenaries and robbers would not dare to come up to this kind of family and stirred up trouble. The four great clans' reputation was displayed here and it was a good deterrent. I understand. San you must also be careful hearing those words. The beautiful woman's heart was sweet, as if it had drank honey. It was inconceivable, that this reticent son showed so much concern for her. He had really grown up and compared to before, he was a lot more thoughtful. After sending Yue Yang on his journey, the beautiful woman suddenly realized something. It seemed that San was already over the Shui clan's young mistress rejecting his offer of marriage. Now that he had gotten out of that painful situation, perhaps she should help him find another potential marriage partner? Yue Yang did not immediately head over to the Lord of Whitestone City's residence to ask for escort troops. This was not to save on paying gold coin for escort services, but rather, to keep his secret. As far as possible, he did not wish to meet any rankers from Whitestone City. Right now, Master Golden Blade and the Lord of Whitestone City were working together to investigate the truth of the events that caused Mary Forest to go up in flames. The Empire had also sent special investigators and Yue Yang did not want for his identity to be seen through by others, bringing those people's anger upon himself. Moreover, he had previously buried the Demon King Xian's arm in a hidden mountain ridge on Black Mountain, but then he had decided to take it away. After the remnants of ice had completely melted, the arm was constantly dripping blood, and with each drip, it corroded a large piece of the ground causing even rocks to catch fire. So now, in the daytime, Yue Yang buried it deep in the ground and at night he dug it out to disperse the filthy impurities in the demon blood using innate qi. The level 8 Demon King Xian's arm was more suitable for evolving his thorny flower than living human bodies. This would be a great supplement for the thorny flower. If it swallowed the arm, advancing would definitely not be a problem, but Yue Yang was reluctant to just let the thorny flower devour it all right now. Yue Yang hoped that after raising the thorny flower to gold rank, by borrowing the power of this Demon King Xian's arm, he could evolve it into a human-like Yin thorny flower demoness. Only at that time, would devouring this Demon King Xian's arm give the largest benefit. Although the time he set off on his journey was pushed back by 2 days, Yue Yang still rushed to where he had hidden the Demon King's arm, heading towards the two cities Red Forest and Black Rock. Along the way, he got rid of 6 revenge-driven level 3 heroes and 50+ bandits that were chasing him by letting them become the thorny flower's fertilizer. After devouring more than 200 human bodies, the originally incomparably small and weak-spitting thorny flower finally reached gold rank. The current thorny flower had a stalk that was thicker than a person's leg, was 5 m tall and was entirely covered with thorns. The former crown had also slowly become a giant human head with indistinct facial features and instead of having eyes, it had large spots similar to human eyes. Its gaping maw had teeth as sharp as daggers. Now, when it devoured a person, it could gulp it down in 10 seconds, and within 2 minutes, it would be completely digested. That thick stalk was just like a bottomless abyss, no matter how many people it devoured, it still had effortless freedom of action. After evolving into a gold rank level 1, the devil mask spitting thorny flower became a yin magic eye spitting thorny flower. From now onwards, the thorny flower began to have some instincts of an animal's. For example, it was now able to sense motion. Of course it had no eyes, it was not looking at things directly. Instead it was akin to that of snakes or spiders, using its tongue to sense heat energy, using cilia to sense the movement in the air, yet the results were similar to that of having eyes, a wonderful way of reaching a goal using different methods. The most important thing was that the gold-ranked thorny flower began to have the most basic sentience. Although it had no capability of thinking, it could carry out the commands Yue Yang gave it through telepathy, even through long distances. Gold rank level 1 magic eye spitting thorny flower. Although it was still level 1, its strength was at least 10 times stronger than when it was still a silver rank. Moreover, even the weakest gold-ranked beast were equal to a normal level 4 beast. Yue Yang felt that his own thorny flower, having been raised using living people, in battle, would be stronger than normal level 4 beasts. As long as you can successfully become a Thorny Flower Demoness, I will give you a name. In his heart, Yue Yang actually held a sense of accomplishment. Raising a gold rank thorny flower from a small and weak spitting thorny flower, this was completely the result of his own hard work. He really did not know what it would become when it finally evolved into a golden crown thorny flower queen. The only thing Yue Yang was sure of, was that when a thorny flower evolved, it always evolved into a female. There were no males. Perhaps, in the world of thorny flowers where they propagated by splitting themselves, there were no such thing as males. Just a bit more, and the gold rank thorny flower would be able to evolve into a thorny flower demoness. Yue Yang was very excited, and slipped into the black mountain like a wisp. However, the scene he saw when he reached the ridge where he had buried Demon King Ha Xin's arm made him extremely agitated and angry. The buried Demon King Ha Xin's arm had been dug out, that gigantic demon arm was exposed to the air, and at the bottom of the mud pit, there was a iron-clawed wolf twitching in pain. Perhaps this iron-clawed wolf, after smelling the odor of the demon, for some reason or another, instead of running away like other beasts, decided to become a thief instead. However, the Demon King's arm was not something it could covet. Before it even ate the flesh, it already almost lost its small life in this place. Yue Yang was so angry that he grabbed the iron-clawed wolf out of the mud pit it had dug, giving it a painful beating. He was not worried about it stealing and eating the Demon King's flesh since it wasn't something the wolf could eat. Furthermore, once it touched the Demon King's blood, its entire mouth would have been burnt to a crisp by the demon flames. What made Yue Yang angry was that his actions could possibly harm others. After digging out the Demon King's arm, what if someone saw it? Fortunately this was a wild and mountainous area, no one would come here. If they did, the Demon King's arm that he had suffered so much to get would have become someone else's collector's item, making him waste his efforts. Maybe, this could even stir up an ambush. He could be surrounded or fall into Master Golden Blades and Lord of Whitestone City's ambush the moment he stepped down from the mountain. You dare try to steal my treasure? You think that since you look like that pitiable Hui Tai Lang, I will forgive you? Yue Yang beat up the iron-clawed wolf. However, there was something that felt strange. This wolf was really strange. Why was it that the more he beat it up, the more comfortable its expression was? Could it be that it was the same as Hui Tai Lang, born to be smacked around? Act around? Yue Yang violently beat up the iron-clawed wolf until it was vomiting blood, heaving his breath. He realized that it had an extremely tough endurance. Not only was it still alive, but it also appeared to be completely enjoying the beating. It looked like a perverted wolf that naturally deserved to be beaten up. Yue Yang couldn't help but be confused after a while. He stopped and bent over to investigate the reason. After probing around with his innate chi, Yue Yang finally realized that this iron-clawed wolf's body was not normal. A normal iron-clawed wolf was a beast with the earth attribute. However, this one wasn't. It had a strange body that contained the fire, metal, and darkness attributes. In theory, biologically, a low-leveled beast with multiple attributes or conflicting attributes did not exist. If they had more than 2 attributes, they should have been an advanced level variant, for example, a Fire-Ice Chimera. However, the Fire-Ice Chimera would need to be at least level 8 bronze ranked. Compared to a level 2 iron-clawed wolf, the Chimera was an existence that couldn't be reached. Still, this ordinary level 2 iron-clawed wolf had 3 different attributes in its body. This was extremely weird. Yue Yang realized that because this weird iron-clawed wolf had fire and darkness attribute, it had some level of resistance against the demonic energy flowing from the demon's arm. As it had the metal attribute, its body was strong enough to withstand beatings, like a wolf cockroach that would never die. Of course, the reason that Yue Yang's beatings felt comfortable was not because of its resistance, but because Yue Yang's attacks carried a little bit of innate chi with them. The iron-clawed wolf that had come here to absorb the demonic energy and drink the demon's blood, was tortured in an extremely painful way by the demon lord Ha Xin's vicious demonic energy. By lucky coincidence, Yue Yang's beatings could alleviate some of its pain. The more Yue Yang beat it, the more the demonic energy in its body was purified. That was why the iron-clawed wolf felt more comfortable with each beating. The worst thing was that although Yue Yang's heavy attacks had broken most of the iron-clawed wolf's internal organs and bones to pieces, the demonic energy that it had absorbed restored its body bit by bit, transforming into its flesh and blood. Its body had almost burst out from all the pent-up demonic energy that couldn't be channeled out, but that demonic energy turned into an advantage for it as Yue Yang continued his beatings. It could be said that Yue Yang's attacks was more like a process of renewing the iron-clawed wolf's body. His beatings turned out to be a helping hand for the iron-clawed wolf to be born anew. Yue Yang immediately found out about this problem when he observed, and was angry beyond words. He carried a big rock over, preparing to smash the iron-clawed wolf to death alive. He wanted to let the wolf know the taste of being crushed to death. Woo! A flash of fear and misery appeared in the iron-clawed wolf's eyes. Yue Yang felt a jolt in his heart seeing the wolf's gaze. This wolf had been abandoned by its pack and had traveled the world alone. It was a little bit similar to his circumstances. It had no one to lean on. He was just a little bit more fortunate than the wolf, having the beautiful woman, the little girl and the others at his side. After transcending across dimensions and taking over the pitiful guy's identity, he had received all that the pitiful guy had. The beautiful woman treated him like he was her own son. Although he wasn't her true son but in reality, he had received the beautiful woman's and her family's love for the pitiful guy. Crushing this iron-clawed wolf to death with a rock didn't bring him any advantage at all. Why not use it for experiments? If he could use the demon's blood and demonic energy to transform a beast's strength, then couldn't he use the same principles to raise a stronger beast? Yue Yang threw the big rock in his hands and calmly thought for a while. He then dug out Demon Lord Xian's arm and poured out all the demonic energy from the arm and into the iron-clawed wolf's body. This process was so much easier than absorbing the demonic energy through the air. Firstly, it was because it transmitted more easily through physical contact. Secondly, it was because Demon Lord Xian's vicious demonic energy would be attracted to living flesh. The living iron-clawed wolf was the demonic energy's ideal vessel. With a push of Yue Yang's innate chi, the demonic energy immediately flew towards the iron-clawed wolf's body. Thirdly, the iron-clawed wolf was injured all over, hence its body required energy to recover. Although the energy was demonic, it was still energy that would help it to recover. Demon Lord Xian's arm's power was enormous, but it was unclean. Amongst the different parts of the arms, the demonic energy was not something that the Thorny Flower needed. But the Thorny Flower could absorb the demon arm's powerful demonic abilities, for example the Inferno and the Black Blood abilities. All these skills would be good traits for its transformation into a humanoid beast, especially the Black Blood skill. It would be a great advantage to create a perfect humanoid beast. However, the demonic energy on the other hand, would turn beasts ugly and frightening. Yue Yang didn't want the Thorny Flower Demoness, that he painstakingly had raised, become an ugly beast in the end, hence he most definitely didn't want it to absorb the demonic energy. The iron-clawed wolf's stomach turned big and round like a ball, looking as if it could explode at any time. Its body had also swollen all over, its eyes were popping out of its sockets, its body filled to the brim with demonic energy. It almost looked like a wolf ball. It was probably feeling pain indescribable in words, but Yue Yang didn't care about it at all. He pushed all the demonic energy on the iron-clawed wolf's body then shoved the Demon Lord Xian's arms into the Thorny Flower's enormous mouth. The gold-ranked Thorny Flower didn't swallow the arm in one gulp like previous times. Instead, it sucked the arm in its mouth, slowly chewing and swallowing it, digesting it really slowly. Yue Yang thought that it probably wouldn't be able to immediately digest the arm if it swallowed it whole. The Thorny Flower would probably explode with a loud boom, its body torn to pieces, if it tried swallowing it whole. Yue Yang was afraid that the Thorny Flower would explode, hence he channeled innate chi into it from time to time, aiding it in its digestion process. Even after all of that, the gold-ranked Thorny Flower's stalk kept igniting in an inferno, causing such extreme pain to the Thorny Flower that its stalk kept swaying and trembling all over. On the other hand, Yue Yang didn't care about the iron-clawed wolf that was almost as round as a ball at his feet. This was only an experiment after all, it didn't matter if the iron-clawed wolf died. If the Thorny Flower's digestion was progressing smoothly and Yue Yang was happy, he would give the iron-clawed wolf a savage kick. In any case, his beating was an extremely good thing for the iron-clawed wolf, that it desperately seeked. However, the Thorny Flower's digestion did not always go well. Yue Yang was not happy to see that at times, it would vomit a portion of the arm that it had swallowed back out, not being able to endure the digestion process, needing his help to channel innate chi to help it digest. When Yue Yang was not happy, he would also kick the iron-clawed wolf at his feet to ease the anger in his heart. In any case, his treatment towards the Thorny Flower and the iron-clawed wolf was like heaven and earth. One was blessed with innate chi and treated with great care, while the other received endless beating and curses. The process lasted for one whole day before the gold-ranked Thorny Flower was able to swallow Demon Lord Xian's arms completely. Of course, this was only the first step to its digestion process. Yue Yang thought that it would need at least 2 months for the gold-ranked Thorny Flower to completely digest the Demon Lord Xian's arm. With regards to its beautiful evolution to a humanoid Thorny Flower Demoness, it would probably take at least another 3 months. In comparison, the iron-clawed wolf's transformation was much faster. Right now, although Yue Yang had flattened the iron-clawed wolf 8 times with his stomps, cracked its skull 3 times, broken its neck twice, pounded its back 5 times and fractured its legs 9 times, it had almost recovered fully. If Yue Yang had not seen it for himself, he would not believe that this iron-clawed wolf that he had beaten to death countless of times, until its internal organs were all crushed to the point it kept vomiting blood, could still stay alive. Not only was the iron-clawed wolf fully recovered, it had also undergone a transformation. In just one day, it transformed from an ordinary level 2 iron-clawed wolf into a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demonic wolf. Such evolution speed was probably the first and most miraculous one amongst the wolf race's history. The bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demonic wolf's power was almost equivalent to the level 4 iron-clawed wolf king. Beasts such as wolves had the attribute of bronze head, iron legs and tofu waist. If their weakest part tofu waist could evolve into iron waist, their fighting capabilities would increase by at least 10 times. Furthermore, this wolf had evolved with the help of the Demon Lord's demonic energy. Its fighting capabilities had increased almost 100-folds, hence it should even be able to fight against a level 4 iron-clawed wolf king easily. Yue Yang realized that this wolf cockroach that deserved to be beaten still had evolving potential. The most important thing was the demonic energy in its body had not been completely consumed yet. The demonic energy that had entered its body was not displaying its full strength yet. Soon this wolf cockroach, that couldn't be killed even after so many beatings, would probably rise to a bronze-ranked level 4 beast, or even bronze-rank level 5. After observing it closely, Yue Yang realized that his innate chi had actually played a miraculous part on the wolf's evolution. Without his innate chi, this wolf cockroach would probably have exploded and died. Furthermore, the demonic energy wouldn't fuse with its body that easily. Kicking the wolf with his innate chi was equivalent to transforming it from the inside, helping it to be reborn anew. Otherwise, it was just an ordinary iron-clawed wolf. No matter how powerful it was, it wouldn't be able to digest the Demon Lord Xian's demonic energy on its own. Yue Yang suddenly felt that this wolf cockroach that refused to die was similar to him in a few aspects. Although it was slightly unlucky, it was extremely fortunate with most things. The only difference was, he didn't need to be beaten to be successful, but it needed to be beaten savagely in order to improve slowly. After the gold-ranked Thorny Flower completely swallowed the Demon Lord's arm, Yue Yang quickly put it back inside his grimoire, allowing it to slowly digest the arm inside, evolving into the beautiful Thorny Flower Demoness slowly. Now that the Thorny Flower was in a safe place, he didn't need to worry about it anymore. Currently, the most important thing was to go to Tongtian Tower as soon as possible and bring Yu Bing back home safely, giving the beautiful woman peace of mind. Yue Yang took a step forward, but then realized that the iron-backed demonic wolf that didn't die after being beaten so much was following him. Yue Yang violently gave him a flying kick, kicking him far into the distance with a loud boom. But it desperately crawled back up and eagerly followed behind him, totally not caring about Yue Yang's bad temper. Furthermore, it knew how to suck up to Yue Yang. It usually followed Yue Yang without doing anything, but when it was time to eat, it would catch some small wild animals like rabbits and gave it to Yue Yang as an offering. But although Yue Yang roasted the rabbits it brought back, his attitude towards it did not change at all. The reason was simple. Similar things repel each other. The wolf was male and had a face that begged to be pummeled, so Yue Yang couldn't develop a good feeling towards it. The wolf stuck to Yue Yang for 2 days and 2 nights. After trying every method he could think of, Yue Yang still couldn't drive the wolf cockroach away, hence he could only let it follow him along. In the end, he still showed it his graciousness and gave it a name, Hui Tai Lang. With regards to contract, Yue Yang would never contract this male iron-backed demonic wolf. It was only after arriving at the White Cloud City's residence escorting troops, that Yue Yang realized that he had to pay an extra fee for uncontracted beasts. His anger peaked as he gave a mighty kick on the wolf. Hui Tai Lang, you bitch. I didn't want you to come but you obstinately followed me along, now you are wasting my money for nothing. The official who was in charge of escorting almost cried seeing this. Don't hit it anymore, this is a level 3 bronze-ranked iron-backed demonic wolf. I had been stationed here for so many years but it was the first time I have seen such a docile bronze-ranked beast, beating it like that makes my heart ache for it. If you really can't, I can help you pay for it, will that be okay? Okay. Originally, Yue Yang had thought that he would teleport directly to Tongtian Tower. However, he found out that this was not the case when he reached the location of the teleportation gate. All warriors that wanted to teleport to Tongtian Tower had to go to Shangwu Camp first to rest up and register themselves. They would then have their strength tested and their beasts examined. Those who were ill or those without sufficient strength would be rejected from entering Tongtian Tower. Of course, the main reason for doing so was to prevent demon worshippers like Xia Huo from causing trouble in Tongtian Tower. All these things were to be thoroughly inspected while the warriors rested in Shangwu Camp. At first, Yue Yang was a little worried that the secret of him being an innate ranker would be discovered. However, looking at the process of inspection, his worries were quickly dispelled. This inspection was much more advanced than the airport security checks on Earth. Just by standing in a circle of light, the ill, weaklings and demon worshippers were instantly revealed. It was simple, quick, and accurate. Little thief, what is your name? The voluptuous beauty in charge of registration asked with a slightly absent-minded look on her face when it was Yue Yang's turn to register himself. Titan. Yue Yang silently swallowed his saliva. The legendary eye-popping G-cup. This was definitely a rarity. This beauty in front of him was even more so. Was the gravity in Soaring Dragon Continent especially weak? Yue Yang even doubted whether gravity had no effect on the huge breasts of this beauty. Her bosom seemed to be defying gravity since it was really shapely and perky. If this beauty wore loose clothes, that would have been even better. Just the sight of her wearing a hot, tight-fitted corset, paired with her small, white, round shoulders, which caused her breasts to look even bigger, ranking her in the killer zone of breasts. Mayhap she was already used to seeing the lustful eyes of others, as the beauty did not mind Yue Yang's loudish reaction. Titan? Why aren't you called dragon or behemoth? I think it's most fitting to call you Chui Niu One. When the big-breasted beauty at the desk heard his name, she started to laugh without any restraint. Unlike the bright-eyed thief, it looked like the big-breasted beauty knew about the overwhelmingly strong giant Titan. I do have a nickname called Older Brother on you, how did you know that? Yue Yang's skin was thicker than even the city walls and did not turn red at all. Are you here on any business, going alone to Tongtian Tower? If someone else had inquired, he might have answered none of your business, but the beauty's voice was tender and especially sultry. This caused people to easily daydream and fantasize about certain things. Yue Yang silently swallowed his saliva again. Since I hail from the countryside, I've never seen the world before. After hearing from the elder's son that Tongtian Tower has many beautiful women, I decided to find a wife here. So I saved up some money and came here. The sun would rise in the west if Yue Yang ever spoke truthfully. A countryman bringing about a bronze-ranked demon wolf? It's not contracted. The beauty finally raised her flirtatious eyes and glanced at Yue Yang. This is the watchdog of my house. Yue Yang threw Hui Tai Lang a flying kick. Wahoo! Hui Tai Lang coordinated with him by mimicking a dog barking. However, its foreign language skill was not past level 6 and it barked like a wolf instead. This made Yue Yang feel very dissatisfied. The beauty extended her lily-white hand and lightly waved her crystal staff in front of the wolf. Yue Yang discovered that there were 3 sparkling, pale cyan marked scales on the crystal staff. Below them, there was the golden insignia of a wolf's head. He didn't understand what its significance was, however the beauty nodded and commended, although being level 3 bronze is a bit low, it has potential. In addition, it is both obedient and sensitive. If you raise it well, then it'll be passable, it barely ranks as 6 stars. When the warrior behind Yue Yang heard that the wolf's ranking was 6 stars, his jaw immediately dropped. Many more people immediately shifted their gazes hungrily to the enticing woman with a type of feverish desire like a bunch of misers who had just discovered a hidden treasure. Yue Yang had heard Yu Bing mention the beast star ranking before, but Yu Bing had only known that the divisions were split into 10 stars. She didn't know the exact division of strength and so Yue Yang definitely didn't understand it too, since the summoning grimoire didn't contain such knowledge. When he heard the beauty mentioned it, Yue Yang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, how is the beast star ranking divided? You really are a country bumpkin, aren't you? You don't even know this. The beauty laughed as prettily and flirtatiously as a flower, as if her laughter could steal a soul with ecstasy. A beast star ranking division is rated by its overall strength. A typical warrior places more importance on a beast species, rank and unique traits. However, these traits do not score a lot of marks. Instead, sentience, potential and how close it is to a humanoid shape are the important traits which score marks. It can also be divided like this, out of 10 stars, anything below 3 is trash, 3 to 4 stars is an unskilled beast, 5 to 6 stars isn't too bad. If you simply want to test your luck in Tongtian Tower and try to marry a woman before heading home, this beast is sufficient. If you want to make a name and earn a profit, then you must at least have a 7-star beast. If you gain an 8-star beast, then congratulations. All the kings from various countries will be trying to marry their daughters to you. Finding a wife would be easy and even obtaining a harem wouldn't be a problem. Then what about 9 to 10 stars? Yue Yang's heart began to race. Exactly how many stars did the barbaric cow shadow, golden thorny flower, and little Wen Li rank as? Especially little Wen Li, who was just a newborn, yet still had superior combat ability, intelligence, potential, and humanoid form. She even had a diamond grimoire. She had to be at least 8 stars or above, right? The golden thorny flower obviously wasn't very strong now, but once it transformed into the thorny flower demoness, its strength should greatly increase. The most important thing was that after its final transformation to the golden crown thorny flower queen, its ranking definitely wouldn't be low. As for the phantom shadow, Yue Yang felt that it too had much room for growth. Right now, it already contained the barbaric cow's shadow, but that wouldn't be the only one. In the future, it would definitely seize many other life forms. In that case, could it also obtain a demon's, angel's, and a dragon's shadows? Thinking of this, Yue Yang's heart began to fantasize and he was extremely happy. Hui Tai Lang was his weakest beast, but it was already 6 stars. It looked like his future would be bright. Based on the big-breasted beauty's words, even building a harem wouldn't be an issue. 9 stars are holy beasts, and 10 stars are mythical beasts. It's said that there are even beasts that transcend mythical beasts, but these haven't been seen in the Soaring Dragon Continent for thousands of years. Therefore, they aren't included in the star rankings. Of course, this standard is set by the rankers of Soaring Dragon Continent. There are a select few beasts that have some irrational rankings, but the majority of the beast have quite accurate rankings. The big-breasted beauty once again shot an alluring glance at Yue Yang. Thank you. If I manage to marry a good woman, then I will definitely invite you to drink at the wedding feast with me. Yue Yang discovered that he couldn't stay with this big-breasted beauty for long. She didn't seem normal and he definitely couldn't allow her to see through him and discover his actual strength. Even young ones these days don't learn properly. You're so flippant and insincere. The beauty criticized Yue Yang in an experienced tone. That adorable supercilious look as well as that magnificent and unique pouting expression instantly killed the entire room of people. Yue Yang's heart rate immediately jumped by 100 times. The beauty handed Yue Yang an exquisite crystal card and said, "Young country bumpkin, you're so foolish. You don't even have someone to give you a referral, yet you want to adventure through it. Forget about it, I'll just refer you into Tongtian Tower then. From now on, you need to present at least one wisdom fruit per year to me." Got it. The entire roomful of warriors looked at that crystal card in Yue Yang's hand, completely petrified. Although Yue Yang didn't know what this crystal card represented, the warriors knew. This was the proof that allowed one to enter Tongtian Tower. The proof was divided into different types: bronze, silver, gold, crystal, and diamond. The bronze card was the basic proof that allowed ordinary warriors to enter the first floor of Tongtian Tower. If a warrior completed 100 tasks in the first floor or if he passed 10 refinings and successfully entered the second floor of Tongtian Tower, he could upgrade to a silver card. The gold card was more difficult to obtain. One needed to enter Tongtian Tower's third floor and moreover, one needed to be above the hero rank. The most important requirement to upgrade to a gold card was to contribute 1,000 meritorious deeds for the country. Even one less won't do. Just now, the beauty had casually handed this little thief a crystal card, and it even had no requirements he had to fulfill. This really drove people crazy with jealousy. The crystal card was said to only be given to important ministers of countries, celebrities, grandmaster warriors, or super geniuses with unlimited potential. Could it be that this youngster was a super genius? Yue Yang didn't give them a chance to guess any further. He waved his hand to blow a kiss to the big-breasted beauty, walking away naturally and unrestrainedly. The voluptuous beauty looked at the back of his retreating figure and laughed. "I was unexpectedly unable to see through this young country bumpkin's strength. This is really strange, how interesting. Big-breasted lady, I also want a crystal card." That pretty boy only had an attractive outer appearance, good-looking but really just useless. Only my Wonger has enough strength to guarantee your satisfaction. A tall, heavy man overflowing with bulging muscles smiled as he approached the woman. "Servants, drag him out to beat him up until he becomes a vegetable. If he dies from the beating, then throw him outside and feed him to the wild dogs." A guardian angel with 6 blood-red wings materialized behind the beauty. The guardian angel struck out with its palm, causing the heavy man to fly outwards. Bang! He crashed through a wall, broke through the door and fell out onto the main street. "Are you looking to die?" A few guards clad in golden armor heard what happened and began to move, violently beating up the muscular man. The surrounding rankers looked back at the voluptuous beauty, currently lying across the desk languidly and yawning in boredom. They were so scared that they practically wet their pants. Exactly what kind of rancor was she? Shangwu camp was located in a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. It didn't have many buildings, but the layout was neat. The Mercenary Guild and the Assassin Guild were here as well and all the necessities were available. After passing the inspection for warriors, one could leave Shangwu Hall for the teleportation gate to Tongtian Tower. On the way, one could see Hubai Camp and Yulong Platform. Beyond that was the small military drill ground on which the large-scale teleportation gate was set up. Before the scheduled time for teleportation, mercenaries could go to the other side of Shangwu Camp, where there was a small town with abundant facilities such as taverns, inns, horse stables, blacksmith shops, beast care centers, etc. Yue Yang walked to the small military grounds where the teleportation gate was set up. The teleportation gate there was larger than the one at the residence by at least 100 times. 100 crystal teleportation columns filled the area, with each column being at least 5 meters tall and saturating the surrounding air with formless energy. The entire teleportation gate's area had small, white lights scattered around, floating and shimmering. When people walked in, they would be immersed in this lake of light energy and both the mind and body would feel as if it were entirely free of worries. In the many years after the Xia Empire was established, its capital Shangjing had been overrun numerous times by enemies, but the Shangwu camp which protected this teleportation gate had never fallen to any enemy. From this, it could be seen that the Xia Empire valued this teleportation gate very highly. "Brother, you also heading to Tongtian Tower? How come you alone?" Yue Yang was sizing up the place when a pale-skinned fatty next to him whose face was full of smiles took the initiative to greet him. Yue Yang had only just glanced at him when this fellow extended his pale, fat hand onto his shoulder as if they were extremely familiar with one another. "You look unfamiliar, is it your first time here? Are you nervous?" "I'll tell you, This actually isn't anything. Tongtian Tower is easier to pass than you think it is, and it's even more wonderful than you think it is. No worries, it's very normal to be slightly nervous on your first time, but this is the same as taking a female's virginity. As long as you successfully do it the first time, then you won't feel like it's very mysterious then. Yue an expert, Yue Yang, in his heart was struck dumb. Going to Tongtian Tower could actually be linked to taking a female's virginity? Seems like this fatty was a lewd person. I am not an expert, but of the younger generation, who doesn't know of this young Master Hai, any longer, and this fatty would start to brag that he could fly as well. Young Master Hai's appearance is majestic indeed. Your entire face shows your good fortune and your powerful strength. You truly have the air of an expert. Yue Yang extended a thumbs up towards the other. Ha, it's nothing big. I've always kept a low profile. Though I am a grimoire contractor that even has a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros, I've never brought it up with others. I am just not that kind of person. Oh? Is that your beast? It seems to be a bronze-ranked ironback wolf. No, that can't be right. Its nose even discharges smoke and its breath and tongue even emit sparks. Is it a demon wolf? When the fatty saw Hui Tai Lang walk up to Yue Yang and wag its tail, he was so shocked that his fat began to jiggle. No way, this is our family's watchdog. It looks like this because it stole some scorching hot peppers recently, Yue Yang seriously replied in explanation. Woof woof, Hui Tai Lang barked cooperatively. After training, its grasp of foreign languages had become more and more proficient. Is this really a watchdog? Ah, why hasn't it established a contract with you? It doesn't have the contract imprint on its forehead. Heavens! Aren't you afraid it'll run off with someone else? The fatty seemed to be anxious for Yue Yang, and he nervously surveyed their surroundings. He then lowered his voice and whispered mysteriously to Yue Yang, "Brother, listen closely. You've got it good, this watchdog is a very good dog." No, it's not a dog, but a wolf. I definitely am not mistaken. It's definitely a bronze-ranked ironback demonic wolf. Look at the cyan color around its head, its fur that seems to be made of steel needles, its flesh that seems like steel, and its green eyes with a hint of blue. Look at this beast illustration. The ironback demonic wolf in it is exactly the same as your watchdog. Moreover, your watchdog is even sturdier and mightier. Who knows, maybe after eating those scorching hot peppers, it inconceivably transformed into an ironback demonic wolf. You need to hurry up and form a contract with it. It's a good beast, one that others wouldn't be able to purchase even with 100 gold. It's just a watchdog. There's no way it's worth so much money. Yue Yang kicked Hui Tai Lang. However, it didn't dodge at all. Instead, it continued to obediently wag its tail, maintaining its ordinary watchdog appearance. Have I gone blind? You dared to abuse a beast? Aren't you afraid of dropping its degree of loyalty? Oh right, you haven't even established a contract. When the fatty saw what Yue Yang did, he practically wanted to kill himself. If anyone else had a good beast, they would treat it like their elder. They were always afraid that if it didn't eat good food or didn't get enough sleep or if it was in a bad mood, its loyalty would decrease. What the fatty couldn't imagine was that the young thief in front of him not only didn't care for his beast, he had even kicked it. Heavens! The fatty felt that if there was a god, he should have killed that young thief in front of him with a bolt of lightning immediately. This youngster really did not know how to use his resources well. It was practically a crime. Seeing Yue Yang's uncaring attitude, the fatty's heart jumped. Perhaps it was possible for him to persuade this young thief who was blind to treasures, to yield the ironback demonic wolf to him. Looking at the ironback demonic wolf once more, the fatty began to feel that he really had some intertwining fate with it. No matter what, he was going to buy it. He secretly suppressed his excitement and began to talk prices. "Brother, if you don't need this dog, why don't you give it to me for 50, no, 60 gold, Yue Yang inwardly despised the avaricious fatty. He even wanted to buy Hui Tai Lang for 60 gold? What a dream! Besides, Hui Tai Lang struck out and clawed at things whenever it wanted to, since it handled its own matters. In that case, how could the wolf possibly be sold to others as a beast? Yue Yang never did foolish things. Despite how weak Hui Tai Lang was compared to his other beasts, it was still his companion that he had brought up. Without it, who would take the brunt of his anger in the future? Even if the offer was not merely 60 gold, but 600 or even 6,000 gold, Yue Yang would definitely refuse to sell off a beast that he had trained himself. Young Master Hai, this is the only watchdog we have. There won't be any dogs to protect my house if I sell it to you. Yue Yang raised his hands, showing that he did not intend to sell it. Call me Big Boss, do you know who I am? In the future, I can protect you, after all. I come from the Hai clan, one of the 8 major clans. My uncle is a secret disciple of the Eastern Ocean Crystal Palace of the 4 great sects, awesome right? Brother, relax, if you acknowledge me as your boss, I definitely won't let you make a loss. Not just 60 pieces of gold, I'll even gift you with a lion, if you prefer tigers, that's also fine. What do you want, just say it, don't you want a watchdog? I'll definitely help you keep watch, no, I mean, I'll buy 100 dogs to help you guard your house. However, this iron-backed demonic wolf, no matter what, you have to sell it to me, I really like it too much, don't you feel that it's very similar to me? I am just like him, we both very sturdy. The fatty flexed his biceps, causing the fat to wobble. Yue Yang looked at the fatty, then looked at his Hui Tai Lang, and now that he thought about it, there really were some similarities between them. It was that the both of them really looked like they were born to be smacked around. He tried his best to stifle his laughter, and acted as if he were shocked, asking, doesn't the world only have the 4 major clans Feng, Shui, Yu, and Yan? How come there are 8 major clans? Feng, Shui, Yu, Yan are the old 4 major clans, we are the up-and-coming 4 major clans, although our reputation is slightly lower than theirs, but the people are already collectively calling us the 8 major clans. You must be from the countryside? Our high clan is very famous, especially our water-type beasts, they re the best. The fatty was able to lie without any qualms and his face did not turn red nor did he breathe any differently. Oh, so it's like that, Yue Yang acted dumb and nodded his head. Brother, sell this iron-backed demonic wolf to me. Not only will I give you 60 pieces of gold and a lion beast, I'll even bring you to participate in refining with me. You'll definitely succeed. I guarantee that within 10 days you'll be able to receive the certificate of training completion. And after that, with regards to the matter of upgrading your identification crystal stone, I'll take care of all of it for you. The fatty beat his chest in promise. Is this damned fatty trying to cheat you of your iron-backed demonic wolf? Suddenly, a pleasant, sweet-sounding voice rang out from behind Yue Yang, and at the same time, a fragrance hit him. Yue Yang turned around, and the bright-eyed thief was standing behind him. Seeing Yue Yang, a flash of emotions crossed the bright-eyed thief's face, but it quickly disappeared. You really didn't die? Oi, where did you run off to these few days? The fatty's good situation had been messed up by another person, he really wanted to flare up. However, once he saw the bright-eyed thief, his eyes immediately lit up, even more emotional than when Hui Tai Lang saw meat, and he immediately extended a fat hand towards the bright-eyed thief. Nice to meet you, I am Hai Da Fu, everyone calls me Young Master Hai. You misunderstood me, I swear, I definitely had no intentions of cheating my brother. Think about it, I am his boss, why would I cheat him? Beauty, little brother, do you know my brother? This is good, then today everyone is close friends. Today is a really happy day, let us go drink a cup together, my treat. Damned fatty, if you don't want me to drain you of your blood, then stay further away from me. The bright-eyed thief gave a flying kick, just like how Yue Yang gave one to Hui Tai Lang, sending the fatty's entire body flying. You all right? Yue Yang saw the fatty rapidly climb up, he really suspected that this fellow was related to Hui Tai Lang in some way. It's all right, I am all right, please do not worry about me. Don't you know what my beast is? My beast is the strengthening type iron rhinoceros, its defense is just like a steel plate, what could happen to me? You see this blood? This is not me vomiting blood, this is just my gums bleeding. Recently, I've been suffering from excessive internal heat, so my gums have been bleeding a bit. That's right, it's just like this, look at this body of fat, you still need to worry about me. The fatty quickly wiped off the trail of blood at his mouth corner, at the same time assuming a position that said Yen I am not afraid of being trampled on. Where did he run off to this time? Far into the distance, there was a white-masked beauty dressed in palace clothings tenderly calling out. My aunt's here, next time I'll look for you to talk. The bright-eyed thief quickly spoke one sentence to Yue Yang in a low voice, and turned to meet the beauty dressed in palace clothing. Do you know her? Although her face was covered, I dare say she's 99 points. The fatty's mouth had opened wide, practically forming a waterfall of drool. His appearance looked like he needed a good spanking. I don't have any interest in men. Yue Yang tried hard to resist his temptation to charge forwards and strike the fatty's heart with his dagger. Instead, Yue Yang turned around and left. You uneducated fool! I give up. The fatty was suddenly tempted to cry in his heart. This youngster had a good beast yet he did not treasure it, had a beautiful woman but was not passionate about it. Could it be that he was not afraid of meeting with heavenly punishment? Next chapter. The teleportation circle for Tongtian Tower was unique. Normally, the small teleportation circles in various city government offices would be operated by government officials using energy crystals to open up a portal, and it would be possible to reach the specified destination within 30 seconds. However, Shangwu Camp was different. Here, a Tongtian Tower proof was necessary to gain access to a portal. A warrior had to possess an authorization card and place the card on the flashing runes of a crystal column to activate the portal. Once the warrior entered the activated portal, they would be teleported to a random location out of 100 different ones. Standing in front of the crystal column, the fatty urged Yue Yang to reach I underwater world to find him repeatedly. The fatty thumped his fat chest proudly, saying that his father was the manager of the I underwater world's Chamber of Commerce, and that he was ranked highly in Tongtian Tower. Brother, don't worry. If anything happens, find me. This great person will definitely protect you. I.e. the fatty, who had as of yet not shown any aura of power, suddenly released a tyrannical chi. Yue Yang silently rejoiced that their teleportation destinations were different, otherwise his ears would continue to be tormented. At the stipulated time of teleportation, he placed the big-breasted beauty's crystal card lightly on the runes of the crystal column. There was a burst of light that pounced towards Yue Yang as if it had a life of its own. In an instant, it faded away and became invisible. When Yue Yang calmed himself enough to look, his own image started to surface on the blank crystal card. Oddly, although Yue Yang's face was vaguely outlined on it, it was an indistinct silhouette that could not be seen clearly. Apart from a pair of lupin shining eyes, everything else was shrouded in darkness. Along with this design, various characters that revealed his attributes were also arranged sequentially on the card. The sequence had the name on top Titan, followed by race human, gender male, and ability unknown. There was no evaluation of his strength. At the back of the card, aside from the beautiful and mysterious rune-patterned design, there were also a number of rows for country merits, win-loss records, mission points, and more. Suddenly, all of the teleportation crystal columns emitted a radiant brightness, bathing everyone in a sea of light. A few seconds later, beams of light rose from the crystals straight into the sky. When the light disappeared, all the warriors in contact with the crystal columns were teleported away and disappeared without a trace. Yue Yang only felt a slight sensation of dizziness during teleportation. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself in a simple hall. There were a few warriors sitting inside. They originally looked upon Yue Yang, who was dressed as a little thief, with disdain, but when they saw Hui Tai Lang at his feet wagging its tail, their mocking looks became slightly more restrained. The bronze-ranked iron-back demon wolf was not one that they had not seen before, but for a little thief to be able to bring around such a strong beast meant that his strength was pretty great already. Wow, it's huge, Yue Yang exclaimed as he walked through the courtyard of warriors outside the hall. Although Yu Bing had told him that Tongtian Tower was a unique site where the islands were in the middle of a sea and another sea was surrounded by the islands, he still hadn't imagined it as the scene before him. T/L, with the tower in the middle and suspension bridges running to it, also many times larger, outside, it was a boundless ocean. It was said that this was a stormy sea which would create hurricanes for no reason, especially when ships were traveling through it. With almost clockwork precision, at the very instant that a ship left port, a hurricane would spawn. A tornado would descend from the clouds, sucking up seawater and destroying the ship. For thousands of years, not a single person was able to safely navigate a ship and travel through Tongtian Tower's open sea. All of the explorers who tried to leave via ship eventually became snacks for sea monsters or fish-type golden king beasts. If one wished to enter or leave Tongtian Tower, they would inevitably have to use the large teleportation circles. There were no other alternatives. The inner sea which was surrounded by the island was called the Forbidden Sky Sea. The sea here was governed by an ancient law under which even flying-type beasts were not able to fly over it. Even a light feather placed on the surface of the Forbidden Sky Sea would instantly sink. If people wanted to reach Tongtian Tower on the small central island, they would have to go through the Eolith suspension bridge said to be created by ancient gods in order to safely reach the base of the tower. Not bad, Tongtian Tower is indeed a good place. Rumors circulated that Tongtian Tower had many floors and that the further up one managed to ascend, the stronger the enemies one would have to face. However, Yue Yang did not care about the number of floors Tongtian Tower had. For him, the more the merrier. After all, cultivation had no limit. There was no strongest, only stronger. If he was able to continuously cultivate within Tongtian Tower, constantly improving himself, then that would be a pleasure in life for him. As for the abyssal magic creatures and heaven's rankers, there was no distinction between them as far as Yue Yang was concerned. As long as nobody provoked each other and lived in peace with each other, there was no need to bother. If anyone were to provoke him, he would kill even the people from heaven. The island chain that Yue Yang was in was split into 4 large regions, north, south, east, and west. The east area that he resided in was owned by the Xia Empire. Yue Yang estimated that just the east area was 10 times the size of Whitestone City. The buildings here were majestic, the streets were spacious and there were pavilions everywhere. The whole place exuded the majesty of a strong country. Even the empty plots of land were decorated tastefully, with a few small pavilions, galleries, lawns, black rocks, bamboo forests, bridges over running water and lotus-filled lakes, presenting a poetic scenery. If one were to compare Whitestone City to this region, it would only come across as a poor, dilapidated, rural village. The island chain surrounding the inner sea is probably as large as Hong Kong. Yue Yang had walked for half an hour on the life suspension bridge before finally arriving at the front of Tongtian Tower. Upon a closer look, the pure whiteness and flashing runes of Tongtian Tower, whose facade retained its splendor with no signs of wear and tear over the ages, caused it to look even more majestic. Looking up, it was impossible to see the top. From what he could see, Yue Yang estimated its diameter to be over 3 kilometers. Only judging from the part not hidden by the clouds, the tower was at least a few thousand meters high. God knows what kind of power built this tower, but it was definitely impossible for normal human beings to even replicate something as large as the interior of Tongtian Tower. Its enigmas were unexplainable by anyone even today, and it was mysterious beyond measure. Any ranker with the qualifications to go up to the second or third floor walked further in. Newbies like Yue Yang who entered the tower for the first time did not need to go in too far. He could directly enter via the floor portal at the doorway. A crystal card? Who introduced you here? I.e. in front of the floor portal, the middle-aged warrior in charge of receiving newbies saw the crystal card and was slightly surprised. It's that woman in charge of registration in Shangwu Camp. Yue Yang knew that this crystal card was definitely hard to obtain, but he was happy to play the fool. After all, nobody would reject more good things. What? Shangwu Camp doesn't even have a single woman in charge of registering. Isn't the person in charge of registration their elder Lu? What you saw was not an old man in white, but a woman. What did she look like? I.e. the middle-aged warrior was even more confused after Yue Yang spoke, and being a little puzzled, asked him about it. She was abundant. I.e. Yue Yang described the big-breasted beauty's looks slightly. His heart was filled with a burst of curiosity. He could not gauge the strength of the big-breasted beauty. She was definitely someone extremely strong. Who exactly was she? Wasn't she the one who normally handled registrations for warriors? Could it be that she was that elderless granddaughter? After hearing Yue Yang's description, the middle-aged warrior's face became pale. He hurriedly waved his hands saying, "Please ignore my impertinent words and act as if it never asked. Go in quickly." I.e. seeing him frightened to that extent, Yue Yang was even more confused now. Was that big-breasted woman some great man-eating tiger? Was it necessary to be scared to this extent? With his curiosity rising, the image of the seductive big-breasted beauty floated in his mind. The hot body of the big-breasted beauty caused people to have a desire to conquer her. If he could push her over and hear her moan with her tender voice, it would probably be extremely pleasing. With his whole head full of sexual fantasies, Yue Yang stepped into the portal of Tongtian Tower. 1 second later, he found himself in a whole new world. Haha, Tongtian Tower, if come, Yue Yang became excited. This would be the place where he would exert his power in the future. Before he could continue expressing himself, he heard a slightly pained voice from below his foot. "Brother, could you get off of me first, i.e." Yue Yang looked down and discovered that he was standing on someone's face. Sweating, he got off quickly. The lanky man whose face Yue Yang had stepped on was dressed in rags like a beggar. His limbs were sprawled on the ground, and even when Yue Yang got off of him, he did not stand up. Seeing that he did not seem to be injured, but was just lying on the ground as if he were an immobile pool of muck, Yue Yang's curiosity got the better of him and he asked, "What happened to you, don't he even ask?" "I am the disgrace of Tongtian Tower." The lanky young lad shook his head sighing. "Did you gamble away all your life's savings?" Yue Yang knitted his eyebrows slightly. "No, I had prepared for 5 years and gathered as much strength as I could. I passed through Yulong Valley Road and went to Star's domain to gain experience. At first, it was all smooth sailing and I was full of confidence that I would be able to get a wisdom fruit. I didn't expect that I couldn't even pass the 12 Zodiac Temple's easiest challenge. Both my level 3 Poison Wolf and level 4 Longarm Golden Ape King died. Even with 5 years worth of preparation, I lost everything in a single day. Can you believe it? Did you think I wanted to lie here and wait for my death? I just don't have any dignity left to return home. You may not believe it, but I was my clan's most remarkable talent. My parents' expectations of me were huge. I can face their expressions filled with despair. Haha. Do you want to know how I wrote to my clan? I lied to my parents saying that I was doing well here and that my trials were progressing well. That both my beasts rose in rank and my teammates regarded me well. In reality, I've already been kicked out of the team by those people." The lanky man's tone was tinged with the kind of despair that made it seem as if his heart was dead as ashes. Although he had a smile on his face as he talked, it was one of self-mockery. Hearing the lanky man talk, Yue Yang's heart shook. Yu Bing, that unyielding girl, had also been kicked out of her team. Could she be like this lanky guy now, with all her beasts dead? Could she be like this man who had lost everything, without even the dignity to return home? Starving until he was lying on the ground waiting to die and still writing to his home saying that everything was well? Thinking of it like this, Yue Yang's heart quickened. He had to find Yu Bing quickly, he could not let anything happen to her. He would not let her lie down and await death like this man. He would have to bring her back and give the beautiful woman the best explanation. Yue Yang had heard Yu Bing talk about Yulong Valley Road and Star's domain in her letters and estimated that her trials were progressing like this man had mentioned. "Are you familiar with Yulong Valley Road and Star's domain?" asked Yue Yang, deciding to understand the situation from this man first. Ha, how would I not be familiar with it? I've already spent 2 years guiding people in here. I can bring you to seeing you from Tongtian Tower's floors with my eyes closed. Do you need help getting there? I know the easiest shortcut. I don't need money, but only food to fill my stomach. If you manage to complete the trial missions, tipping me will do just fine. When the man spoke about tipping, the self-mockery in his face grew. Do you know where the trial team of Shangjing Academy is? Yue Yang asked again. Shangjing Academy has 10 small trial teams. What's the team you were looking for called? The man struggled to crawl back up. It seemed like he had not eaten for many days. He was famished to the point of having no strength, and was even a little wobbly just from standing up. I think it was called Yen Academy's Rose Team. I am not actually looking for this team, but rather someone in the team. As a guide here, have you heard of a girl named Yu Bing? She was kicked out of her group just like you. Have you seen her? Yue Yang was really worried that Yu Bing had fallen to the pitiful extent of trading her guidance for food. Yu Bing? I haven't heard of her before, and I've also never met the trial team called Yen Academy's Rose before. The man shook his head. Yue Yang was even more worried after hearing this. That stubborn girl Yu Bing had better not have had anything bad happen to her. If not, how would he explain it to the beautiful woman? Although he had not spent a long time with Yu Bing, he felt that she was like a younger sister to him. There was no need to rush to cultivate. It was more imperative to find Yu Bing first. In his mind, an image of Yu Bing in black clothes appeared. It felt like this unfortunate, stubborn younger sister urgently needed this older brother's protection. However, you don't need to worry. Shangjing Academy's students are all top students. Unlike me, even if they fail the trial, the academy would have made arrangements for them. I know that there is no girl called Yu Bing among all the guides over here. The man was very intelligent and saw through the anxiousness in Yue Yang's heart. How about this? If you help me to find her quickly, I'll give you a high payment as remuneration. If you able to find her for me in 1 day, I'll give you 10 gold. Each additional day you take, I will deduct 1 gold from it. I don't care how you go about doing it or what methods you use, but I just want to see her quickly. Yue Yang was silent for a while, before deciding to use a great amount of gold to open the path. Besides, he would only think about these things after Yu Bing was found. I will try my best. However, could you give me some money in advance? I am not scared of seeing you mock me, but I haven't eaten anything for days. Even a few coppers will do. I am too hungry to even move. The man looked at Yue Yang expectantly. Yue Yang had seen the same look in Hui Tai Lang's face when Yue Yang was about to stone him to death. This was a desire to survive. It was such a great desire to survive that even in such a desperate situation, and even if he had no strength left to struggle, in his heart, he still hoped for a miracle to appear. Yue Yang's heart was slightly moved and he nodded. He did not give the man just 1 copper, but rather took out a purse with 100 coppers and gave it to him. This is your remuneration for today. Go take care of your matters first. I'll wait here for half an hour. After the man received the heavy purse, his eyes started to redden. He did not utter a single word, but nodded forcefully after grabbing the purse tightly in his hands. He did not even speak a single word before leaving quickly. If one looked closely, an uneven line of tears dotted the path that this man's feet trod. Seeing the back of this man, Yue Yang sighed lightly. This was one who was called a genius. Perhaps this fallen genius had once been a wildly spirited genius carrying the hopes of his clan. However, after losing his beasts, he became trash who had absolutely nothing, not even a place for him to call home. This skinny guy and the tragic guy who had plunged himself into the river also had some commonalities between them. The tragic guy, although born in one of the 4 major clans v the Yu clan, was unable to contract a grimoire. He did not possess a beast and became the clan's greatest trash. Eventually succumbing to the clan's pressure and the blow from his broken engagement, he chose to end his life by drowning in the river. Wasn't it similar to the skinny guy waiting here to die, a kind of helplessness that weaklings faced? Before the tragic guy jumped into the river, could his eyes have been shining with a strong, burning hope to live? Had he also been expecting a miracle to occur to him? However, nobody could save him in the end. Before he died, Yue Yang himself took over his identity to some degree, and this trash of the Yu clan could be said to have been reborn. But, the one who was reborn in his place, was Yue Yang himself, a dimension traveler who just happened to be luckier than that tragic guy. He inherited everything that had belonged to the tragic guy, like the beautiful woman and her clan's affection and warmth. At the same time, he had also obtained what the tragic guy was never able to. He contracted a grimoire and received a guardian beast, the twin star innate skill, the little lowly snake, and much more. Alright. I may not be able to help you with what happened in the past, but I will definitely take care of Yu Bing and the others in your place. I will let them be proud of you, and honor your name, even if you were trash. I will help you to make the truth known. You were not useless, just not lucky enough. As Yue Yang looked towards the sky, he seemed to see a man that looked like him, smiling like the sun and waving goodbye. Perhaps, he came due to the wishes of the tragic guy. The tragic guy must have hoped that someone as lucky as him would substitute with him to complete his unfulfilled wishes. After around 20 minutes, the lanky guy returned. He was not alone. Behind him, were 5 young men wearing ragged clothes similar to his. One of the men, who looked cultured, wore a monocle, and had a painting in his hands. His washed white sleeves had been stained with ink. Without uttering a single word, he handed over the painting to Yue Yang. As Yue Yang took the drawing over for a look, he discovered that the person in the drawing was Yue Bing in black clothes. Although she was wearing a masked black outfit, her charm was sufficient to allow him to identify her at one glance. If the ink on the painting hadn't been still wet, Yue Yang would have doubted that this delicately drawn painting was completed 10 days or even half a month. This painting might not be quite accurate. Just now, Ye Kong had only given me 5 minutes, and I have not personally seen this Yue Bing whom you're looking for. Even with the description provided by Zhi Yun and Qin Yang, it's hard to draw with absolute precision. The cultured man wearing the monocle explained uneasily. No, you've done a great job of drawing her. Yue Yang's heart was surprised. Even by relying only on descriptions, was it possible to draw her with such accuracy? Moreover, this was a work done in merely 5 minutes. Without considering anything else, this man was definitely a genius when it came to drawing. Yue Yang did not wish to praise him right now. He turned towards the other 4 and hurriedly asked, "Have any of you seen Yue Bing? Was it the 2 of you? When was the last time you saw her?" The man with a short stature and pale skin called himself Zhi Yun. He answered, "Half a month ago, Qin Yang and I were recording the exploits of people at Shangluo River. Originally, nobody took notice of the Rose Squad walking by, but we heard the young master of the Yan clan greeting the squad captain of the Rose Squad. Master Shen Tuesday Yu clan's 4th son Yu Yan was also present at that time. As we immersed ourselves in our writing, we accidentally heard them talking about the 3rd son of the Yu clan. Sigh, they said some unpleasant things. That lady in black clothes, Lady Yue Bing, flared up and started arguing with them. When Zhi Yun was talking about the 3rd son of the Yu clan, the 6 of them looked at Yue Yang worriedly. All of them seemed to be intelligent, and guessed Yue Yang's identity to some extent. They may not know Yue Yang, and were unable to see his face behind the mask, but they knew how to guess. After all, who else would be anxiously searching for Yue Bing? This person, even if he was not the older brother of Yue Bing, he would definitely be one of the sons of the Yu clan. Who wouldn't know who the Yu clan's sons were? The eldest, Yu Tian, and the 4th son, Yu Yan's, names shook Shangjing, and even in Tongtian Tower, they were the leaders of the younger generation. The 5th son, Yu Ting, was the leader of Princess Huang Xilan's escorts, and it was impossible for him to leave the princess to come here. The 6th son, Yu Bao, was too young as he was only 16 years of age. As for the 9th son, Yu Feng, he was only a kid aside from the 3rd son of the Yu clan who was shrouded in mystery, which one would not be recognized by everyone. Therefore, Zhi Yun did not recount the full details of how Yan Pojun, Shen Tu and Yu Yan mocked Yue Yang, but rather skipped it entirely. Even so, they still looked towards Yue Yang worriedly, afraid that he would get mad. What happened next? Yue Yang did not mind others mocking him behind his back. He considered all the people who thought he was trash to be full of hot air, because in reality he was a lucky genius. Why would he be afraid of what others were saying? Although he kept it to himself, he would eventually settle this score for the tragic guy. When the time came, he would beat those trash until their teeth dropped out and they had to swallow their blood back into their stomachs. Right now, the most important thing was to find Yue Bing. As long as she was safe, then that would be more important than anything. With regard to cultivation, the current strength that Yue Yang had could definitely help Yue Bing pass through the floors. If it was said that Yue Yang initially had some reservations towards Yue Bing and the others when he first traversed over to this world, then the current him had already completely assimilated into the beautiful woman's family. In his heart, he had long regarded Yue Bing as his own younger sister. If Yue Yang found Yue Bing now, he would naturally give her pointers and help her improve tremendously. Yue Bing could not win the argument and started a warrior's duel. She summoned 2 Treeman warriors and nearly killed off Shen Tu's scorpion lion. But after that, Yan Pojun joined the battle. He was extremely strong, and in a 1v2 situation, defeated Lady Yue Bing. Following that, Shen Tu expelled her from the squad. The cinnamon-skinned Qin Yang explained the process of the confrontation in a brief manner. What was Yue Yan doing at that point of time? Yue Yang knew that although Qin Yang expressed it in a simple manner, the process of the battle must have been very intense. 2 men bullying such a small girl like Yue Bing really made people furious. On the surface, Yue Yang did not show any change in expression, but the murderous intent in his heart rose. He changed the topic to another important person, which was Yu Yan. This guy was also one of the Yu clan's youths. After seeing his cousin being bullied by others, would he stand by idly and watch? Yue Bing's reply last time had secretly mentioned that Yue Yang was the person behind all these mischiefs and conflicts and that he had even worsened the situation. If not for Yue Yang's constant wrongdoings, causing Yue Bing's heart to be extremely sad, how would she have easily brought it up with mother? Xia Yun hesitated a little, but decided in the end to talk about the entire situation. Is that so? What a great brother! Yue Yang laughed coldly. In his heart, he couldn't resist wanting to step on Yue Yang and beat him up 10,000 times. However, this revenge could wait. After all, they were one family. Sooner or later, there would be a chance to completely return the favor to this shameless little fellow called Yue Yang. He could completely decimate Yue Yang and the others at the Yue clan's annual junior martial tournament. He would trample them and take revenge for Yue Bing. The 6 men heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Yue Yang not flaring up. They confirmed their guesses in their hearts after looking at each other. This man who came anxiously looking for Yue Bing was after all the legendary Yue clan's 3rd young master. If it was really him, then things later on would become simple. As long as Yue Bing was found quickly, as Yue Bing's older brother, he would definitely not go back on his word on their remuneration. Most importantly, this young master was generous. He knew how to respect others and was a good employer that was rarely found. Are you called Ye Kong? Yue Yang silently confirmed the ability of this lanky guy. This guy was really a genius who possessed extraordinary reflexes and work efficiency. Even though Yue Yang had only given him half an hour, he had found the people he needed the most. Yue Yang stretched his hands and lightly patted the shoulders of the lanky guy. You've done well. Now, we have to find Yue Bing as soon as we can. If nothing has happened to her, I can reward you with twice the promised amount. Oh, that's right, who are they? There were 2 young men who had not opened their mouths to speak at all. They were twin brothers whose looks were almost the same and hard to tell apart. These 2 men both wore the same ragged clothes. However, on their backs were 2 curved swords, one left and one right. They were the only 2 people who were armed with weapons out of the 6. Yue Yang found this to be peculiar. What were the 2 of them here for? If the lanky guy Ye Kong was the guide, Wen Qiu was the artist, and Zhu Ziyun and Qin Yang were the eyewitnesses, then what was the purpose of these twin brothers coming here? I am called Li Qi, and that is my younger brother Li Ji. We are both level 2 brave men advanced. Our summoned beast is Gale Kamaitachi. Ye Kong estimates that Yue Bing is in Star's domain trying to pass the trials. We can protect you when traveling across Yulong Valley. Unless we die in battle, you will not be in any danger of dying. Yue Yang was almost unconvinced when the one on the left, Li Qi, said this. This Ye Kong might have thought of too much? Could it be that Ye Kong heard that he was trash, felt that he did not have enough battle power and thus took the initiative to find 2 bodyguards for him? Ye Kong saw that Yue Yang's expression was slightly off, and explained uneasily to him, don't worry about the money for hiring them, the 6 of us will only receive a single share of the money. Although you have an iron-backed demonic wolf, but in Tongtian Tower, no contracted beasts can easily flee from the Li brothers' hands. I dare to promise that their battle prowess is far greater than their grades are, only that they do not have money to go to the mercenary guild to get their grades as proof. If there are 6 people, Wen Yumo can go to the mercenary guild to find people for missions, Zhu Ziyun can go to the further regions of Tianbao, Tianhua and Tianji to inquire about Yue Bing, Qin Yang can rush to Shangluo, Shangzi and Shanghong to look around. When we rush to Star's domain, if they discover anything, they would go through the mercenary guild to send a message to us. At the same time, they can also help to find out the latest movements from Shen Tu and Yan Po Jun, to prevent them from meeting up again. When Yue Yang heard this, he nodded his head slightly. However, he had a question now. Aside from the big-breasted beauty, the fatty and Ye Kong's men were completely unable to see Hui Tai Lang's true strength. He felt that Hui Tai Lang, who needed innate Qi at any time to evolve, was definitely not going to leave Yue Yang. Hui Tai Lang would not leave even after getting violently beaten up. There was no need to worry about him betraying Yue Yang and escaping. We really need a job, really. The 6 people gazed at Yue Yang extremely hopefully. To you all, this may be a job. However, to me, this is Yue Bing's life, I implore everyone to go all out. Of course, Yue Yang would not care how many people Ye Kong asked for. On the contrary, to him, the more people participating in the search for Yue Bing, the better. Now, he only wanted to use the fastest way to find that stubborn little girl. Please rest assured, to us, this job is also equivalent to our lives as we are all starving to death. Ye Kong looked at Yue Yang and nodded heavily. Splitting up to carry out their assigned operations, Ye Kong, Li Qi and Li Ji accompanied Yue Yang towards Yulong Valley at a frantic pace after leaving the starting portal of the floor from Chen Xi town. Yulong Valley had no relation to dragons whatsoever. It was a dangerous mountain valley, with tall ridges as sharp as knives, winding over a distance of 50 kilometers. The rock walls had innumerable spikes with weirdly shaped rocks and cliffs, making it impossible for warriors to travel through via the peak of the valley. Simultaneously, there were innumerable level 3 rock eagles living at the peak of the valley. Trying to ride a flying beast through the ridges would be akin to courting death. The base of the valley was the only way to pass. However, on its surface lived a large amount of giant demon worms, estimated to be more than 10,000. There were over 1,000 different species of these grotesque demon worms. Although they could not be considered strong, they were still able to display a surprising amount of strength by utilizing the special terrain of Yue Long Valley. Nobody was able to completely eliminate them. Not only that, the reproduction rate of the demon worms were extremely scary. In merely 10 days, even if human warriors completely cleaned up the surface of Yue Long Valley, new demon worms of all sizes would come crawling out of their underground worm nests and from the cracks in rocks to reclaim their territory, and it would be as densely packed with demon worms as though nothing had ever happened. Without a way to permanently eradicate the demon worms, the Warriors Guild decided to just let this place be the first trial for warriors. Oh, damn! When they reached the entrance of Yue Long Valley, Yue Yang saw the valley full of demon worms and could not help but knit his eyebrows. Of course, with his current strength, he was not scared of these demon worms. However, these demon worms were grotesque to the point of making people feel nauseated. Their shapes were extremely weird, and they were highly aggressive. It caused Yue Yang to feel like puking just from looking at them. This was not strange at all. Regardless of who it was that saw the dense sea of worms, they would definitely feel creeped out. Ye Kong had proposed 2 ways of getting past Yue Long Valley. The first one was to pass through with all the other warriors. By lighting a long torch, they could drive away the worms who were scared of fire and advance step by step. The others would follow the safe route cleared by the person in front while trying not to provoke the large swarm of demon worms while exterminating the few that blocked their path. Thus, they would slowly but safely pass through Yue Long Valley. If one were to find a cooperative party, then they would be able to pass through safely within the span of 2 days. The second method was the stupidest, craziest but at the same time the fastest method. This method required them to run frantically, rushing past the demon worms without stopping. Although the first option is extremely safe, it would take up too much time. Furthermore, camping in Yue Long Valley at night is the most dangerous thing to do. We would have to find a hiding hole, otherwise at night, there would be 10 times as many demon worms as in the day. There could even be many powerful level 3 worms roaming about. The chance of us being eaten is extremely high. Although the second method looks to be extremely dangerous at first glance, the reactions of the demon worms are slower in the day as the sunlight causes their vision to become extremely poor. If we target their sense of smell and use something with a strong scent to attract them, then clean up the few demon worms that block our path, the chances of passing through are higher. The only downside to this is that this method requires a huge amount of stamina. The 50-kilometer valley is actually littered with uneven mountain rocks which will drain our stamina. We can't rest in between and we have to rush through in one go to prevent a group of worms from chasing after us. We would also miss the hiding hole situated at the center of Yue Long Valley. We have a high chance of losing our lives in the latter half of Yue Long Valley due to a lack of stamina to carry on. Ye Kong looked towards Yue Yang as he said this. He was not worried about his body that had been starved for a few days, as he had grown accustomed to it. Ye Kong was more worried about whether this guy that was called Trash as the third son of the Yue clan had enough stamina to pass through Yue Long Valley in one go. Li Qi and Li Ji glanced at each other. They were also worried about this issue. Both of them approved of rushing forward in one go when looking at it from a fighter's standpoint. This was so the demon worms could not react fast enough to them, minimizing the amount of unnecessary battles. Conversely, if they were to walk slowly and allow a large group of demon worms to surround them, it would instead be a highly disadvantageous situation for them. The question was, whether Yue Yang would pick the second method. After all, he was the client and held the final choice. Ye Kong was afraid that he had not explained it clearly enough, and added, if we were to choose the first method, then we would have to prepare all the necessary items. We would also have to find other parties who wish to pass through Yue Long Valley and work together to advance. However, if we were to pick the second option, we could start instantly as the demon worms are at their weakest in the afternoon. But now, we've already missed the optimal timing. The fastest run through Yue Long Valley was 5 hours, we would have to be faster than that. Otherwise, when the sky darkens, we would be in an extremely dangerous predicament. Yue Yang felt that even if the tragic guy who had learnt martial arts were to run through this 50-kilometer mountain road, he would have no problem, not to mention his current self. He decided to go with the second option. Ye Kong hastily nodded his head saying, since I've learned some techniques passed down in my family, there is no problem with my stamina when running. I'll give everyone half an hour to gather up what you need. Ye Kong and the Li brothers gulped nervously. Although they were hoping for Yue Yang to choose the second option in their hearts just now, Yue Yang had actually decided to do it. They felt that this was akin to him betting his life on it. The Li brothers immediately lay down to rest at their current spots. They were preparing to recover their strength to the peak within half an hour. However, Ye Kong did not do this. He instantly ran towards the nearest provision shop and bought various necessities with the advance pay that Yue Yang had given him from the shopkeeper. 10 minutes later, he brought a large bag of items back along with a piece of good news. 2 days ago, a few groups of strong parties had cleared this trial and slaughtered a good amount of demon worms. There were slightly less worms than usual crawling about right now. In Yue Yang's eyes, even if the demon worms were 10 times less, there were still too many of them to count. However, Li Qi and Li Ji's morale was greatly bolstered by this news. Although they knew that this would not help much, hearing good news was always better than hearing bad news. Do you want to leave the iron-backed demonic wolf here to be cared for? No matter how docile it is, seeing the mountain packed with demon worms will probably cause him to turn tail and flee while leaving you behind. Ye Kong quietly advised Yue Yang to keep Hui Tai Lang here while sprinkling insect-repelling powder on him. No need. I'll just let it be if it runs away. After all, this is a test for it. Yue Yang randomly gave Hui Tai Lang a flying kick. If Hui Tai Lang ran away after merely looking at the demon worms, what was the point of keeping it? Ye Kong saw Yue Yang kicking his beast around leisurely and was dumbfounded. He had never seen a warrior who would hit his own beasts. Wasn't he afraid that this iron-backed demonic wolf would run away? However, when he saw the comfortable expression of Hui Tai Lang after he was beaten up, he had never seen a beast that lacked so much dignity before. Could it be that this wolf was a naturally born masochist? As Yue Yang's group prepared to rush through Yulong Valley, the party members who were discussing on going through the valley together were dumbfounded. 2 group leaders shouted first, "Oi, are you preparing to send yourselves as dinner for the demon worms?" Someone also cried out, "Mad, these 4 guys have gone mad. It's afternoon now, the sun is about to set. It's impossible for you to run through Yulong Valley in 5 hours. Even if you are lucky and don't meet any level 3 nest spiders and bird-eating mantises, or large groups of level 2 giant black iron ants and devil-masked centipedes, it's impossible for you to rush through Yulong Valley in one go. With its being 50 kilometers long, along with its complex terrain, I'd estimate that you'd be dead tired even before you're halfway through." A few of the warriors that set up stalls tried to convince them with good intentions, "Stay and team up with everyone to clear the trial, after all, that's the safest way to do it. There are less than 100 warriors who try to run past Yulong Valley. But those who can safely make it through number less than 10. You'd better think about this carefully." Even the silver armor guard captain who watched over the mouth of Yuling Valley advised Yue Yang not to be impulsive. "You guys can stay," Yue Yang spoke to test the reactions of Ye Kong and the others. If Ye Kong and the Li brothers hesitated, Yue Yang would immediately leave and not trust them ever again. Even if they were only hired, they had to retain at least a bit of loyalty. After all, it would be impossible to entrust a mission to people who fled without hesitation in the face of danger. This world had weaklings and Yue Yang would not deny their existence, but he would not choose weaklings to be his companions, even if they were only temporary. The reaction of Ye Kong and the others was to reaffirm their determination. "No, we have been hired by you. As long as you make the decision, even if it were for us to die, we would carry it out." The Li brothers did not say anything, but their resolute attitude showed it all. Looking at Yue Yang's party rushing towards Yulong Valley, almost every warrior was shaking their heads. These 4 idiots are as good as dead. However, the Silver Armor Guard's captain opposed this notion. No, they might succeed. The crowd did not understand. To this, the Silver Armor Guard's captain said something inscrutable. The look in their eyes was similar to those who succeeded in the past. They were filled to the brim with confidence. Bullshit, confidence doesn't represent everything. The warriors were sweating after hearing this. Having confidence doesn't guarantee success, but you will definitely fail if you lacked it. The guard captain threw another phrase at them. Che, who wouldn't know how to spout big ideals? Nobody believed that Yue Yang's party could make it safely across Yulong Valley. Everyone felt that these 4 people would at the very most run out of stamina halfway and fall onto the ground, becoming snacks for the large swarms of demon worms. 2 days later, after the mercenaries had gone through a nightmarish battle, everyone passed through the trial of Yulong Valley with many injuries, and reached the outer region of Star's domain. However, they discovered that Yue Yang and the others who had already died were comfortably lying beneath a large tree at the mercenary guild's doorstep, enjoying a glass of icy cold malt beer. This result shocked everyone. "You didn't die. Do you think that dead men can drink beer?" Yue Yang was speechless. With regard to running through Yulong Valley, they did not even consider it to be a difficult task to accomplish. There may have been a risk of losing their lives for Ye Kong, Li Qi and Li Ji, but to him as an innate rancor, running past Yulong Valley was like taking a stroll through his own garden, just that the distance was longer and the terrain rougher. Yue Yang had immediately checked with the warrior guild about Yu Bing when he came here. She was fine, and there was no danger to her life. This young lady had gone alone to the Black Stone Labyrinth in Star's domain to complete her refining mission, and it would take at least 3 days before she could come out. Although this let Yue Yang feel relieved, he had started to feel extremely bored at the same time. "I've decided. I'll participate in the refining mission as well." Yue Yang felt that passing the days like this was too boring. On the first they came, they went sightseeing around the outer regions of Star's domain, and familiarized themselves with the various information within this level of the Tongtian Tower. There was nothing else to do on the third day, which had made him unable to take it anymore. Since Yu Bing would take 3 days to return, Yue Yang made the choice to participate in the trial as well. What? For Ye Kong and the others who had experienced the good life for 2 days, it felt like thunder had struck when they heard this. Cough, cough, you need at least one contracted beast to participate in trials. In Xing you have to use beasts to pass the trials. Even if you know martial arts, it's useless. Uncontracted beasts like Hui Tai Lang here can't participate. Ye Kong originally did not plan to offend Yue Yang, but there was no choice. After all, this was the cruel reality. Contracted beasts? Who said that I didn't have them? Yue Yang was angry that they were still thinking of him as garbage. Your contracted beast is, Ye Kong did not harbor any hopes. If even just Hui Tai Lang, a bronze-ranked iron-backed demon wolf could not be contracted, he estimated that the beasts that Yue Yang could form a contract was very few. Even if they were contracted, they would be extremely weak. Thorny Flower. Everyone fell when Yue Yang said this. Using a thorny flower to pass the trials of Star's domain? This difficulty, my god! I would rather run through 10 long valleys. The crowd wanted to smash their heads against the wall after hearing this. What is difficulty? Now this is called difficulty. Ye Kong was crying. Yue Yang's seemingly crazy intention to use the thorny flower to go to Star's domain in order to refine and do missions caused the warriors in the mercenary guild to start betting. The odds of Yue Yang being able to use the thorny flower to successfully clear the obstacles and finish the refinings was 10,000 to 1. However, no one dared to bet on his success. No one there was an idiot. Everyone there was more willing to throw gold coins into the violent, stormy sea than to place a bet on this kind of crazy act that would never succeed. No one would bet on someone's success in refining, even if the odds were above 100 to 1, guaranteeing that they made no loss. The third type of bet was that Yue Yang would be able to sustain the refining process for more than 10 minutes, and the odds on that were also as high as 50 to 1. Seeing this, Yue Yang's eyes shone with a greedy light, but the mercenary guild prohibited him from betting on himself, causing Yue Yang to sigh inwardly about his penniless life. If they had allowed him to take part, then Yue Yang would have definitely bet all his money on his success in clearing the obstacle and refining, with the odds of 10,000 to 1. In the blink of an eye, he could have become a millionaire. Who said he can sustain for 10 minutes? I have a method. Once Ye Kong said this, everyone was startled for an instant, before they immediately started heckling him. You re crazy too? There were some who directly judged Ye Kong to be crazy as well. No way, you re preparing to let him challenge the Yin 12 zodiac temples? For goodness sake, is there anything more crazy than this on earth? I thought that my writing a letter to the princess to ask for her hand in marriage all those years ago was already crazy enough, but I never thought that there would be someone more crazy and foolish than me, a mercenary captain muttered to himself despondently, and no one knew when the wine cup in his hand had already dropped on the ground. I'd rather go steal a giant dragon's egg than go and challenge the 12 zodiac temples. A thief's face was filled with terror, and yen if anyone makes me challenge it I'll go commit suicide was written all over his face. Are the 12 zodiac temples that scary? Yue Yang's knowledge of the 12 zodiac's temples was limited to Saint Xia, only knowing that the 12 zodiac temples were protected by 12 gold saints. It couldn't be that this level of the Tongtian Tower's 12 zodiac temples also had gold saints in them? Scary? How can you use a pure ill word like scary to describe it? That's terrifying, extremely terrifying. Many warriors became dizzy at Yue Yang's words. Yue Yang inwardly thought, it couldn't be that there really were gold saints inside there? The 12 zodiac temples are the continuous missions in Star's domain, because you need to clear the obstacles 12 times, thus it's called the 12 zodiac temples. These gold-ranked continuous missions are Tongtian Tower's highest difficulty level. No one under level 5 has ever completed the 12 zodiac temples. The record for humans was set over 10,000 years ago, when an anonymous warrior broke through to the 9th temple. This pioneering work was also the pinnacle of human ability. After this nobody was able to catch up to this standard. In the last 1,000 years, the highest level that has been cleared is the 5th temple. In the last 100 years, only up to the 3rd temple. In the last decade, no one has managed to clear the 1st temple. The 12 zodiac temples, in each temple, there will definitely be a golden king beast guarding it. Ordinary beasts that see it are all scared to the point that they become unable to move. It's impossible to beat the golden king beast, much less break through to the next temple. When Ye Kong mentioned the golden king beast, his lips started trembling. Yue Yang suddenly realized, it was because 2 years ago this fellow had ambitiously challenged the 12 zodiac temples, but ended up suffering a crushing defeat, thus landing him in his current dire straits. Then why did you say just now that you had a way? Yue Yang was curious. It's like this, in Star's domain, warriors cannot directly attack, they must use contracted beasts to battle, but after warriors enter the 12 zodiac temples, the law guardian will bestow challengers a shield of absolute defense, the same as the shield raised by the summoning grimoire, which will not disappear for 10 minutes. If you go in, you will be safe for at least the first 10 minutes, but you must remember, once the shield begins to flicker, it means that the time left is not much, and you must leave immediately, or you will be killed immediately by the Golden King Beast. Ye Kong was actually thinking of letting Yue Yang go in to have a look, so that waiting here would not be so boring. Since there were still 3 days until Yu Bing would come out of the Yin Black Stone Labyrinth, it was fine to let him go to the 12 Zodiac Temples in search of some excitement and have some fun. As for the fee of 1 gold coin for each challenge, Ye Kong was not worried for Yue Yang, who was a son of one of the 4 major clans. Once Yue Yang heard that they were not allowed to be directly involved in battling, he felt it was a bit of a pity in his heart, that he was unable to use his innate invisible sword chi. However, he still had little Wen Li, the barbaric cow, and the gold-ranked Thorny Flower. Even if he was unable to defeat the Golden King Beast, he believed that being able to retreat with all his body parts intact was feasible. As for Hui Tai Lang, the least it could do was run errands and draw monsters. When it came to a real battle, there was no place for it. Ye Kong proposed that they leave Hui Tai Lang behind, because an iron-backed demonic wolf that was only bronze-ranked, would definitely be killed by the Golden King Beast inside. Even if it wasn't he killed, a contractless beast like it would definitely just run away. As for the Thorny Flower, let it be, this kind of beasts are plentiful. How many thorny flowers can you summon in one go? Ye Kong asked. 1. Although Yue Yang did raise his rank due to the battle with the Demon King Ha Xian, becoming a level 1 apprentice v intermediate. However, even intermediate apprentices could only summon 1 beast a day, and Yue Yang was no exception. When he heard Yue Yang's answer, Ye Kong felt that he should have not asked, because the knowledge that the Yu clan's 3rd young master was well known in the Soaring Dragon Continent as a good for nothing. Using 1 thorny flower to challenge the 12 zodiac temples? I must not be awake yet. Many mercenaries believed that they were still dreaming. Don't waste your money, you might as well use it to treat everyone to a drink, someone suggested. You really want to go? Ye Kong felt that with the shield of absolute defense, Yue Yang would not face any life-threatening danger, but he was worried that he would be scared out of his wits by the Golden King Beast. Nonsense, what are you waiting for? Let us go. Yue Yang just wanted to have this kind of heart-racing fun, no need to think about the other things. Just by hearing the name 12 Zodiac Temples, he really wanted to challenge it. Although the guardian wasn't a gold saint, it was still a Golden King Beast, it would definitely be exciting to play with it. After paying the required fee, he was transported into the space of Star's domain. He had no idea how big it was. This space of Star's domain had eternal night, there was no day, nor was there a Sunday. At the entrance of the 12 Zodiac Temple Challenge, there was a golden armor guard captain, his eyes wide and round. Are you here to make trouble? A level 1 apprentice wants to challenge the 12 Zodiac Temples? Do you know how many monsters are in there? Excluding the Golden King Beast, every temple's defending golems and abyssal magic monsters number at least 100, do you have nothing better to do after eating? Is this something you can even attempt to challenge? Beside the golden armor guard captain, a beautiful lady wearing silk clothes and carrying a 3-tailed snow fox laughed unrestrainedly. If not for your clearly stupid actions, just looking at your bravery itself, it really is unexpected, it really is an ignorant and fearless fellow. I support you, you must work hard, and successfully challenge all 12 temples. Her words made the golden armor guard captain roll his eyes. Master of Luohua City, please do not cause even more trouble. I am sorry, I forgot about your duty. Very well, I want to encourage him to challenge the 12 zodiac temples. Everything I said just now I take back. Little thief, do you have enough funds to take the challenge? If you don't have enough, I can lend you a bit, but with interest. The beautiful woman wearing silk clothes smiled beautifully, and really paid for 1 challenge for Yue Yang. When she heard that Yue Yang was challenging alone, she laughed until she bent over. Don't worry, I've already paid for 5 people, you can challenge continuously 5 times. Don't worry about the interest, I have patience, you can return it slowly, but you must challenge it 5 times, okay? Do you know the strategy for challenging this? If you don't know it's okay, I'll teach you. The first obstacle is the Ares Temple, the Golden King Beast inside is. They changed it this month, now it's a 3-headed chimera. Although it's a gold-ranked level 3 3-headed chimera, it's actually quite easy to defeat it. First, kill the sheephead battle golems that are in front of the Hall of Light, then kill a group of sheephead monsters, there aren't many of them, just a few dozens. They all around bronze-ranked level 3 monsters, quite easy to kill. Walking into the main hall, you'll see a 3-headed chimera, don't panic. Turn left immediately, you'll see a small chamber, kill all the sheephead shamans, and obtain the silencing scepter that is capable of rendering the chimera's left head useless. In the small chamber on the right side, obtain a blindness rune, it can be used 3 times, and when the right head is blinded, you can use your beast to fight the head in the middle. What is your beast? Thorny Flower Yue Yang answered honestly. The beautiful woman wearing silk clothes who had been called the master of Luohua City was stunned for a few seconds. After regaining her bearing, she gave Yue Yang a thumbs up. Your beast is not bad, using a thorny flower to challenge the 12 zodiac temples is extremely creative. NN, you can let the thorny flower swallow the three-headed chimera alive. I remember that the thorny flower seemed to have the ability to eat corpses. That's right, what level is your thorny flower? Level 1. Once Yue Yang said this, the golden armor guard captain and his men all fell. This might prove troublesome, but I'll continue to support you, you must have confidence. You'll be fine, little thief, do your best. The beautiful woman wearing silk clothes acted as if she was leading an investigation of the countryside, using her small hands to pat his shoulder, giving him generous amounts of encouragement. Good. Hui Tai Lang, let us go. Once Yue Yang heard that there were special items capable of restraining the Golden King Beast, his confidence skyrocketed. Master of Luo Hua City, you re just pushing him to his death. He's dead for sure. The Golden Armor Guard captain powerlessly watched Yue Yang's figure, full of confidence, walk towards the teleport gate. When Yue Yang was transported to Ares Temple, he found himself standing on a huge island floating in midair. Below it was an endless abyss. Yue Yang picked up a rock and threw it down. For a long time, not a sound was heard. As he left the rune-covered crystal columns of the teleportation area, a golden light rose from Yue Yang's feet instantly and formed a pale golden-colored barrier. Hui Tai Lang was also enveloped by the barrier, but unlike Yue Yang, he could freely enter and exit it, while the barrier moved with Yue Yang. This seems like it was copied from online games. Oh well, its existence is reasonable. Forget it, I might as well go see what the three-headed chimera is like. Yue Yang was not going to act like a scientist, trying to figure out what kind of power or law controlled all these. Furthermore, putting the Tongtian Tower aside, his own body had many more unexplained mysterious phenomenons. He was too lazy to think any further and summoned his barbarian cow shadow, using the barbarian cow shadow that would never truly perish to scout the area ahead. Walking across the straight path that extended for nearly 100 meters, he then passed through a set of heavy stone doors. At the back was a massive building complex. Surrounding the outer part of the buildings were 10 battle golems roaming around. These battle golems were around 3 meters tall. It was unknown what metal was used to create them, having a sheep's head atop a human's body. They reacted aggressively to Yue Yang's appearance and surrounded him instantly. On the sheep heads were strange drawings with ancient rune patterns, and a pair of jeweled eyes that glowed red like fire. Yue Yang had fought with a rock golem before and knew the weakness of these war puppets. They had neither life nor sentience, knowing only how to attack the nearest person. It would be disadvantageous to fight it head-on, but by using a few strategies, one could control their movements. Yue Yang did not let his barbarian cow shadow fight them, instead he kicked Hui Tai Lang's butt to make him act as a decoy and lure the battle golems away. The battle golems were slow and their movements were sluggish. They only attacked the closest target. If it was only to lure them away, the nimble and energetic Hui Tai Lang could be completely counted on to do so. When Hui Tai Lang saw the sheephead battle golem's slow movements, it felt that these metal frames were easy to bully and immediately rushed forward. With a playful attitude, Hui Tai Lang jumped around every battle golem to attract their attention. It even arrogantly raised its leg occasionally and peed on the battle golem's huge legs. You idiot, hurry up and lure them far away. Don't waste my precious time. Yue Yang was very dissatisfied with Hui Tai Lang's arrogance. This guy was the stereotypical small fry who bullied the weak but feared the strong. When passing through Yulong Valley, he let it lure away the worm groups in front. It acted as if it did not see those ferocious monsters like nest spiders and bird-eating mantises. Conversely, when he saw the weakest stink bugs or maggots, he would rush over and bite them madly. He was even less reserved when he saw worm eggs, eating them heartily. If not for Hui Tai Lang rampaging around and provoking a large group of worms, passing through Yulong Valley would have been even smoother. If Yue Yang had not been helping them out secretly, Ye Kong and the Li brothers would have been the worms' dinner by now. When Hui Tai Lang heard Yue Yang getting mad at it, it sobered up a little and lured the group of battle golems away. There was still a battle waiting for Yue Yang as he arrived at the entrance to the buildings. At the gigantic entrance stood a bunch of abyssal magic creatures and sheephead monsters. These guys were living organisms. Although they were not smart, they weren't stupid enough to be lured away as easily. They held a black iron lance in their hands as a weapon. Before shouting over to surround and attack, they had also summoned a green light to give each other support buffs. If Hui Tai Lang were to fight against these abyssal magic creatures, it would not be able to gain the upper hand. But the barbarian cow shadow was an exception. Yue Yang transferred the giant shadow's power onto the barbarian cow shadow and she instantly changed into a human-shaped tank. She thundered over, brandishing her large hands, smashing and beating the sheephead monsters chaotically. In front of the 3-meter-tall barbarian cow shadow, the 2-meter-tall sheephead monsters were like a bunch of midgets. Their lances were unable to heavily injure the barbarian cow shadow who had tough skin with high defense. The barbarian cow shadow was also after all not a living entity, but only a half entity. She was still mainly a shadow, and did not have the feeling of pain unlike living beasts. The sheep-head monster's attacks were completely ignored by the barbarian cow Shadow. She did not know how to use a weapon nor understand the concept of a weapon. However, under the guidance of Yue Yang's consciousness, she grabbed two sheep-head monsters as weapons, and swung them towards the sheep-head monsters around her, decimating this group of sheep-head monsters. Her current rank was not high, only being a bronze-ranked level 3 beast. Although the rank was equal to that of the sheep-head monsters, her strength completely surpassed them, and far surpassed even the standard for bronze rank level 3. Yue Yang thought in his heart that if the barbarian cow Shadow's rank increased in the future, having an all-around improvement, these sheep-headed monsters would be unable to withstand even a single blow. The only unfortunate thing was that even after fighting for a long time, he didn't see her using Doom's Eyes. It seemed like the probability of Doom's Eyes triggering was very low, and was only released against appropriate enemies. These sheep-head monsters and sheep-head battle golems were only a means to stall for time. Any warrior who were planning to challenge the 12 zodiac temples had at least some standard. Almost any challenger would most likely have enough strength to defeat them. But, if one wasted too much time on them, once the protective barrier disappeared, the challengers were doomed to fail. Before getting the silencing scepter and the blindness rune to defeat the three-headed chimera, a warrior who was rank 5 and below wanting to defeat a golden king beast ranked three-headed chimera would be akin to a fool's dream. The sheep-head monster's offensive power was not high, but they were classified as defensive-type beasts that were extremely hard to kill as well. Not only that, their regenerative ability was pretty good too. Even if they were beaten down, they were able to stand up a while later to rejoin the fight. Their fanatical, bloodthirsty eyes seemed to be hypnotized. Even after being beaten up mercilessly by the barbarian cow Shadow, they did not try to escape, refusing to back down. When Yue Yang realized this, he immediately increased his speed, passing through the battlefield, running across the long passageways and entering the Ares temple that was protected by the Golden King Beast. The Ares temple in front of his eyes was not a temple at all, but rather an incredibly huge arena. The space within the arena was many times larger than a football field. In the center of the arena, there was a gigantic pale gold-colored beast, sleeping on the floor lazily. Its colossal body was like a hill. Its back even had a pair of red fleshy wings. Yue Yang could not imagine how it could use those thin wings to even fly. This beast was lying down lazily on the field, sound asleep. Yue Yang could clearly see that it had 3 heads. The left one was a terrifying dragon head, unlike the eastern dragons. Instead, that head looked like the giant dragons from the west, with razor-sharp teeth and a red tongue, with poison dripping out of its mouth. The head in the middle was a huge lion's head. Its mane was made out of raging flames. When it breathed through its gaping mouth, it would spit out a ball of flames. On the right, was a white-colored sheep head. This sheep head did not seem to be threatening at all, and gave the illusion of having a sense of holiness from it. Under the neck of that white sheep, hung a small golden bell. All 3 heads were completely different and looked extremely weird. However, if one were to examine carefully, they would find a kind of inexplicable logic to it. As Yue Yang looked upon this huge beast emanating a pale golden radiance, his eyebrows furrowed. The 3-headed chimera sleeping soundly also gave him a kind of pressure that was hard to express in words. It was undeniable that this beast was extremely strong. However, Yue Yang believed that the most powerful head out of the 3 was not the left dragon head dripping with poison, nor the middle fire-spitting lion head. Rather, it was that white sheep head that seemed perfectly harmless. A level 6 golden king beast, although it was far from being as monstrous as Demon King Xian, was still able to put strong pressure on Yue Yang. Hui Tai Lang, who shrugged off the battle golems and entered, had lost his arrogance shortly after. When it looked at the 3-headed chimera's hill-like body, its whole body trembled and ducked behind Yue Yang, a little fearful. Only when Yue Yang gave it a flying kick, did Hui Tai Lang pretend to want to stake his life. It stood next to Yue Yang, but completely refused to move further in front. As expected, this level 3 bronze-ranked iron-backed demonic wolf could only watch this battle from the sidelines. This battle? How would he fight this battle? Seeing its hill-like body, there was no need to even mention its ability to spit poison or spew fire. The mere pressure that it emanated was unbearable. According to the master of Luohua City, the silk-robed lady, he should first grab the silencing scepter from the left hall, then to the right hall to grab the blindness rune. This would restrain both the left dragon head and the right goat head, then fight against the chimera's center head, the red burning lion head. Although the center head was the largest, most intimidating-looking head and could be covered in flames on its surface, it was in reality the weakest head. It could even be called the greatest weakness of the 3-headed chimera. The barbaric cow, under Yue Yang's guidance, quickly got rid of the sheep-head monsters that were still stalking them. As expected, when the barbaric cow rushed towards the entrance, the sheep-head monsters stopped. They bellowed in a low tone and crowded inside the passageway, not daring to rush in. There was an obvious, natural fear of the 3-headed chimera. Yue Yang felt that his time was running out. He quickly ran along the sides of the hall, and ran like the wind towards the left. He was preparing to find the entrance to the side hall, but who knew that when he moved, that three-headed chimera suddenly woke up. Its 6 huge eyes opened, and when it spotted the intruder Yue Yang, it angrily roared. Its voice was earth-shattering and explosive. All the sheep-head monsters in the passageways were so frightened that they fled instantly. The three-headed chimera's huge body stood upright, and looked like a huge moving hill that was made up of meat. The poisonous dragon head opened its mouth. After letting loose a terrifying roar, some liquid was spit out from its large mouth, and was sprayed all over the ground. Yue Yang kicked Hui Tai Lang 10 meters away, and ordered the barbaric cow to quickly retreat backwards. He felt the sky darkening, then innumerable amounts of green liquid being sprayed towards him. Luckily, he had the shield of absolute defense. If not for it, he would have been drenched by the poison. When the green liquid touched the stone floor, waves of green smoke were produced. Below the green smoke, those solid black stone were actually corroded by the green acid until it made a sizzling noise, just like when sugar was dissolved by hot water. Oh my god! Yue Yang was shocked. No wonder normal beasts would be killed in seconds when they met a Golden King beast. This no longer seemed like an exaggeration. The three-headed chimera's poison was 100 times more potent than the spitting thorny flower's poison. Could it be that the three-headed chimera had a relation to Yi Xing? But, only Yi Xing's blood was corrosive, its saliva wasn't this potent. As expected, this was worthy to be called a level 6 Golden King beast. It was indeed terrifying. If normal beasts like the bronze barbaric cow was hit by a huge mouthful of the poison, even if it didn't die, it would have been crippled. As for Hui Tai Lang's standard, if it were to rush up and fight the three-headed chimera alone, it would be like serving food on a silver platter to it. If not for listening to the silk-robed lady's information when he first entered and getting the silencing scepter first before directly facing this kind of acid, fighting against the three-headed chimera would be suicide. Ye Kong, that lanky guy, could have been enveloped by the saliva of this three-headed chimera when he challenged the Ares temple. Hong! The blazing lion head in the middle spewed out a fireball that exploded at Yue Yang's feet. If not for the protective barrier, Yue Yang's little body would probably have been directly blown away by it. Yue Yang sweated intensely. Not only could it spit acid, it could spew fireballs too. He couldn't take this kind of abnormality. Luckily, the sheep's head on the right was very quiet, and it had no response. As Yue Yang ran, he thought evilly that if he was able to capture the three-headed chimera to perform at a circus, the profits from the entrance fees would be pretty good. In truth, the three-headed chimera did not even care about this shameless coward called Yue Yang. As a king of beasts, as long as its territory was not invaded, it would be fine. As for the little insects buzzing around, it did not really care. In its eyes, all the challengers were little insects that always made silly movements, taking a toothpick-esque sword, summoning summoned beasts that were like rats, overestimating their own strengths and attacking the chimera. When it saw Yue Yang disappearing, it gave out a huge yawn, and lay down comfortably again, continuing its sweet dreams. The left passageway was around 100 meters long and was pitch black. If not for Yue Yang previously entering the black space with Her Highness Fei Wen Li and signing the soul blood contract, gaining Empress Fei Wen Li's night vision ability, he would have been walking blindly in the dark now. The side hall was also as huge as a basketball court, and a few dozen sheephead men were inside. These sheephead men were different from the ones outside. As soon as they saw Yue Yang storm in, they instantly transformed. Using a strange spell, the goatmen turned into Takins. Those sharp, curved horns were more fearsome than the spears that human cavalry used. When their head lowered, they would rush towards the aggressor. TL note, Hui Tai Lang, expose your anus, let them aim at it. Yue Yang did not bother with how Hui Tai Lang would feel after hearing him say this. He had no time to bother with him. Seeing the Takins rushing closer, he ordered the barbaric cow to jump as high up into the air as possible, then use all her force to stomp on the ground and attack all the Takins behind Hui Tai Lang almost in an instant. Yue Yang had decided on the best course of action. Only now did Yue Yang notice that he was very gifted in battle, but the only regret was that he could not participate in the battle directly. Otherwise, he could have used a better strategy. All the Takins lifted their spiral horns towards Hui Tai Lang and dashed towards it like the wind. It scared Hui Tai Lang so much he nearly had a heart attack. It did not dare to expose his anus towards these Takins, as that was courting death. It turned tail and fled, wishing that he could have grown 4 more legs. The barbaric cow leaped high up into the air. Her giant figure fell on them as if she was a mountain. The giant cow's kick, with the force of thunder striking the ground, landed on the floor heavily. Under the added support of the giant shadow, she unleashed a special technique trample with 100 times the power. Hong! The black stone that was trampled on was smashed and spiderweb cracks formed all over it. The floor trembled and the whole hall was shaking. As the shockwave dissipated, the power caused Yue Yang, who was spectating at the sidelines, to gape in awe. What a frightening power! The Takins below the barbaric cow's feet were immediately flattened. The Takin corpses that were trampled underfoot were indistinguishable. Some were instantly turned into a meat paste, while the other Talkins who further away from the center of the impact were thrown several meters away by the shockwave, and were unable to get up. The other Talkins who were even further away were stopped by the shockwave and were immobilized by dizziness. The barbaric cow followed Yue Yang's instructions strictly and did not continue the slaughter, but rather ran in big strides to save Hui Tai Lang, who was running for its life. Although they were both level 3 bronze ranked, the barbaric cow and Hui Tai Lang's strengths were not in the same tier. Not only that, Hui Tai Lang was also judged to be one of the high-quality beasts with 6 stars. If it were to be converted into a regular level 3 bronze ranked beast, it probably did not even have the right to carry the shoes in front of the barbaric cow. The few Talkins who were still chasing after Hui Tai Lang closely could nearly have exploded Hui Tai Lang's anus, but were flattened by the barbaric cow who was in pursuit. When the threat to his anus disappeared, Hui Tai Lang threw itself on the Talkins again. It pounced towards the closest Talkin and bit its throat. The bloodthirst in its eyes were as it were saying, "What I'm biting is not the throat, but loneliness." The other Talkin crawled up and lowered its head to rush at him. Hui Tai Lang nimbly jumped and slashed at the Talkin with its claw. First, he destroyed one of the enemy's eyes, then by borrowing the gravitational force of the dive, pounced onto an even larger-sized Talkin. The wolf's mouth opened up, showing its rows of sharp teeth, fatally striking the enemy by biting its throat. Hui Tai Lang fighting tens of sheephead shamans transformed into Talkins by itself was of course an impossible feat, but it was still more than enough to fight against 3 of them at once. After all, it was still a variant iron-backed demonic wolf that absorbed the Demon King Ha Xian's demonic chi and was different from regular level 3 bronze-ranked beasts. Yue Yang did not have time to bother with how the battle unfolded, and his heart only wanted to find the silencing scepter. He had originally thought that the silencing scepter would be in the center of the hall, or in the treasure chest, but when he opened it, that was not the case at all. The silencing scepter was suspended high up on the walls of the hall. Not only that, there was not just one of them, but 3 of them. Of course, only one of these silencing scepters was the real one, although they looked exactly the same. If one took the wrong one, it would trigger the mechanical traps, and one's life could end just like that. How would he find the real one? On the wall at the side of each silencing scepter, were a set of obscure written characters, that could be counted as a hint for the challengers. When Yue Yang looked at it, he nearly banged his head on the floor. Wasn't something like this yet another copied idea? Having to play this kind of game of riddles with his life on the line, he strongly protested against the unscrupulous gods of the company that had created Tongtian Tower Heaven. On the wall of the side chamber, there were 3 silencing scepters hanging side by side, each with a line of characters separating them. These 3 lines of characters were hints to the riddle's answer. Yue Yang needed to find the correct answer, but if he answered incorrectly, the mechanism for the trap would be set off. Seeing that the time left for the shield of absolute defense was running out, he inwardly grew frantic. However, this was the law in Tongtian Tower. Everyone was tested this way, there was no other option. Of course, they could give up on the silencing scepters, and return to fight the 3-headed chimera, but that would be looking for more trouble. Isn't this just a riddle-solving game? I've played these things all the time. Don't tell me that my title as Yen Riddle Solver Prince is just for show, Yue Yang consoled himself. He looked at the leftmost sentence and read, "I am a fly swatter, a fly swatter. Whenever I see a buzzing fly, I smack it to death, fly swatter." Would this fly swatter be able to swat the 3-headed chimera to death? Yue Yang began to sweat profusely. He felt that it was much more likely that the 3-headed chimera would swat him to death instead. The middle sentence said, "I am an awe-inspiring leader. Anywhere I appear turns into a silent hall. I am the only one who speaks, no one dares to chatter on in front of me. Without my permission, no one may speak." Seeing this, Yue Yang inwardly cursed. Would a leader even appear in this kind of place? As expected, the leader was arrogant. The sentence on the right side was the complete opposite of the previous 2. It didn't have any hint of arrogance, rather, its tone carried hidden bitterness and sentimentality. It was like the lamentation of a woman that had been widowed for many years. "My heart wants to tell you, my eyes want to tell you, my entire body wants to tell you, but you just don't understand, Aunt Kai and Yao. I hadn't imagined that you would even have fans in the godly programmers that designed the games in Tongtian Tower." Yue Yang felt great admiration. He could only make one out of 3 choices. Which should he choose? Yue Yang knit his brows. He felt that all of them had a slight possibility of being right, but they also didn't seem to be the exact answer either. Exactly what was he supposed to choose? The fly swatter? The leader? Or the widow? Time passed as seconds turned into minutes. It was not an easy choice. Even if he found the real silencing scepter in the end, if the time for his shield of absolute defense reached its limit, he wouldn't have its protection for defense, and the situation would most likely grow worse. Yue Yang was prepared to randomly choose one, like the extremely aggressive fly swatter. Maybe, it would turn out to be the vaunted silencing scepter. Yue Yang was just about to leap forwards and grab the fly swatter. Just then, he saw Hui Tai Lang suddenly get struck by a goat antelope, sending it flying backwards until it heavily smashed into a wall. Yue Yang unintentionally caught a glimpse. He suddenly discovered that there were 4 trap mechanism control levers surrounding the wall that had just been revealed to him. It was strange. He flew forwards at high speed and ran towards the control lever in the east. The word Yanwood was carved on in, and the one in the south was Yan Fire. Yue Yang wildly looked at the one in the east, which had Yan Earth on it. The north one had Yan Water. Among the 5 elements, the only one it was lacking was Yan Metal. This made his heart race wildly. Where could the metal lever possibly be? There were no other long levers on the ceiling on the floor. At that moment, Yue Yang came to a sudden realization. He had really been so stupid. He swiftly ran to the entrance of the side chamber, and stopped in front of the 2 large sheep-head monster sculptures. There were spears in each of the guarding sculptures' hands. The words carved on the left spear said, "I am a mute," carved on the right one was "I am metal." Yue Yang reached a hand out to grab the spear on the right and cried out, "It's you." At the same time, his shield of absolute defense began to flicker. Ignoring everything else, Yue Yang took the completely ordinary-looking spear and ran outside. His time now was limited. He could choose 2 paths, one was to hurry up and leave while his shield of absolute defense was still present, the other was to face the 3-headed chimera head-on. Yue Yang clenched his teeth and shot towards the exit. No, he couldn't leave. If he left, it would be the same as losing the fight, and he wouldn't gain anything from it. If he stayed behind to face the chimera, his shield of absolute defense would run out. However, he'd finally be able to get the silencing scepter. In any case, he'd at least gain a treasure. How could he not try it? The current Yue Yang was very experienced with the stress Ultraman faced. On the outside, it seemed like Ultraman spent every day contently playing with girls, discussing love and fighting some small monsters. However, he could at most last 3 minutes before using up all his power and losing all strength in his body. This made him feel self-abased, and he normally hid himself, not daring to face others. He did this for an extremely long time. If Ultraman could persevere for 3 HRS, then how could be afraid of the small monsters? He would be long since gone to bed, no, gone to battle, and burst all of the small monster's asses before killing them. Similarly, if his absolute defense's golden shield could last for 10 HRS instead of 10 minutes, then Yue Yang could have unhurriedly gathered the silencing scepters and the blindness rune. In addition, he could drank a cup of tea, eaten a meal, and even taken a nap before fighting the 3-headed chimera with no rush at all. The problem was, the shield of absolute defense could only last for 1 more minute. Yue Yang was driven mad to the point where he was about to grip his head from frustration. Why was it that he was unable to fight once the shield disappeared? By the time he had raced out of the exit and entered the side chamber on the right, his shield had already disappeared. Yue Yang then smirked. Even without this shell, he was going to take part in battle. However, he hadn't thought that after raising his hand, his body felt as if it was sealed by some incorporeal force. His power hadn't been diminished but he couldn't release it, so he couldn't attack. Yue Yang wanted to swipe his fist outwards to attack, but he discovered that he couldn't move his fist at all. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling his arm back. The law stated that at Star's domain, within Ares' temple, any ranker that has lost his shield of absolute defense could only rely on their own power to protect themselves, and was unable to attack. Only beasts could initiate attacks and participate in battles. If I die, I die. Yue Yang couldn't be bothered to go and search for the blindness rune since the spear-like yen silencing scepter in his hand also had a time limit. Yue Yang flew upwards and then thrust the spear down into the ground. Instantly, the spear flashed with a white light, and in the blink of an eye, the entire arena was lit up with a brilliant light, making it look as if it were daytime. Finally, it dispersed in all directions forming a circular shock wave. The 3-headed chimera's left dragon head opened its mouth, but was unable to spit out any of that green acid. A ton of the acid pooled out of its mouth, spilling onto the ground, but the head was unable to shoot it towards Yue Yang. The dragon head shook back and forth. It looked as if something had bound its mouth, and was currently trying to struggle out of its hold. But despite its struggles, it was unable to escape its predicament. Yue Yang was inwardly delighted. This spear was indeed the real silencing scepter. Spirals of white light were being released into the surroundings one wave after another by the silencing scepter. Yue Yang could sense that its greatest time limit was only 10 minutes. In other words, if he wasn't able to defeat this 3-headed chimera within 10 minutes, he would be in danger. Hui Tai Lang had long since come out, but it hadn't dared to charge at the chimera. Instead, it was hiding somewhere at a distance, lowly growling at the chimera the whole time. The barbaric cow rushed forward fearlessly. The 3-headed chimera's great, flaming lion head in the middle spat out scorching flames at the barbaric cow. However, the barbaric cow didn't know how to evade. Instead, she directly charged through it. She jumped high in the air, her hands forming fists, and then fiercely smashed down on the blazing lion head's nasal bone. The blazing lion head roared out in anger and pain. The giant Shadow's support of adding 100-fold strength had already disappeared because of the time limit. Otherwise, the flaming lion head would ve suffered from a much more serious injury after receiving the barbaric cow's attack. The dragon head was unable to spit out acid anymore. It immediately turned around to help attack, trying to bite the barbaric cow. However, it didn't realize that Yue Yang was waiting for that moment, the instant it would change its target. Little Wen Li understood his thoughts, and amidst a burst of brilliant light and a nice fragrance, she transformed and flew out as a rainbow. Two of her hands were carrying dual ice blades that she used to slash down at the dragon head's long neck, inflicting a shallow wound. However, the freezing air around the blades had exploded, filling the air in the arena with snow. Completely sealed by the freezing ice, the struggling dragon head's movements grew sluggish, and its biting actions gradually diminished as well. Before it could bite the barbaric cow, its entire head had been sealed by the ice, and had turned into an ice sculpture. These dual ice blades had frightening power. Even Hell's demon king Xian wouldn't have been able to prevent its arm from freezing and becoming as slow as a snail, let alone a level 6 gold rank 3-headed chimera. Yue Yang was extremely excited by the sight of little Wen Li's attack. As expected, she was definitely worthy of being called the diamond rank lowly. She was really amazing. Even though she was still in the larva state and only level 1, she was able to seal the dragon head of the gold rank level 6 3-headed chimera in a single attack. She was even more useful than the silencing scepter. If Yue Yang had known this earlier, he wouldn't have needed to bother with expending effort to look for the silencing scepter. With this time, it would be better to look for the blindness rune on the right side. Yue Yang glanced at the sheep's head on the right, even though it hadn't yet tried to attack. However, Yue Yang had a faint feeling that this sheep's head with absolutely no intention of attacking was actually the most powerful and terrifying existence. Without the blindness rune to control the sheep's head, how would this battle end?